Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Psychotic Deku Adopted by Naomasa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Alright boys, here's the plan for today. Shyuda says as they all are sitting at the table eating breakfast. Izuku seems to straighten at this, his formerly half-asleep appearance giving way to one that is more alert and attentive. Hitoshi on the other hand, somehow manages to look even more tired. Shyuda and I need to go into the station today for a case meeting, Naomasa begins, then he meets Izuku's eyes, Bakugo's case meeting that is. Which means Stefan is going to be coming over to watch you both. Shyuda finished for him. Izuku perks up, Stefan is coming over, he asks, sounding excited. Shyuda nods, he's one of the few cleared and qualified to watch you. He also volunteered to stay with you boys if we ever needed. That makes him our go-to babysitter of sorts. We don't need a babysitter. Hitoshi grumbles. You don't. But we do. Izuku corrects, smiling despite his words. Shyuda isn't sure how he feels about that comment. Or how he expects Hitoshi to react. The purple-haired teen just shrugs, true. It would probably be more fun with him here anyway. It's moments like these where Shyuda is concerned with how well Hitoshi is taking everything. A discussion for him and Naomasa at a later time. And Hitoshi, Hizashi will be coming by to pick you up and take you to training since I can't drop you off today. Naomasa tells the kid. Okay. Hitoshi replies simply. Can I come? Izuku exclaims immediately after. Hitoshi eyes them both, waiting for an answer. Shyuda and Naomasa share a look, now nods at him. We are fine with it, but that will ultimately be up to Stefan and Hizashi who will actually be there. Shyuda answers, then he turns his attention to Izuku, that aside, will you be okay while I'm gone for the day, he asks. With a nod, it's Chance who answers him, we will be fine, Aizawa. We all trust Stefan enough to keep us safe. He tells the hero. Shyuda once again finds himself immensely grateful for Stefan's existence in their lives. He certainly has been making a lot of things easier when it comes to Izuku. Excellent. We still have another 2 hours before he gets here. You boys might as well find a way to entertain yourselves until then. Stefan knocks on the door then waits for it to be answered. A few moments later, the door opens slowly to reveal Aizawa in full hero costume. Stefan. He greets in an even tone. Eraserhead. Stefan replies much the same. Aizawa steps back, come on in. We are just about ready to leave. He says, before turning and walking into the apartment. Stefan is barely 2 steps past the door when he is barreled into by a smaller body. Steve. You're here. Izuku exclaims, wrapping his arms around the blonde's torso. Stefan sputters at the nickname. Currently, Eren is the only person to call him that, other than his parents before they passed. It's a nickname he holds close to his heart, one he only allows Eren to keep using because of their long history together. Well, he supposes he can make an exception for Izuku. Stefan returns the hug with minimal hesitancy. He looks up to find Aizawa watching him, one eyebrow raised in a skeptical sort of look. Oh how Stefan wants to smack that look off his face. It's not as if Aizawa isn't guilty of being soft with Izuku as well. It's good to see you too Izuku. How have you been buddy? Stefan asks the kid. We're doing good. Izuku replies. That's new. That's good to hear. You wanna let me go so I can come inside, he suggests. Izuku squeaks and releases Stefan then steps back, sorry Steve. He mumbles, looking down at the floor. Stefan smiles and shakes his head, not a problem Izu. I'm happy you're so excited to see me. Stefan follows Izuku further into the apartment. He walks into the family room to see Hitoshi looking half dead on the couch. Izuku doesn't seem to care about this fact as he bounces over to his brother and shakes him. Toshi, wake up. Stefan is here, he exclaims excitedly. Hitoshi lets out a long disgruntled groan in response, not even bothering to open his eyes. Izuku stands up and frowns at him, pouts. Toshi. Wake up, he says with more insistence. He then proceeds to perform a full body flop onto his dozing brother. Hitoshi lets out an oof upon impact before wrapping his arms around Izuku and pinning him between himself and the couch. Shhhh. It's too early for this Izu. Go back to sleep with me. He slurs. Izuku giggles but, surprisingly, doesn't try to escape the taller teen's hold. Oh hello Stefan. It's good to see you. Tsukachi greets as he walks into the room, dressed fully for work. He then eyes the 2 boys on the couch, I suggest you just leave them be. Hitoshi will manage to force Izuku back to sleep with him and it will give you an hour or 2 of peace. He says chuckling, it will also mean that Hitoshi will actually be functional later. Stefan nods, if you say so. Why don't you come into the kitchen? We can go over a few things while I wait for Shyuda. Tsukachi offers. Stefan nods and follows him out of the family room. Shyuda and Naomasa stand at the door, Stefan having followed to see them out. Try not to worry too much while you're gone, Eraser. I've got this handled. Stefan tries assuring him. And if something goes wrong you call me. Got it. Shyuda insists. Is he protective? Maybe a little. Stefan chuckles, I got Eraser. Go to your job. I'll take care of your kids. He assures. You'd better. Shyuda near threatens. Okay a lot. I almost forgot. Stefan, Hizashi is stopping by to pick up Hitoshi for their usual training session. Naomasa informs him. Ah, present Mike. I haven't seen him in a while. Stefan comments. Shyuda gives him a look. If Izuku still wants to go with them, that's fine. You just need to be with him at all times. Stefan nods, then meets Shyuda's eyes, a question clear on his face. A beat. 2 beats. 3. Shyuda sighs, do you even know how to train a child in self-defense? He asks. You know this wouldn't be the first time I've taught one of our kids to defend themselves tired. Stefan replies. This is true. As chaotic, Stefan has helped train kids in the questionable Quirk server in self-defense on many occasions. Fine. But only the basics. Get him started, I want and need to be there for the rest of it. Shyuda instructs. You got it. I won't let you down, Eraser. Stefan replies, looking somewhat pleased. I don't need to tell you what will happen if Izuku gets hurt. Shyuda states. Stefan shakes his head, I think Variant can handle threatening me just fine. Are you prepared to handle Variant as well should he decide to make an appearance? Shyuda asks. I am. The two of us have come to something of an understanding thanks to our little altercation. Stefan answers with a smirk. Shyuda would call the incident at the beginning of Izuku's hospital stay more than just an altercation. Good. I'm trusting you with this then, Stefan. Don't make me regret it. Shyuda responds. You won't, I promise. Stefan says sincerely, meeting Shyuda's harsh gaze with a steely look of his own. We'll be off then. Thanks again, Stefan. Naomasa cuts in. He takes Shyuda's hand and leads, or more accurately, drags, his husband the rest of the way out the door and down the hall out of sight. Stefan takes a moment to himself before making his way back into the apartment and settling on the non-occupied couch. He is soon joined by the cats that aren't already cuddling beside or on the 2 now napping teens. Tsukachi did end up being right, Izuku. And Hitoshi slept on the couch for another hour or so before waking back up. This time it was noticeable how much more awake Hitoshi is this time. An additional half-hour later has the two sitting on the couch, both with their laptops on their laps as they play a game with each other. Stefan's heard of Genshin, but he's never actually played it. He unfortunately doesn't have a lot of time to play video games anymore. A sudden series of knocks, then the ringing of the doorbell has everyone's attention shifting in the direction of the door. A second ring has Izuku up on his feet and bolting out of the family room before either Stefan or Hitoshi can try to stop him. Hitoshi sighs, Shyuda and Naomasa specifically don't use the doorbell so they don't startle Izuku. They always just knock to announce that they're home and entering the apartment. He explains, closing his and Izuku's laptops before standing up. So the doorbell ringing tells him that someone else is at the door, and someone new is someone to be feared in his mind. Stefan finishes, also getting up off the couch, why don't you go check on him while I handle Yamada? Okay. Try to keep him as quiet as possible. Hitoshi replies, heading out of the room. I can try, but we both know that Yamada is anything but quiet. Stefan replies, walking in the opposite direction. Stefan arrives at the door and opens it just in time to see Yamada reaching to press the doorbell a third time. Dropping his hand, the man gives him a beaming smile. Stefan. It's good to see you, my dude. Stefan sighs fondly, yes, hello. Can you try to keep your voice down please? You already scared Izuku off ringing the doorbell. Yamada flinches, did I? Dang, I didn't mean to scare the listener. Is he okay? He asks as he bends down to take his shoes off in the entryway. Hitoshi went to go check on him, so we shall see I suppose. For now we can go wait in the kitchen or the family room. Stefan tells him. Hitoshi knocks on their closed bedroom door. Izuku? I'm coming in. He announces. He silently opens the door and closes it behind him. The first place he checks is the closet. And sure enough, the door is shut tight. Hitoshi stops in front of the door and knocks. Izuku? You there? He calls out. After a few long moments, the door unlatches and drifts open slightly. Taking that as permission to enter, Hitoshi opens it and looks inside. Izuku is huddled in the corner as expected. You okay over there, Izu? He asks softly. Who was it at the door? An even voice asks. So it's Chance that's fronting then. Yamada Hizashi, he's present Mike. You know, the same one who's helping me train for UA. Hitoshi answers. Is he safe? Chance asks. Hitoshi nods, Yamada wouldn't hurt a fly. Although that might just be because he's scared of bugs. But still, he means well and is pretty harmless. He's just really loud most of the time. Chance sighs, I'll take your word for it I suppose. He relents. Then he closes his eyes. Hitoshi waits patiently for Izuku to come back. Toshi? Izuku questions. I'm here Aizu. He answers. Then he's catching Izuku as he dives at Hitoshi, shaking slightly. You're okay, you're safe Aizu. I won't let anything happen to you. Hitoshi soothes. Izuku nods into his chest. I know that It's hard not to be scared all the time Toshi. He admits. And that's okay. That's what the rest of us are here for. Hitoshi assures him, you think we can go see Yamada now? I'll be with you the whole time. And Stefan will be there too. There's a pause while Izuku thinks it over then, okay. I think I'm ready. Comes the softy reply. Hitoshi smiles, awesome. Let's get off the floor then. We're gonna have to stick some pillows in here if you're going to keep hiding in here. It would be far more comfortable that way. He teases. Izuku giggles, and the sound is music to Hitoshi's ears. Hizashi tried not to beat himself up as he waits in the kitchen with Stefan. Truth be told, he feels terrible. He didn't mean to scare Izuku, honest. He just rang the doorbell like he always does. And it's not like anyone told him not to. So really, he can't blame himself now can he? I can practically hear your thoughts Yamada. Calm down. Hitoshi will bring Izuku out soon. You did nothing wrong. Stefan assures him. I know, but still. Not a very good first impression is it? Hizashi replies. Stefan shakes his head, maybe not. But you being a hero will probably make up for it. He tells him. There's the sound of a door opening and footsteps coming from down the hall. The two adults look over to the doorway expectantly. They don't have to wait long before Shinso walks in with Izuku practically hiding behind him, arms wrapped around Shinso's left arm. Shinso smiles at Hizashi, hello Hizashi-san. He greets. Hey Shinso. How are you listener? Hizashi asks. Shinso seems to relax ever so slightly. I'm good. He pauses, this is Izuku. I don't think you two have met have you, he says, pulling his arm, and by extension Izuku, out from behind him. Izuku obeys reluctantly, staring up at Hizashi with a shy smile. Hizashi crouches down so he's eye level with Izuku, hey there little listener. My name's Yamada Hizashi. You can call me whatever you like, I'm not fussy. Izuku straightens his posture slightly, you're present Mike. He declares. Hizashi beams, that's me. Though I'm not surprised you recognized me. That analysis you did of me was rockin', he exclaims, albeit at a much lower volume than usual. Izuku looks away, blushing, thanks. I like your quirk. It was fascinating to analyze. He mumbles. Thanks buddy. I'm glad I got to try out some of your suggestions. Some of them were really helpful and definitely things I didn't think of before. He is pretty smart. Stefan agrees, I bet he'd even be able to help out with Hitoshi's training if we let him. What do you think Mike? Can Izuku and I tag along with you to UA? Stefan asks with a sly grin. Hizashi thinks a moment, did Shyuda give his permission? He asks, skeptical. Stefan nods, he did. So long as I go with him, Izuku is allowed to come with you too. Hizashi narrows his eyes, you know I'm going to ask Shyuda whether or not that's true right? He counters. I am well aware. There's no falsehood to my words this time Mike. Stefan insists. Not that it would be the first time Stefan has tricked him. This time. The voice hero mutters, earning him giggles from the two boys, well I don't have a problem with it then. It'll be nice to have some company for once, won't it Hitoshi, he says, addressing the purple-haired teen. Yeah, I guess it will be nice. Hitoshi replies, then he turns to face Izuku, hear that Aizu? They said you can come. Awesome. Izuku exclaims, bouncing with excitement. If you're going to come then you need to put something more suitable on Izuku. Stefan tells him. Oh, right. I'll go do that then. Izuku replies, calming down some. Hizashi smiles, how about you help him out Hitoshi? You've got to go get ready as well, yeah? We'll wait out here in the kitchen for you too. Hitoshi nods at him, come on Aizu. He then says, taking Izuku by the wrist with telegraphed movements and then all but dragging his brother down the hall. Once they're out of earshot, Hizashi all but squeals, he's so cute. Stefan sighs, he really is. That opinion might change if you get to meet Variant though. He warns. I somehow doubt that. Yamada replies, so what are your plans for Izuku when we get to the gym? Stefan straightens, I was told I could get him started with the basics, so stretches and simple exercises. Anything actually combat-related is required to have Eraser present for safety reasons. Inui had insisted on that. Stefan tells him. Sounds like a plan. I'll try to keep what we work on combat-wise to a minimum then. Hitoshi is still in need of strength training anyhow. Hizashi tells him. Stefan shakes his head, I don't think that's necessary. Izuku is so excited, you might as well let him see the progress Hitoshi has been making. And with that kid's talent for analysis you never know what he might be able to contribute. Hizashi thinks a moment, I guess you're right. I can ask Hitoshi if he's up for Quirk training then today. We haven't really done much of it really, but maybe he'll be more comfortable with Izuku around. We're ready. Izuku's voice interrupts their discussion. They look over to see both boys entering the room. Izuku is this time wearing a pair of workout briefs and a t-shirt that says, Jersey, on it. Seriously though, where does Izuku find all these shirts? Stefan tries not to dwell on all the scars that are visible on his arms now that Izuku isn't wearing long sleeves or bandages to cover his arms. Awesome. Hizashi exclaims, well if you two listeners are ready to go, we'll head out now yeah? Both boys nod and Hitoshi grabs his bag. They then follow the adults out of the apartment. Izuku adjusts his hold on Hitoshi's hand. He's excited to be going out, but he'd be lying if he said the prospect didn't make him nervous. At least they're driving instead of taking the train. Izuku doesn't think he could handle taking the train right now. Hitoshi said that they are going to be using one of the gyms at UA. Izuku can hardly believe it, he gets to go to UA. This is like a dream come true. It would be even better if he gets to see Nedzu while he's here. He doesn't think that's likely, however. Shame, he loves seeing Nedzu. You okay Izuku? Hitoshi asks, breaking him from his thoughts. Izuku turns his attention to him and nods, yep, I'm okay. Just a little nervous. He admits. Let me know if that changes okay? I'm here if you need me. Hitoshi replies. Izuku smiles in thanks. This is why he loves Hitoshi, he's always there for him. He doesn't hover though. Which is nice. You know they only hover because they want to make sure we're okay. I don't really see the problem with it. I don't really mind it either. They have good reason to worry about us. Izuku returns his attention to what's passing outside the car window. It's still a bit surreal being out of the hospital. Izuku can't believe he's at UA. This is so exciting. Calm down Zu. It's just a school. Variant teases. No. It's UA. There's a difference between UA and other schools. Izuku corrects. If you say so, Chance replies. Izuku keeps hold of Hitoshi's hand as they follow Yamada up to the school from the staff parking lot. Shinso didn't need a pass to get inside the first time he came, so I'm willing to bet you won't need one either Izuku. Yamada tells them as he scans his staff ID, you'll probably need to wait till I can get you a guest pass Stefan. Stefan shakes his head and reaches into his pocket, pulling out his wallet. He then produces a UA special permissions pass from it and scans it. Nope, I'm good. Nedzu gave this to me ages ago for when I would come to Aaron's tea time with him. He explains. Oh okay then. Yamada replies, sounding unsure of the situation. He then opens the door and leads the way inside the building. Sure enough, Hitoshi and Izuku walk in without any issues. Izuku looks around wide-eyed as they make their way down the halls and over to where the gyms are. Yamada scans his ID again to gain access to one of the gyms and holds the door open for them to enter. It's absolutely huge inside, various training equipment scattered about the large space. Go ahead and set your bag down against the wall Shinso, you know the drill. Yamada instructs. Hitoshi nods and jogs over to the side of the door and drops his bag. He then joins them where they are standing in the middle of the room. So, Stefan and I were thinking you might want to work on Quirk training since Izuku is here today, what do you think Shinso? Yamada begins. Hitoshi thinks a moment, glancing at Izuku. I guess that's fine. Sound good Aizu? Hitoshi asks, smirking. Absolutely. You know I've been waiting for a chance to test a few theories I have Toshi. Izuku replies. Hitoshi, you should run. Run while you can. Is it even really a question if Izuku wants to work with quirks? Stefan points out. Not really. I was more asking out of formality than anything. Hitoshi replies. Well if everyone is ready, let's get started. Yamada shouts. Over the course of the next hour, they run through a variety of tests relating to Hitoshi's quirk. Izuku comes to decide he quite likes being under the influence of Hitoshi's quirk. When Toshi takes control it calms his mind, silencing all the anxiety, fear and paranoia that's always buzzing around his thoughts. It's quite similar to how it feels when Variant takes control by force, it's a weird fuzzy and floaty feeling. One that Izuku takes comfort in. Hitoshi already explained that he has a harder time initially taking control of Izuku than he does other people. Izuku thinks that's because he's not the only person inside his head, so Hitoshi has to expend extra effort in order to isolate Izuku's specific consciousness to brainwash. Interestingly enough, Izuku can still hear and talk to Variant and Chance when Hitoshi is in control. Which gives Izuku one more question he wants to see about answering. Okay, so I want to see what happens if Variant or Chance start fronting after you use your quirk on me, Toshi. Izuku tells him. An interesting question. But what brought this on? Stefan asks. When I'm under the influence of Hitoshi's quirk, I can still hear Variant and Chance talking in my head. Which implies that I'm the only one Toshi is actually taking control of. I want to see what happens when I'm not the one fronting anymore. Okay. Well, we can try it, I guess. Hitoshi comments. Ready, Aizu? He asks. Ready. Izuku answers, then his mind goes fuzzy and floaty yet again. Go ahead, Variant. Izuku tells him. Variant huffs, fine. Variant pulls Izuku back into the Mindscape and takes front himself. I'm here. He deadpans. Hitoshi then cries out and grabs his head. Ow. Variant and Izuku react similarly as they are forced to SWCH places suddenly. Ouch. That hurts. Izuku mumbles. Hitoshi groans, tell me about it. I don't think the connection snapped. I think it just became significantly more difficult to maintain control over you, Aizu. He explains. Interesting. Izuku replies, writing everything down in his notebook. He had shoved it into Hitoshi's bag to bring with them before they left. You boys okay? Yamada asks. Izuku nods. Variant and I were forced to SWCH back as soon as the connection was severed. It was more jarring than painful. It was similar to when Zawa uses his quirk on Variant. I'm okay. Hitoshi tells him, I'm thinking only one more test though. I'm reaching my limit for today. Gotcha. Then the last thing I want to try is if you can command me to SWCH places with Variant. Is that okay? Izuku asks. I guess. But that's it then. After that we train in some other way. Hitoshi answers. Okay. Izuku chips. Ready, Aizu? Hitoshi asks for the billionth time that day. Ready. Izuku replies. And once again his head is fuzzy and floaty. SWCH places so Variant is fronting. Hitoshi then commands. What follows is bizarre. Izuku feels his consciousness shoved from the front and back into the Mindscape. Variant for his part, is dragged out to front. Ow. Variant groans. That was not pleasant. Hitoshi only nods stiffly, fists and teeth clenched. Releasing. He manages to warn. This time however, Izuku isn't forced to SWCH back to fronting. I'm still here. Variant tells them. Really? That's unexpected. Stefan comments, I would have thought it would force you two to SWCH back like it had last time. Nope. Izuku is still in the Mindscape, rambling on about this turn of events. Variant says. Zu. Get back out here. Variant closes his eyes and Izuku opens them. That was so cool. The SWCH was uncomfortable but it wasn't temporary like I expected. Izuku explains. I also managed to keep hold of you for a bit longer. So that proves that I was right. The connection doesn't automatically sever when you're not fronting. Hitoshi adds. Izuku nods thoughtfully as he starts writing. So you got your answers then. Yamada cuts in. Let's take a break then we can start some physical training. Nothing too crazy since we did quirk training already, but we need to do something today. He instructs. Okay. A break would be nice. Hitoshi replies. Izuku on the other hand, is far too engrossed with his notes to even notice they're talking. Come on Aizu. Let's go sit down. Hitoshi interrupts, grabbing him by the shoulders and steering him towards the wall. Izuku goes willingly and lets himself be guided to sit down on the floor. 15 minutes later, Izuku is still sitting against the wall, now watching Hitoshi and Yamada work through a warm-up routine. He supposed this is the part where he just sits off to the side and watches. Stefan makes his way over to him. Alright Izuku, it's about time we get started with our own stuff. Stefan says to the wide-eyed teen. Izuku looks up at him, confused. You mean we're not just here to watch? He asks. Nope. I have my own stuff I get to work on with you. And don't worry, it's all sanctioned by Eraser, so neither of us will be getting into trouble for it. Stefan assures him. Zawa said you could train us? Izuku asks in awe. Stefan gives him a wide grin. He said I could start training you. He's going to have to be the one to train you in the combat stuff. I just get to ease you in with various stretches and exercises. He elaborates. We get to learn combat? Izuku exclaims in shock. He's trying not to get his hopes up here. There's no way they would let him learn how to fight, right? They're too scared of us to actually teach us how to be dangerous. I think you mean they're scared of you, Variant. You're the one who's violent. I think we're plenty dangerous as it is. That's correct. We've decided as a means to help you feel safe and keep yourself safe that we are going to teach you self-defense. I trust you don't have a problem with that? Stefan answers. Nope. Izuku chirps, bouncing in place. You said Zawa has to be the one to teach us though? Stefan nods. That's one of Hound Dog's main rules, yes. It's for the sake of your stability and for everyone's safety. See Variant, they don't trust you to not cause problems. Hey, I'm not that bad. It was one time. Izuku giggles. Variant, you getting violent is the whole reason we ended up with Zawa and in the hospital in the first place. You're the dangerous one. That's right. I'm the reason we met Eraser and thus why we are now safe. You should be thanking me. What's so funny, Izuku? Stefan dares ask. Izuku jolts as a result of having his internal conversation interrupted. Rude. We're trying to talk here. Oh hush. Chance is teasing Variant about being the reason Zawa has to be around when we learn to fight. Izuku explains. Stefan chuckles. Well, he's not wrong. We may have come to an understanding, but everyone else is still wary of your protective counterpart. And so they should be. Variant snaps. See? This is what I'm talking about. You're very quick to start a fight and you come across as rather aggressive. Stefan replies, seemingly unfazed by Variant's sudden appearance. Hey! I wanted to train with Steve. Izuku whines from the Mindscape. Let me have a turn while I still can. You know Eraser probably won't let me when we are with him. Variant argues. Stefan eyes him warily. I take it you're going to be the one I'm training? He asks. Variant nods. You'll actually let me train, right? Because I doubt Eraser will be willing to let me for a while yet. He gets a shrug in response. I know you won't try to hurt me. And if you do, I'll just have to subdue you just like last time. Stefan decides. Variant isn't sure how he feels about that statement. Well, if you're ready then, let's get started. Stefan shouts. And so it begins. Izuku ended up falling asleep on Hitoshi during the car ride home. Stefan decides not to wake him up and to instead carry him inside and lay him down on the couch. Hitoshi takes up vigil beside him. Yamada had offered to stay and hang out with them, but Stefan declined. He didn't know how Izuku would react to someone he doesn't know very well being in the apartment when he wakes up. Izuku is always more vulnerable when he is first waking up. It was pretty adorable watching Izuku cuddle his way further and further on top of Hitoshi in his sleep. Stefan found it especially endearing when Hitoshi eventually just pulled Izuku into his lap then just went back to whatever he was doing on his phone. There's a soft knock at the front door before it opens. In walks Aizawa and Tsukachi, having finally returned home. Tsukachi smiles at the sight that greeted him upon walking into the family room. Looks like you wore both of them out. He comments softly. Stefan looks over to see Hitoshi having fallen asleep from his place under Izuku. He smiles. Yeah, they had fun today, that's for sure. Aizawa snorts when he joins them in the room. You killed my kids, Stefan. I thought I told you to keep them safe. He says sarcastically. Stefan sighs. They're fine. You're such a dad, Eraser. He teases in reply. Aizawa glares at him and opens his mouth to retort. He really is a dad. Tsukachi agrees, putting his arm around Aizawa's waist, and there's nothing wrong with that. He assures, pressing his lips to Aizawa's temple briefly. Aizawa seems to lose the fight in him thanks to his partner's actions. Stefan checks his watch. Well, I had best be getting going. See you guys next time. He says as he stands up from the couch. Tsukachi frowns. Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? He offers. No, Erin has off patrol tonight and I'd never hear the end of it if I wasn't home to spend time with her. Stefan replies, shaking his head. Thanks for the offer though. Maybe next time. I'll walk you out. Tsukachi tells him, releasing Aizawa, who makes his way over to the kids. Thanks again, Stefan. We really appreciate it. The detective tells him as Stefan puts his shoes on. It's really no problem. I've come to be quite fond of Izuku, so I don't mind. Besides, he needs all the support he can get right now. Stefan replies. That's certainly true. Tsukachi agrees. I know he loves having you around. Stefan smiles as the man opens the door. Oh, trust me, I noticed. He pauses. Have a good night. Pretty soon it was time for Izuku and Hitoshi to go to bed. The routine starts with Izuku taking all of his medications. Izuku, I'm going to give you something stronger for your anxiety to help you sleep while I'm gone tonight, okay? Shyuda tells him. Izuku nods. Okay, Zawa. The fact that Izuku doesn't mind taking medication certainly makes things so much easier. Once finished, Izuku hops down from the stool at the kitchen island and takes hold of Shyuda's sleeve. Shyuda hides a smile in his capture weapon. He knows what Izuku is doing. Izuku is going to cling to him for as long as humanly possible. And sure enough, Izuku keeps hold of Shyuda in one way or another the entire time. He twists his hand into the hem of Shyuda's shirt while brushing his teeth and then having the bandages put on his arms. He alternates which hand is holding the end of Shyuda's sleeve while getting changed into his pajamas. Izuku then all but drags Shyuda down to sit on the side of his bed as he climbs in under the covers. By this point, all his meds have taken effect, the various side effects combined with the stronger anxiety medication leaving Izuku droopy-eyed and disoriented. Even still, Izuku has yet to release his hold on Shyuda. "You gotta let go of me now, Izuku," Shyuda tells him softly. Izuku shakes his head. "You'll leave. You'll be sleeping while I'm gone, Izuku. And I can come and check on you when I get home, okay? You have Hitoshi above you and now down the hall to keep you safe," Shyuda assures him. "But will you be safe, Zawa? You gotta come back, okay? You gotta stay safe." Izuku insists, words slurring slightly. "I promise I'll stay safe, Izuku. And you gotta promise me you'll get some sleep," Shyuda replies. Izuku nods, closing his eyes. "I'll try, Zawa." "Can you stay with me till I fall asleep?" he asks softly. Shyuda nods. "Of course, kid. I'll stay." So Shyuda sits next to Izuku, running his hand through his verdant curls. Izuku simply stares back at him unblinkingly for the longest time. "Close your eyes, Izuku," Shyuda urges, reaching his other hand to trace over the boy's cheeks and under his sleep-filled eyes. Having lost the fight to stay awake thanks to the gentle touches, Izuku's eyes flutter closed and eventually his breathing evens out and his vice grip on Shyuda goes slack. Shyuda sighs fondly and places a kiss on his son's forehead before making his way silently out of the room. A half hour later, Naomasa stands with Shyuda at the door. "You better be careful tonight. It's not just me you get to answer to if something happens," now teases, pulling Shyuda into a hug. "I know now, I'll be fine," Shyuda says into his husband's shoulder. "Don't let your worry for Izuku distract you. I can take care of him just fine till you get home. Focus on your job," Naomasa continues. "Okay now," comes the fond reply. Naomasa releases his husband, "And go kick some butt. We'll be waiting for you when you get back." Shyuda smiles and kisses him before turning to the door. "See you later. I love you." "Love you too, Sho. Good luck." Eraserhead has to admit he missed going out on patrol. Don't misunderstand, he wouldn't trade the time he spent with Izuku for anything, but he did miss this. The freedom of navigating the city in the night air. The thrill of stopping crime after crime. This is one of the times he most feels like a hero. And as exhausting as it is, he takes pride in a certain level of enjoyment in what he does. Eraserhead turns around to snag the remaining thug with his scarf only to instead see him be shot down with a familiar arrow. The hero doesn't think he's ever seen the young man miss his mark. Ever. Eraserhead looks up in the direction the arrow flew from to see Bao leaning over the edge of a nearby roof. Nodding his thanks to the vigilante, the hero sets to work zip-tying all of the thugs to nearby poles and the dumpster in the alleyway. He doesn't need to look behind him to know Bao has made his way down from the roof and has joined Eraserhead on the ground. "Where do you get all your energy? You work all day and then have the time and energy left to go out on patrol," the hero demands of him, attention still focused on the tying the last thug up. "I could ask you the same, Eraser. It's not like you're any better off than I am when I comes to sleep." Bao replies, "But as for me, I always have the energy to get out of the house and cause some mischief." Eraserhead sighs and faces the vigilante. "Even so, it's been quite a while since I've seen you out here. I thought you had plans tonight," he comments. Bao shrugs. "What can I say? Teaching genius how to fight today left me itching for a real one of my own. I at least waited till Shadow was asleep." "She's still going to know you left," Eraserhead points out. "And you enjoyed it that much, did you? Why am I not surprised?" he wonders. "Because you know me well enough by now to know I can't sit still when I could be out doing something." Bao answers despite the question clearly being rhetorical. "A logical reason." Eraserhead concedes. "I have 2 more hours left. Are you coming or not?" he then asks. Eraserhead has no intention to arrest him. Bao does good work in the areas that underground heroes just aren't enough. And besides, he knows full well Bao can handle himself in a fight. It has nothing to do with the fact that Izuku would be heartbroken if Stefan couldn't come see him anymore. Nothing at all. A mischievous grin breaks out on Bao's masked face. "DMN right, I'm coming." Naomasa wakes up to someone shaking his shoulder. "Naomasa, wake up. You gotta wake up, something's wrong with Izuku." A voice insists. "Izuku. Right. Shyuda isn't here." Naomasa opens his eyes and sits up. Hitoshi stands back as he does so. "Hitoshi? What's going on?" Naomasa asks, sleep still evident in his voice. Izuku woke up and started freaking out. He's talking to himself and I think whoever is fronting keeps changing. When I left he had started rocking and scratching his arms. Hitoshi explains, sounding worked up. Naomasa nods. Okay. We expected something like this to happen. He begins. You can sleep here or on the couch, either one. I'm going to go take care of Izuku. Hitoshi nods, okay. I'll probably just sleep in here. Good luck. Naomasa stands up from the bed, thanks. Don't stay up all night worrying Hitoshi. He's going to be fine. Hitoshi only nods again before taking Naomasa's place on the bed. Naomasa then quickly makes his way out of the room. Time to go help Izuku. Naomasa walks into the dark room. The only sound is Izuku's low mumbling and the faint creaking of the bed as he rocks back and forth. Admittedly, something like this happening was 100% expected when Shyuda left for patrol. Naomasa slowly makes his way over the where his son is positioned, being sure to make some noise so as not to startle the kid with his arrival. As he gets closer, he can see Izuku rocking back and forth and clawing at his arms. He can also hear what Izuku is saying. Not safe. We're fine. No, we're not. We're at home. No eraser. Aizawa. Never safe. Safe here. Not safe. And his words CYCL like that in a circle. From the sounds of it, he's switching between Izuku, Variant, and Chance repeatedly. Naomasa reaches the bed and slowly sits down. Hey Izuku. What's going on, buddy? He asks softly. Izuku's rocking pauses for but a moment before resuming. Masa is here. Tsuka is here. Is he safe? He is safe. It's okay now. No, it's not. No Zawa. Help. 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 He says, repeating his plea for help over and over again. So it's gonna be that kind of night then. Time for damage control. I'm here, Izuku. What do you need right now? Naomasa inquires. Izuku continues rocking. Want to sleep? Can't sleep. Tired, so tired. Must stay awake. Masa's here. Tsuka's here. Safe? Not safe. Tired, need sleep. Need to watch. Must stay alert. And he keeps going. You want to go to sleep but are too afraid to? Naomasa tries. Izuku nods, still rocking. Well, how about if I stay with you till Shyuda comes back? Will that work for you? Naomasa offers. Izuku stops rocking to think, clawing becoming more harsh. Naomasa gently grabs the kid's wrists and pulls his nails out of his already bleeding arms. Even though Shyuda had wrapped Izuku's arms in his bandages to try and keep him from scratching, Izuku has managed to dislodge them and get to the scarred skin of his arms regardless. You need to stop scratching, Izuku. You're causing some serious damage. Naomasa says to him. Izuku stares at him with a mumbled, I know. So what do you think, you want me to stay with you tonight? Naomasa asks again. Izuku nods shakily, please. Not safe. Help. Naomasa smiles, that's what I'm here for. Let's go get your arms taken care of first though, alright? Izuku nods again, but doesn't say anything, so Naomasa lifts the boy into his arms and carries him out of the room and over to the kid's bathroom. He then sets Izuku down on the closed toilet. Izuku, however, continues to hold tight to his shirt. Naomasa takes hold of his hands and gently thumbs circles across the backs of them. I need you to let go, Izuku, so I can get what I need to patch up your arms. Can you do that for me? Izuku blinks a few times, his words processing at a snail's pace. He eventually releases his death grip from Naomasa's shirt. When he then goes to claw at his arms again, Naomasa quickly catches his hands to stop him. He grabs a sponge from under the sink and places it in Izuku's grasp. Try tugging on that instead while I get what we need. He instructs. Izuku then shifts his focus to the sponge, tugging and squeezing the sponge and tracing his fingers across its textured surface. Once Naomasa has what he needs, he gently takes one of Izuku's arms in hand and starts washing the blood off and applying the antibiotic ointment they were given for this. It concerns him that Izuku doesn't so much as flinch at the sting when it's applied. He then wraps Izuku's arms in new bandages and once again picks Izuku up. At this point Izuku is near catatonic in his hold, but he drops the sponge in favor of taking hold of his shirt again. When they walk back into the room, Naomasa makes his way over to Izuku's bed. Alright, now we can lay down and wait for Shyuda to come home. And once he gets back we can see about you taking something to help you sleep. Sound good, Izuku? Okay, Masa. Izuku says, and Naomasa has to strain to hear him. Naomasa settles on the bed, leaning back against Izuku's pillows and with Izuku tucked into his side. Izuku curls himself close and buries his face in Naomasa's chest. Thanks, Masa. He says softly. You're most welcome, Izuku. Shyuda arrived home to silence, which really isn't anything new. And yet somehow it feels different this time, though he can't place why. Deciding not to dwell on it, Shyuda takes his boots off at the door and makes his way quietly into the apartment. The last thing he wants to do is wake anyone up. That is assuming everyone is asleep. This doesn't stop Loud Cloud from meowing obnoxiously in greeting from where he sits on the floor in front of the TV. Shyuda takes a moment to glare at said cat before bending down and petting him. He knows full well that ignoring the furry menace will lead to him making even more noise. There's a startled trill and what sounds like claws scrapping across fabric that draws Shyuda's attention. And sure enough, Penguin is stumbling to his feet from next to the couch and making his way over to Shyuda. That's odd, Penguin always sleeps with Nao. Always. Which makes sense really, from what Shyuda has witnessed the cat accomplish in the middle of the night, he doubts Penguin has any sort of night vision. Shyuda decides to save the idiot from himself and scoops Penguin off the floor, tucking him under an arm. He heads to the bedroom to see what exactly is keeping said cat from sleeping on Shyuda's husband. Upon entering the room, Shyuda instead finds Hitoshi sleeping on Nao's side of the bed. That explains why Penguin is wandering around the apartment then. Naomasa is in our room with Izuku. A sleep-slurred voice informs him. Shyuda walks over and sets the cat in his arms down on the bed. Penguin proceeds to flop unceremoniously onto his side and cease any and all movement. Didn't mean to wake you up, kid. Shyuda replies. Hitoshi huffs a laugh. You make it sound like I ever fell asleep. Don't worry about it. Go find Aizu instead. He tells him. Shyuda sighs at the sense of foreboding that leaves him with. I'll go do that. Try to get some sleep in the meantime, Hitoshi. He thinks he hears something along the lines of sleep is for the weak as he makes his way over to the closet to first quickly change out of his jumpsuit. Shyuda is starting to see what Nao meant when he said Hitoshi is a lot like him. A few minutes later, Shyuda is gently knocking on Izuku's bedroom door to announce his presence before entering. The sight that greets him tugs at his heartstrings. The fairy lights hung above Izuku's bed are turned on, bathing the room in a soft glow. On the bed, Naomasa is leaning against the pillows with Izuku tucked into his side. He is running one hand through Izuku's curls while the other is in the kid's grasp. Izuku absently plays with Nao's fingers while staring off into space. After closing the door, Shyuda makes his way over to the two. Izuku instantly perks up upon seeing Shyuda. Dad! You're back, he exclaims, albeit tiredly. To his credit, Shyuda doesn't come to a stuttering halt, although the same can't be said for his heart. He ignores Nao's knowing smile for the moment. Yeah, Izuku, I'm back, just like I promised. He replies. Izuku sits up clumsily and reaches out his arms to Shyuda, which he notices are wrapped in bandages again. Shyuda doesn't hesitate to pick Izuku up and settle him on his hip. I see you got Nao to keep you company while I was gone. He comments. Izuku hums while resting his head on Shyuda's shoulder, one hand coming up to grasp his capture weapon. Masa gives good cuddles. He's my third favorite person to cuddle with. Izuku tells him. Naomasa chuckles, sitting up fully. Only third favorite? Who has me beat then? He inquires lightheartedly. Toshi and Dad. Though Toshi is my favorite. Izuku answers. And there it is again, Dad. Does Izuku even realize he's doing it? Wait. Hitoshi is the favorite for cuddles? After all the cuddling we've done, I'm only second favorite? Shyuda asks, I feel betrayed. Izuku giggles, it's a flittering, manic sound. Cuddle with Hitoshi and you will understand. Naomasa nods, he has a point. Hito does give excellent cuddles. He agrees. When the hell did Nao cuddle with Hitoshi? Fine. I guess I'll just have to wait and find out. Shyuda concedes, although he doubts that's going to happen anytime soon. Hitoshi seems to be quite comfortable with Nao, but he's still adjusting to Shyuda from what the man can tell. Izuku nods and yawns, his spare hand coming to rub at his eyes. Shyuda grabs his wrist gently when he continues to rub and starts applying too much pressure. Izuku just blinks dazedly at his wrist in Shyuda's grasp. Well, now that Shyuda is here, how about I go grab you something to help you sleep? Aizu. That's what we agreed on, yes? Naomasa speaks up. Izuku nods, closing his eyes, okay Masa. He mumbles. Naomasa shares a look with Shyuda before he makes his way out of the room. It's a look that tells him it's been a long night, which isn't surprising. They knew the chances of Izuku having an episode while Shyuda was out on patrol were very high. Shyuda decides it's best not to ask Izuku about it now, however. For now it's best to focus on getting him settled and asleep. Shyuda sits down on the bed with Izuku now settled in his lap. Do you want me to stay with you while you sleep, Izuku? He asks. Izuku nods, please. Variant is still on edge and Chance is confused. Shyuda isn't sure what to make of that, but for now he's content to stay with Izuku tonight. There's a knock at the door heralding Naomasa's return. He walks in with a glass of juice and a bottle of pills in hand. Shyuda nudges Izuku into sitting position and now hands him the juice. Once he's sure Izuku won't drop it, he opens the bottle and takes one of the pills out, handing it to Izuku. Izuku then takes it without complaint. Shyuda nods his thanks to Nao and his husband leans in to give him a quick kiss. He then ruffles Izuku's hair one more time before standing back up. I'll see you 2 in the morning then, alright? Try to get some sleep. Nao says to them. Good night now, thanks. Shyuda replies. Night Masa. Izuku mumbles. Of course. Good night. He replies, then makes his way out of the room. Alright problem child, let's get settled so we can sleep, okay? Shyuda says to Izuku. Izuku nods silently and lets himself be maneuvered to lay down next to Shyuda. He then scoots closer and takes hold of Shuda's shirt, burying his face in Shuda's chest. Night Dad. Good night Izuku. The next morning Izuku refused to leave Shuda's side. It was understandable really, the kid had a rough night. They woke up later than usual considering how late the two of them actually went to sleep. And it was clear from the start that Izuku was going to be clingy today. Not that it was anything Shyuda wasn't already used to. When Izuku wakes up, everything feels fuzzy and floaty. Sometime in the night Izuku had managed to maneuver himself to where he was laying on top of Dad. Not that Dad seemed to mind given he was fast asleep from his place under Izuku. So, Izuku just snuggled himself back into his dad's chest and tried his best to go back to sleep. Izuku is woken up this time by Shyuda shifting into something closer to a sitting-up position. Izuku whines and tightens his grip on his dad's shirt, willing him to stop moving. The chest he is laying on rumbles as Shyuda chuckles, Come on Izuku, it's time to wake up. It's time for breakfast. He says to him, fondness clear in his tone. Izuku doesn't even open his eyes as he shakes his head. No. He is not moving. Far too comfortable right now. Agreed. Izuku. Dad repeats. Izuku ignores him. Sighing, Shyuda moves Izuku around in his grasp until he can stand up with Izuku still clinging to his front. Izuku hums in contentment as the gentle sways of Shuda's steps soothe his frayed nerves. I'm going to set you down on the couch now Izuku. You can just chill here while I grab breakfast for us both. Dad tells him. What? Put them down. No. He can't do that. Then he'll leave and Izuku will be all alone again. It isn't safe. Not safe without Dad. The hurting is going to come back. Izuku doesn't want to hurt. They just want their dad. Dad can't leave them. Zuku. Reith Kidu. Simon Aif. A voice fades in and out as Izuku starts to panic. Ot, oin aywer, Izu. Rethi fo me. Breathe? They can't breathe though. Their chest is tight and it hurts and they're dizzy. The hurting is back because Eraser left. We need to stop it. We need Shuda-san, where is he? I'm right here Izuku, I've got you. I'm not going anywhere, the voice tells him. They know that voice, why can't they remember? They know it. But they are in pain and they can't think and it hurts and they're going to die and... Izuku, you're not going to die. Try breathing with me okay? In 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Izuku feels something rising and falling under their hand. Breathing, it's someone breathing. That's right kid, I'm breathing, and so are you. Keep going. The voice encourages. So Izuku does as the voice tells them, they focus on following the counting and mimicking the rising and falling they can feel under their palm. It takes a while, but eventually they're not as dizzy anymore. Are you feeling any better kid? His dad asks. That's right. That's Dad's voice. Izuku jostles a bit as their dad chuckles, that's right Izuku. It's Dad, I'm right here. I didn't leave you. I won't leave you alone. Dad is still here. Izuku can relax. Shuda-san will keep us safe. I'll keep you safe. Just focus on calming down. Izuku doesn't know how long they laid there, listening to the thump-thumping of their dad's heart and letting their breathing match his. They're so tired now. Maybe they'll take a little nap for now. They are safe now after all. Shyuda has to suppress a sigh of relief as Izuku's breathing evens out and the kid falls back asleep. That had been one hell of a panic attack. All because Shyuda was going to put him down. Currently he's sitting on the couch with Izuku tucked close on his lap. It had taken the better part of an hour to get Izuku to fully calm down. He loves his son, really he does, but it feels like they've come to a standstill in terms of progress. When he talked with Inui about it previously, the man had said it would take time for Izuku to realize on a more subconscious level that Shyuda isn't abandoning him whenever he leaves Izuku's side. And that until Izuku, Variant and Chance are convinced of that, this is going to happen often when Izuku is separated from Shyuda for prolonged PRDS of time. It is what it is though. No matter how long it takes, Shyuda will be there. Hitoshi pokes his head out of the kitchen, eyeing Shyuda on the couch. Then Naomasa appears directly above him, doing the same. It's an amusing sight. The two had cleared out when Izuku's panic attack first started, intending to give them as much space as they needed. Upon having determined that things have settled down, both disappear back into the kitchen. A few minutes later, Hitoshi walks out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food, followed by Naomasa who is carrying his laptop. Now makes his way over to the open couch and settles himself on it, laptop opened on his lap. Penguin appears out of nowhere and after the third try, he manages to get up onto the couch to sit with Naomasa. Hitoshi makes his way over to Shyuda, coming to a stop directly in front of him. Shyuda gives him his attention as he waits for him to find his words. "This is for you." Hitoshi tells him, holding the plate out, "We made breakfast for you and Izu this morning, but I guess Izu won't be eating right now. But you should still have yours." He continues, holding the plate out to Shyuda. Shyuda gives him a soft expression and takes the plate. "Thank you, Hitoshi. I'm sure it will be great." "Of course it will, I'm the one who made it." Naomasa calls out. "I helped though." Hitoshi adds. Shyuda chuckles, "Well, thank you both then." He concedes. Shyuda begins eating as best he can with a child curled up in his lap. Thankfully the movements don't seem to bother Izuku all that much, who is still fast asleep. Somewhere along the way Izuku shifts in his sleep into a more comfortable position with his legs stretched out to the side off of Shyuda's lap to where he now sits sideways on Shyuda. Shyuda just continues to work around him. That said, even after a minute, Hitoshi hasn't left his place where he stands in front of Shyuda. Shyuda looks at him expectantly. Hitoshi fidgets before asking softly, "Is Izu okay?" These boys really do mean the world to each other. Izuku's okay, he just wore himself out. Panic attacks are exhausting. Hitoshi hums in agreement, "I'm just going to let him sleep for now." Shyuda answers. Hitoshi nods, silently moving to sit down next to Shyuda on the side where Izuku's legs were stretched out. Gently the kid lifts Izuku's legs and settles them on his lap. Izuku doesn't stir in the slightest. They sit in companionable silence until Shyuda finishes his food, then Hitoshi steals his empty plate out of his hands and sets it down on the coffee table for him. Shyuda nods his thanks and Hitoshi just shrugs. It's quiet for a long time. "He called you dad, didn't he?" Hitoshi says, breaking the silence. "It's not a question." "He did. Izuku started doing it last night when I got home from patrol." Shyuda confirms. "Izu trusts you, he really does." Hitoshi replies, "But I'm not sure I trust you yet." He then admits. "That's fine. I will do my best to earn your trust then. Take as much time as you need." Shyuda assures. Hitoshi looks up and meets Shyuda's eyes, something the kid usually avoids doing. "Don't you dare break Izu's trust. Or I'll make sure it's the last thing you do." He threatens, tone sharp and cold. And Shyuda believes him. He knows that if any harm comes to Izuku because of Shyuda, or even Naomasa, Hitoshi will stop at nothing to retaliate. The same goes for if either Shyuda or now harm Hitoshi. Izuku will repay in kind. "I don't plan on breaking his trust. And you can hold me to that." Shyuda tells him. "I plan to." Hitoshi declares, then he looks away. Shyuda exchanges looks with Nao. "Hitoshi, why don't you go get your computer? I'm sure Izuku will want to watch you play once he wakes up." Naomasa suggests. With one more check over Izuku, Hitoshi gets up and leaves the room. No sooner that the kid has left, does Knife make her way over to the couch. She then hops up onto it and settles herself on top of Izuku's socked feet. Knife has always had this thing with feet. Shyuda swears she'd rather be pet by them than hands some days. Shyuda looks at the cat and she mrows back at him in her demanding way, then she lays her head down. Shyuda can hear the faintest of purrs. That's weird. Knife never purrs. Hitoshi then returns with his laptop in hand. He stops in front of the couch and stares down at Knife. Knife meets his eyes and her expression just dares him to try and move her. Hitoshi shows his life, and instead settles on Shyuda's other side. He sits still for a few minutes before slowly leaning into Shyuda's side. Naomasa gives Shyuda a knowing smile before going back to his computer. Unlike now, Shyuda doesn't have any active cases due to his absence while he's been with Izuku. Which means Shyuda is free to just sit and relax with his sons on the couch. Half an hour later Naomasa is silently taking a few pictures of his family all passed out together on the couch. It's honestly an adorable sight. It's good to see Hitoshi opening up a bit to Shyuda. Although Shyuda doesn't show it, Naomasa knows that Shyuda stresses over his relationship with Hitoshi. And Naomasa has reassured him on numerous occasions that these things just take time and that he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Naomasa for his part is sorting through some of the evidence files for Bakugo's case, making sure all the corresponding forms are properly filled out and the footage is cited and clipped accordingly. They got the bulk of it done yesterday during the case meeting and right now this is really just double and triple checking everything. It's not that Naomasa doesn't trust Nedzu, he just likes to know firsthand that everything is correct. He also goes back through the minutes of the meeting. There was a lot that they discussed yesterday. Is everyone here? Nedzu questions. Wonderful. Let us begin then. We received a report Friday that Bakugo-kun's case will be presented to family court in a few days. However, given the amount of charges and the severity of most of them, there is a very high chance that the court will rule to present this case back to the public court. Officer Tamakawa reports. And that's when we will start facing the most resistance from his attorney and case manager. Naomasa states. Nedzu nods, that's correct. It is likely they will request Izuku's presence for the trial itself, as unfortunate as it is. And do you think it will be approved? Shyuda asks. Nedzu hums, it probably will, mainly because Izuku is really the only one these offenses are against. Upon further investigation and interviews, no one else came forward wishing to press charges or confirm any wrongdoing against other children. That and most of the teachers at the school will be deemed ineligible for being called as witnesses due to their own histories and charges. Can we prevent that if we get a detailed statement from Izuku? He hasn't given one yet, so it would be considered an original. Naomasa asks. He may not need to testify. The judge presiding over the case will have to decide if Izuku's current plea of temporary insanity leaves him ineligible for testimony. Tamakawa explains. Shyuda thinks for a moment. If this goes to public court, then Izuku is going to need an attorney as well. He points out. Not to worry, Shuda-kun. I will gladly take on the role. Nedzu chirps. Shyuda sighs, of course you're a licensed attorney. Nedzu chuckles, it was more a side effect of me pursuing a proper education in law and ethics. But I must admit it has had its uses over the years. I feel like having Nedzu as your attorney would be considered a scare tactic. Tamakawa comments. The feral glint in Nedzu's eyes as he fails to deny that accusation sets everyone on edge. That aside, we will need to properly compile evidence to be presented for court use. Which means we will need to finally get Izuku's statement. Naomasa says. That's something we will need to consult Inui about first. He gets to decide if Izuku can handle that. Shyuda replies. We don't really have a choice in the matter, Shyuda. If we want to cover all the bases and make sure Bakugo doesn't get away with everything he's done. Naomasa argues, I think it ultimately should be left up to Izuku. From there we can make arrangements to have Inui present for the questioning to help with damage control. As much as Shyuda hates to admit it, he knows his husband is right. They need Izuku's statement for this to properly go through. While on the topic of Izuku, the next hearing for his own criminal trial is coming up. During this the judge will need to rule if the case is to be postponed for rehabilitation or dismissed altogether. Tamakawa brings up. And what do we think is likely to be the outcome? Shyuda asks. Given the fact that it was largely due to Izuku manifesting a quirk along with psychosis, there is a chance the case will be dismissed as just that, a quirk manifestation. Nedzu explains, but there is also the possibility of the quirk manifestation being ruled as a testament to provocation. Then Izuku would still be facing charges for manslaughter. The best outcome, if the case was not dismissed, would be justifiable homicide, where Izuku was acting in self-defense out of fear of being subject to severe bodily harm. He continues, I believe that the ruling for Bakugo's criminal trial will have an influence on whether or not it is ruled as such. There's a long silence as the occupants of the room process everything. So regardless of the temporary insanity ruling, Izuku still has a chance of being convicted. Naomasa summarizes. Nedzu nods, that is correct. Then I guess that means we should make sure Bakugo's case is done properly. What needs done? Shyuda leads. We really need to work on this. Chance declares from his place on the couch. The other two don't respond. Variant just turns to face the wall while sitting on the floor and Izuku just buries his head back behind his knees that are pulled to his chest. Don't ignore me. I'm serious. Chance snaps. We can't keep doing this. Well, I don't see you coming up with any ways to solve the problem. Variant snaps. Why am I the one who has to come up with a solution? Chance argues back. Variant turns around to face him. Oh, I don't know, maybe because you're the one who goes around acting like he knows everything. Even though you were just as freaked out back there. You said it wasn't safe without Eraser. So we acted accordingly. Which so far is just a panic. Well, I'm saying we need a different solution than panic. We can't keep ourselves safe if we can't function. Chance counters, standing. Variant stands up as well, advancing on Chance. Well, every time I come up with a solution, it gets shot down. So why don't you try being the one who protects us, huh? See how you like being the one who faces threats. Stop. A shout cuts them both off and there's a shove to both their chests, ending them stumbling back from where they had come to be right in each other's faces. Stop fighting. Izuku repeats softly, arguing will solve nothing. Variant and Chance look at Izuku. He has tears still running down his face and he's trembling. Zoo. Chance mumbles. Don't. Just, don't. I understand where both of you are coming from, but fighting like this isn't the answer. If the three of us can't trust each other, then what the hell is the point of trying to trust anyone else? Izuku continues. You have a point. Chance agrees. Izuku looks to Variant. Variant huffs, semi-fondly, fine. You win. But don't think that is the end of this discussion. Chance shakes his head, it's not. We just need to be more civil about this. Let's think about this. What are our options here? Izuku questions. Well, we could fight. Variant offers. We could continue to run and hide. Chance points out. Or we just sit there and take it like we had before all this. Izuku finishes. The three alters look at each other. None of those sound like viable options here. Chance declares. Then what are we supposed to do? Izuku murmurs. That really is the question. One that none of them have the answer to. Izuku wakes up just in time for lunch. All four of them migrate to the table in the kitchen to have lunch. Izuku settles himself down on Shyuda's lap as they both sit at the kitchen table watching Naomasa make lunch with the help of Hitoshi. I didn't know you could cook Toshi. Izuku comments. Hitoshi laughs, I didn't used to be able to. Naomasa has been teaching me over the past few weeks though. And I like to think I'm getting better at it. He explains. You are getting better. You've been a great help cooking today. Naomasa tells him. Hitoshi looks away, not really sure how to handle the blatant compliment. Once lunch is ready and everything is on the table, Shyuda tries to convince Izuku to sit on his own chair. Izuku reluctantly agrees, letting himself be sat with Shyuda on one side and Hitoshi on the other. As everyone starts eating, Shyuda notices Izuku is just staring at his plate. Are you going to eat, Izuku? He asks gently. Izuku shakes his head, I'm not hungry. You need to eat something, Izuku, you missed breakfast this morning. Shyuda tries coaxing. Izuku just shakes his head no again, avoiding eye contact with Shyuda. Are you feeling okay, Aizu? Hitoshi asks from his other side. Izuku just shrugs, continuing to stay silent. It's okay if he's not hungry. He did just wake up after all. Naomasa cuts in, giving Shyuda a look. Reluctantly, Shyuda keeps his mouth shut. He'll try to hold off worrying too much for now. Izuku did have a rough morning. Maybe he will talk to Nao about making katsudon for dinner to help motivate Izuku to eat. Why don't you tell Naomasa and Shyuda about the experimenting we did with my quirk yesterday? Hitoshi suggests. That gets Izuku's attention. I know Hizashi mentioned something in his texts about experimenting with Hitoshi's quirk, but nothing specific. What did you try doing exactly? Shyuda asks, taking Izuku's interest and running with it. We did all kinds of things. Izuku begins. First we got a baseline for different parameters, like how long he could hold his control over someone, how many people he can control at once, what kind of commands he can give them. Can he ask them questions? It was fun. Izuku explains. It was interesting, probably more interesting for you than it was for me honestly. Hitoshi admits, but what about the stuff we tried last? With you and Variant? Hitoshi reminds him. Izuku's whole face lights up. That's right. We tested to see if Hitoshi could maintain his control over me if Variant fronted instead of me. Izuku tells them. An interesting test. One that might be useful in the future perhaps. Really? And what was the result? Naomasa asks, sounding genuinely interested. I could maintain the connection, it was just extremely difficult. I'm not sure if it was difficult because it was like Izuku was fighting it or if it was treating it as some sort of distance. Hitoshi tells them. That's another thing we need to test. Izuku exclaims, how far away from a person can you be and still maintain control over them? I would expect there to be a limit of some kind, given your quirk is more of an emitter type. But just how far is it? Do they have to be within hearing range to receive your commands, or are the commands actually sent via the connection you have with them, not their auditory input? Do they still execute the command if they end up out of range during it? Or does it interrupt them? Can you dash? Aizu. I love you, but I don't have the answers to any of that right now. I wouldn't mind testing them, so why don't you write them down after dinner for later? Hitoshi interrupts. Izuku nods while practically vibrating in his seat. For now though, you can finish explaining about what we already tested. He guides. Right. Sorry. Izuku apologizes. It's fine, Izuku, we all find your ramblings quite fascinating. Naomasa assures him. Izuku doesn't seem to know how to take that one. He is clearly unused to such positive reactions to his habit. It's just another thing they will need to work on. Okay. Anyway. The interesting thing that happened though was when Hitoshi dropped his control, I was forcibly pulled back out of the Mindscape so that I was fronting again. Which honestly hurt, but it's fine. It wasn't too bad and it went away pretty quickly. Izuku tells them. That is interesting. The other thing we tested was if I could give Izuku the command to SWCH places with Variant. And surprisingly enough it worked. It was also slightly easier to maintain my hold on him. Hitoshi explains. When you get better at brainwashing multiple people, we will have to try and see if you can brainwash both of us, or even all three of us. Izuku suggests. But when we such this time, Variant actually stayed fronting this time when Toshi released his control. He finishes. Now that sounds extremely useful, should the need to force a SWCH ever arise. Was Variant a willing participant, or did he not really have a choice? Naomasa jokes. Toxic green eyes glare at him. I wasn't given much of a choice. I was ripped from the Mindscape against my own will. He declares. You didn't have to SWCH when I told you to the first time. Just admit you wanted a chance to do something. Izuku argues back. I was not given a choice the second time. That was just rude. Variant counters. It was for the sake of an experiment. And you survived. Izuku justifies. It's interesting watching someone more or less argue with themselves. And Shyuda can tell from the looks on Naomasa and Hitoshi's faces that they definitely agree. I don't know why you're complaining, Variant. You still ended up training with Stefan instead of Izuku. If anything, Izuku should be the one complaining. Hitoshi argues. He what? Hitoshi. You can't just rat me out like that. Variant practically yells. Shyuda isn't sure he has the energy to be upset about this. Clearly nothing went wrong, so Shyuda doesn't really see the issue. This time, Variant is currently looking at Shyuda like he's waiting to be scolded. Hitoshi seems to be waiting for it as well, clearly regretting his words. Shyuda sighs. Did you hurt anyone? Shyuda asks. No. Variant answers. Did Stefan have a problem with you training? No. Then I don't see the problem this time. Shyuda tells him, and Variant slumps in relief. Variant, so long as you behave, I don't mind if you front. You know that, right? Shyuda then questions. Variant gives him an odd look. No? You keep using your quirk on me when I front. He answers. Well then. It seems there has in fact been some miscommunication here. Inui had a feeling that was the case. That would be because those times you were acting out of violence. Shyuda explains. I don't mind if you front, I would like to get to know you better outside of when you are on the defensive. I think we all would. He tells him. Variant just stares at him for a bit, tears gathering in his eyes. Okay. He says softly. Shyuda smiles and pulls Variant into a hug. You're part of the family too, you know. Not just Izuku. You and Chance both. Don't forget that. Shyuda didn't have patrol that night. The plan was to first touch base with Inui and review how Izuku handled Shyuda having been gone. As such, Inui pays them all a visit the following day. Inui meets with Shyuda and Naomasa before he meets with Izuku to review how the past few days had gone. Then after his session with Izuku, all four of them discuss things together and how to go forward. Inui meets with them every Monday and Friday. That said, he has stressed on numerous occasions that he is always just a call away should they have need of him or his input. For the most part, handling the various things that come up with Izuku consists of Inui instructing Shyuda in what to do and how to react. Izuku hasn't identified Inui as safe, therefore his physical presence does very little to actually help the situation. Instead, he just gives Shyuda advice on what to do. Shyuda and Naomasa recounted how Izuku reacted that night while Shyuda was gone and how they handled it. They also explained Izuku's condition the next day. The fact that he refused to let Shyuda out of his sight wasn't surprising, it was actually what they had expected. However, the slight depression and extreme drop in appetite was concerning. They were instructed to keep a close eye on if Izuku improved or continued said behaviors over the next couple of days. The adults also discussed the topic of getting Izuku's statement about both Bakugo's abuse towards him and the Aldera incident. Inui explained that this would not be the first time that Izuku had discussed his past abuse. Izuku didn't seem to have a problem with talking about it. That said, Inui recommended they try and format the interview like a therapy session. If Izuku felt that he was being interrogated, he may begin to feel threatened. When that happened, there was no way of knowing how all three of the alters would react. As for the statement on the Aldera incident, Inui advised they avoid it if they can. He explained that both Izuku and Variant don't regret what they did. They were both just happy that the threats to them were eliminated. If those sentiments were to be presented in court, they would have a difficult time explaining it without putting Izuku in a precarious position. When Inui asked Izuku why he felt unsafe when Shyuda left, Izuku couldn't give him a specific answer. Inui asked if there was something specific Izuku was afraid of happening, and Izuku said no. The way Izuku explained it was that Shyuda wasn't there, so he must be in danger. This leads Inui to believe that Izuku's mind has defined being safe as being with Shyuda. Shyuda being there meant there was safety, and therefore Shyuda not being there meant the absence of safety. And right now, to Izuku, being safe is most important. Further discussion lead to Izuku explaining he also feels safe with Stefan, Hitoshi and is starting to feel safe with Naomasa. This implies that Izuku is just generally attaching safety to people. He doesn't feel safe with himself. Fixing this was going to take a lot of time and reassurance. It will require countless examples and scenarios in which Izuku is given the opportunity to realize that he is safe despite the situation not meeting his own definition. It was going to be difficult to do so without overstressing Izuku and sending him into a relapse. At this point, Inui has been working with Izuku for a few months now. He has had quite a bit of time to build up his own psychological profiles of all three of the alters. Izuku is the one that fronts primarily. Inui finds this interesting because Izuku is also clearly the trauma holder. So the fact that Izuku is still the one fronting most of the time shows that the goal isn't to forget about the abuse they've been to altogether, but rather what seems to be attempts to avoid any further trauma or damage. Izuku also tends to act a bit younger than what would be expected of a 15-year-old. It's more a case of he seems to lack that emotional maturity and a sense of independence that comes with reaching that age. Instead he relies on the other two alters for decisions and support. In response, Variant and Chance tend to coddle Izuku. They also always call him Zu instead of Izuku. In Inui's eyes, Izuku is definitely treated as the little brother of the three boys. Izuku is more timid, shy and well-meaning. His kindness knows no bounds and he really is a ray of sunshine. Izuku is very curious and asks a lot of questions. He seems to be the one with the least amount of self-confidence, coming across as hesitant and unsure of himself. Izuku is also terrifyingly intelligent. They all are really, but it manifests the most in Izuku. It makes Inui nervous at times. Variant, for his part, is the protector. His main goal, as he has made quite clear on numerous occasions, is to keep Izuku safe. And as they've seen, he will stop at nothing to accomplish this goal. That said, Inui has come to learn during his conversations with Variant himself, that the alter doesn't want to respond with violence. Violence is simply the way he's found most effective, and was the way he was initially manifested. Variant doesn't want to hurt anyone, but he will if he has to. Variant comes across as very confident and at times confrontational. He isn't aggressive per se, he's just a bolder, more playful and, oftentimes, sarcastic person. He tends to jump to conclusions and act on impulse, something that can get the other two into some trouble. Variant is also mischievous and cunning. From Inui's experience, he also has an excellent sense of humor. Chance is the alter that Inui has the least amount of experience with. He is the caretaker, the one who looks out for the others. He is more mature and down to earth. Chance is also tasked with determining if something is safe or not. He is the decision maker and often keeps a handle on the other two alters. Chance seems to value control. He always wants to know what's going on when and why. He prefers to be notified of something in advance and needs to have any chances or potential happenings fleshed out as much as possible. To that end, Inui has noticed on several occasions that Chance can be manipulative. There haven't been many opportunities for this to fully manifest, but Inui doesn't doubt that Chance is willing to go to extreme lengths to get what he wants. Chance is definitely the more awkward of the three. He relies very heavily on logic. He takes everything very seriously and humor seems to go straight over his head. While his social skills are somewhat lacking, this isn't because he doesn't do well with people. Chance has a very good understanding of people and what makes them tick. He will often pick apart what you say and what you do. Although this isn't usually out of malicious intent. It is simply something he does. Inui has discovered he is very good at debates and intellectual discussions. Overall, Izuku experiences most things, Variant reacts to it all, and Chance interprets it. Together the three make a very dangerous combination. The day following Inui's visit, Shyuda and Naomasa took Izuku's statement. Inui was there to oversee it all, and it went well for the most part. There were a few emotional hiccups, but that was to be expected. The lack of appearance of the other alters tells them Izuku handled it quite well. It was later that day, after receiving some less than ideal news, that Shyuda and Naomasa sat down with Izuku once again to discuss something important. "Okay Izuku, we have something we need to discuss with you." Naomasa addresses him. Izuku looks up from where he had been sitting on the couch, knife curled up purring in his lap. "DMN Demon needs to leave us alone already." Variant complains. "It's a cat for starters. And clearly Knife is attached to us." "I quite enjoy her company," Chance replies. "Well, I think you're crazy." Variant argues. "That's a given considering there's three of us in one head." Izuku points out. "Izuku? You okay over there, kiddo?" Izuku jumps slightly as Dad's voice drags his attention from the internal conversation. "I'm okay." Izuku chirps, "You said you had something you wanted to talk about?" Dad nods. "We do. It's about Bakugo's trial." Izuku flinches. The official court date has been set. So we need to talk about what that means for you going forward. Naomasa finishes. No, no, no. I'm not dealing with this. Izuku insists, panicking slightly. Chance sighs as he settles into the front. Go ahead. What exactly do we have to do with Bakugo's trial, he inquires. Naomasa blinks in surprise at the sudden change. Chance? Chance nods. Zu made it quite clear he wants nothing to do with this conversation. I decided it was best if I take over. Though it's not as if he really had a choice this time. I'm sorry. None of that, there's nothing to be sorry for. You can just hang out with me for now. Confident that Variant can handle Izuku, Chance focuses fully on the adults in front of him. Is Izuku okay? Shyuda asks. He's fine. Variant is making sure of it. Chance declares, let's just get this over with. Seemingly satisfied with that answer, Shyuda continues. Like now said, Bakugo's court date has been set. It is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. We received confirmation earlier this afternoon that you are required to be in attendance. Naomasa continues. Chance doesn't like the sound of that. And you're positive we absolutely have to be there? They nod, yes. Chance sighs tiredly, then I guess it doesn't really matter if I don't think it's a good idea. We have to go regardless. He mutters. We tried our best to keep you out of it, but the defense was very insistent. Naomasa adds. I understand. Chance replies, will we be expected to testify? He then asks. Shyuda shakes his head. No, the judge presiding over the case decided that your own current plea of temporary insanity leaves you ineligible for testimony in court. They told us that your statement will suffice. That makes it a little better at least. I still would prefer I be the one fronting at the trial. Izuku doesn't need that kind of stress and I'm not sure Variant could stay calm during it all. Chance says. Loath as I am to admit it, no I probably couldn't. Thanks for looking out for me Chance. That's what I'm here for Zu. It's no trouble. That's fine. You shouldn't be expected to say anything so it doesn't really matter to the court if Izuku is fronting. Naomasa tells him. Who all will be there with us? Chance then asks. We will be there, along with Nedzu and Inui. Shyuda answers. Wait. What about an attorney? Don't we need one of those? Both adults suddenly look slightly uneasy, it's concerning. Actually, Nedzu will be acting as your attorney. Naomasa explains. Oh. Chance smiles, that's excellent. Shyuda and Naomasa exchange glances. Finally, do you think you can give me a rundown on what you at least think will be discussed? That way I can be prepared in advance for anything triggering. Chance requests. We don't know anything for sure. But we can at least go over the basics. Shyuda answers. The three then spent the next half hour going over what they had until Chance was at least somewhat satisfied with the information he had been given. Izuku didn't really have a hard time falling asleep thanks to the medication he takes. Dad sat beside him in his bed until Izuku fell asleep. Then he went out on patrol. It was sometime in the middle of the night that Izuku found himself wide awake with increasing levels of anxiety. Dad isn't home, so Izuku can't really go and sleep with him. Masa is here but Izuku doesn't want to bother him. He's not sure he would really be comfortable sleeping with Masa just yet anyhow. Izuku wishes Dad were home. But he knows Dad has to do hero work. Izuku thinks he has kept him from that long enough. Although Dad always assures him that Izuku and the rest of their little family will always be more important than his job as a pro hero. So Izuku tries his best not to feel too guilty. Movement from above him drags Izuku out of his thoughts. That's right. Hitoshi is here. Hitoshi is safe. We can sleep with him. Having made up his mind, Izuku quietly gets out of his own bed and climbs the ladder to get to Hitoshi's bed up above. As expected, what noise Izuku does make, the bed creaking under him and his own breathing, doesn't manage to wake Hitoshi at all. Izuku decides he would rather just crawl over and lay beside his brother than wake him up. So that's what he tries to do. He doesn't succeed however. Hitoshi rolls over upon Izuku's arrival beside him. What's wrong? Hitoshi mumbles, voice thick with sleep. Can I sleep with you? Izuku whispers back. In lieu of an answer, Hitoshi lifts the arm next to Izuku and tosses it over his brother. He pulls Izuku down so he's laying against his chest and still under his arm, making sure the blanket covers the both of them. Sleep. I'm tired Hitoshi declares. Izuku giggles and cuddles closer. Toshi really does give the best cuddles. Okay Toshi. Night Good night Toshi. Izuku is nervous. And in his opinion, he has every right to be. So he's hiding in the Mindscape with the others until they are actually needed. We are all allowed to be nervous. It's only natural. Chance reminds Izuku from his place directly to his right. This is stupid. We shouldn't have to do this. Variant complains, crossing his arms while sitting directly to Izuku's left. The three of them are smushed together as close as humanly possible while sitting on the blue couch in the Mindscape. Chance is keeping one eye on what's going on outside so that he knows when someone needs to go back to fronting. But for now, they are all focusing on keeping each other calm. Izuku isn't sure if it's working. We're trying our best here, Zu. There's only so much we can do, you know. Variant says to him, no doubt listening to his thoughts. Variant chuckles, technically they are all of our thoughts. But trying to explain that one is far too much of a headache right now. He comments. Agreed. Chance assents, besides, we have other priorities right now. I dunno, it might be a good distraction. Variant offers. Get Izuku's hyperfocusing set on something else. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Izuku mumbles, nails digging into his palms as he clenches his fists. Variant and Chance each take one hand into their own. You know we can feel you doing that, right? Variant reminds him. Izuku shrugs. Sorry. And so you should be. Variant quips with a wink. Izuku giggles slightly at that one. Variant counts it as a win. How's everything looking out there, Chance? Variant asks. Same as it was a few minutes ago when you asked. Chance replies, sounding tired. They are currently in a waiting room down the hall from the actual courtroom. Naomasa and Dad are here, they actually sitting on their dad's lap right now, who sits in one of the comfier chairs in the room. Both Masa and Dad are dressed in suits. They look nice. Although it's weird seeing Dad with his hair tied back outside of the house. Nedzu is here. Not sure why though. Chance informs. Excellent. We haven't gotten to see Nedzu since we were let out of the hospital. Besides our usual video calls, that is. Variant replies. I like Nedzu. He's awesome. Izuku murmurs. And the other two nod in agreement. I asked him and he said he's going to be our attorney for both Bakugo's trial and our own. Chance tells them. He's giving them a play-by-play because he knows Izuku can't focus on what's going on outside right now. Although it's not like he's really trying to. The exact opposite in fact. Which is fine, Zu. That's why I'm fronting and not you. Don't stress over it. Chance assures him. I feel like we should be worried about our own upcoming trial. Variant muses. Chance shakes his head, hush. We have our hands full as it is worrying about this one. Stop giving us more to deal with right now and focus on what's in front of us. Technically it's in front of you. We're not out there. Variant teases. Chance just glares at him. Only for his expression to soften when Izuku laughs again at Variant's antics. Inui-san arrives sometime later. Izuku isn't really sure why though, but he must have a reason to be here. He's probably here to attest to our mental state due to the abuse. Variant muses. Chance grimaces, he better not go too in depth. We don't need all those people to know about the three of us individually. Then tell him that. I don't want people knowing too much either. Izuku suggests. Alright, I will. Chance assents. There's silence as Chance focuses on his conversation with Inui-san. Izuku can't be bothered to tune into it right now. He'd rather just sit here in silence where he knows it's safe. Variant squeezes Izuku's hand. You know we won't let anything bad happen to you, right? We won't let you get hurt again. He assures Izuku, if Bakugo tries anything I'm going to kill him this time. Izuku smiles at that. Killing is wrong, sure, but it would mean Bakugo can't come back and burn him anymore. He's had enough of being burned and kicked and slashed and. Zu. Breathe for me, what you're thinking about let it be for now. Variant's voice cuts in. Izuku shakes his head as if to physically dislodge the thoughts that threaten to suffocate him. You can't go killing anyone in the middle of a courthouse, Variant. That's even worse than a school. Chance reprimands. At least save it for somewhere more secluded. You're no fun. But I suppose you are right. Variant concedes, I'll just have to come up with a better time and place. What did Inui-san say about his testimony? Izuku asks Chance. Chance shifts his attention to Izuku, he said it's only a general overview. He won't talk about any of us alters specifically, that would be a breach of privacy apparently. Izuku hums, okay. That's good I guess. Oh. The door just opened again. I wonder who else is here. Chance wonders aloud. More people? Izuku has been fine so far because they are all people they know. That and he's safely situated on his dad's lap. Calm down, Zu. It's just Stefan. We like Stefan, remember? Chance informs. Izuku perks up. Stefan is here? Really? Yep, he's here. He says hello to you both by the way. Chance replies. Tell him I say hello then. Variant says. Me too. Izuku chirps. Chance shakes his head fondly. Calm down, I will. And ask him why he is here. Variant calls out. I'm getting there. Just give me a minute. Chance snaps in reply. And be nice. Izuku chimes in, more so just to tease Chance than anything. Chance huffs, but otherwise doesn't respond to Izuku's jab. He says he's here to go over our medical condition and the comprehensive analysis on all of our scars. Chance explains, sounding unimpressed. I forgot they had gotten pictures of them. Variant sighs. We were kinda out of it when they did. We had just started our meds when they asked. Izuku reminds him. Variant nods, right, that's probably the only reason I agreed to that one. Izuku shrugs, it needed to be done. And now it's coming in handy I guess. 10 minutes till we have to leave for the courtroom. Chance informs. Izuku flinches. No. He's not ready yet. Izuku brings his knees up to his chest, effectively curling into a ball. He's safer this way. Come now, none of that. You're not even out there. Variant chides. Before Izuku can respond he's being lifted from underneath and dropped into Variant's lap. There. You can just chill there for now. I'll keep you safe. Variant declares. Chance nods his approval. Izuku just snuggles into him to make himself more comfortable. Variant is almost as comfy as Dad and Hitoshi. Almost. If you say so. I'll take your word for it I guess. Even if it hurts my pride somewhat. Variant responds. Variant. One thing before this all starts. Chance addresses. Yes? Don't do anything stupid. Chance orders. Variant sighs, I know. Eraser and Tsuka said the same thing. Good. I'm going to fully front now, okay you two? Chance informs, Variant, take care of Aizu. Aizu, keep Variant out of trouble. Of course. Got it, come the stereo replies. Chance smiles. Okay. Here we go. To say Shyuda is concerned would be an understatement. Izuku was quiet the entire trip from the apartment, just silently clinging to Shyuda the entire ride here and walk inside. No sooner than they had made it past the lobby was Shyuda lunging forward to catch Izuku as he stumbled. When Izuku opened his eyes, it wasn't Izuku anymore. It was Chance. The kid thanked him for the save and pulled himself from Shyuda's grasp. Only for he himself cling to the sleeve of Shyuda's suit barely a minute later. When they arrived at their designated waiting room, Chance sat himself down in Shyuda's lap as soon as Shyuda himself has managed to get seated on one of the couches. Physical affection, while not unusual for Chance, was usually sought out with much more hesitancy than this. From then on Shyuda would have thought Chance had disassociated were it not for the occasional greeting and questions directed at each person as they arrived. In typical Chance fashion, he demanded to know exactly what was going on and why people were here. What worried Shyuda the most was the slight tremors that racked his son's entire form. Naomasa was busy going through a last-minute review with Nedzu, then Inui and Stefan when they eventually arrived. Chance seemed happy to see Stefan, and even passed along hellos from the other two alters. The boys really are attached to him. It's somewhat adorable. You'll never hear Shyuda say it though. Shyuda knew his job. It was unlikely that Shyuda would be called to that stance, given he wasn't a witness to Bakugo's abuse nor was he Izuku's guardian at the time it was taking place. No. Shyuda's primary role is damage control. To keep Izuku Chance Variant as calm and subdued as possible. He is fully aware that the chances of nothing happening during this trial are very slim. Shyuda just isn't sure what exactly he should be concerned with the most. Either Variant lashing out in some way, or Izuku fronting because despite the other two's best efforts, Izuku is the primary alter and the trauma holder. Chance still has a difficult time remaining in control when Izuku gets too distressed. Shyuda isn't really sure why that is though. Variant, as the protector, is better at keeping control, probably because he takes it by force when necessary. Either way, Shyuda needs to be prepared for anything. And he's done his best to be just that. Eventually the time came for them to make their way to the courtroom. Shyuda was half convinced he would need to carry his son into the courtroom. But much to his surprise, Chance stood up off his lap with little prompting and simply took Shyuda's hand in a white-knuckled grip. The courtroom was mostly filled when they arrived. It was clear that their arrival was delayed as long as possible given Izuku's condition. Or at least that's what it came across as. Shyuda's eyes roamed the room as they followed now over to their seats on the side for the prosecution. He could see Bakugo-kun's parents sitting over on the side of the defense, along with a few other suited individuals Shyuda assumes are their legal team. He doesn't see Katsuki anywhere, which makes sense. If he's in police custody then he probably won't be brought before the court until the session starts. Shyuda prays the sight of Katsuki doesn't immediately set Variant off. A confrontation between the two would be a disaster, especially if Variant acts unprovoked in the eyes of the court. The further into the room they are the more eyes that turn to them. Shyuda can feel the tension and trepidation radiating from Chance's silent form. When they take their seats Shyuda positions Chance so that his is between himself and Stefan while also being as far into the aisle as they can manage. Once everyone has gotten seated and situated, the judge confirms that everyone is ready to begin. Upon receiving confirmation, he then gives the order for Bakugo to be brought into the room. And so Shyuda watches on as the blonde-haired teen is led into the room, flanked by armed guards at his front and back. He is dressed in the typical prisoner's garb with Quirk suppressant cuffs on his wrists. Shyuda feels when Chance tenses up as Bakugo looks in his direction. Shyuda moves their intertwined hands to rest on his son's thigh, the contact intended to be more of a physical deterrent while also maintaining subtlety. Chance shifts his focus downward where he begins to fidget with Shyuda's fingers while the tension in his form releases just enough to convince Shyuda the kid isn't about to do something rash. Thankfully, Bakugo's gaze doesn't linger in their direction for long. This is going to be a long day. Katsuki does as he is told and takes a seat between the two officers that have taken charge of him since his arrival at the courthouse. Loath as he was to admit it, Katsuki has gotten used to following instructions over the past 2 weeks since his arrest. He learned quite quickly the consequences of resisting. Katsuki found he couldn't help himself when his eyes drifted in what should be Deku's direction. He knew better than to let his gaze settle on his ex-friend? Enemy? Victim? He's not sure what to call their fed-up relationship. While looking over at the prosecution side of the room he noticed a few familiar faces. One looked slightly like the unnamed hero that has shown up at the incident a few months ago. He's not sure what the guy's name is or why he's even FING here. The other was the detective and cat officer that came to arrest him. Katsuki doesn't remember what the hell their names are, and frankly he doesn't care. And the last was that Nedzu? How the hell did Deku get Nedzu on his side? Is he his lawyer? The That aside, Katsuki knows better than to keep his focus in Deku's direction for very long. His current position regarding this trial and his apparent guilt has been made quite clear to him. Despite this fact he's still FING confused. Over the years he's never once gotten in trouble for what he did to Deku. Which, he gets the feeling now that he's in this situation that this is why the former staff of Aldera were all stuck in their own mess of legal bullshit. When he was first arrested, his parents had even joined in on the long but talk about why he was even being arrested and what he did wrong. They all spoke to him as if he was an idiot that had no idea what was going on. It really set him off. He knew what he did to Deku was wrong to some capacity. But after so long of no one seeming to care, Katsuki found he no longer cared if it was wrong either. It felt good to put shitty Deku in his place, to remind the infinitely intelligent and hopelessly heroic nerd, not that he'd admit this out loud, that he was beneath him, that he was nothing. Sure, there were times that he questioned if Deku really was beneath him, but Katsuki was the best so Deku had to be. He couldn't be the one in the wrong. Now here he is with his entire worldview having shattered around him. It has been a long time since Nedzu had the pleasure of acting as an attorney. Admittedly he doesn't do it very often to begin with. He only offers to do so for his favorite humans. His favorite time he had done so was when Stefan was denied entry to medical school based solely on the fact that he was quirkless. Nedzu loves tearing down corrupt schools, but colleges and universities are the most fun. After all, they actually put up something of a fight. And when Stefan has requested his assistance, Nedzu got to take a torch to the 5 top medical schools in Japan. He had a wonderful time of it. There is also the occasions when Eren gets herself into trouble with the Hero Commission and needs backup. The commission really doesn't like Nedzu's protege. However, in recent years the HPSC has all but given up on trying to pin legal charges on the girl. Nedzu's presence was only partly to blame. Eren is a force to be reckoned with all on her own. That aside, Nedzu is more than happy to lend his aid to Izuku. The child has quickly rise on his, admittedly short, list of favorite humans. The fact that both Shyuda and Stefan are involved only makes it all the better. Nedzu is well aware that this case against Bakugo Katsuki is already won. The child did plead guilty after all. That and the evidence that they have compiled is more than sufficient to guarantee his sentencing. Now it is simply a matter of what his punishments will be. As such, Nedzu sits with his ever-present smile as he listens to Tsukachi review the video evidence the police have in their possession with the court. Once again having to watch Izuku be beaten and abused aggravates something protective in Nedzu's chest. After all, his instincts have claimed this human child as one of his humans. Having to bear witness to such atrocities against him doesn't sit well with the creature. Nedzu does take a sort of sick satisfaction in watching Bakugo's own attorney pale further and further with each tape being reviewed. When Tsukachi has finished with the review, the defense has no questions, which isn't surprising. Nedzu himself declines to ask any questions as well. His sharp animal hearing doesn't miss the amused huff that emits from Shudakuin either. Next up is Stefan and his review of the scarring left on Izuku. Nedzu has to admit, it's not a pretty sight. Nedzu himself is no stranger to scars, but seeing this amount of them on a child? He has to repress a growl at the sight. When that is finally over, the judge asks if there are any witnesses to be called to the stands. They tried to find other witnesses, but no one was willing to come forward in court. In addition, Izuku is not eligible to be brought to the stands for testimony. So that leaves only one person. Your Honor, prosecution would like to call Bakugo Katsuki to the stands. Nedzu declares. Time to hear what this child has to say for himself. As Bakugo is escorted to the stand by the armed police officers, he is led past where Chance sits. As the two make eye contact, time freezes, the tension in the courtroom spiking to new levels, and Variant is on the defensive immediately. Snatching control from Chance, steady teal flickers into toxic green with no room for argument. Bakugo takes this time to direct a vicious glare in Variant's direction, maintaining eye contact as he sneers, lip curling, teeth baring in aggression. With look of burning aggression and searing vitriol, Bakugo conveys his scorn, his contempt, all his feelings and violence toward his former victim. And with all that he is, Variant meets his gaze. With tight lips and piercing eyes, he growls in challenge. Through a glare filled with cold animosity and toxic venom, Variant declares his hostility and his malevolence, promising death in turn for his forsaken abuser. A hand resting on his shoulder brings Variant to a halt. It's a warning, it's advice, it's safety. Variant lets himself be cowed by its presence. Bakugo doesn't miss this, and he capitalizes on it. His face shifts to smug success, victory of the unspoken battle. He is content in his self-proclaimed superiority as he watches Variant be supposedly subdued. That's Bakugo's mistake, however, his true downfall. It is the end of his rule. Variant snaps. In one fluid motion he launches himself over the barrier, toxic green eyes sharp and cold as a blade. Bakugo stumbles back, in surprise and in fear. He knows this look. It's the one that took his quirk and the one that promises pain and bloodshed. Hands grab at each of them, Bakugo by the shoulders and Variant by the waist. For but a moment, terrified carmine meet malicious crimson, roles reversed after an eternity of contention. Then they are being pulled apart, away from each other's grasps, away from each other's emotions. Away from the inevitable. The moment Bakugo is called to the stand, Shyuda can feel Chance go tense. It's then that Shyuda realizes that Bakugo will be led directly past where they are seated. The boy may be flanked by officers, but Shyuda knows better than to think that guarantees safety. So he waits and watches, ready to act the moment things go south. As Bakugo walks past he turns his head in Chance's direction and sneers. It's quite the look, one that Shyuda knows would have Izuku spiraling into an episode instantly. But things are different this time, Shyuda knows they are. If only Bakugo had remembered that. Shyuda is slightly startled by the growling noise that comes from his son. From his angle, Shyuda can just barely make out toxic green eyes meeting burning carmine. Variant. Knowing where this is going, Shyuda rests a hand on Variant's shoulder to try and ground the kid in his rage, keep him from no doubt attacking Bakugo right there in the courtroom. Shyuda feels Variant relax under his touch, and is thankful for it. Until the fool that was his son's bully decides to continue provoking his now psychotic victim. Shyuda is starting to be of the opinion this kid deserves what's coming to him. True enough, Shyuda barely has time to react as Variant practically vaults over the barrier in an attempt to get to Bakugo. Just fast enough, Shyuda manages to grab Variant by the hips and waist and keep him back all while the guards accompanying Bakugo pull the no-terrified teen back by the shoulders. Shyuda sets his stance as Variant resists, his hands coming to push against Shyuda's, trying to escape. And that's when Shyuda sees it. Sparking energy trails, something like lightning but barely the width of embroidery thread, lacing it way down Variant's arms as his struggles gain more momentum and strength. Shyuda doesn't want to do it, he knows how Izuku will react, but he has no choice if he wants to keep Variant from doing something he'll regret. Shyuda activates his quirk. And Variant falls limp in his hold. By this point the guards have managed to secure Bakugo back across the courtroom, far away from them as Izuku is forced to the surface of the mind. Izuku starts to tremble violently, terrified, hysterical sobs wrenching their way up and out of his throat. "Let me go, let us go. We're sorry. Don't let him hurt us," he cries. The commotion that had once filled the courtroom due to the altercation once again falls silent as the terror and desperation in Izuku's voice is clearly heard. Izuku presses his back into Shyuda, who stands behind him, now clinging to one of the arms that was around his waist. "Bring Variant back. We'll behave, we promise." The judge nods to Shyuda, who gladly releases his quirk. He catches Izuku as he goes limp, and keeps hold of him as Variant returns to fronting, clearly disoriented. While Variant is getting his bearings, Nedzu speaks up. "Your Honor, I motion for Midoriya-kun to be permitted to remove himself from the courtroom. Clearly it is detrimental to his already precarious mental health." "I'm fine." Variant attempts to snap, but the wavering in his voice and swaying of his stance takes any edge out of the protest. The judge nods, motion sustained. Eraserhead, please see Midoriyuku out of the courtroom. You are free to leave as well, seeing as you are his guardian and appointed chaperone. Shyuda nods and wraps an arm around Variant's back. Come on kid, let's get you somewhere safe. He murmurs. Variant simply nods, leaning heavily into Shyuda's side, and lets himself be led out of the courtroom. Variant settles himself into Eraser's side, relying heavily on him for support as they leave the room. His vision is swimming and static buzzes in his ears. He can feel the pounding of his heart and is struggling to keep his breaths even and controlled. As they round the corner of the hallway, Variant stumbles. He would have fallen had Eraser not quickly taken hold of him to steady him once more. Eraser crouches down to his level and looks him in the eyes. You okay there, problem child? He asks, still keeping hold of Variant by his upper arms. Variant, for his part, just stares at him, blinking slowly as the words fail to process. Okay? How can they be okay? We aren't. Zu isn't doing well. I think he's going into shock, Chance informs him. That would explain the low feelings of panic Variant can feel rising in his chest. Variant? Eraser speaks again. Talk to me kiddo, what's going on in that head of yours? He asks softly. Zu wants you back here. He doesn't think it's safe for any of us to be out right now, Chance explains. Variant shakes his head and whines a bit. He can't leave now, not until they're safe. No? Not good? Eraser interprets. Variant hums, swaying a bit before letting himself fall forward into Eraser's chest. As expected, Eraser catches him easily, bringing his arms up and around Variant, one across his back and the other with a hand resting on the back of his head and thumbing at his curls. You're okay kid. You're safe now. I won't let anything hurt you. Eraser murmurs into his hair. Variant whines again, hands coming up to grasp at the hero's suit jacket as he buries his face in the crook of his neck. Let Aizawa handle keeping us safe. We all need to be together right now. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep Zu calm without you here with us. He needs to go back? Izuku needs him. But are they really safe now? I'm going to pick you up now, okay? Just relax, I've got you. Eraser tells him. Variant nods absently, stiffening slightly as his is lifted into their father's grasp and held close. Variant releases a breath and lets the tension drain from his form. Eraser is here now, they're safe. Variant can take a break now. They all can. With that thought, Variant closes his eyes and slips back into the Mindscape. Chance isn't really sure what to do right now. Currently he is sitting on the couch with Izuku curled up in his lap and shaking like a leaf. Due to the wetness building on his shirt, Chance is pretty sure Izuku is crying as well. You're okay Zu. You're safe. Nothing can get you here. Chance tries assuring him. Admittedly Chance is a bit upset with Aizawa right now. He knows that Variant was getting out of hand. But at the same time by using his quirk on Variant, that leaves either Izuku or Chance to get pulled to the front. And unfortunately, Chance wasn't able to take control before Izuku did. So here they are, Izuku hiding in Chance's lap, terrified. We need Variant. A soft voice insists. What? Chance asks. Variant, we need Variant. No more hurting, it's not safe. Izuku practically begs. Zu wants you back here. He doesn't think it's safe for any of us to be out right now. He tells Variant. And yet Variant insists he needs to stay out until he knows they are safe. Chance will give him that, it is his job as protector to ensure their safety before he leaves fronting. No. He needs to come back. Bring him back Chance. Izuku cries, sobs renewing in their severity. Sheet. Not good. Chance pets Izuku's hair and shushes him softly, he's coming, Zu. He just needs to make sure the body is safe before he comes back. That's his job, remember? Izuku sniffles miserably, but nods. Let Aizawa handle keeping us safe. We all need to be together right now. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep Zu calm without you here with us. He instructs. It takes a bit, but eventually Variant finally makes his way back into the Mindscape. Izuku turns his head and looks over at Variant, still sniffling. I'm here Izuku. I'm here. We're all safe now. Variant assures tiredly. Are you sure? Izuku asks softly, and he sounds so small. Variant nods. Eraser is holding us and keeping us safe. I promise we are going to be okay. Izuku huffs but doesn't protest any further. Instead he holds out a hand to Variant. Come sit with us. A fond smile spreads across Variant's face. Okay, I'm coming. Variant settles himself on the couch next to Chance and Izuku stretches his legs out across his lap. Are you comfortable there Zu? Variant teases. Izuku smiles slightly and nods, absolutely. Chance sighs fondly, you two are ridiculous, you know that? Izuku giggles and Variant just smirks, but you put up with us anyway. Of course I do. We're all in this together. Chance confirms. The three sit in silence for a long time, none of them even bothering to check where the body is. Aizawa has them, they'll be fine. We need to talk about the stunt you pulled in the courtroom, Variant. Chance says, breaking the silence. Variant groans, I know what I did was stupid, you don't have to remind me, Chance. Variant replies. I thought you were going to kill him, Variant. Izuku comments. Variant sighs, I wasn't going to kill him. But someone certainly was. You felt it too then? Chance asks. Variant nods, I did. And even if I could have, I'm not really sure I wanted to stop him. He admits. Are you prepared to kill Bakugo? Chance asks him simply. I don't know. Are you all prepared to kill Bakugo? Variant asks instead. There's a long silence. I think until we have our answer, we don't need to worry about whoever that was that took control in the courtroom. Chance relents. I agree. After all, there's no one new in here. Variant points out. But there is the fourth door frame. Izuku points out. We'll know who it is when the time comes, I suppose. Chance says. Izuku yawns then, causing the other two to laugh. You tired, Zu? Variant asks. Izuku nods, aha. He replies, burying his face in Chance's chest. Get some sleep, Zu. We'll be here when you wake up. Chance tells him. Izuku simply nods, before going slack in their hold. Are you mad at me, Chance? Variant asks. Chance shakes his head, no, I'm not. I think what you did was perfectly justified. Bakugo is a threat and needs to be dealt with accordingly. Hopefully I didn't ruin our chances at getting him convicted. Variant muses. He provoked us. If anything, I think it will work out in our favor. Chance tells him. I sure as hell hope so. The atmosphere in the courtroom is tense as Aizawa led Izuku down the aisle and out of the courtroom. Inui isn't all that surprised by this turn of events. Nothing good could have come from putting Izuku in the same room as his abuser, supervised and separated or otherwise. However, much like everyone else, Inui was powerless to stop it. The only good thing, if it can really be called that, is that it was clear to the entire courtroom that Bakugo was the one to instigate the altercation. Inui-san, Nedzu speaks up, perhaps now would be a good time to present your psychological evaluation of Midoriya-kun. The rat suggests. Inui nods, very well. He then turns to address the judge, permission to present my findings to the court, Your Honor, he asks. Permission granted. Please proceed. Comes the reply. And so Inui makes his way up front to the stand, carrying the folder that he had been keeping all of the documentation involving Izuku in. After completing his oath, he then sits by the microphone and begins to speak. My name is Inui Ryo, also known as the Pro-Hero Hound Dog. I am a licensed psychiatrist and counselor. I was appointed as Midoriya-kun's mental health professional. He introduces himself to the court. Midoriya is currently in treatment and recovery for a violent psychotic break that occurred during the incident at Aldera Junior High. Following this incident was when Midoriya was first placed into my care. It has been concluded that Midoriya Izuku can be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, severe anxiety, ADHD, manic depression, and an dissociative identity disorder. As a result of sustained trauma and abuse, Midoriya has developed two alternate personalities that his mind deems necessary to protect itself. The protector of these two was seen during the altercation with Bakugo moments ago. His name is Variant, and he is responsible for ensuring the safety of the body and Midoriya himself. He is also the one responsible for the Aldera incident, which was an act of self-defense combined with a quirk manifestation. The other is named Chance. He is the caretaker personality, responsible for key decision-making and logical thinking. He was formed during Midoriya's time in inpatient care. Midoriya was in inpatient care for 6 months, during which time I met with him 3 times a week to work towards better stabilizing his mind and psyche, along with addressing his trauma bonding to Aizawa Shyuda, also known as Pro-Hero Eraserhead. Following his rescue from the Aldera incident, Midoriya has since latched onto Aizawa and his mind has identified the man as being safety. Currently we are still working on Midoriya being able to maintain long-term distance from the hero. Midoriya's mind is hyper-focused on the concept of safety as a result of his long-term abuse at the hands of Bakugo and their peers. It is his main priority, and in the case of Variant, anything will be done to achieve it. At this time, I have deemed Midoriya to still be in a state of psychosis, seeing as he is still largely unstable and a danger to himself when an episode is triggered. Long-term treatment will be continued for the foreseeable future. Inui finishes his report and gives the room, mainly the jury, time to process everything he has just reported. Even he can admit, it's a lot for just one individual to be faced with. Does the defense have any questions at this time? The judge asks Bakugo's attorney. No, Your Honor, we do not. Thank you, Inui-san, for the report. is the man's reply. Admittedly, the man looks a bit shaken now that the facts of Izuku's current state have been officially laid out. Not to mention the altercation that Bakugo had just provoked. The man certainly has his work cut out for him. Very well. And at this time the court would like to once again call Bakugo Katsuki to the stands. And I suggest you behave this time, young man. The judge says. Bakugo nods nervously before rising and being led to the stands. Katsuki will admit provoking Deku was stupid. He just couldn't help himself. It's the shitty nerd's fault that Katsuki is in this mess in the first place. As if taking Katsuki's quirk from him wasn't enough. When Deku launched himself over the barrier, he gave Katsuki a FING heart attack. The look in his eye was the same one he had when he attacked Katsuki back at Aldera. It was a look that he knows promises pain. It's a look that instills fear into Katsuki, not that he wants to admit it. The sudden change in Deku when the man, a hero apparently, activated his quirk was startling. Suddenly the violent attacker was back to being the weak Deku Katsuki is so intimately familiar with. Gone was the malice and snarls, instead having left for the shaking, crying and pleading. It was weird to say the least. Then Deku was removed from the courtroom, as if he hadn't just tried to attack Katsuki. What the hell? Why isn't the stupid nerd not getting punished for these things? Then Hound Dog went to the stands and reviewed Deku's mental state. Had Katsuki really caused all of that? That can't be right. All he did was rough the nerd up a bit, right? Sure, he used his quirk on him sometimes, but he wasn't the only one to hurt Deku. Why is it being made out to look like it was all Katsuki? Then again, all the shitty teachers have already been punished for what they did to Deku. So now it's Katsuki's turn then? Whatever. After Hound Dog is finished with his report, Katsuki is once again called up. He's also threatened to behave. It's not as if he has a choice. Just look at how badly simply glaring at the nerd went. Like hell Katsuki is going to try anything else. Shyuda does his best not to jostle his son as he carries him down the hall. From what he can tell, there isn't currently anyone fronting at all. Shyuda thinks it's safe to assume that after what happened in the courtroom, all three of them have decided to retreat into the safety of the Mindscape for the time being. Which is fine. They deserve the rest and Shyuda intends to take good care of them in the meantime. For now, Shyuda plans to take them home and get Izuku settled somewhere safe, comfortable and warm. Now already sent him a text assuring him that he would find a ride home and that Shyuda was free to take the car to get them back to the apartment. Shyuda should probably text Hitoshi and Hizashi to warn them that they are coming home and to update them on Izuku's current condition. It would probably be best that Hizashi is gone before they get home, just in case Izuku does wake up before Shyuda can get him settled somewhere secluded and quiet. Izuku doesn't so much as stir as Shyuda carries him down the halls and out of the courthouse. Shyuda tries not to think about how eerily similar this situation is to when he first carried Izuku out of that school all those months ago. Once they have reached the car, Shyuda gets Izuku settled in the back seat and buckles his seatbelt. Still nothing, no sign of Izuku or the others coming back out of the Mindscape. Shyuda climbs into the front seat and takes a moment to collect himself. Sighing softly, he pulls out of the space they are parked in. It's time to go home. To say Hitoshi was worried is an understatement. Don't misunderstand, he by no means wanted to go to the courthouse with everyone else. The last time he was in court was when he was placed in his previous guardian's care. Naomasa and Shyuda didn't want him staying behind by himself, so they asked Hizashi to come over and keep him company. Hizashi has decided the best way to keep him occupied was to get in an extra day of training. Hitoshi reluctantly agreed, after all Izuku wouldn't want him to be slacking off just because he was worried about him. Regardless, it was obvious to Hizashi that Hitoshi was still quite distracted. As such, they limited their training today to simple routines they've done hundreds of times by now. Eventually though, they did have to head back to the apartment. Which leads us to now, Hitoshi absent-mindedly running through mementos to fill his persona compendium because he doesn't have the brain capacity to actually infiltrate a palace right now. And that's when his phone rings, scaring the shit out of both him and Hizashi. Hello? Hitoshi answers once he's composed himself. Hitoshi? It's Shyuda. Replies the familiar voice. Shyuda? What's wrong? Did something happen? Hitoshi asks, panic already rising. You could say that. Izuku is fine though, so you don't need to worry. I just ended up having to bring him home early. Shyuda explains, is Hizashi still there? Hitoshi nods, then remembers Shyuda can't actually see him, he is. Great. Can you hand him the phone please? Shyuda asks. Sure. Here. Hitoshi holds the phone out to Hizashi who is sitting on the other end of the couch. Shyuda wants to talk to you. Hizashi takes the phone. What's up Shyuda? I'm sitting in the parking lot with Izuku. I had to bring him home early. I'm going to need you to leave before I take him up. He's in no shape for visitors at the moment. Shyuda tells him. Sure thing, Shyuda. I'll text you when I'm out of the building. Sound good? Hizashi replies. Sounds great. Thanks, Zashi, I owe you one. Shyuda says. Nonsense. I just wish there was more I could do to help. Hizashi argues. Shyuda huffs, of course you do. We'll have to hang out sometime soon. I promise. Thanks for being patient with me these past few months. No problem. It's not like it's anything I'm not used to. Hizashi teases. Shut up and get out of my apartment, you menace. Hizashi laughs, whatever you say. See you, Shyuda. Bye, Zashi. Can you hand the phone back to Hitoshi? Shyuda requests. Hizashi hands the phone back to the kid. Shyuda? Hitoshi wonders. Hey kid. I'm going to be bringing Izuku up soon. Just a heads up. He's not in the best mental state right now, so we'll need to be gentle with him. Shyuda explains. Okay. Thanks for telling me. See you when you get up here. Hitoshi responds. Of course. Thanks, Hitoshi. The line goes dead. Welp. That's my cue. Hizashi chirps. I'll see you later, listener. Have a good night. Say hi to Izuku for me. He calls out as he walks to the front door. Hitoshi smiles. I will. Thanks, Hizashi. See you at our next training session. Absolutely. See ya, and with that, Hizashi walks out the door of the apartment, leaving Hitoshi all alone. At least until Shyuda and Izuku get home. Hitoshi can't help but wonder what could have happened that led to Izuku needing to be brought home early. Kami only knows given Izuku was in the same room as Bakugo. Shyuda does his best not to jostle Izuku too much as he carries his son up the stairs from the parking lot, then as they stand in the elevator as it rises to their floor. Once at the door, Shyuda knocks lightly with his shoe. The door opens almost instantly to reveal a flustered Hitoshi. You're back. He says, sounding panicked. We're back and we both are fine. Calm down, kid. Shyuda responds, walking past him into the room. Hitoshi bends down and helps Shyuda pull his shoes off without prompting, which is appreciated. He then follows behind Shyuda as he makes his way into the apartment and settles himself on the couch with Izuku in his lap. So why are you guys home early? Where's Naomasa? Is Izuku okay? Hitoshi asks, taking a seat on the other couch. Naomasa is still at the courthouse. I left early with Izuku, so he's still there while the session finishes. As for Izuku, right now there's no one fronting. I think they're all taking a break after today's events. Which is justified. Shyuda begins explaining. Okay. What exactly did happen? Hitoshi presses. Shyuda sighs. In short, Bakugo provoked an interaction, which in turn caused Variant to front and lead to him trying to attack Bakugo. He tells him, for what it's worth, the kid looked sufficiently spooked when Variant tried to vault over the barrier to get to him. Hitoshi's eyes widen. Is Izuku in trouble? No, he's not. It was clear to everyone in the room that Bakugo was the one to blame for starting it. Shyuda answers, I had to use my quirk on Variant because he kept fighting me to get to Bakugo, which brought Izuku to the front. Shyuda pauses, he was terrified. He was begging not to be hurt. The judge gave me permission to release my quirk, then Nedzu motioned for Izuku to be removed from the courtroom. As such, we are back home. Hitoshi nods, it's probably for the best. I know Izuku has been stressing over the whole thing for the past week. You do have a point. I just wish we could have avoided such a huge confrontation. Shyuda replies, now however, all that is left is to support Izuku in the aftermath of such an incident. Are you going to be sitting with him out here? Hitoshi asks. Shyuda nods, for now. If he wakes up and decides he wants to be somewhere else then I will accommodate, but currently I plan to stay out here. Maybe watch you play whatever game you've got going this time. He says with a smirk. And by watch you mean backseat game. Hitoshi corrects. Of course. Greetings my dudes. How goes it? I know, I'm teasing you all. I'm sorry. You just want the next chapter. I read the comments. You are giving me an existential crisis with all this positive feedback. Discord finds my panic hilarious. However, I've been struggling to write the next chapter for a while now. I want to give you guys a fluffy-ish chapter before we dive into yet more intense stuff. So this is me asking what you guys want to see. I'll take whatever at this point. I can do Izuku, Chance and Variant interactions in the Mindscape. I can interactions around the house. Yes, I can do something with Stefan. Hell, if you want to see something with the other heroes, I can do that too. I just don't want to leave you guys hanging without a chapter for an eternity while I struggle with this chapter that really shouldn't be this hard. So please, help a girl out at writing normal human interactions and not states of crisis. I swear I'm not this bad at socializing in real life, alright? Writing is just different. Thanks for understanding, you guys are awesome. Arrow. It's been several hours. Chance points out, one of us should probably front so Aizawa and the others don't start worrying. Izuku shakes his head from his place on Variant's lap and buries his face further into Variant's neck while whining, "Nuu." Chance sighs, unwilling to argue with Izuku right now. "Variant?" he questions. Variant smirks, "I can't. Isn't it against the rules to move when you have a cat sitting on you?" Chance gives him an unimpressed look. "Izuku isn't a cat." He deadpans. "Marrow?" Izuku squeaks out, trying and failing to hit a giggle. Variant raises an eyebrow at Chance in challenge. Chance narrows his eyes. "You hate cats." He reminds Variant. "Sure, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid enough to incite their wrath." Variant replies. Chance sighs heavily, exhaustion radiating from him. "Fine. You win. I'll do it," he concedes. Variant smiles in victory and sits back on the couch. "Great. Have fun." He teases. When Chance comes to, it's to the sound of soft voices. It takes a minute until his senses all filter and settle into something coherent. When they finally do, he recognizes the voices as those belonging to Sho-san and Hitoshi. They're not quite arguing, more like bantering. And Chance is content to just listen to them talk. Absently he wonders where he actually is. Whatever he's resting on is warm, and not just temperature. There's a sense of comfort he gets from being near it. And that doesn't make any logical sense. It takes a rumble under his ear when Sho-san chuckles for it to click. Chance is sitting upright on Sho-san's lap, leaning against his chest. The hero has one arm around Chance's lower back, his hand rubbing in occasional circles, and the other resting in his curls, teasing them and massaging at his scalp and neck. Chance's immediate thought is to get away, get distance, get to safety, but as Sho-san continues his comforting ministrations, Chance finds himself relaxing against his will. Relaxing without reason is a strange experience for sure. Normally Chance isn't one for physical affection, he doesn't really like being touched. But sitting here on Sho-san's lap, he finds he quite likes it this time. He sighs in contentment. Maybe he'll just stay like this for a while. Shyuda is having a great time with Hitoshi. Admittedly a much better time than he would have been sitting next to Izuku and trying to keep him some semblance of calm. They've been playing Persona for at least a few hours now. Unsurprisingly, Shyuda hasn't received any notice from now saying that he is on his way home. It's while watching Hitoshi stealth his way through the bar area, slipping from the shadow of pillar after pillar, which in the lighting of that room would not be a suitable hiding place at all, he thinks idly, that the child on his lap sighs heavily. It nearly startles Shyuda, after so long of having dead weight on his lap. And as heaving as the sigh may have been, Shyuda knows his son well enough by now to recognize that this is one of contentment. Good, that's good. The last thing he needs is for their first reaction to be panicking. It speaks volumes as to the progress they have made that their first thought when waking up isn't assuming that they are in danger. And judging by the side glance Hitoshi sends in their direction, he noticed the stirring of his brother as well. That said, neither one of them has any intention of rousing them until they're ready. So for now they are content to just wait. By the time Naomasa got home, it was well into the evening. The rest of the trial went fine. There weren't very many people left to call up to the stands. It was mainly just Bakugo and a few of the defense's individuals. Naomasa will admit it was hard listening to Bakugo testify. It was clear the child held no remorse for his actions. It was also saddening, because the child was clearly still trying to accept why he was even being put on trial. It just goes to show how thoroughly society has failed both him and Izuku. Inui and Nedzu ended up giving him a ride home. The two of them also came up with him to check on Izuku after the incident in the courtroom. They were all worried about Izuku, and for good reason. What went down in the courtroom was surely going to have some lasting repercussions on Izuku's mental health. Naomasa quietly opens the front door as lets the two walk in behind him. "Sho, I'm home," he calls out, making his way into the apartment while Nedzu and Inui wait by the door. Naomasa wants to make sure that Izuku is up for visitors before bringing them further into the apartment. Upon reaching the family room, Naomasa is greeted with an adorable sight. Shyuda is sitting in on the couch with Chance on his lap, holding a PS4 controller. Beside them is Hitoshi, who is curled into Shyuda's side with the hero's arm around his shoulders. They all look up upon his appearance in the doorway. Naomasa chuckles, "Well, don't you three look comfy?" He teases. Shyuda and Hitoshi give him matching glares while Chance simply shrugs. None of them make any effort to change positions, however. "Chance, Nedzu and Inui are here. Think you're up for visitors?" Naomasa asks. Chance thinks on it a moment, eyes going hazy as he no doubt runs it by the other two altars. When clarity returns he nods his assent, "We'll be fine." True. Well, at least he's not pretending to be fine. That seems more like something Variant or Hitoshi would do. Speaking of Hitoshi, Naomasa needs to check on how he's holding up. The boy hasn't exactly been forthcoming with that kind of information. But that's a task for another day. Possibly tomorrow. Having received the go-ahead from Chance, Naomasa heads back to the front door and retrieves their guests, leading them to the family room. When they arrive, Chance is now sitting on the opposite side of Shyuda from Hitoshi. "Hello, Chance." Nedzu chirps in greeting. Chance smiles. "Hello, Nedzu-sensei. How are you feeling? You had quite a bit of excitement today." Nedzu then asks. Chance's calm and even expression falters for but a moment. "Better," he answers, "better now that we're home." "True. And what about the other two boys, Variant and Izuku? How are they faring?" Inui follows up, taking a seat on the empty couch. Nedzu instead makes himself comfortable on the floor while Naomasa sits on the other side of Hitoshi. Chance falters before answering, the turmoil clear on his face. Naomasa knows Chance isn't one to be forthcoming with information about the altars. Izuku isn't doing well. He eventually admits, but Variant is with him, so he should be alright for now. "True." Inui nods. "Well, if you boys need anything, don't be afraid to ask. We're here to help you." Chance gives him a disbelieving look, clearly unsure of whether or not the adults can be trusted with this. "Okay. How did the rest of the trial go?" Shyuda asks, no doubt trying to change the focus from a clearly uncomfortable Chance. Naomasa decides to answer this one. "It went pretty smoothly after you left." He tells him, Inui gave his testimony, then Bakugo was once again called to the stands. The kid looked thoroughly cowed by that point. "I think Variant gave him a heart attack." He admits. "A-hole Fing deserves it." Hitoshi mutters. "True. Naomasa would be lying if he tried to say he disagreed with his son, and he tries his best not to lie. His Quirk isn't particularly fond of when he does. That said, he can't just voice his agreeance, not as one of the adults in the room. While I don't disagree with you, let's try to keep said opinions to ourselves, Inui suggests. Hitoshi shrinks. "Sorry." Chance leans across Shyuda and tugs at Hitoshi's hands that are clenched tight into fists on his lap. "Calm down, I for one completely agree. I don't see why you would need to keep it quiet if everyone was thinking it," he says, sending a glare in Inui's direction. Protective much? Interesting. As for the verdict of the session, it will be a few more days before it is announced. So now it's just a waiting game. Nedzu finishes. Chance doesn't look overly impressed by that prospect. Unfortunately, there's nothing they can do about it. "Chance," Inui begins, "is Variant willing to speak with me?" he asks. "If you're going to scold me, you can save your breath. I'm not apologizing." Variant snaps, having taken to fronting without hesitation. That's one thing they've noticed. Whenever Variant starts fronting, it's instantaneous. It's likely to be a form of defense mechanism. "I wasn't planning on scolding you. I just wanted to see how you were doing after what happened." Inui explains. Variant frowns. "I'm fine, I guess. I'll be better when he gets what he deserves. But for now I guess I'll just have to be satisfied with at least scaring Bakugo." He finishes, shrugging. "And what were you intending to do, if I may ask?" Inui presses. "You fought Aizawa pretty hard when trying to get to him." Variant makes a face. "I wasn't going to try and kill him, if that's what you're trying to ask. I've learned that murder doesn't solve problems. It causes more of them. At least when in the middle of a courthouse." He replies. "True." Naomasa isn't sure how he feels about the fact that he wasn't expecting Variant to be telling the truth on that one. "I guess I just wanted to hurt him. He makes me so angry. Who the hell does he think he is that he expects to get away with the sheet? He's hurt us for so long, I don't see why I shouldn't do the same. See how he likes it." The mood in the room drops a bit. "You know assault isn't a legal solution either." Inui raises. Variant smirks. "I do. I just can't say I particularly care. My job is to keep Zu safe, not fit into societal standards. And so long as Bakugo is around, I don't consider us entirely safe." "I understand. I won't be convincing you otherwise at this juncture, so I see no point in pressing the matter." Inui relents. And that's something Naomasa can appreciate about Inui. He knows when not to press, when he's not going to gain anything from arguing with any of the alters. And if there's anything they've all learned, it's that one doesn't gain very much when arguing morality with Variant. "Alright then, what about Izuku? He's the only one we haven't heard from yet." Inui continues on. Variant shakes his head. "Zu isn't coming out, so don't even try." "Is he alright?" Shyuda then asks. Variant shrugs. "He will be. Let us take care of this one, Eraser. You can't fix everything," he tells the hero. Shyuda looks caught off guard by the comment, but otherwise doesn't respond. If there's anything the Naomasa knows about his husband, it's that Shyuda is the kind of person that wants to fix everything for those he loves. Naomasa decides it's time to intervene before things get more depressing than they already are. Well, who's hungry? Naomasa asks. I know I am, and I get the feeling the three of you haven't eaten yet either. He accuses, sending a pointed look in the direction of the couch his family is sitting on. Shyuda breaks eye contact, the action mirrored by Hitoshi. It's becoming more and more apparent how alike these two are. It's a bit scary at times. Meanwhile, Variant looks totally unrepentant. We were a bit busy, Tsuka. I can't say food was on the list of priorities this afternoon. Naomasa shakes his head. That's where you're wrong, Variant. Food should always be a priority. He corrects. This gains a few chuckles around the room. Variant gives him a strange look at that. Naomasa tries not to read too much into it for now. What about you two? He asks Inui and Nedzu. Are you staying for dinner? We wouldn't want to impose. Inui begins. Illogical. Now is always looking for an excuse to cook. If anything, you're doing him a favor. You two are welcome to stay. A home-cooked meal will do us all some good after today. Shyuda interrupts. Well, in that case, allow me to help out Tsukachi. I also happen to know my way around a kitchen. Inui insists. If you want, you're welcome to. Follow me. He replies, leading the way into the kitchen. He then pokes his head out of the doorway. You four should find some way to entertain yourselves in the meantime. He directs, relishing in the cornered looks all but Nedzu give him. He exchanges an expectant look with Shyuda before returning to the kitchen to start on dinner. So what did you plan on making, Tsukachi? Inui asks him. Naomasa thinks a moment. We could do a fried rice. We have a bunch of random ingredients that can be thrown in. He goes over to the fridge and opens the door to find glittering green cat eyes staring at him from the middle shelf of the fridge. Naomasa startles at the unexpected sight, causing him to release the door and it then slamming shut. Confused and caught off guard, Naomasa opens the fridge door again, only this time all he sees in the usual contents of the fridge. Weird. None of their cats are gray. Well then. What shall we engage in to entertain ourselves? Nedzu asks the remaining occupants of the room. Hitoshi can see the conniving look in his eyes and is suddenly very, very afraid. You don't get to make suggestions, sensei. We would all like to survive tonight with our sanity intact. Shyuda tells Nedzu. Hitoshi wonders where he gets the nerve to be so direct with Nedzu. Nedzu is, quite frankly, terrifying to Hitoshi. Almost as terrifying as Variant. Very well, Shudakuin. Nedzu replies, smile still present. Then what do you have in mind? There's a brief silence before Hitoshi decides to speak up. We could play a game. Like a card game or a board game. He suggests. It's when Shyuda gives him a look of pure horror that Hitoshi realizes what he just suggested. Playing a game. A game with Nedzu. I think that's a wonderful idea. Nedzu chirps. Count me out. I'm not one for games. Variant cuts in, promptly bowing out. Chance sways in place upon being abruptly pulled to the front. He's only saved from falling off the couch by Shyuda reaching out and grabbing his arm to steady him. DMN, why must he do that? Chance mutters. You said we're playing a game? Sounds fun. The look in Chance's usually bored eyes has Hitoshi thinking that Nedzu isn't the only one they have to fear. A quick glance at Shyuda tells him the man is thinking much the same. What are we doing that we need to be at the dining room table? Chance inquires, taking a seat in their usual chair. Hitoshi slides into the seat across from him. We're playing Uno. What's Uno? Chance then asks, confused. Hitoshi gives him an appalled look. You don't know what Uno is? He exclaims. Chance just meets his eyes, unmoved. A beat, 2 beats, then, right. Uno is a card game, Hitoshi begins, trying valiantly to ignore the reality of the situation. Chance simply smiles in victory as he listens to the explanation. Why are sitting at the dining room table? Shyuda asks as he slumps into his own chair next to Chance. Hitoshi groans, not this again. Do these people not realize they need somewhere to actually play the game? See? I'm not the only one who would rather be on the couch. Chance interjects. We're playing Uno. He informs his guardian. And we need somewhere to play it. Hence the use of a table. He explains, pulling out the cards and starting to shuffle half of them. And you explained what Uno is to Chance, correct? Shyuda checks. He then leans over and grabs the other half of the deck to shuffle. Chance laughs while Hitoshi drops his head to the table with a loud thump. Naomasa pokes his head into the dining room. Shyuda, what did you do to kill our son this time? He questions with a smile. Pointed out the obvious. Chance answers for him. Which is followed by Hitoshi banging his head against the table. Hitoshi, please stop trying to give yourself a concussion. It would severely hinder your chances of winning Uno. Nedzu requests, knowing full well what he's doing. Hitoshi has to resist the urge to knock himself out. Hitoshi exchanges a very done look with Shyuda. Nedzu and Chance have spent the last 15 minutes taking turns saying Uno. Meanwhile, Hitoshi and Shyuda have proceeded to collect half the deck between the two of them. So how about we just let the two of them battle it out? Hitoshi suggests. Shyuda raises an eyebrow, giving up? Hitoshi shakes his head, tactical retreat. You know, the whole live to fight another day thing. Shyuda thinks a moment, very well. Tactical retreat it is then. He agrees, setting his, frankly excessive, hand of cards down on the table. Hitoshi tries to not feel used as he watches Chance and Nedzu grin maniacally at the fact they have successfully bullied Hitoshi and Shyuda into conceding. It only takes a little over 5 minutes for Chance to lay down his final card, thus ended the game. The alter makes eye contact with Nedzu, who looks far too pleased with this turn of events. I win. He says simply. Nedzu starts cackling. Hitoshi leans over to Shyuda to whisper, we're gonna die, aren't we? Shyuda nods sagely, and we thought Nedzu with Izuku was bad. If we behave, do you think they'll spare us when they remake the world? Hitoshi asks. It's worth a shot. Shyuda agrees. Alright you two, you can go back to terrifying Shyuda and Hitoshi after we've eaten dinner. Naomasa, mercifully, interrupts. We were doing nothing of the sort. Nedzu denies, smile sharp. It was just a game of cards. Chance adds. Hitoshi rolls his eyes, sure, right now it's a game of cards. Next you're going to be overthrowing the Hero Commission. Then society as we know it. Shyuda finishes. Nedzu and Chance exchange conspiratorial looks that send shivers down Hitoshi's spine. After dinner, they played a couple more games, this time with Naomasa and Inui joining in. It wasn't just Uno either. Chance was pleasantly surprised to discover that Sho-san and Nao-san have an absurd amount of games stashed away in the apartment. When he asked about it, Sho-san blamed being friends with Hizashi. The look on Nao-san's face tells Chance that's not entirely the truth. Either way, it was quite fun. Despite Nedzu usually being the one to win. Chance won a few games, which really just resulted in Nedzu cackling and everyone else looking terrified. It was a good feeling, someone being scared of him for once instead of the other way around. Eventually, however, the excitement of today caught up with Chance. Despite the time they spent in the Mindscape, that doesn't actually mean they got any rest today. After all, none of them were actually sleeping. As a result, they're crashing hard. It's Naomasa that notices Chance failing to keep his eyes open first. Alright, I think it's time we called it a night. He interrupts the ongoing conversation. Shyuda looks from his husband and over to Chance, and Chance knows what he sees. Chance is exhausted. You're right. Shyuda agree. Say good night, Chance, then we'll go take care of your nighttime medications. He tells him. Chance nods and turns his attention to the others at the table. Good night, Nedzu-sensei, good night Inui-san. He says, somehow managing to keep his words from slurring. Good night, Chance. Nedzu chirps. Good night, sleep well. Inui-san replies. Chance simply nods, waving, then lets Sho-san lead him out of the dining room. As they walk, Chance takes hold of Sho-san's shirt hem as they walk. He's tired and he doesn't like feeling this vulnerable. It's unnerving. You okay, kid? Sho-san asks. Chance shrugs, tired. It's scary. He mumbles. Sho-san puts an arm around him and Chance leans shamelessly into his side. He's starting to understand why Izuku glues himself to the hero's side. He really does give off an aura of safe. Sho-san steers Chance over to one of the stools at the kitchen island. Chance is too tired to bother flinching when the man just lifts him up and sits him on the stool he usually sits on. A minute or two later, a collection of pills are pressed into Chance's hand and a glass of juice is set in front of him on the counter. Foregoing the usual suspicion over what exactly he's taking, Chance downs the pills in one mouthful, something that's becoming increasingly easier to do as the days go on. Alright, go get your pajamas on, kiddo. Sho-san then tells him as he slides off the stool. He then gives him a gentle nudge in the direction of the hallway that leads to his and Hitoshi's room. 10 minutes later, Chance is wandering past Hitoshi as he leaves their room and Hitoshi heads in. Chance heads over to the bathroom, where he bushes his teeth. Then, he has a thought. Cammy only knows what's going to happen tonight. Chance crouches down and opens the door to the cabinet under the sink. He starts looking through the cabinet for the first aid kit he was sent home with. He doesn't really think much of grabbing the green-eyed, gray-furred cat that sits on top of it and setting it down on the floor beside him. The cat brushes against him before vanishing into thin air, but Chance is too busy digging out what he was looking for to really acknowledge the strange happenstance. Chance then stumbles out of the bathroom and into family room where Sho-san is sitting on the couch. He can hear Nao-san cleaning up the board game they were playing in the dining room still. What's up, Chance? Ready for bed? Sho-san asks. Chance nods, I guess. Can you put these on? He asks softly, avoiding eye contact and placing the bandages he retrieved into the hero's hands. Sure thing, kid, come take a seat. Sho-san replies, patting the couch beside him. Chance flops down onto the couch and holds his left arm out, the arm they always start with. Sho-san wraps his arms, one then the other, in silence. It takes all of Chance's focus to just stay upright at this point. Once Sho-san is done, he stands and pulls Chance to his feet, leading him by the shoulders to their bedroom. Chance lets the world fade in and out as he's guided through the motions of getting in bed and being tucked in. He feels safe. It's nice. Shyuda sighs deeply as he settles himself on their bed in the MSTR bedroom. Today had been one hell of a day. Thankfully he's not patrolling tonight. He is thanking his past self for that bit of foresight. That was a heavy sigh. Nao's voice commenting startles him slightly. It's been a long day now. And I didn't even have to sit through the entire trial. Shyuda replies. No, you didn't. Instead you kept the boys safe from themselves. I'd say that's far more work than standing on ceremony. Nao replies, sitting down beside Shyuda. Shyuda lets himself fall sideways into Naomasa, burying his face in his partner's pajama shirt. Nao puts an arm around him and Shyuda lets himself relax. This is all so messed up now. Shyuda murmurs into his shoulder. I know, Sho, but you're doing an excellent job at supporting them through it. Those boys think the world of you. Naomasa points out. I know. I just hope I can continue to live up to those expectations. Shyuda replies. I'm sure you will. Nao encourages. There's a long stretch of silence in which the two are content to just bask in each other's presence. I'm worried about Hitoshi. Naomasa breaks the silence with. Any particular reason? Shyuda asks. Naomasa takes a deep breath. I don't know, he's just gotten less expressive and open since you two came home. He explains. Really? I guess I wouldn't know. He seems like he's getting along well. Shyuda replies. He seems thrilled to have Izuku home. However, he also isn't as expressive as he was before, he seems more closed off. I'm starting to think he's trying to prioritize Izuku in a way. Even if it's not intentional. Nao continues. We'll have to talk to him then. We can't have him thinking he's less of a priority than Izuku. Shyuda says. Right. That aside, you need to start working on bonding more with him. Naomasa adds, looking down at him with a smile. Shyuda gives him a look from his place buried in his collarbone. It fails to maintain any of the intended heat behind it, however, given how his husband's grin only widens and he runs a hand through Shuda's hair. I'll try. I will admit I've been a bit busy with Izuku. Which I know is not an excuse, but still. Shyuda concedes. So long as you'll try, I won't press the issue. Naomasa answers, followed by a yawn. I think it's about time we both got some sleep. I get the feeling it's only a matter of time before something happens. With Izuku tonight. Shyuda nods, that's what I'm worried about also. He agrees, sitting up so Nao can make his way over to his side of the bed. Night now. Shyuda mumbles into his husband's chest once they're settled together in bed. Naomasa presses a kiss into his hair, good night love. The two are woken maybe 2 hours later by screaming. Shyuda has shot out of bed in an instant, snatching his capture weapon off the bedside table and bolting out the door. Naomasa isn't far behind him, the firearm kept in the bedside table in hand. The screaming is coming from the kids' room. Shyuda enters without hesitation. Inside he sees Hitoshi on the floor, clutching a bleeding forearm to his chest. On the floor the Izuku's capture scarf is strewn everywhere. Across from Hitoshi and nearly backed against the wall, is Variant. The kid has a manic gleam in his eyes as he stares Shyuda down in fear. But Variant isn't seeing Shyuda, is he? Variant is seeing something else. That much is easy to tell. He's in a defensive position, arms held in front of him, in his left hand are what Shyuda thinks are the scissors from the first aid kit. Shyuda hears Naomasa come to a stop behind him in the doorway. Variant. Stay back. Don't come any closer. He shouts, unable to hide the fear trembling through him. He brandishes the scissors like a weapon, and Shyuda doesn't doubt that he's willing to use it on anyone who comes too close. It seems that may have been what happened to Hitoshi already. Variant, it's me, it's Eraser. We're not here to hurt you. Shyuda tries reasoning, daring to take a step farther into the room. No. No closer. I meant it. I'll make you regret ever hurting us. I won't let you hurt us again. You won't lay another hand on us. Variant insists, leveling one of the blades at Shyuda. That confirms it, the kid is hallucinating. He's probably seeing his past abusers. Perhaps he had a nightmare and this is the result of that? Shyuda resists the urge to sigh. He relaxes his posture, and tries to appear non-threatening, Naomasa following suit. Hitoshi wisely doesn't move from his spot on the floor. They can see Variant falter at this, but otherwise he doesn't drop his own guard. Variant, we're not here to hurt you, kid. You're in Hitoshi's room in our apartment. Hitoshi is down on the floor, I'm Eraser, and Tsuka is behind me. It's 4:17 a.m., which means it's Friday now. Shyuda keeps talking, trying to ground the kid and get him to listen. While Variant's focus is on Shyuda, Naomasa makes his way out of the room and down the hallway, hopefully to grab a sedative pen should they need it. Variant watches Shyuda carefully as he listens to what he says. Shyuda isn't entirely sure any of it is getting through to him. He gets his answer when Variant lunges at Shyuda, scissors raised and toxic desperation in his eyes. Shyuda easily sidesteps the jab and goes to take hold of Variant's arm. Before he can get proper hold of him, however, Variant twists out of his grip and takes several steps back. The only reason he didn't step on Hitoshi was that Hitoshi took the distraction as an opportunity to get out of the way. Good. Variant comes at Shyuda again, slashing with scissors fully open, and again Shyuda dodges. As the two stand and face each other again, Shyuda acknowledges Variant's solid stance and nimble movement, something he knows the kid wasn't formally taught. Shyuda specifically made sure Stefan knew not to teach him anything combat-related without Shyuda present. And no doubt Izuku would have said something about it if he had. Izuku isn't very great at keeping things from Shyuda, for obvious reasons. Shyuda waits for Variant to make his next move. He refuses to go on the offensive. His main objective is to convince Variant that he is safe here. Taking the initiative to attack Variant would have the exact opposite effect. The two go back and forth for a while, Variant always narrowly avoiding Shyuda's attempts to grab him and even managing to get a slash across Shyuda's forearm. It's not serious, but it shows Variant has some skill. That said, it's clear that exhaustion is hindering Variant's true combative ability, something that Shyuda is thankful for. If Variant was properly fighting him, Shyuda wouldn't be able to stay on the offensive and things would go downhill quickly. Shyuda noticed at some point during the fight that Naomasa is standing just inside the doorway, indeed with the sedative pen in hand. Hitoshi stands just behind him, watching warily. Finally Shyuda gets the scissors out of Variant's hand and gets a proper hold on the kid. He pulls his arms behind his back, Variant struggling fiercely. Still no sign of the green lightning that has shown up in the courtroom. It makes Shyuda passively wonder what that was then. Something to worry about later though. Shyuda brings Variant to his knees slowly. "Let me go. Don't hurt me. Let me go," Variant exclaims as he continues to struggle. "I don't want to hurt you, Variant, but you need to stop struggling. I can't release you if you're going to attack us again," Shyuda replies. Now he needs to decide if he's going to cancel out Variant. Shyuda doesn't want to force Izuku to front again, especially since the kid has been hiding in the Mindscape since the incident in the courtroom. "Variant?" Hitoshi's voice questions, slight hesitation in his voice. Variant looks up. "What do you dash?" He cuts off as his eyes glaze over. "What?" "Stop fighting. You're safe. Relax," Hitoshi commands. And Shyuda watches in awe as Variant goes still, and does just as Hitoshi tells him. "Now, the pen," Shyuda prompts. Naomasa doesn't waste any time injecting the sedative into Variant's arm. Shyuda releases his restraining hold on the kid and instead shifts him to where Variant is resting on his lap. The kid is still eerily silent, presumably still under the influence of Hitoshi's quirk. "Hitoshi, you can release him now," Shyuda tells his other son. Hitoshi nods and releases Variant. "Our Razor?" Variant questions. "Hey kiddo. Back with us?" Shyuda asks softly. Variant nods, still breathing slightly. "Sorry." He apologizes. "You have nothing to apologize for. You were scared and acted accordingly. I hope you can forgive me for being so rough with you in return." Shyuda replies. "'S fine." Variant answers, tension in his body still dissolving further. "Are you okay, Variant?" Hitoshi asks. "I'm okay. You okay?" "I cut you." Variant then asks. "I'll live." Hitoshi responds. Variant hums in response. The sedative is starting to take full effect, seeing as how the kid is boneless against Shyuda, the previous trembling having stopped. "Variant, I'm going to move us to the bed, okay?" Shyuda offers. Variant nods, closing his eyes. Shyuda gently lifts Variant into his hold and carries him over to the bed. Variant doesn't make any move to help or hinder. He simply allows Shyuda to maneuver him as necessary. Glad the kid isn't working himself up again, Shyuda settles them both on the bed. "You still with us, Variant?" Shyuda asks. Variant nods, "For now. I'm tired, Eraser." He slurs. Shyuda smiles. "I'm sure you are. That sedative is strong stuff. You can sleep if you want. I'm not going anywhere." Variant cracks his eyes open. "Safe?" he asks, sounding more vulnerable that Shyuda is used to hearing from the protective altar. Shyuda smiles, "You're safe, Variant, I promise. You can rest now," he assures. Variant lets his eyes fall closed, "Thanks, Razor." Shyuda looks at the other two in the room once he's sure that Variant is asleep. "Are you okay, Hitoshi?" he asks. Hitoshi straightens upon being addressed, "I'm fine. He didn't get me too deep. It's my fault for getting too close." Hitoshi answers, "I just wanted to help." He then says much softer, "I know, kid. But you've got to be careful when dealing with Variant. He's irrational at best when he's on the defensive." Shyuda replies, "I think we've all noticed that by now." Hitoshi comments. Shyuda lets out a dry chuckle. "Did he get the scissors from the first aid kit now?" Shyuda asks his husband. Now looks surprised, "He did. How did you know?" "Chance brought me the bandages to put on their arms before I put them to bed. That would have given him the perfect opportunity to grab them." Shyuda explains. "We'll need to make sure the other kits around the house don't have any sharps where they can get them." Naomasa points out. "We will. But let's worry about that tomorrow. I think it's time we all got to bed." Shyuda replies. Naomasa hums in agreeance, "Let's go bandage up your hand, Hitoshi. Then you can come sleep in our room tonight." Hitoshi doesn't move right away. Your dash," he shakes his head. "What's on your mind, Hitoshi?" Shyuda asks gently. Hitoshi keeps his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. "You're not mad at me," he says, barely audible. "Why ever would I be mad at you, Hitoshi?" Shyuda questions, genuinely confused. "For using my quirk on Variant." Hitoshi answers. Shyuda shakes his head, "You used your quirk to peacefully de-escalate the situation. I don't see anything wrong with that." He tells him, "If anything, I'm grateful you stepped in. I was hesitant to use Erasure because I didn't want to force Izuku to the front and potentially cause more harm." He explains. Hitoshi's eyes widen in surprise. "You mean it?" he asks in awe. "I do." Shyuda confirms, nodding. Hitoshi's shoulders slump in relief. "I'm glad I could help then." Naomasa puts a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. "You did a good job, maybe next time just come to get one of us instead of approaching Variant. The boys would never forgive themselves if they seriously hurt you while in a panic." "That's right. I know you want to help. And with Izuku you can. But with Variant you need to let me handle it for now." "Okay?" Shyuda says. "Yeah, okay." Hitoshi relents, "I can do that. But you had better take good care of him." He insists. Shyuda smiles, "Always, kid. Now take care of that cut of yours. I'll see you two in the morning." "Night, Shyuda." Hitoshi replies. "Good night, Sho." Now echoes. Naomasa then leads Hitoshi out of the room, closing the door behind them. Shyuda then sets to making himself properly comfortable. If he was tired before, he's exhausted now. The following morning Variant apologizes profusely to both Shyuda and Hitoshi for attacking them the night before. Honestly, Shyuda wasn't expecting an apology. And from the look on Hitoshi's face, neither was Hitoshi. Shyuda considers it significant progress that Variant sees at least some fault in his actions. Mind you, the apology was for thinking they were someone else, and as a result attacking them. It was not for attacking them in general. But Shyuda will take what he can get. If the nightmares continue to be an issue, then Shyuda will have to talk to Inui about possible solutions. Variant didn't really have much of an appetite at breakfast, but that didn't really surprise Shyuda. After everything that happened last night he somewhat expected it. That said, their appetite has been down for the past week, including Izuku refusing to eat at some meals. Shyuda can only hope it just doesn't get any worse. He really doesn't want them to have to put the feeding tube back in. Once he had apologized after breakfast, Chance ended up once again taking over fronting. He and Hitoshi then went on to play more video games. Hitoshi has decided that he's going to get Chance's help with every game he's stuck on now that it's been discovered how good Chance is at video games. It's mid-afternoon and there still hasn't been any sign of Izuku since he was forced to front in the courtroom. Shyuda is getting really worried. He asked Chance about it again and Chance simply told him to be patient. Shyuda can be patient. For Izuku, he'll do what he has to. Izuku sighs, still curled up on a beanbag in the Mindscape, pressed into Variant's side. Chance is playing video games with Hitoshi and he doesn't really feel like watching. Variant seems interested though. He's watching them play while idly running a hand through Izuku's curls. It's a nice feeling. It's weird having gone this long without fronting. Izuku knows that Zawa is worried about him. But Izuku isn't sure he's ready to front again. Being forced out while in court had been terrifying. It makes him worry about how effective Variant keeping them safe can be if Zawa can cancel him out with Erasure at any point. Technically either Izuku or Chance could front after Variant is shoved back into the Mindscape. Chance just isn't as accustomed to taking control without it being completely intentional on all sides. Before Chance came around, it was either Izuku or Variant. So now that there's two of them that could take over, they need to work on who actually does end up fronting in those situations. Maybe that's something to ask Inui or Zawa about. You can ask, but I'm not sure how much help they will be. They seem to like having a way to keep me in check. Variant comments, interrupting his thoughts. Variant chuckles, again, your thoughts are technically all of our thoughts. He reminds Izuku. Eventually, Hitoshi and Chance get tired of playing video games. As such, Hitoshi decided that he wanted a nap. So now, the body is sitting curled up in the nook while the three alters are all sitting together in the Mindscape. Now what? Variant asks the group. The three look at each other in stumped silence. We could play a game? Izuku suggests. Like what? I don't exactly see any decks of cards in here. Variant replies. Then we should figure out how to make a deck of cards appear. Izuku chirps. Chance looks thoughtful, are we sure that's even possible? Izuku shrugs, it's our Mindscape. I don't see why we can't make stuff appear in it. He has a point, Chance. Variant acknowledges. Maybe it's a case of all three of us need to wish for it to appear. Chance suggests. There's a stretched out silence followed by a dim flash of light and something landing on the floor in front of them. Izuku picks up the newly materialized deck of cards. It worked. It worked, he cheers. Variant looks on with wide eyes, would you look at that? It did work. Chance just stares at it in shock, dead silent. Variant laughs, come on Chance, stop trying to make logical sense of it and come join us on the floor. Chance huffs but doesn't argue, sliding off the couch and joining the two of them on the floor where Izuku has already pulled out the cards from their box. Alright. Who wants to shuffle? He asks excitedly. Variant and Chance exchange glances. Izuku groans, neither of you know how to shuffle, do you? He accuses. The two shake their heads. Fine. Then I'll just have to teach you. Mom taught me when we would play skip-bo together, he exclaims. 20 minutes later, Variant is a MSTR at shuffling and Chance has already thrown the cards at Variant. Stop sulking, Chance. Izuku teases. I'm not sulking. Chance denies in a low tone, arms crossed over his chest. Variant scoffs, you totally are. You're the brains, remember. Coordination isn't meant to be your thing. He reminds Chance, dropping a hand on his shoulder. Fine. Chance concedes. I guess there's logic behind what you say. You mean it's only logical, dot. Izuku corrects with his best Aizawa voice. That gets all three of them laughing. Okay, what card game are we going to play then? Izuku asks, eager to start the game. Again, we are the worst people to ask this question. Variant reminds Izuku, after all, Chance didn't know what Uno is. Hey, it's not like you knew what it was either. Chance defends. True. Guilty as charged. Variant replies with a smirk. There's a moment of silence. All in favor of looking up card games? Izuku suggests. Chance shakes his head, do you even have to ask? After a quick deciding game of rock paper scissors, Chance ended up being the one who had to leave the Mindscape in order to look up card games to play. So I have a list of options. Chance informs them as he walks through his door and into the Mindscape. He then places a handwritten list of card games down in between the three of them. And you brought this into the Mindscape how? Variant inquires. Chance glares at him, you're the one who told me to stop trying to make any logical sense out of this place. So why are you now questioning it? You know what, fair. Variant admits. But I want to know how it works. Izuku exclaims. Hush. Not important right now. Chance chides. Izuku pouts but doesn't argue. Shall we start with Go Fish then? Variant suggests, bringing the discussion back on task. Yeah. Izuku practically yells. He then takes the deck in hand and starts dealing. Variant and Chance can't help but exchange fond glances. Have any twos? Variant asks Izuku. Izuku shakes his head, nope. Chance narrows his eyes, wanna try that again? Not being about to hear their thoughts doesn't mean they can't tell if the others are lying or not. Izuku sighs, Phythian. Yes, I have a 2. He finally admits, handing the 2 over to Variant. Variant then places a match down in front of him, I win. He says evenly, smirking. Izuku gestures dramatically at the matches on the floor while Chance simply facepalms. Both Izuku and Variant are repeatedly flipped and placed on the one remaining pile in between them. Despite Spit being only a 2-player game, Variant really wanted to try it. So as the least coordinated of the three, Chance now has the pleasure of watching them play. How the hell do you do this so fast? He demands. It's really not that hard. Izuku replies, not even pausing in his actions. I beg to differ. Chance argues. The two slap their hands down onto the empty space, Izuku's hand just barely managing to slide under Variant's. No. DMN it. Variant shouts. Awesome! I win again. Izuku cheers. Variant grabs a cushion off the couch and screams into it while Chance pats his back in sympathy. Chance doesn't respond as he stares at the cards in front of him. It's because he wants to play something he'll actually win. Variant snarks. Excuse you, solitaire is a great game. Chance snaps. It's also a one-player game with zero competition. Variant counters. Chance glares at him, that doesn't mean I can't still lose. Variant groans. This is boring though. Izuku giggles, let him have his fun. Variant. There's an easy silence that settles over the room for a few minutes. So I have a question. Variant pipes up. No, I'm not done yet. Chance deadpans, not looking away from the game. Not what I was going to ask, but thanks for the update I guess. Variant replies. But seriously though. It's one that's been bothering me. What is it, Variant? Izuku asks, curious. What exactly are our pronouns? Variant questions. This has Chance looking up from his game. Whatever we want them to be. Zoo, you have a preference? Izuku thinks a moment, hand on his chin, I'm a he-him person myself. What about you, Chance? They them. Referring to us as plural just makes more sense to me. Chance responds. The two looks at Variant expectantly. What? Me? Oh well. Variant trails off. I want to say he-him. But like, not all the time? When I'm protecting it feels more like a they-them situation. So it depends I guess. Izuku nods, that makes sense. And naturally we would know the difference between those moods. Variant smiles, of course. I'm all carded out guys. Variant declares. Chance nods, agreed. Izuku beams, that was fun. We should play some other games next time too. We could. We'll have to ask Hitoshi for some suggestions though. Variant replies. That's a good idea. The internet is sometimes too helpful. Chance agrees. It's probably around dinner time by now. Whose turn is it? Variant asks. Both Chance and Variant look to Izuku, who shrinks. No. He mumbles near silently. Why not? You've been in here for a while, Zoo. You need to front soon given you're the primary personality. Variant says. But I don't want to. Izuku argues. Is there a specific reason? Chance asks. I'm scared. Izuku admits, head down. Both alters soften at the admission, it's okay to be scared, Izuku. But you can't just hide in here forever. Variant tells him. I know that. Izuku says. Why don't you go find Shosan when you front? He always makes us feel better. Chance suggests. Izuku shakes his head, curling in on himself. Variant frowns, Zoo. You're not scared of Eraser now are you? He asks. Izuku cringes, eyes tearing up. It's answer enough. Oh Zoo. Why didn't you tell us this was bothering you so much? Chance asks, moving to sit beside Izuku and put an arm around him. Likewise, Variant takes up his post on the opposite side of Izuku. 'Cause you were all fronting and were fine and I didn't want to ruin it. Izuku tells them. That doesn't matter. If something is bothering you, you tell us. How can we help you if we don't know? Variant questions. Izuku shrugs but doesn't respond. That aside, why are you scared of Shosan all of a sudden? You love Shosan. Chance inquires. 'Cause he got rid of Variant. And then it was just me and it wasn't safe and I was so scared. I thought I was gonna die. So what says he isn't just going to do it again? Izuku exclaims. The two nod, that's fair. But that also sounds like a problem that can be solved with Chance coming out instead of you. Variant observes. But how do we do that? Izuku insists. I don't know, but we can try to figure it out. I can't talk to Shosan about it later tonight, okay? Chance offers. Izuku sniffles, but nods. Sorry. He murmurs. The two hug him from either side, there's nothing to be sorry for Zoo. Nothing at all. When Izuku opens his eyes, he sways as the world spins around him. Disoriented, he leans back against the pillows and blinks away the spots in his vision. And this is why I said you needed to front soon. Variant chides. How did you even know this was going to happen? Izuku asks. You think I go days without fronting and not have any consequences from that? No. I deal with this all the time. Just take deep breaths and focus on my voice for now. It will pass. He instructs. Variant keeps up a steady stream of grounding nonsense while all of Izuku's faculties straighten themselves out and gradually fall into place. Finally, Izuku sits up. DMN that SCKS. Variant chuckles, you're telling me. Try being ready to fight while that's happening. It's fun. I think your definition of fun is distorted, Chance comments. Oh, it definitely is. Izuku agrees. Oi. Giggling at Variant, Izuku slowly climbs to his feet. Now that he's adjusted, Izuku can smell food coming from the kitchen. As he reaches the door, Izuku hears a startled yelp, then what sounds like someone hitting the floor. Confused, he opens the door and looks down, nearly tripping on his brother who is lying face down on the carpet. Toshi? You good? Izuku asks. Hitoshi mumbles something unintelligible. I have no idea what you just said. Izuku replies. Hitoshi turns his head to the side. I just tripped over a non-existent cat. He informs. Non-existent how? 1. It disappeared the moment my foot touched it. 2. None of our cats are gray. Hitoshi explains. Izuku hums, that's odd. Really odd. Hitoshi nods. Then, Fanta comes wandering around the corner and makes a beeline for Hitoshi. Hitoshi stiffens. No, please no. He pleads. His pleas go ignored as all 20 pounds of calico plops herself right onto Hitoshi's back, polydactyl paws resting between the purple-haired teen's shoulder blades. Aizu. Help. Hitoshi groans. Izuku giggles. Sorry Hitoshi, you know the rules. Traitor. Hitoshi grumbles. Still smiling, Izuku makes his way past his doomed brother and over to the family room. Once there he finds Zawa sitting on the couch, looking at something on his phone. Mind made up, Izuku near silently makes his way over to Zawa and promptly crawls into his lap, face buried in the man's collarbone. Zawa, for his part, lets out a breath at the sudden burden, then wraps an arm around Izuku. Hey kiddo. Good to see you. He says softly. Hi dad. Izuku replies back, words muffled by the fabric of Zawa's long-sleeve shirt. Shyuda sets his phone aside and puts his other arm around him. Feeling okay? He asks. Izuku shrugs, a little fuzzy and floaty. But I'm okay. Shyuda makes an affirmative sound, one that vibrates in his chest. That's good. I was worried about you. Izuku frowns, for all that it goes unseen. Sorry Zawa. He apologizes. Shyuda shakes his head, nothing to be sorry for. I'm just glad you're alright. He says, what have you been doing all this time? Izuku mumbles something Shyuda doesn't quite catch. What was that? He asks, tone light with amusement. Hiding in the Mindscape. Izuku admits. Shyuda chuckles, I see. Well I hope the others were keeping you company. Izuku sits up, nodding, yeah. We even figured out how to play card games earlier. Izuku exclaims. Did you now? That's cool. How'd you figure that one out? Shyuda asks. Izuku then proceeds to go off on a rambling tangent about how they made the cards appear and then what happened during all of their various card games. Shyuda listens intently, happy to have Izuku back after so long. Shyuda is still listening to Izuku ramble when Naomasa calls them for dinner. Hitoshi appears from the hallway, Fanta following on his heels, and makes his way into the dining room. Izuku on the other hand, makes no move to get up off of Shyuda. Shyuda pays it no mind, simply lifting the kid up as he stands and starts walking towards the dining room. Naomasa is in the process of putting food on the table when the two arrive. It takes Shyuda a few tries to get Izuku off of him so the kid will sit in his own chair. Come on problem child, you have to sit in your own chair if we're going to eat. Shyuda tries reasoning. Nuu. Izuku whines. Yes. Shyuda deadpans back. Come on Aizu, let the poor man breathe. You can koala after dinner. Hitoshi cuts in. But Toshi. Izuku argues. No buts Izuku, please sit down. Naomasa cuts in. Izuku huffs then releases his hold on Shyuda. Fine. Shyuda has to resist sighing in relief. He was genuinely afraid he wasn't going to get to eat dinner. That said, it's good to see Izuku back to his playful self. Izuku pushing his plate away from him makes Shyuda realize he spoke too soon. Izuku you have to eat. You haven't eaten all day. Shyuda tells him. It's not my fault Variant didn't eat. Izuku argues. Shyuda manages not to sigh, no, but that doesn't change the fact that you need to eat. Please kid. Izuku doesn't respond at first in favor of death glaring the food in front of him. It's pasta, nothing terribly complicated. Still, Izuku sits there for most of dinner without having taken a bite. Eventually though, the kid gives in, whether it be because of guilt or hunger Shyuda really doesn't know. That night, Izuku refused to go to bed. No matter what Shyuda tried, his reasoning fell on deaf ears. Which leads him to now, sitting on the couch while having a stare down with his son who sits cross-legged on the family room floor. Shyuda knows that it's only a matter of Izuku's meds kicking in before the kid ends up falling asleep anyway. So for now it's just a waiting game. It is a gradual process, much like watching a kitten fall asleep. Izuku sways and slumps in posture and his eyelids flutter and droop. It was adorable and honestly expected. What Shyuda hadn't expected as the inevitable grew closer, was for Izuku to work himself up into what Shyuda recognizes as a panic attack. Shyuda is off the couch in an instant as Izuku's breathing reaches a dangerous speed, tears already streaming down his face. Dropping to sit beside him, Shyuda carefully pulls his son into his lap while trying to talk Izuku down. "You're okay, you're safe, Izuku." Shyuda settles Izuku's hand on his chest, exaggerating his breathing for him to try and follow. "I need you to breathe for me, problem child. In, 2 3 4. Out, 2 3 4. And on it goes, Shyuda never stopping talking as he works to bring Izuku back down from his panicked high. Eventually Izuku has a death grip on Shyuda and stares into his eyes in a way which shows that this is all that's keeping him grounded. It takes longer than he would like, but eventually Izuku is slumped in Shyuda's hold, grip only having loosed slightly, once again fighting off sleep. Clearly this is a bigger issue than Shyuda had first believed. "What's going through that head of yours, Izuku? Can you tell me what's wrong? Why won't you sleep?" he asks gently. Izuku whines slightly as he opens his eyes, tear tracks now drying on his cheeks. "Don't want to sleep. Don't want to have that dream again," he mumbles. "Ah. The nightmare Izuku had last night, that makes sense. This could be solved by him sleeping with Izuku tonight, but Shyuda unfortunately does have patrol. A thought occurs to him: why don't you sleep with Nao tonight? I'm sure he can keep you safe while I'm on patrol." Izuku sniffles. "Why you're leaving tea tonight?" he whimpers, breathing hitching again. "Easy, you just calm down, you don't need to work yourself up again. Deep breaths, problem child." Shyuda cuts in. Izuku nods jerkily and does as instructed. "I don't want you to leave Dad," Izuku says softly. "I know, Izuku, but I have to go. You can sleep with Nao and the cats tonight. He'll keep you safe and help save you from the nightmares." Shyuda replies, "I'm sure Nao would love some Izuku cuddles too," he teases, booping Izuku's nose. Izuku giggles wetly. "I guess." "Oh okay," he agrees. Shyuda smiles, relieved. "Great, let's go find him then." He then stands with Izuku still in his arms. They make a stop in Izuku's room to grab his capture scarf, something Izuku always sleeps with. Scarf acquired, they head to the MSTR bedroom where Naomasa is in bed reading. "Sho? Izuku? What's wrong, buddy?" Naomasa asks, setting his book down. "Izuku wants to sleep with you tonight, that okay now?" Shyuda asks despite already knowing the answer. Naomasa pulls the blankets aside for Shyuda to set Izuku down next to him, of course. "Can I ask why?" Shyuda presses a kiss to Izuku's forehead before laying him down beside Naomasa. "You gotta keep me safe from the nightmares, Masa." Izuku tells him, curling close into his side. Now exchanges a look with Shyuda. "I can do that. I promise I'll keep you safe," he assures, putting an arm around his son. Shyuda smiles at the scene. "I'm going to go get ready to leave now, okay Izuku? I'll see you in the morning." "Okay. Bye Dad. Love you." Izuku slurs back. "Love you too kid. Bye now." Shyuda replies. Naomasa smiles, returning the kiss Shyuda bends down to give him. "Bye love. Be safe." Shyuda is completely exhausted when he gets home. He takes his boots off and makes his way slowly into the apartment. The apartment is quiet as always, minus Loud Cloud and his obnoxious greeting that is. This time, Penguin is nowhere to be seen, so Shyuda hopes that means nothing happened on a scale that now has a reason to get out of bed. That or something did happen and Izuku didn't tell anyone. "Izuku is fine. You worry too much." A voice chides. Shyuda doesn't jump, but it's a near thing. His attention is drawn straight to the couch where he is greeted by Hitoshi sitting there, phone screen lighting up his face, staring at him. "What the hell is this kid doing up? I'm usually up at this time of night. You just don't go on patrol much to have a reason to also be awake at this time." Hitoshi answers his thoughts. "It's funny, I didn't take you for much of a mumbler when you're tired. Aizu used to mumble all the time, at inhuman speeds too. Though I suppose you wouldn't know, given he seems to have broken that habit when Variant came around." Shyuda sighs. "I was pretty bad when I was younger. That said, I managed to break that habit by the time I graduated and started actual hero work." Hitoshi nods. Izuku never could, even with all the hate he was getting for it at Aldera. It was just a thing of his. I guess now he has Variant and Chance to talk to in his head instead of all those thoughts spilling out of his mouth. I'd be lying though if I said I didn't kinda miss it. An interesting thing to learn, Shyuda thinks. "I'm going to go get changed. You staying here?" Shyuda asks. "Yep. I'll be here a while yet. Insomnia is a beach." Hitoshi replies. And oh if Shyuda can't relate to that hardcore. Sure enough, when Shyuda gets back to the family room, this time in a random gray long sleeve and a pair of pink sweatpants, Hitoshi is still sitting on the couch. As Shyuda makes his way around to sit beside Hitoshi, he notices that Fanta is sitting on the kid's bent legs. The big cat has her big paws resting on Hitoshi's hip and he head propped up on top of them. "What are you doing?" Hitoshi all but demands. Shyuda give him a look, sitting down. He says evenly. Sure, but why? Aren't you going to go to bed? The kid presses. Shyuda shrugs, eventually, but I could ask you the same thing now, couldn't I? He counters. Hitoshi falters, mouth opening and closing as he flounders for words. Eventually, the kid just breaks eye contact, looking down at his hands. And Shyuda just waits, not pressing or rushing his son to talk. It's weird. Hitoshi says softly. What is? Shyuda asks. Sleeping on a bed. Hitoshi answers, it's hard to get used to after it being so long since I last had one to sleep on. The closest I've gotten in years is a faulty blow-up mattress. Sounds like the system hasn't changed much since I was in it then. Shyuda muses. Hitoshi's head snaps up to look at him. What? He says dumbly. I was in the system too when I was your age. Do you really think people reacted well to a quirk like erasure? In this society that values quirks above all else? He asks. Hitoshi shakes his head. No, I guess not. People don't like villainous quirks now, do they? Shyuda cringes, an unconscious action that does not go unnoticed by Hitoshi. There's no such thing as villainous quirks and heroic quirks. He corrects, they're all just tools. Just like you can use a blade to perform a life-saving surgery or to take someone's life. It depends on what you do with it. Hitoshi looks at him in awe. I wish everyone thought that way. He mutters. Shyuda sighs, and it's a world-weary sound. So do I, kid, so do I. There's a brief silence. My father was an underground hero. Shyuda states, he had an erasure-like quirk as well. He died on a mission when I was 8. He explains, my mother was devastated, and she couldn't handle how much I reminded her of him. So she gave me up. I didn't get out of the system till Nedzu made me a ward of UA. My parents didn't give me up. They were great, at least what I remember of them. I was 7 when they didn't come home one night. I was told they died in a villain attack. Hitoshi tells him, that's part of why I want to become a hero. So I can help prevent that happening to other kids. That and, well, spite. Shyuda chuckles, spite is a powerful motivator. As much as I wanted to be like my father. Spite is what got me into UA and into the hero course. The need to prove to everyone the villain kid wasn't what they thought he was. You too then. Hitoshi observes. Of course. And there's so many others like us. Shyuda agrees. Izuku used to want to be hero. He was determined to be the first quirkless hero. Hitoshi declares. Did he now? I can see it. Shyuda replies. I think after everything that's happened though, he doesn't want to. And I can't say I blame him really. Hitoshi admits. Shyuda nods, with the incident on his record, not to mention his did, it would be extremely difficult to become a hero. Assuming it was allowed at all. It's probably for the best he doesn't pursue that, as much as it hurts to say it. He would have been the best. That's how I met him, you know? He saved me on my first day of school at Aldera from Bakugo and his cronies. Hitoshi explains. That doesn't surprise me at all. Shyuda chuckles. He pauses for a moment, so I've been thinking. He begins, catching Hitoshi's attention once more, now that I'm home. I think it's about time I start teaching you how to use a capture scarf. Hitoshi's eyes go wide. Really? He exclaims. Shyuda nods, meeting his son's excited eyes. Absolutely. I always intended to since you said you wanted to be a hero. I just wasn't able to help you out much since I was with Izuku in the hospital. He tells him, and don't think you're escaping having me train you either. I'm warning you, I'm not as kind as Hizashi. I'll put you through hell. Hitoshi practically bounces in his seat. Eraserhead wants to train me, he questions in disbelief. Yes, I do, Hitoshi. You're my son. Why wouldn't I help? And besides, you have potential. And I don't just say that about anyone. Shyuda replies, amusement in his eyes. Hitoshi freezes. Your son. He says softly. And it hurts Shyuda's heart to see such hesitance. You're my son too, Hitoshi. I know I get caught up with Izuku a lot. And for that I apologize. But you're my son just as much as he is. Just like Izuku is now son. Shyuda explains. Hitoshi shakes his head, you don't have to apologize. I understand completely on that one. Izuku needs you. I get that. He argues. Shyuda shakes his head, that doesn't make you any less of a priority. If you don't want to come to me I get that. But you should at least talk to now. He's starting to worry about you. He explains. Worry about me? Why? Izuku's far worse off than I am right now. Hitoshi questions. And therein lies the problem. That doesn't mean you don't still need help yourself, Hitoshi. Have you considered trying therapy? You've been out of the system for a while. Shyuda suggests. I don't really like the idea of sharing all that with someone I don't even know. Hitoshi replies, looking down. And that's fine. Neither me nor Naomasa will make you go until you're ready. Just keep in mind that it's an option. Shyuda replies. Hitoshi nods absently. I guess it just doesn't all seem real. Not just that I'm out of the system, but that I'm living with Izuku, and that we have you guys that actually care about us. I'll admit while it was just me and Naomasa it was a bit easier to believe. But now that you and Izu are here, it feels a bit too good to be true. I keep thinking that one day you'll decide to pick between us. He explains, voice barely above a whisper. I suppose that makes sense. And I know in this situation my word doesn't amount to much, but I promise you we're not about to just give up on you, Hitoshi. You're stuck with all of us now. Whether you like it or not. Shyuda tells him. I just don't want to bother you guys given everything you've already got going on. Hitoshi says. We want you to bother us, kid. We want to help fix things for you just like we do Izuku. I know it's going to take time, but I think you should at least try to open up and see where that gets you. I can definitely say that Naomasa has gotten attached. He loves you, kid. And I'm starting to as well, now that I'm getting to know you. Shyuda admits. Hitoshi looks up at him, surprised. I know you said I'm your son, but I'm not sure I'm ready to call you dad yet. He says. And that's fine. Take as long as you need. I'm willing to wait. Shyuda replies, but if you're ready to take that step with Naomasa, please make sure I'm there. I seriously want to see his face. He jokes. Hitoshi chuckles slightly, okay, I'll try. I guess Izuku has already given you the title of dad, so I'll have to come up with something else for Naomasa. He muses. I'll let you handle that one. I've never been overly good at things like that. Shyuda admits. You don't strike me as the type that would be. Hitoshi agrees. Shyuda sighs, and we'll both have to start hanging out more. Naomasa has been on my case about bonding or whatever. That sounds like him. And you have to admit that we haven't spent much time together. Hitoshi's eyes glint mischievously. I say you can start making up for it by training me. Shyuda shakes his head, a small smile on his face. All right, brat. I may be a brat, but I'm your brat. Hitoshi insists. Yes, you are. How could I forget I have 2 problem children? Shyuda answers. Is it really just 2 though? What about Variant and Chance? Hitoshi questions. Shyuda shakes his head. No, we are not debating that at this time of the morning. Hitoshi laughs, and it's music to Shyuda's ears. Naomasa stirs at the sound of whimpers. And sure enough, Izuku is tossing and turning beside him on the bed. It takes Naomasa a moment to decide on the best way to wake Izuku up. He has to be careful, he doesn't want to scare Izuku. So Naomasa starts running a hand through Izuku's hair with just enough pressure to be insistent. Come on, Izuku, you gotta wake up now. You're okay, buddy. Come on, wake up. And he continues like that, trying to coax the kid awake as best he can. Then, toxic green eyes snap open with a gasp. Variant snatches up Naomasa's hand from where it's buried in his curls and looks frantically around the room. Breathing, he struggles to sit up. Easy, Variant. It's just me, Naomasa. You're in the MSTR bedroom with me and it's, he looks at the clock, 5 a.m. You were having a nightmare so I decided to wake you up. Naomasa tries to get through to the panicked altar before things escalate. Variant's grip on his hand loosens gradually as the kid calms his breathing. Eventually, he just flops back down onto the bed. Thanks, Tsuka. He says breathlessly. Anytime, buddy. I said I'd keep you safe after all. Naomasa replies. Variant nods, eyes closing as he lets his body relax before going still. Then emeralds open and turn their focus on Naomasa. You did it. You saved me. Izuku exclaims. He then throws himself on top of the man, wrapping his arms around his neck. Naomasa lets out an oof at the sudden weight on his chest and stomach before simply draping an arm over Izuku's back. Glad I could help, Izuku. He murmurs softly. Thanks, Papa. Izuku replies. Somehow, Naomasa manages to not choke on his own spit at the name. How the hell did Shyuda manage to stay so calm when Izuku first started calling him Dad? His husband has an uncanny control over his own emotions. The two lay there for a while, basking in each other's warmth. Izuku is still and Naomasa would have thought him to still be asleep if it weren't for the occasional mumble or mutter. Izuku, I'm going to presume you don't want to go back to bed? Naomasa eventually asks. Izuku vehemently shakes his head, tensing up. Okay, that's fine. Naomasa assures, then why don't we go and start on some breakfast for everyone? It's about 6 now. Izuku lifts his head from where it was buried in Naomasa's chest. Okay. You gotta get off me then, Izuku. Naomasa then reminds him. Oh, right. Izuku squeaks, scrambling off of his father. So quickly, in fact, that Naomasa has to catch him before he ends up on the floor. Easy there. Don't hurt yourself now. He says, setting Izuku down on the floor. Izuku flushes slightly, nodding. The two quietly make their way out of the bedroom and down the hall. Naomasa is about to turn the family room light on when he spots the lump on the couch. Walking around so he can see it, Naomasa stifles a laugh at the sight. Shyuda is laid out across the couch with Hitoshi sprawled out on top of him. The two are sound asleep by the looks of it too. Naomasa definitely takes a few pictures. Izuku appears at his side, giggling at the other two members of their little family. I guess that explains why Shyuda never came to bed last night. Naomasa comments. Should we let them sleep? Izuku asks. Naomasa nods. We should, they both could use all the sleep they can get. Izuku giggles again before turning and wandering into the kitchen. Come on Papa. Let's go make breakfast. Izuku whisper yells. Naomasa startles, that's going to take some getting used to. Izuku is excited. He's going to help Naomasa cook. But what should they make? Pancakes. You should make pancakes. Variant declares. Random, but okay. Izuku responds. So what do you want to make? Naomasa asks. Can we make pancakes? Izuku asks. Naomasa blinks. Sure, I happen to know a good pancake recipe. Izuku cheers. Smiling, Naomasa gently shushes him. Try not to wake the other two up, okay? Izuku looks down. Alright. Sorry Papa. Naomasa ruffles his hair. It's fine, why don't you help me gather the ingredients now? Okay. So what are you guys making? Izuku startles and drops the spoon he was holding. Lunging forward, Hitoshi manages to snatch it out of the air before it hits the floor. Nice catch Hitoshi. Naomasa praises, though I hadn't expected you to be awake this soon. Hitoshi shrugs, handing the spoon back to Izuku. You guys were making too much noise. Naomasa gives a sheepish Izuku an amused look. Why am I not surprised that you managed to wake Hitoshi up? Chance teases. Izuku pointedly ignores him. You gonna help us make pancakes Toshi? Izuku asks. Sure. Hitoshi agrees, but first I need coffee. Naomasa laughs. You are way too much like Shyuda. Unfortunately, I forgot to make some. Hitoshi give him a look of pure horror. Naomasa, why? He then opens the cupboard above the coffee maker and screams as a blur of gray drops down from inside. Both Izuku and Naomasa spin in time to see a gray cat bolt out of the kitchen and under the dining room table. By the time Izuku has reached the table, the cat is gone. Now we get to actually cook them. Naomasa tells them, carrying the bowl of pancake batter over to the counter beside the stove. He then pulls out a frying pan and places it on the stove, turning the flame on. Izuku eyes the fire. Poke it. Variant suggest. Don't you dare. Variant, you are a terrible influence, Chance scolds. Hitoshi comes to stand beside Izuku. I don't know what's going through that head of yours, but arson wasn't on my agenda for today. So don't even think about it. Izuku looks at him in surprise. It's not me, tell that to Variant. He whispers back. I can trust you two with fire, correct? Naomasa accuses. Of course Papa. I'm not Variant. Izuku insists. Oi. Hitoshi blanches, then smirks. Yeah, Papa. He adds, then takes a sip of his coffee. Naomasa gives them both a deer in the headlights look. Right. Izuku. Hitoshi starts. Tashi iai. Don't. Izuku whines. Wow. Well played Zu. Shut up you guys. The two are currently staring at the pancakes stuck to the wall. Naomasa stands back up from where he was digging in the freezer for some bacon and sausage. Oh. He says, staring, is that a pancake? He asks. No. It's clearly a wall cake. Hitoshi corrects. A snort coming from the doorway to the living room startles all of them. Turning, they all see Shyuda leaning against the wall, looking far too amused. Dad. They're laughing at me. Izuku says to him. Shyuda smiles, don't let it get to you. He offers. What he means to say is it's fine, because he can't do any better. Naomasa fills in. Now. Shyuda exclaims, voice partially drowned out by their son's laughter. What? Naomasa says innocently, it's true. Shyuda groans, running a hand down his face. I need coffee before I deal with this sheet. He mutters. There's a pot made. Hitoshi tells him, pointing to the coffee maker. Thank you. At least someone loves me. Shyuda replies, making a beeline for it. Excuse you. Naomasa counters, I made the coffee, thank you. He then takes the spatula and scrapes the pancake off the wall and drops it back into the pan. Hitoshi, love, how? Naomasa questions. I have no idea. Hitoshi replies. Izuku peeks between them. Toshi, you burnt it, he chides. I know. I wasn't trying to, he exclaims. Naomasa takes a knife and cuts the sausage to see if it's at least somewhat edible. It's frozen. What? Izuku and Hitoshi exclaim at the same time. It's burnt on the outside and frozen on the inside. Naomasa explains further, looking just as confused. Congratulations Hitoshi, you broke thermodynamics. Shyuda teases. Hey, it's not like it makes any sense to begin with. Hitoshi defends. There's a scraping noise as Naomasa pokes at the now black bacon. The bacon has become one with the pan as well. Naomasa adds, DMN, I like that pan. Hitoshi puts his face in his hands and utters a drawn-out groan. Izuku laughs at his brother's antics. Here, you try the pancakes and I'll try the meat. He suggests. Hitoshi sighs, taking the spatula from Izuku's hand and placing the tongs he was using in them. Fine. Izuku stares at the perfect pancakes piled on the plate and a smirking Hitoshi. He then cringes at the sound of things hitting a wall. Variant, please stop throwing things, Chance scolds. But, how? Variant exclaims, raging. I have no idea Izuku replies. How's the meat coming along Zuku? Naomasa asks. Izuku checks them one more time, I think they're done, he grins. Naomasa pokes at them, making his own assessment. These look pretty perfect. He determines. Yay! Izuku cheers. Victory. Nicely done. Finally they all have settled down at the table. Looks good boys. Naomasa comments, settling into his seat. Shyuda nods in agreement, sitting down with his fourth cup of coffee. Izuku and Hitoshi settle down beside each other. Thanks Papa, they reply in unison. Shyuda spits out his coffee. Even though their next session for the week would have been the day after the trial, Inui decided it would be best to cancel that one and just wait. While it's important that Izuku receive support in his mental health, it's also crucial to remember that Izuku's system is meant to support itself. Pushing too hard too fast will only lead to them shutting Inui out. And he's only just managed to gain all three of their trusts. So for the time being he was content to just give them time to come to terms with things on their own first. That is until Aizawa had called him on Sunday morning reporting that Izuku has been having nightmares the past couple of nights and it's becoming a problem. Thus Inui agreed to come pay them a visit that afternoon. Which of course has led to the current conversation. I don't know what more you want from me hound dog. I told you I wasn't going to kill him. Or anyone else for that matter. That's good isn't it? Variant questions. Inui nods, suppressing a sigh, yes, it is. But you can't just go and attack people either, Variant. He tries reasoning. But why not? Bakugo proved me, he went and picked a fight, as usual. So I don't see why I can't defend myself if someone comes after me first. I've told you before, I'm not going to just let people hurt us. Not anymore. Variant argues. I understand that, but does that rule just apply to Bakugo or are you going to physically lash out whenever anything seems threatening? Inui then asks. Variant looks away and doesn't answer. Inui decides to press further, that is what happened with Hitoshi the other night wasn't it? You were lashing out when you thought you were in danger and he ended up being hurt. Variant flinches. That's different. He protests weakly. Different how? Inui asks. It was Hitoshi I was seeing. He wasn't the threat. It was them. Variant explains. Inui doesn't need him to clarify who he is referring to. I understand that. But had your first reaction to a threat not have been to lash out physically, then Hitoshi may not have been hurt. Inui explains. Variant looks at him, you don't know that though. Aren't you the one always telling us not to worry about the what-ifs, he counters. That's true, however in this situation we are trying to learn from past mistakes, not seek out threats and problems that don't exist. Inui clarifies. Right, sure, whatever. Variant replies, not sounding convinced. Inui isn't going to push on that front. However there is something he was told happened that has to be addressed. I was also informed you had taken a pair of scissors from the first aid kit and they were used as a weapon. Variant gives him a hard look, yeah. And? Why? Why did you feel that was necessary, he asks. For one, that was Chance to took them, not me. Variant tells him, and I don't really have a definite answer to that one. Something just felt off, we were tired and still worked up and anxious. We knew something was going to happen. So we had to be prepared. Which meant having something to defend ourselves with. He tries explaining. Do you feel safe here Variant? Inui then asks. Yes. Or well, sort of. I mean, not always. It doesn't matter where we are, there's always that underlying feeling of danger. And if something happened here then that means it would be up to us to protect ourselves, because obviously the measures taken weren't enough. Variant answers. Sounds like there's still some paranoia going on. Inui may need to consider adjusting that medication. I see, so you always feel in danger to some degree. Inui responds. I mean, shouldn't we? We're never completely safe are we? That doesn't happen. Variant argues. Inui thinks a moment. He can acknowledge the logic behind that argument. There's always a chance of something happening variant, that's true. But you need to learn to accept how low those chances are for certain things. You need to learn to let yourself feel safe. That doesn't mean letting your guard down completely, but enough that you can function past being on the defensive all the time. It's not healthy to constantly be focused on next danger, the next problem. It's going to run you ragged. Inui tells him. But that's my job, hound dog. It's my role and reason for existing, to always be on the lookout for danger. You can't just tell me not to. You're wasting your breath on that one. Variant protests. I'd understand having this conversation with Izuku, honestly I think you should. But me? I'm not capable of feeling completely safe. And therein lies the problem. These alters are created to perform a function, regardless of it is necessary to be considered stable mental health. He's right, Inui can't just tell him not to perform his assigned role within the system. You make a fair point. I will discuss this with Izuku when the opportunity arises. Inui relents, but Variant. I ask that even if you're always on edge, always on the lookout, try not to make Izuku feel like he needs to be as well. Like you said, it's your role. Don't let Izuku try and take on some of that himself. You're there for a reason after all. Does that make sense? Inui asks. Variant thinks a moment, it does, and I think you are right. It's my job to look for danger, Izuku doesn't need to always be worrying about that. He pauses, I'll talk to Izuku. Thanks, Inui-san. It's my pleasure. Inui responds, now before we finish up here, I want to talk about these nightmares you have been having. He informs. Variant's face immediately hardens to lichened stone. I don't need all the details, I just need to know enough to be able to potentially help you. Inui explains, can you at least tell me vaguely what they are about? Variant sighs. Fine, however I'm not the best one to explain those kinds of things. He tells him. Then his eyes close. You wanted to know about the nightmares, Inui-san? Chance asks after getting his bearings. I do. I don't need all the details, just a rough summary. Inui replies. Chance nods, okay. The first nightmare we were back at Aldera, back with Bakugo and all of our other tormentors. Except things were so much worse than they had been before, if you can believe that. Inui finds he can, but very much doesn't want to. This time we tried fighting back. And it did little to help. If anything it made the whole experience worse. Eventually we woke up screaming. Chance continues, I think Hitoshi was on his way out of the room to get Sho-san because when we sat up and looked around the room, he was standing near the ladder of our bunk bed. Except we weren't seeing Hitoshi, we were still seeing the ghosts of our past. So, Variant lashed out at him. The rest I'm sure Sho-san has told you. He finishes. Inui nods, you're correct, he did inform me. His main concern was you three acquiring something to be used as a weapon however. Chance looks down at his hands, that was my fault. He admits. I was the one who went into the first aid kit the night before to get the bandages to be put on. I saw it there and couldn't help myself. Something felt off and I wanted us to have something to defend ourselves with. There it is again, the need to defend themselves. I'll ask you what I asked Variant then, do you feel safe here? Inui asks. Yes, I do. Logically I know we are safe. But there's always that part of me that fears the worst and I can't help but listen to it. Chance explains. Definitely going to need an adjustment to the anxiety meds then. That's fine, he was at the starting dose to begin with. It's no surprise they aren't working quite well enough. Recognizing that you are safe is a good start. You three have grown accustomed to always being in danger in one way or another. It's going to take time to adjust to not always needing to be on the defensive. And that's fine. Inui tells him. Chance nods, I appreciate your patience with us. We all do. Inui smiles, it's my job to support you. And that means giving you time to adjust and come to terms with everything. You don't need to thank me. Still. It needed to be said. So Izuku, how are you holding up? Inui asks to start off. Izuku thinks a moment, I'm okay now. Though what happened at the courthouse really scared me. He admits. And that's understandable, facing down one of your main abusers isn't something to be taken lightly. Inui replies. Variant had it handled though. Variant and the fourth did. Izuku tells him. The fourth? Inui inquires. Had another altar formed? There's now a fourth door in the Mindscape. We haven't met them yet however. Izuku explains. Inui nods, I see. So they were on the defensive as well? Yep. At least we think so. Variant was the one who was staring down Bakugo. We think it was them who lunged at Bakugo though. We're not really sure since it happened so fast. That and Variant would have done the same regardless. Izuku continues, but then Dad activated his quirk and I was pulled out. He says, voice getting quieter at the end. It was really scary. I thought I was gonna die. That's understandable. But you need to remember that there were lots of people there that would never let anything happen to you. Your parents first and foremost. Izuku nods, I know that. I just don't like that I'm the one that always gets pulled out when Variant is shoved back in, you know? I wish it was Chance instead. He tells him. Which is something we wanted to talk to you and Dad about. If that's okay? Interesting, sure. Do you want me to go get Aizawa then? Inui offers. Izuku nods eagerly, please. What's up Izuku? Everything okay? Zawa asks the moment he arrives in the room. Why does he immediately assume there's a problem when his presence is requested? Variant grumbles. Maybe that's because usually there is a problem when we need him, Chance replies. I'm okay Dad. We just had something we wanted to talk about with you and Inui. Izuku tells him. Zawa looks relieved, okay, that's good. He replies, taking a seat on the couch beside Izuku. Inui sits down on the other couch. So what is it you wanted to discuss? I can do the talking if you want me to, Chance offers. Yes please. Izuku replies. I'm going to let Chance handle explaining that to you. Izuku informs, then he closes his eyes and relinquishes control. Chance opens his eyes and looks at the two adults. It's related to what happened at Bakugo's trial. He begins, when you had to use erasure, Sho-san, Zu was the one immediately pulled to the front. He didn't take that very well. It took a lot of convincing to remind him that he's still safe and that it was okay for him to leave the Mindscape when you finally saw him almost 2 days later. He begins. That makes sense. Inui agrees, if Variant is meant to be his defense, then knowing that someone can negate that on command and leave him vulnerable would be a cause for concern on his part. Right. So that's why we wanted to see about trying to get it to where I'm the one that comes out by default and not Zu. To do that we would need to keep cancelling out Variant to let us try and sort out who gets pulled out first. Chance explains. So you want me to keep using erasure on Variant until you manage to get you to come to the front and not Izuku? Sho-san asks, is Variant okay with this? It's fine, maybe I can learn a thing or two about fighting back. Variant answers. While he agrees with that plan, Chance isn't going to say that out loud, he says he's fine with it. He settles for telling them instead. The adults share a long look. I don't see the harm in it. Inui finally relents, so long as Aizawa is also okay with it. I think it's fine. Inui just has to be here for when we test it. Just in case something goes wrong with you three. I still don't get what Inui could do if we have a problem in here. Like, he's not in the Mindscape. Variant comments. That's true. And he seems to still be learning about our condition to begin with. But I don't see a reason to be arguing at this point. Let the adults think they have some sort of control for now. Izuku replies. I agree with Zu on that one. It's better for us that they don't know how powerless they really are, Chance agrees. They end up deciding to use the time remaining for this session to work on what Chance had proposed. It's just the three of them in the dining room. Variant and Shyuda are sitting across from each other while Inui sits in the chair between them on the adjacent side. Are you ready, Variant? Shyuda asks. Variant scoffs, not really. It's not exactly a pleasant experience when you use your quirk on me eraser. Shyuda frowns, we don't have to do this you know. He reminds him again. I know that. But Chance would kill me if I'm the reason this doesn't get solved and I would much rather keep my existence thanks. Variant replies. DMN right I would. We all agreed that this needed done. And since we are here now we are going to do it, Chance tells him. Variant's point exactly. Alright, if you're sure. Shyuda concedes. Then he activates his quirk. As soon as the red glow appears in his eyes, Variant lurches as he is inevitably snagged by the same dark red tendril as always. His vision goes white for a moment and then he's sent flying backwards out of his door with enough force to put him on his butt. He looks up as he hears his purple door slam and the lock slide into place. To his left, Chance is turning the knob to their blue door with far more force than is usually necessary, only for Izuku's green door to have already opened and shut behind them. A startled yelp heralds Izuku's departure from the Mindscape. Variant sighs. This is going to take a while, isn't it? Well, if Chance and Izuku are going to be figuring out their thing, Variant might as well try and figure out what he can on his end. The testing and experimentation went on for about 30 to 40 minutes. The adults tried calling it much sooner, but the boys wouldn't have it. They were determined to get the results they wanted. Unfortunately, that still didn't end up happening. No matter what they tried or how many times they did the test, Izuku was still the one brought out first every time without fail. Shyuda could tell it was frustrating all three of the alters. It was also distressing to Izuku in particular. What frustrated Shyuda was that they refused to consult him and Inui about their approach. Despite numerous attempts at getting them to open up about their struggling, they refused to go into detail about what was going on inside the Mindscape. It's something of a trend that Shyuda has come to realize. What happens in the Mindscape is a closely guarded topic. There is one other thing he noticed. He can feel Variant resisting each time he uses his quirk on him. It's hard to explain the feeling of a quirk resisting being erased. It's like a pressure behind Shyuda's eyes. And he definitely feels that when holding Variant under the effect of his quirk. And if anything, it's getting worse every time they repeat the process. Shyuda hopes it's just the repetitive use of his quirk that's the cause. After finally admitting defeat, Variant excused them from the room and retreated to their nook. After all that stress and action, combined with having had a therapy session before it all, they need some time to themselves. So Variant settles himself comfortably within the pile of pillows and backs himself out of the front and into the Mindscape. Walking back through his door, he shuts it gently behind him. Izuku is sitting on the couch with his knees pulled to his chest. He looks tired, and a bit upset, but nothing too concerning. Chance on the other hand is pacing the floor back and forth, clearly displeased with the results of their efforts. Well, that was certainly something. Variant says. A complete waste of time is what it was. Chance answers, sounding sad. Oh, don't be like that. Variant replies, it was a learning experience for us. Optimism doesn't suit you, Variant. Please stop. Chance says with a smirk. Izuku giggles at that and Variant glares half-heartedly at him. We at least got faster at suching places. Izuku points out. And they have. Before, when they would SWCH, the body would be left limp for a moment or two. Now it's nearly as fast as when Variant himself takes control. That will prove to be useful, surely. I will admit that is a positive. Chance agrees. Variant raises an eyebrow. Oh, so Izuku is allowed to be optimistic, but I'm not? He questions. Chance nods. Yes, he is. Variant just gapes at him for a moment, then responds with a resigned, fair enough. If you're so determined to be positive, Variant, why don't you tell us what you managed to get accomplished during that whole mess? Chance suggests. Variant grins. I figured out a way to counter erasure. He declares. You what? Chance asks in disbelief. Tell us. Tell us. Izuku Chance, clearly excited. Calm down. It's really just a theory, given I have no real way to actually carry it out. Variant clarifies. First, I noticed that each successive time he used erasure, the tendril that grabbed me was less forceful. Unfortunately, as much as I was able to fight it or prolong the time PRD before it sent me through me door, I wasn't able to stop it entirely. He continues. But I think I know how I could get back to fronting while erasure is still in effect. And how's that? Chance inquires. When the door shuts behind me, it locks me out so I can't go back to fronting. So it would stand to reason that all I need to do is pick the lock on the door. Variant tells them, but I possess neither lock picks nor the skills and knowledge to use them. So really it's nothing that is going to help us now. Chance concludes. Variant sighs. No, but it may come in handy in the future. Just because I can't do it in here doesn't mean that I can't work on learning how to pick locks out there when I'm fronting. He reasons. Why do I feel like Zawa wouldn't support this newfound interest? Izuku comments. Variant shrugs. He probably wouldn't. And it's not like telling him why I want to learn would make it any easier to convince him to let us. We could bring it up with Neo-san. Chance suggests, he may indulge us. Or we could ask Stefan. Izuku chirps, I bet he'd help us learn. You know what, he probably would. Chance agrees. He definitely would. I'm willing to bet he already knows how to pick a lock. It seems like something that would be within his skill sets. Variant adds. I guess we'll just have to ask him next time we see him then. Izuku decides. We can also try what we did last time with the deck of cards. Chance suggests. Right. Maybe it will work again this time. Izuku cheers. Variant shrugs. It's worth a shot. So the three once again focus their thoughts on making lock picks appear. The sudden thwack that follows causes Izuku to jump a foot in the air, startled. Variant laughs at him as Izuku covers his face in embarrassment. Variant. Izuku whines in protest. Shaking his head at the other's antics, Chance makes their way over to the table in the room to inspect the newly manifested object. And what do you know, lock picks are sitting in the middle of the table in a holding case, slightly jostled by the impact with the table. Looks like it worked. Chance tells them, effectively silencing their bickering, now we have a set of lock picks that we don't even know how to use. Variant strides over with Izuku on his heels. He inspects them. Yep, those are lock picks. He confirms. You doubted me? Chance accuses. Variant puts his hands up in surrender. No, I just wanted to see for myself is all. He defends, chuckling nervously. Chance laughs at his reaction. Calm down, Variant, I'm not going to bite you. It was just a joke. Variant gives them an unimpressed look. Well, your joking voice sounds exactly the same as your serious voice. I think I'm justified in my reaction. He argues. Right, Zu? Izuku jolts slightly at being addressed, I guess? I feel like the fact that Chance is one of us would make it pretty obvious they're not any sort of real threat to you. He reasons. Variant gives him a betrayed look while Chance just laughs harder. Once Variant has left the room, Shyuda stays seated with Inui to discuss any further concerns. Most of them had already been covered when they talked at the start of Inui's visit. This was more a discussion to decide how to move forward. I'm going to adjust their anxiety medication to a stronger dose. From my discussions with them, there is still a lot of underlying anxiety and paranoia. That script should be ready to pick up by the end of tomorrow. Inui tells him. Shyuda nods, okay. That's fine. Anything else? They're still growing accustomed to being safe. So I would suggest you keep doing as you have been and reminding them as much as you can that they are safe here. They need that reassurance, that constant reminder. Inui tells him, also, I'm going to prescribe something to hopefully help with the nightmares. It's to be taken before they go to bed with all their other before-bed medication. You'll have to let me know if it ends up working or not next time. It may take a week or so to work properly, however, so don't be concerned if it doesn't work immediately. That should be ready to be picked up with the other medication I mentioned earlier. I understand. Shyuda replies. I also wanted to ask you about potentially scheduling an appointment for Hitoshi. We still need to talk about it with him, but I wanted to make sure that you would be okay with that. Inui nods, that's fine. Just let me know what you all decide and I will gladly meet up with him. Given his history, it's expected that he would need to see a mental health professional at some point. I'm just glad you two are being proactive about it. Inui tells him, is there anything else? He then asks. Shyuda shakes his head. No, nothing. Then that should be everything for now. Inui says, standing, we can just wait until our Friday session unless anything else major comes up. And as always, just give me a call if you have any problems or concerns. Shyuda stands with him and leads him to the door. Thanks for coming on such short notice, Inui. I know it's a Sunday. When I told you that you could call me anytime, I meant it. They're an intensive case and I don't mind being on call all the time. You have to give yourself some credit as well. You and Naomasa have been handling everything that has come up very well. Shyuda sighs, we've been doing our best. But it's been a lot. Understandable. Remember, you have other people lined up to help you when you need it. And that includes taking a break. Inui tells him, giving him a pointed look. Shyuda tries his best not to shy away from the man's stares. We keep that in mind. Thank you, Inui. Later that night, Shyuda and Naomasa lead Hitoshi down the hall and into their shared office. Hitoshi, for his part, is panicking. Izuku assured him that nothing bad would happen, but Hitoshi isn't sure he can believe him. What did he do? Or not do? He's struggling to come up with any major incidents that have happened over the past week that could warrant both the adults in the house wanting to sit down and talk with him. Is this it? Did they decide he's not worth keeping anymore? Or that they simply can't keep him? They do have Izuku after all. It would make sense if they want to just focus on taking care of him. Hitoshi. A worried stressing of his name pulls Hitoshi from his thoughts. He refocuses to find Naomasa, to find Papa kneeling in front of him. The expression on his face is one of concern. There you are. I was worried we lost you there. Papa says with a small smile. It's the one that always makes Hitoshi feel safe. You need to breathe, buddy. You're not in trouble or anything, I promise you. We just wanted to talk to you without Izuku around to give you some privacy, that's all. He explains. I am and not dash. Hitoshi struggles to get the words out amidst his panic. Even so, Papa simply waits patiently for Hitoshi to get his bearings. Just like he always has ever since he first brought Hitoshi home. I'm not in trouble. Hitoshi states, defaulting to not questions due to nerves. People don't like it when he asks questions. It means he's going to use his quirk on them. It gives them a reason to be scared of him, or him a reason to be scared of them. Papa shakes his head. No, you're not in trouble at all. You've done nothing wrong. I assure you. He promises, so how about you sit down in your beanbag chair and we can start talking about what it is we want from you. Okay, he offers. Hitoshi nods stiffly, but relaxes slightly when Papa runs his hand through Hitoshi's purple hair a few times. Positive contact is weird. Nice, but weird. Papa and Shyuda roll their desk chairs over from behind their desks so they're sitting directly in front of Hitoshi, which is another thing he is grateful for. They're making sure he doesn't feel like he's being scolded or condemned. He knows what that feels like, to the point where normal conversations with adults still feel wrong. All right then, I'll get straight to the point. Papa begins. I'll get straight to the point. You're being moved again, Shinsokuin. Your parents are gone. They have passed away dash. We want to see if you'd consider starting therapy with Hound Dog. Papa tells him. What? Therapy? But I'm fine? Nothing's wrong. Hitoshi replies, wincing at the questioning tone in his voice. Both adults frown. That's not a good sign. Hitoshi. It's okay to not be okay, you know. Papa tells him. No, it isn't. Because if Hitoshi isn't okay, then it makes people not want him. Because he's broken. We want to help you, but you have to let us help you. And that means letting us know when you're having trouble or the like. We don't want you to pretend nothing is wrong. Shyuda continues. Not pretend? That sounds nice. We have no intention of sending you back. You're staying here with us and Izuku. That's all there is to it. Which means you don't have to put on a smiling face for us all the time. Papa explains, if you don't want to talk for a day, that's fine. If you just want to be alone in your room, that's fine too. Just let us know when you're struggling and we will do what we can to help. We want to help. He stresses. Are you sure? Hitoshi asks. He asks because he has to know. Both adults nod, we're sure, kid. Shyuda replies, you're stuck with us. Hitoshi nods, processing for a long moment. So you're making me go to therapy then? Hitoshi asks. No, we're not making you do anything. Shyuda denies, we are giving you the option to because we think it would be helpful. Forcing you to go won't help anyone. Oh. Hitoshi says. Okay. But we do think that seeing Hound Dog would give all of us a better idea of what we're up against here. We want to help, but right now we don't really know how to do that. Seeing a professional would help all of us develop systems that would work for us. Papa explains. That makes sense. They do really just want to help, don't they? Just like with Izuku, they just want to help Hitoshi too? That's going to take some getting used to. Okay. I guess I can try it. Hitoshi eventually agrees. Papa smiles, excellent. And if you decide you don't like it or aren't ready for it, that's fine. We can wait until you are comfortable. He assures. Thanks. Hitoshi replies, smiling himself. Sure thing, kiddo. Shyuda says, standing. Can I dash? Hitoshi shakes his head. What is it? Papa asks. Can I have a hug? Hitoshi manages to ask, gain trained on the ground. He then gasps as he's wrapped up in 2 sets of arms and pulled close. It's warm, kinda like with Izuku, but a bit different. Hitoshi thinks he could get used to this. With all the heavy topics out of the way, the rest of the day really just consists of hanging out around the house. Hitoshi and Izuku play some more Genshin and Shyuda takes a nap on the rug, confirming that there is, in fact, a body print pressed into its fluff. Dinner rolls around and Izuku insists on helping. Hitoshi barely made it into the kitchen after him before being shooed back out into the living room. Hitoshi flops down onto the couch in dismay. You get used to it, kid. Now is very protective of his kitchen. Shyuda assures him, not even looking up from his place face planted on the floor. Then why is he letting Aizu in? Hitoshi questions. Because while he can't bake, Izuku can at least cook. Shyuda explains, don't worry, you'll get your turn of kicking him out next time he tries to help make breakfast. He assures him. Hitoshi huffs, I guess you're right. Once dinner is over, they all go through their bedtime routine. As usual, Izuku is monitored and guided as he goes though getting ready for bed half-conscious now that he's taken his nighttime meds. There's the new addition of searching for sharps that has gotten out of the way before both boys are tucked into bed and more or less asleep. Shyuda just hopes he can get a full night's sleep this time. That said, due to his paranoia, he ends up sleeping in the family room in his sleeping bag. Much to his husband's dismay. When Variant wakes up that morning, there's a weight on his chest. It wasn't a painful weight, no, it was just heavy enough to be noticeable and push back slightly against the rise and fall of his chest. An uneasy feeling settles over Variant at the realization, thus he opens his eyes to see the culprit. Slit black pupils and bright green irises meets his own toxic green. Sitting on his chest is a gray-furred, green-eyed cat. Variant thinks his reaction was justified. He screams. Shyuda hates mornings. Having to get out of bed is a terrible thing to experience day after day. Which is why there are some moments he doesn't even bother sleeping in his bed. A fact that irks Naomasa to no end. It was one of those days today, yesterday? This sleep CYCL, where he ended up falling asleep in his sleeping bag on the fluffy rug they have in their family room. Shyuda had been woken up earlier by Naomasa making his way into the kitchen to start breakfast. How his husband is a morning person is something Shyuda will never understand. Given he has nothing specific to do and nowhere special to be, Shyuda was content to just listen to the sounds of his husband clattering cooking ware and humming to himself. Shyuda thinks Nao has a great singing voice, and he's not the only one. If only the man himself could be convinced. He was on the verge of dozing again, when a scream echoes through the apartment. Shyuda is on his feet in an instant. He snatches up his capture weapon from beside him and bolts down the hallway, Naomasa hot on his heels. He doesn't knock when before entering their son's room, instead opting to just barge straight in. And the sight that greets him is unexpected. Sitting in the middle of the open floor is a gray-furred, green-eyed cat. Said cat is currently staring up at Variant where his is clinging to the top of the bunk bed ladder, cowering in what looks like fear of the furry interloper. Hitoshi, for his part, is sitting up in bed looking barely conscious while still somewhere between confused and amused at the current scene before him. Does someone want to explain what's going on here? Shyuda asks carefully. That cat tried to kill me, Variant declares. The cat meows at this, sounding indignant. Don't you even try to deny it. Why else would you be on my chest, so close to my throat? Variant demands. Shyuda has to hold back his laughter. A quick glance at Hitoshi and Naomasa tells him he's not the only one. Maybe because that's just what cats do? Hitoshi suggests, kind of like how Fanta likes to sleep between by shoulder blades. And that could actually kill Hitoshi, given the size of that cat. Naomasa adds, smirking. Shyuda sighs, this looks like that cat that has kept appearing around the apartment for the past week or two. He points out, crouching down to hold a hand out to the cat. The cat meanders over that, sniffs his hand, before deciding he is worthy of being allowed to pet him. Should we give them a name? Naomasa suggests, attention focused on the cat. Said cat meows again, looking over at Variant. She says her name is Random. Variant informs them. That gives them all pause. Variant, cats can't talk. Hitoshi leads with. Variant gives him an unimpressed look, well apparently this one can, he replies. All we're hearing are meows, Variant. Are you okay? Naomasa asks hesitantly. Which is the absolute worst question to ask Variant of all people in Shyuda's opinion. Variant falters at this, what? Me? I'm fine. I swear I can hear her talk. You mean you guys seriously can't? He questions, slightly frantic. He gets a round of head shakes as his answers. Variant groans, I am so not dealing with this. Shyuda barely makes it across the room in time to catch the kid as he falls from the ladder. Once they've been steadied on the ground, a dazed Chance meets his eyes. Thanks Sho-san. That would have been a terrible way to start fronting. I need to tell Variant to be more careful, they say. No problem Chance. Shyuda replies, I might be giving him the same speech as well. That was not at all safe. Having regained their bearings, Chance stands back and walks over to the cat. Are you quite done terrorizing poor Variant? You know there are better ways to introduce yourself, right? They scold. The cat glares at them and answers. With an unimpressed murp. You're going to have to get along, you know. It's my job to see to it that you do. Chance replies. Random meows again, this time in protest, before disappearing. The sudden vanishing act startles everyone but Chance it would seem. No. Don't dash, Chance clutches their head with their hands, listing dangerously to one side. Shyuda steadies him again, but Chance doesn't right themselves this time. Look after us would you please Sho-san, they say softly, then their eyes shut and they go limp in Shyuda's hold. At this point both Hitoshi and Naomasa have come to near Chance as well. Shyuda exchanges a look with his husband. You should lay them down in the nook. That's where they usually stay when no one is fronting. He tells Shyuda, and if it makes you feel better you can sit outside so you're there if anything happens. He offers. Shyuda sighs, lifting up his son into his hold properly, that's a good idea now, I'll do that. Chance arrives in the Mindscape to absolute chaos. They walk through their door just in time to dodge Variant bolting past them and leaping onto the back of the couch. Along the way Variant manages to grab hold of Izuku and drag him to stand between himself and Random. Meanwhile Random comes to a stop a few feet in front of a terribly confused Izuku and just stares at Variant, completely unrepentant. Chance groans and runs a hand down their face. Come on guys, let's talk about this. Please. I refuse. Keep that demon away from me Chance. Variant insists, pressing himself further into the wall, as if there's any further away to get. What's going on? Why is there a cat here? Izuku asks, bewildered and starting to sound panicky. The cat perks up at that, my name is Random. It's nice to finally meet you, she chirps. Izuku looks cautiously over at Chance before responding. Chance shrugs and nods their assent. The cat seems harmless enough, despite Variant's protests. Hello. I'm Izuku. He replies softly, crouching and holding out his hand to the cat. Chance holds back a chuckle when Variant makes a strangled noise at the action. Random purrs in delight as she approaches him, pressing her head into his hand and demanding pets. Izuku giggles brightly and pets the cat eagerly. Even Variant can't begrudge the cat for making him smile. So how did you get in here Random? Izuku asks. Oh. The same way all of you do. She answers, leading them over to the wall that has Variant's and Chance's doors. And sure enough, directly between the two doors, there is a newly manifested silver-colored cat door. This discovery has Chance relaxing fully. Random is another alter then. They can trust her. Which means, Variant, get off the DMN couch. She's not going to hurt us if she's another alter, they order. Variant sighs in defeat before hopping down onto the floor. Fine. He huffs out, crossing his arms over his chest. The four of them all reconvene in the center of the room. So let me get this straight, Variant begins, the cat that's been appearing and disappearing within the apartment for the past week, is actually a new alter? It would seem that way. Chance responds. But that doesn't make any sense. Izuku argues, because Random has been appearing when one of us is already fronting. He points out. That's because it's my quirk. Random answers. They all look down at the cat. What? Animals can have quirks too, you know. Random reminds them, and Variant has a quirk, so why can't a different alter have one? Are you bitter you're not the only one anymore, Variant? What? No. I'm just confused. Variant denies. Does it take much for that to happen? Random then counters. Watch it, cat. Variant growls, eyes narrowing. Getting back to the topic at hand, Chance steers, what exactly is your quirk, Random? Oh. I can go incorporeal at will, which allows me to enter and exit the mindscape of my own volition. I can also bring things into and out of the mindscape, so long as it's a non-living thing and within reason in terms of size. She explains. Was that your quirk in action then when we wanted a deck of cards and the lockpicks they appeared? Izuku asks eagerly. It was. Random confirms, sounding just as excited as Izuku. As Izuku proceeds to launch into a million rapid-fire questions, Chance and Variant exchange glances. Great. There's two of them. It's a little under an hour later when Chance decides it's time to front and explain what's going on to the rest of their family. Isn't that a nice thought, family? Chance opens their eyes and gives themselves a moment for all their senses to line themselves up. Given the abrupt way they left fronting earlier, it makes sense coming back isn't as smooth as it usually is. As they sits there, Random appears on the floor beside them, then settles into their lap, purring. Once they can properly function, they stand up and Random follows them out of the nook and out the door of their bedroom. Upon entering the family room, they find Hitoshi playing Persona 5 with Sho-san watching him. Watching is a loose term, he's really directing Hitoshi on what to do and Hitoshi is very begrudgingly following his instructions. This is going to become a very common occurrence, isn't it? Variant comments. Probably. But they do seem to be enjoying themselves. Izuku agrees. Naomasa is sitting off to the side on a different couch reading a book of some kind. Chance isn't really sure what. No one even looks up when they enter the room, something Chance is secretly grateful for. It'd be kind of unnerving to have everyone look at us when we walk in. Chance decides to sit down beside Naomasa for now, sitting cross-legged on the couch and watching the game being played on the TV. Random settles on their lap. It's a nice calm environment for a while, minus the elephant in the room. So, would you like to properly introduce us, Chance? Sho-san eventually asks. Figures he'd ask eventually. Variant grumbles. He's just worried about us and you know it. Izuku chides. Chance sighs, but nods, okay Sho-san. He agrees. This is Random. And she's our newest alter. As you can see, she is a cat. And she can talk to us but no one else it would seem, they explain. But how is Random out here if she's an alter? Hitoshi asks, confused. That's a part of her quirk. She can come and go from the mindscape at will, and take things with her as well apparently. Chance answers. Well, it's nice to meet you, Random. Welcome to the family. Nao-san replies easily. I do have a question though. What is it? Chance prompts. Does Random need fed like all the other cats? He questions. Not really. But I wouldn't mind being fed anyway. Random tells him, looking up. She says it's not required, but would be appreciated. Chance answers with a slight smile. That's not what I said. Random protests. It's the gist of what you said, is it not? Chance counters. Random simply gives a disgruntled murp in response. Well, now that that's settled, we saved you some breakfast, Chance. Sho-san tells him. Chance's stomach chooses that moment to growl at them and they flush slightly. The others laugh. Sounds like it's a good thing we did too. Hitoshi teases. He then stands up. Come on, I'll show you where it is in the fridge and help you heat it up. We're not eating wall cakes for breakfast today. He offers with a smirk, holding out a hand to Chance. Chance eyes it for a moment, then takes it, letting themselves be dragged into the kitchen by their brother. Hitoshi and Izuku were sitting on the couch in the family room playing Genshin on their laptops when Naomasa walked in. He was carrying a big red 18-gallon bin with a dark green lid. Across one side was a label that read, Christmas. What's in the bin, Papa? Hitoshi asks, not even looking up from his game. This, Hitoshi, is my Christmas collection. Naomasa answers cheerfully, well, some of it anyway. Shyuda can be heard groaning loudly in the dining room, followed by a resounding thunk that is probably his forehead meeting the table. Izuku and Hitoshi glance over in his direction in concern. Naomasa chuckles, Sho isn't overly fond of my holiday antics. I resigned myself to a festive fate after we moved in together. Shyuda deadpants while entering the family room. Do I need to get the tree down from the high shelf in the laundry room? He then asks from his place beside Naomasa. His husband nods, that would be appreciated. Thanks, love. He answers, pecking him on the cheek. Shyuda merely hums in affirmation as he makes his way to the room where the washer and dryer are in. Said room also doubles as a storage space. From what Hitoshi remembers, the only box that resembles one for a Christmas tree is a long bin that's on a shelf just below the ceiling. Doesn't he need a ladder? Hitoshi asks. Naomasa shakes his head, do you really think Shyuda would resort to a ladder given his skill sets? He says with a smile. In response, Hitoshi and Izuku quickly get up and rush over to the laundry room. They arrive in time to find Shyuda hanging off of the top shelf while crouched on a lower one and gradually maneuvering the bin Hitoshi had been thinking of off of the shelf. Don't worry, I made sure the shelves could hold his additional weight when we bought them. Naomasa assures, appearing behind them, he used to do this in his own apartment as well. And I know those shelves were not meant to support him. The Christmas tree bin finally slides off the top shelf and into Shyuda's grasp. He then smoothly drops from the height, landing in a slight crouch. He blinks upon noticing them all standing there watching him, then raises an eyebrow. I told them you don't believe in using ladders. Naomasa explains, so they got curious. Shyuda huffs, it's not a matter of belief. I simply don't need one. He grumbles. Naomasa smiles fondly, whatever you say, love. Izuku and Hitoshi have been sitting on the couch for the past hour, watching Masa decorate the family room. Hitoshi seems in awe of it all while Izuku himself gets to listen to the commentary going on in his head about every little thing. The alters are just as fascinated with it all as Izuku and Hitoshi. It was rather fun to watch the family room change from, well, the family room, into something out of a Christmas movie. Both boys offered to help, but Masa politely turned them down saying it was his favorite part and he wanted to do it himself. Which is fine, let him have his fun. He did however occasionally ask for their opinions on placements and if certain things were hung straight since they has a better perspective given they weren't directly in front of it. Masa takes a moment to look around the room and appreciate his handiwork. That's a lot of Christmas. Variant comments. Isn't that the point? Chance replies. Yeah, I guess. It's just a little overwhelming, Variant answers. I wonder how many of these decorations I can sneak into here for us to use. Random wonders. No. You are not stealing Christmas decorations, Chance tells her. Not stealing, borrowing. He can have them back at the end of Christmas. Random argues. Or we could ask for our own, Chance suggests. That works too, I guess. Random concedes. Oh. One last thing. Masa suddenly exclaims, startling the alters out of their internal debate. He then hurries out of the room, stepping over Shyuda who had long since fallen asleep in his usual spot on the rug. Except this time he is wrapped up in a fuzzy blanket with Christmas penguins on it. According to Masa he had laid claim to it their first Christmas together. Masa returns a few minutes later carrying a red shopping bag. The boys watch as he puts command hooks on the wall between the doors to the kitchen and dining room. Which he's done, he then pulls what looks like a large sock out of the bag and hangs it on a hook. The sock is red and has jingle bells on it with the name Naomasa stitched into the top of it. What is that? Hitoshi asks. These are Christmas stockings. You get presents inside them on Christmas morning. Masa tells him. Weird. Hitoshi replies. Masa then pulls a blue one out that has penguin on it with Shyuda stitched into the top. Followed by this is a dark blue one with snowflakes and Hitoshi stitched into the top. Hitoshi makes a startled noise from his place beside Izuku. After that is a glittery green one with Izuku stitched down the length of it. Then Masa reaches in and pulls out a glittery purple one that says Variant and a glittery blue one that says Chance. Finally there is a silver one with a paw print that reads Random. He got us all stockings. Like, all of us. Variant says hesitantly. He even got me one. And I'm a cat. Random cheers. That was quite nice of Nao-san, Chance agrees. Masa smiles at Izuku's dumbfounded expression. What? I had to get one for every member of the family. That's how it works. He explains. Izuku bounds over off the couch and throws himself into his papa's chest. Thank you. He breathes, eyes watery. You're most welcome. That weekend has Izuku bouncing around the kitchen eagerly while Hitoshi pulls out the ingredients required for the shortbread cookie recipe Naomasa had handed him. We're making cookies? Awesome! Izuku exclaims as he slides under Hitoshi's arm to read the title of the recipe. I think you mean we are making cookies, Hitoshi corrects, gesturing between him and Naomasa, and you two are watching. He finishes, pointing to Izuku and Shyuda. Izuku viably deflates at that. But I wanna help. He whines. And you will help Izuku. Naomasa tells him, walking back into the kitchen while carrying a stack of cookie tins, we will make the dough and you and Sho can help us cut out the shapes with cookie cutters and put the sprinkles on. Izuku cheers while Shyuda huffs from his place by the doorway. I'm not getting a choice in the matter, am I? He asks despite already knowing the answer. Nope. Both Izuku and Hitoshi respond in unison. Shyuda sighs fondly, resigning to his fate. Alright then. Izuku, come sit with me at the counter to give them room to bake. He instructs. Okay, Dad. Izuku chirps, bouncing over to the stool next to where Shyuda is now sitting. About 20 minutes later, all four of them have ball of cookie dough sitting on the flour-dusted counter in front of them. Meanwhile, all the cats, including Random, are scattered around the kitchen, waiting for something edible to drop. Now then, we need to roll our dough flat so we can then use the cookie cutters. Naomasa explains, but we only have one rolling pin, so we will need to take turns. He instructs. The other three follow instructions and flatten out their ball of dough. Excellent. Now you take the cookie cutters and try to fit as many onto your slab of dough as you can. Naomasa continues, holding up a cookie cutter and demonstrating putting it down into the dough. Makes sense, he then asks. He gets nods all around in answer. In that case you can get started then. Izuku. Careful with the sprinkles. Hitoshi shouts. But it's too late, red, green and white. Sprinkles are now absolutely everywhere, counter, floor and all. Oops. Izuku squeaks. As soon as the sprinkles hit the floor, all 5 cats are scrambling to lick the sugary specks up. That can't be healthy for them. Hitoshi comments, baffled. Shyuda shrugs, happens every year and they're all still alive, so it must not be that bad. I'm just happy it saves us having to clean them all up. Naomasa admits. Izuku, on the other hand, is still hiding his face in his hands. Izuku. Shyuda begins. Izuku shakes his head rapidly. Shyuda walks over and crouches in front of his son. Izuku, we're not mad at you. These things happen. He tells him. Izuku peeks out from behind his hands. You sure? He asks softly. I'm sure. Shyuda promises. Now since the cats are handling clean up, how about we finish up these cookies so they can get into the oven? Izuku lowers his hands, eyes a bit watery but no tears have fallen. Okay. He agrees. So the 4 of them go back to their cookies. These are so good. Izuku exclaims around a mouthful of cookie. Naomasa chuckles, I'm glad you like them, Izuku. They are pretty great. Hitoshi admits. Shyuda simply nods in agreement. So Shyuda, I was thinking we all could decorate the tree tomorrow since you're off of patrol. Naomasa offers. Shyuda thinks a moment, I don't have any issue with that. I'll just need to move some furniture around so it will fit properly in the family room. I can do that tonight before I head out. Sounds good. After we clean up here we can go take care of that. Naomasa replies. We can clean up. Hitoshi offers. Yeah. Let us clean. Izuku echoes. Their dads exchange glances. Shyuda just shrugs. Alright then. Thanks boys. Naomasa replies. And with that the two set to cleaning. So how do we do this? Hitoshi asks, staring at the bin filled with synthetic tree branches. This doesn't look anything like a tree. Izuku comments. Naomasa chuckles, not yet it doesn't, no. We have to put it together first. He tells them. To start we put the pole together. He continues, taking a half of the pole out of the bin and into each hand. He then twists them together. Naomasa walks over to where Shyuda had set up the base of the tree in the corner and slides the pole into its place in the center of the base. There's a piece of cardboard shoved into it beside the pole to keep it from moving around in its spot. After that, we have put the branches on. Naomasa continues, walking back over to them and the bin. You'll see by the hook of each branch there's a label with a letter of the alphabet. Each letter corresponds with a row of slots on the pole. You have to find every branch for each row and hook them into the pole. He explains. Think you two can handle that? He asks. The 2 boys look at him for a long moment before nodding. I think we can handle that. Hitoshi tells him. Izuku nods vigorously beside him. We're missing an L branch. Where is it? Hitoshi wonders aloud. Izuku shrugs, I haven't found it. All the branches here have moved on to the K row. Well, that's not helpful. There's gonna be a gap without a branch now. Hitoshi exclaims, frustrated. Just move on to K for now, Hitoshi. You'll probably find the branch you're looking for deeper down into the bin. Shyuda instructs. Spoiler alert, they found it with the J branches, much to Hitoshi's dismay. Okay. Now we get to put the top of the tree on. Naomasa tells them after they've used up all of the branches. And how do you intend to do that? The pole is pretty tall. Hitoshi points out. I got this. Shyuda says in answer, come air kid. He then says, which is Izuku's only warning before he is lifted up by his armpits and settled on Shyuda's shoulders. It takes a bit to get Izuku settled to where it doesn't feel like he's going to immediately fall when Shyuda lets go of him. You good up there, Izuku? Shyuda asks, only slightly teasing. I'm okay. Izuku replies. Good. Now, hand me the top of the tree. Shyuda says to his husband. Naomasa acquiesces him, looking skeptical as he hands the tree top to Shyuda. Grab this, Izuku. You're going to put it on the top of the pole, okay? Shyuda instructs. Got it. Izuku replies, taking hold of the tree top. It takes a bit of leaning and maneuvering, but they do get it to work. Tada. Izuku chirps, jazz hands and all. Nicely done. Hitoshi tells him. Thanks. Izuku replies. You can put me down now, Dad. He then tells Shyuda. Shyuda gives him an affirmative hum before taking hold of him and pulling him up and off of his shoulders. Once Izuku is securely on the floor, Shyuda takes a second to crack his back, gaining an eye roll from Naomasa. And now we put the lights on the tree. After watching the painstaking process that is threading the lights through each and every branch on the tree, it's time to hang the ornaments on it. I want to help hang ornaments. Variant declares. I would like to as well, Chance echoes. I think I'm a bit too short to put ornaments on the tree. So I'll just watch. Random laments. We can take turns then. Izuku agrees easily. The hanging of ornaments ended up being veritable chaos as the altars suched in and out to take turns hanging them up. Naomasa was in the middle of wrapping gifts when his phone rang. He quickly sets down the scissors he was using and pulls his phone out from his pocket. Only to utter a resigned sigh upon reading the caller ID. Yagi Toshinori. Naomasa has been dreading his friend's inevitable phone call for a while now. He still needs to get his thoughts in order in regards to what Toshinori said to Izuku. Setting that aside for now, Naomasa answers the phone. Tsukachi. He says simply. Hello Naomasa, it's Toshinori. Did I catch you at a bad time? I'm not calling for business. His friend's voice greets on the other end of the line. Naomasa can't help the smile that crosses his face despite everything. No Toshinori, you didn't. I'm at home wrapping gifts right now. He tells him. Wonderful. I was calling to see about us meeting up at the usual cafe. It's been a while since we've seen each other and it is the holidays after all. You can bring Shyuda of course. Toshinori replies. Naomasa holds back a sigh. Shyuda won't be able to come. Not only because someone has to stay at home with Izuku. Naomasa simply doesn't trust his husband to not commit a homicide at the sight of the #1 hero. It has been a while, hasn't it? I'll admit the recent cases have left me quite busy. Naomasa answers, that said, things have been clearing up recently, so we can meet for lunch if you would like. I will still have to run it by Shyuda as well, mind you. Yes, I have seen some of the news coverage on the Aldera incidents. To think a quirkless child would be capable of such atrocities, truly tragic. Naomasa grits his teeth but holds his tongue. How does Friday at 1 p.m. sound? At the usual place, of course. That should work. I'll ask Shyuda about it later and text you in the morning. See you most likely tomorrow, Toshinori. Naomasa replies simply. Yes. See you tomorrow, my friend. Toshinori replies with. Then the line goes dead. Naomasa takes a deep breath as he sets his phone down. He thought that, maybe, he could stay friends with Toshinori. That he could move past it. However, it turns out simply the sound of his voice is enough of a reminder of what he did. Don't get him wrong, Naomasa knows Toshinori isn't the entire reason for Izuku's psychotic break. Most of that was Aldera and society as a whole. But now that it's been pointed out, Naomasa can't help but continue to reflect on the other instances where Toshinori has made his quirkist views quite clear. And to think at the time Naomasa thought nothing of it. It isn't until much later that night that Naomasa gets to discuss the earlier phone call with his husband. Toshinori called while I was wrapping gifts today. Naomasa tells Shyuda. Oh? And what did the blonde buffoon want this time? Shyuda asks, the ire in his tone apparent. Shyuda is aware of All Might's smaller form, of course. Despite the fact that Yagi didn't want his secret shared with someone he didn't know well, Naomasa told him outright that he refuses to lie to his husband. And, unsurprisingly, Yagi didn't have a good enough counter-argument. Shyuda himself is not overly fond of All Might. The way his role as the symbol of peace has affected society is not something Shyuda approves of. But even he can admit that Yagi means the best and that he has been an effective crime deterrent. However, recent events surrounding Izuku may have shattered any semblance of respect Shyuda had for the man. He and Naomasa have had their perspectives shifted since meeting their son. He wants to meet up for lunch to celebrate holidays like we usually do. I told him I would have to talk to you first before I could give him an answer. Naomasa tells him. I can't guarantee me seeing the man in person won't end with us hiding a body now. Shyuda tells him. And Naomasa knows he's sincere. Hell, he feels the same way about his once best friend. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't of the same opinion. Naomasa admits, however, as much as I would like to just ignore him, I do have to be an adult about the issue and talk to Toshinori about this. Shyuda sighs, I know that. And I trust you to handle it maturely and rationally. I do not trust myself to do the same, so I will not be going with you. He tells his husband. And that's perfectly fine, Sho. You can stay here with the kids while I go deal with this. Naomasa assures. I know we usually invite him over for Christmas, now, but I refuse to let that man anywhere near our son. Shyuda adds. I wouldn't dream of it, Sho. Naomasa promises. A few days later has Naomasa walking into the cafe that serves as his and Toshinori's usual meet-up spot. And sure enough, after a quick look around, Naomasa finds him sitting at their usual table in the back. Naomasa. Toshinori exclaims upon seeing him, it's good to see you. He greets. Hello, Toshinori. Naomasa replies. He's not about to lie to the man and tell him that he is happy to see him. Naomasa takes his seat across from the blonde and picks up the coffee Toshinori ordered him and takes a long sip of it. Where's Shyuda? Normally he joins us for coffee. Toshinori then asks. Shyuda is at home with the kids right now. Our one son cannot be left at the house without an adult. Naomasa tells him. And he takes smug satisfaction out of the blonde sputtering at the mention of kids. Pardon? Did you say kids? Toshinori asks, confused. Naomasa nods, unable to stop the smile that dawns his face at the thought of his precious sons. I did. Shyuda and I are currently fostering 2 boys, although we fully intend to adopt them when the time comes. He explains. That's great news. Congratulations. Toshinori says with a smile. Thanks. It's been a lot. Naomasa admits softly. Has it? Are they all right? Toshinori asks, clearly concerned. Hitoshi is doing well. Izuku is recovering. Izuku has only been out of the hospital a few weeks now. Naomasa explains, there's still a lot of adjusting and things we must look out for and handle. But he's getting better. The hospital? What for? Toshinori inquires. Naomasa takes a deep breath before speaking. Izuku spent 6 weeks in Heroes Retreat's psychiatric wing. He had trauma bonded to Shyuda, so they were both there for that amount of time. He tells him. Naomasa then looks up and stares into his once friend's eyes, which brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about. He begins, voice hardening, what the hell were you thinking? Telling a quirkless child to be realistic and effectively crushing his dreams, and then leave him on a rooftop? Tell me why, Toshinori. Naomasa demands harshly. Toshinori sputters, caught heavily off guard, I what? Not only that, but you exposed your secret to a child. A secret that in the wrong hands could put you in your grave. Naomasa continues pressing. I was only trying to keep the boy safe? It's dangerous to be a pro-hero. Without a quirk to defend himself dash. Bullshit. Naomasa interjects, unintentionally drawing a few glances from the surrounding customers. For one, you're the DMN symbol of peace. It's not your job to be realistic. It's your job to be an inspiration and a role model. Naomasa practically shouts. And it's rare that he raises his voice. Besides, Shyuda fights quirkless and you don't tell him that he shouldn't be a hero. That's different, he at least has a quirk to fall back on. Toshinori tries arguing. His quirk serves no combat purpose, so don't even start. Naomasa denies. Toshinori sighs, I admit I messed up, I could have at least been gentler about it. I just hope he found a new path to walk in spite of that. He says, sounding defeated. And that pisses Naomasa off. The Aldera shooting and its related cases. He starts, immediately gaining the blonde's attention. The shooter and victim of that school's crimes was the very same quirkless boy you left on that rooftop. Toshinori pales as a look of horror settles on his face. That child suffered a violent psychotic break and killed 11 people as a result. And had it not been for my husband, Izuku's life would be over. Naomasa finishes. You hurt my son, Toshinori. And I'm afraid that's not something either me or Shyuda are going to forgive anytime soon. Naomasa stands, we won't out your secret or anything like that. Just know that our friendship is over. You owe Izuku an apology. And until you actually understand what it is you did wrong, I won't let you anywhere near my family. He puts his hat on. Goodbye Toshinori. Merry Christmas. And without waiting for a response, Naomasa walks away and out of the cafe. He is in desperate need of an Izuku hug right now. Toshi. Toshi, wake up. Izuku exclaims, shaking his brother's shoulder roughly. Wake up, wake up, wake up. A long groan is his answer. Go away Izu. I'm sleeping. Go bother Papa. He's a morning person. Izuku is not deterred, but Toshi. It's Christmas. Hitoshi's eyes snap open and meet Izuku's. Izuku grins maniacally, and Hitoshi grins back. Izuku leans back as Hitoshi sits up. Alright, I'm awake. Only because it's Christmas. Hitoshi insists. Sure, whatever you say Toshi. Izuku replies. I guess we should go wake up Dad and Papa then? Hitoshi suggests. The two look at each other for a long moment at the thought of waking up Shyuda. We're gonna die. Hitoshi declares. Izuku nods. Yes, we are. But it's Christmas so it's worth it. He reasons. Hitoshi sighs. I guess you're right. He agrees easily. You get to be the one to do it though. It'd go over better that way. Izuku nods eagerly. Sure, I can wake up Dad. Needless to say, Aizawa was not happy about being woken up at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the end it was Masa who shoved him out of bed and onto the floor. It was then a team effort between Hitoshi and Izuku to drag the poor man out into the family room where the tree and presents were waiting. Aizawa then, begrudgingly, settled himself in his usual spot on the rug. Izuku settles beside Hitoshi on the couch near the Christmas tree. Try as he might, he really can't sit still and ends up bouncing lightly in his seat. Hitoshi gives him an exasperated look, but otherwise doesn't say anything about his current lack of control. Izuku can see Hitoshi's own excitement dancing in his eyes. I don't know how you have too much energy this early in the morning, Chance yawns. Come on Chance, this is exciting. It's Christmas. Variant cheers. Not you too, Chance groans. Izuku giggles at Chance's annoyance, gaining him a questioning look from Hitoshi. Chance isn't a morning person. He's not happy to be awake this early, Christmas or not. Izuku explains. Hitoshi chuckles, and let me guess, you and Variant are all filled with energy, he suggests. Yep. Izuku chirps with a particularly high bounce. Sit up Aizawa, I brought you coffee. Masa orders, heralding his arrival from the kitchen. He then walks over to the pile on the floor that is his husband and gently nudges him with his foot. Aizawa groans as he sits up, and graciously takes the coffee. Hitoshi stares Masa down until the man sighs and relinquishes the other cup that was in his hand. I'm trying to decide if that look was a threat, a plea, or some twisted version of puppy dog eyes. Variant muses. It was probably a combination of all three, Chance offers. You're probably right. Not all of us can have kitten eyes as effective as Zoo's. Variant agrees, teasing. Hey, I'm not that cute. Izuku argues. He can feel the deadpan looks he is receiving from the Mindscape. Fine. He huffs, maybe I am cute. Izuku concedes. You good over there Zuku? Masa's questioning voice is heard, pulling Izuku from his internal conversation. Yep. I'm good. He chirps, we were just arguing over if I'm cute or not. Izuku says. There's no argument to be had there Aizu. You are adorable. Hitoshi tell him. Izuku squeaks as he covers his face in embarrassment. He's right you know. You could weaponize it. Aizawa agrees. Izuku whines and shakes his head, cheeks warming under his hands. Papa help. He begs. Masa laughs, while I do agree with you too, I think you should stop teasing him. We do have presents to open after all. He points out. Izuku instantly perks up at this, presents, he cheers. Yes, Izuku, presents. Masa smiles, I say we start with the stockings. He offers. Okay. Izuku replies, jumping up and dragging Hitoshi behind him so he will grab his off the wall. Masa follows behind them to grab his and Aizawa's. Hitoshi grabs his and brings it over to where they all were sitting. We okay if I just grab all of ours now? Then each of us can take turns opening their own gifts. Izuku offers. That sounds great. Go ahead and grab them Zoo, Chance permits. Having been given the go-ahead, Izuku grabs all 4 remaining stockings and practically skips his way back over to the group. Who wants to go first? Masa asks once they are all settled on the floor. I think Izuku should go first. He's clearly the most excited out of all of us. Hitoshi suggests. I second that. Aizawa agrees. Thirded. Masa adds, go ahead then Izuku. He urges. Izuku nods before then turning his attention to the stocking in front of him. There's a couple of wrapped gifts that slide out when he dumps the sock upside down which he quickly sets to tearing open without hesitation. Inside the 3 smaller ones he finds a collection of colored gel pens, soft core colored pencils and brush markers. The 3 bigger square ones turn out to be 2 excellent quality notebooks and the last is a hero-themed adult coloring book. Whoa, these are awesome. Thanks. Izuku gushes, now actually vibrating with excitement. You're very welcome, Izuku. Masa says to him, Zawa nodding in agreement with a rare smile on his face. Now it's your turn, Hitoshi. Izuku insists. Alright. Hitoshi concedes, I'll go. Hitoshi takes his time a bit more than Izuku did with his fervent tearing of paper. Once unwrapped, Hitoshi holds a sleep mask that goes over your eyes. It's black and fuzzy and designed in the likeness of a cat. Nice. Hitoshi says, thanks, I'm definitely going to be using this. He admits. Trust me, night masks are the best. Zawa tells him. Not that he needs them anymore given how tired he usually is. Masa teases, causing the boys to laugh. Zawa grumbles a shut up now, as he tries to tuck his face into the non-existent capture scarf around his neck. This just elicits more laughs from the group. Zawa and Masa then open their stockings. Inside there's a really just candy and a few knick-knacks they saw fit to get each other. I want to go. Let me open mine. Variant exclaims. Calm down, Variant. We'll get there, Chance tries. Variant would like to open his stocking stuff next if that's okay. Izuku speaks up. Masa smiles at him, okay then, Variant to go next. Variant immediately bounds through his door and out into fronting. Awesome. My turn, he cheers, oddly excited in comparison to his normal demeanor. Variant picks up his own stocking and dumps it out. From the wrapping alone the gifts look rather similar to what Izuku received. Opposed to Izuku's fervent tearing of paper from in which direction, Variant picks one end and rips the gift open from there. Once unwrapped, Variant has a full set of acrylic paints and various sizes of paint brushes laid out in front of him. Variant seems a bit confused. You had mentioned wanting to try painting at some point. So we went ahead and got all the supplies you would need. Eraser explains, there's canvases for you to paint on wrapped under the Christmas tree as well. Please refrain from graffitiing anything around the house. He then requests with a knowing look. Variant gasps dramatically at the near call out, me? I would never. He counters. Eraser simply shakes his head, I'll believe it when I see it. But do you like them? He asks after. I do. I'm excited to use them. Variant tells him, thank you. You're welcome, Variant. Tsuka replies, do you think you can let Chance open his gift now? He then asks. Sure, yeah, I can do that. Variant agrees. Then he closes his toxic green eyes. When the eyes open back up they are the teal that denotes Chance is now the one fronting. Hello. He greets, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Chance. Neo-san echoes, would you like to open your gift now? He offers. Chance nods, turning his attention to the stocking sitting in front of him. He pours the gifts out onto the floor and assesses them for a minute before he starts to open them. Chance takes his time unwrapping them, pulling open each section the tape and then pulling the wrapping paper off in one intact piece. When he's done, he has a collection of different shaped and sized Rubik's cubes. These look like fun. Chance muses, I can't wait to try them out. Thank you. He says to Sho-san and Masa-san. Glad you like them. Masa-san replies with a kind smile. Now we move on to the tree? Hitoshi asks. Yep. Let's go, Toshi. Izuku chirping startles him as he is grabbed firmly by the arm and dragged to his feet and off to the tree. Zawa and Masa follow behind them as they cross the family room to get over to the tree. Once everyone is situated at the couch nearest the tree, Masa starts handing out gifts. He hands one to Hitoshi and one to Izuku. Then he hands one to Zawa along with a peck on the cheek. Those gifts are from me. I hope you like them. He says, prompting them to open them. With that everyone sets to opening their gifts. Hitoshi opens his to find folded dark purple fabric. Upon unfolding it he discovers it's a dark purple zip-up hoodie with cat ears on the hood and paw prints on the pockets. On the back there is a graphic of a tail. I love it. Hitoshi declares, immediately unzipping it and putting it on. Izuku's gift is actually quite large. The first thing he does is check the label. He is pleasantly surprised to find that the gift is in fact addressed to all 4 of them. So he unwraps it with as much vigor as every other gift, though it takes a bit maneuvering given the size of the gift. He gets more excited as he unwraps it further and further. In front of him sits a nest bed that looks to be the perfect size to fit in his nook. Epic. Looks comfortable. I can't wait to sleep on it. After a few test squishes they all decide it's acceptable. Masa lets out an oof as he is tackled into a hug by both Izuku and Random. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Izuku exclaims. Masa laughs as he wraps his arms around his son. You're most welcome, buddy. Next up was Zawa to give gifts to everyone. He silently goes around and hands his gifts to the others before slumping back down to his former place on the floor with a grumbled, "Enjoy." Izuku opens his first this time, tearing open the paper. Once it's open he stares at the bundle of green he's now holding. He looks at his dad in confusion. "You have to unroll it, problem child," Zawa tells him with a smirk. Turning his attention back to the bundle he follows instructions. Upon doing so he realizes what it is. A sleeping bag. Nice. He got us our own sleeping bag. More soft things. Now it's Zawa's turn to be tackled into a hug. Unlike Masa he doesn't fall backwards. "Glad you like it, Izuku. Now we can take naps on the floor together." Hitoshi laughs while Masa gives Zawa an unimpressed look. Next is Hitoshi's gift to open, and Izuku notices that Zawa looks particularly attentive to this one. It makes Izuku wonder what is actually inside it. "You're kidding." Hitoshi breathes. Zawa shakes his head, "Not on your life." Hitoshi pulls out a familiar-looking scarf and Izuku can't help but smile with them. "You got me a capture scarf." Hitoshi says in awe. "I did tell you we would be starting to train with it soon, didn't it?" Zawa replies. "I suppose you did. Thanks, Dad." Hitoshi replies, hugging Zawa. A breathless grunt is the only indication that Shyuda noticed what Hitoshi called him. "Mine next. Mine next." Izuku exclaims, bouncing excitedly, "You gotta open mine next, Toshi," he insists. He then proceeds to start shoving a box across the floor in Hitoshi's direction. Hitoshi sighs fondly as the box reaches its final destination at his feet. "Okay, Aizu, I'll open it." Hitoshi assures him, "But then you get to open mine," he declares. Izuku nods emphatically from where he sits on the floor in front of the box. And so Hitoshi sets himself to opening the box. Once it's open he finds a pastel purple stuffed animal. Upon further inspection he discovers it's a cat. "You got me a cat plushie?" Hitoshi questions, pulling it fully out of the box and onto his lap. "I did." Izuku chirps, "I've been thinking that you need more stuffed animals, Hitoshi. You don't have any." "You have a point," he says after a moment of deliberation. "This is awesome." He agrees. Shyuda leans over to whisper in Naomasa's ear, "Don't let Hizashi hear him say that. We'll be overrun within a week or two." Naomasa chuckles, nodding in agreement. "So you like it then?" he asks, just to be sure. Hitoshi nods, "I do. Thanks, Aizu," he replies. Izuku then proceeds to tackle Hitoshi into a hug, effectively knocking the wind out of his brother. Okay, Hitoshi starts, breathless, "Now you have to open mine," he instructs. Izuku quickly clambers off of him and lets Hitoshi fetch his gift for him. Once it's settled rather heavily in his lap, Izuku wastes no time tearing open the wrapped present and pulling open the tape on the box. Inside he finds a tie-dye green blanket. It's only upon pulling it fully out of the box that he realizes what it is. "You got me a weighted blanket?" Izuku asks in awe. "I did. Since you're always talking about how much you like the one they let you use at the hospital," Hitoshi explains. "Try it out. Hopefully it's just as awesome." This of course prompts an impromptu test-out session. Izuku settles himself fully on the couch and stretches the blanket fully across his lap and legs. A pause, "Yep, it passes," Izuku declares assuredly, "but the color makes it even better than the one at the hospital by far." He then adds, "Glad you like it, Aizu." Hitoshi replies, sounding relieved. "Thanks, Toshi," Izuku exclaims, tackling his brother into a hug once more. After that they took a break for breakfast. Naomasa had made up a French toast casserole and a cheesy hash brown casserole, so they all enjoyed eating that at the dining room table. "Alright boys, show, and I have one more gift for the both of you. And you have to open them at the same time," Masa tells them, placing a decorative envelope in front of each of them. He then joins Zawa where he is sitting in front of the two boys. Izuku looks to Hitoshi who sits to his right. "Ready?" he asks, eyes sparkling in anticipation. Hitoshi nods, "As I'll ever be," he tells him. So the two set to opening their envelopes and pull a piece of paper out of them. "No way. Is that what I think it is? What is it? What is it?" Are these adoption certificates?" Hitoshi asks softly, almost in disbelief. Meanwhile Izuku is still speechless, minus the chaos that is the altar's internal dialogue raging on in his head. The type name Atsuchi Izuku stare menacingly back at him. "They are," Zawa confirms. "For us?" Hitoshi follows with. Masa smiles, "For you. We want to adopt you boys, if you'll let us," he tells them. Izuku can't help the tears that fill his eyes at the declaration. "Us? Are you really sure about this?" Hitoshi asks, sounding skeptical. He sounds aggressive but Izuku knows he's just on the defensive. This is a first for Hitoshi after all. And after everything that he has been through, Izuku can't really fault him for wanting to ensure that this is actually real. Aizawa chuckles, we're sure Hitoshi. And we'll say it as many times as it takes to convince you. I know it took me a while to believe it when I was handed the same document. Hitoshi stares at the two men long and hard. Aizawa and Masa meet his gaze unflinchingly. Finally, Hitoshi gives in. Okay. I'd like that very much. He says sincerely. It's Aizawa that first meets Izuku's eyes. Izuku meets his evenly, still in shock. You're sure, Aizawa? You're not going to give up on us, he asks softly. Aizawa shakes his head, I think it's a bit too late to bail now, Izuku. He says, that said, no, I'm not giving up on any of you. The paper may say Izuku on it, but we want all of you to join our family. He tells him. Are we sure we can trust him? There's no going back after this. It's Sho-san. We've trusted him since Say 1. Even if you didn't particularly like him at the beginning variant. I want to trust him. I want this. And I think I speak for all of us when I say that. With all of their minds made up, Izuku rises from his seat and bounds over to Aizawa. Hitoshi seems to get the aim and makes his own way to Naomasa. They throws themselves into the two adults, their heroes, their dads, just like so many times before. But this time, it feels different. None of them could tell you why or how, but it does. It feels somehow even better. It feels complete. Of course it wasn't going to be just the four of them all day. They had invited Stefan, Inui, Nedzu, even Hawks and Sansa, to come over later that afternoon and for dinner. As such, Naomasa was busy in the kitchen making dinner. Izuku had let Chance take over fronting and he spent a good hour keeping himself busy rearranging the nook with the new nest bed that they had been given by Naomasa. Currently, however, Shyuda was giving Hitoshi instruction on the basics of how to use the capture weapon in the family room. Yes, inside the apartment, even despite Naomasa's protests. Variant was currently watching them go over things, mentally taking note of everything that was said and demonstrated. You know, if you just asked, Aizawa would probably show you too. We do have his old capture weapon in our room after all. Izuku points out after a while. I agree. He probably would. Even if just for today because it's Christmas, Chance agrees. Sure, but what happens when we actually pose a threat when using it? Will they take it away from us like every other potential weapon? Variant questions, that's a risk I'm not willing to take. He tells them. Chance hums, I guess you do have a point there. That said, everything has the potential to be used as a weapon if utilized correctly, he points out. You're both right. But that's not something that needs to be brought up to anyone. Izuku says, like Variant said, they don't want us armed in any way or to have the potential to harm anyone. As impossible a feat that may be. Do we really need to be talking about weaponry on Christmas? Random questions. She's busy trying to catch the various loops and ends of Hitoshi's capture weapon as they fly this way and that, much to the exasperation of everyone else involved. It's never a bad time to be prepared. Random. Variant argues. I know, but it's Christmas. Variant. Loosen up a bit, would you? Random argues. It's my job to be on edge. Leave me alone, cat. Variant snaps. Enough, you two. Please stop, would you? Chance interrupts. Variant huffs, Random started it. He mutters. And I'm ending it. So stop. Go back to watching Sho-san and Hitoshi, Chance orders. A knock on the door followed by a ring of the doorbell startles them all from what they were doing. Can someone get the door? Naomasa calls out, I'm a bit occupied at the moment. You get it, Izuku. Variant says, relinquishing control to the other. It takes a second to get his bearings before he is bounding excitedly over to the door. There's another knock just before he manages to pull it open. Hey fledgling, a familiar voice greets. Hawks. Izuku practically squeals, tackling the winged hero into a hug. Hawks chuckles as he stumbles back a step, still managing to keep hold of both Izuku and the gifts he brought. It's good to see you too, Izuku. He says, how about you let me in the door though, he then implores. Izuku squeaks as he steps back and away to let Hawks in the door. Sorry. He mumbles, looking down. Nothing to apologize for, I'm just as excited to see you too. It's been a while. Hawks replies. Izuku nods, waiting a few steps back while Hawks takes his shoes off before snatching up the man's hand and all but dragging him into the apartment. Takami. Aizawa greets him with a head nod when they arrive in the family room. Hey Aizawa. Kigo replies back. Where should I put the gifts for the fledglings, he asks. He doesn't miss how Izuku seems to perk up at the mention of gifts. You can just put them under the tree for now. We plan to open them after dinner. Aizawa tells him. Kigo nods. He manages to pull his hand from Izuku's grasp in order to walk over to the tree and set the gifts down under it. He ends up sitting on one of the couches while Izuku sits next to him, talking animatedly about Kigo's last fight he saw on the news a few days ago. Izuku's brother Hitoshi chimes in occasionally. Kigo is sure to answer all of the questions thrown at him, even if he has to get Izuku to slow down on occasion. Hello Takami, Merry Christmas. A new voice says to him from the direction of the kitchen. He looks over to see Tsukachi standing in the doorway to the kitchen, wiping his hands on a tea towel. Merry Christmas Tsukachi. Good to see you, Kigo replies. He's totally not used to the domestic feel this place has. He's not really sure what to do with himself. That said, he intends to enjoy it while he can. Next to arrive is Stefan. And unlike Hawks, when he knocks on the door he doesn't wait for the door to be answered, he just lets himself right in. Pardon the intrusion, he says as he walks through the door and into the entryway. In his hand he carries 2 small wrapped boxes, gifts for Izuku and Hitoshi. There's a commotion coming from what sounds like the family room, so his arrival seems to go mostly unnoticed. If you really meant that, you would have waited for one of us to open the door for you. Aizawa's deadpan greets him. Like Stefan said, mostly unnoticed. I'll lighten up Eraser. It's Christmas. Stefan teases, and besides, we both know I'm here often enough that I've earned the right to just walk in. Aizawa gives him an unimpressed look. If you want Christmas spirit, go talk to my husband. He tells him, and as for your ability to barge into my house, it's only because Izuku likes you so much. Do keep that in mind. Stefan nods, slightly unnerved by the look in Aizawa's eyes. Stefan knows the hero isn't about to arrest him, but obviously he doesn't trust him. It's not like he's actually given him a real reason to think he can. Oh, someone's here? Who is it? Izuku's voice can be heard questioning. The sound of pounding feet heralds his arrival to the front entryway. Steve, he shouts excitedly, you're here. And with that Stefan is tackled into a hug by an overexcited 14-year-old. Stefan laughs as he wraps his arms around the kid. Yes, I'm here. I missed you buddy. Izuku then snatches up his hand and pulls him into the apartment. You gotta come play skip-bo with us. Come on, he insists. As he is all but dragged down the hall, Aizawa snatches the presents he had been holding on to out of his grasp with a grumbled, these go under the tree. Stefan gives him a grateful smile over his shoulder before they round the corner into the family room. There's a soft knock on the door some time later. Actually hearing it this time, Izuku jumps up to go get the door. I wonder who it is, Chance wonders idly as they make their way to the front door. Izuku opens the door and is greeted with someone he's never met before. Hello. You must be Izuku. My name is Tamakawa Sansa, it's nice to meet you. I work with Naomasa at the police station. The cat-headed man says in greeting. Holy shit. Variant says breathlessly, it's a cat man. We're gonna die. Ignoring that thought, Izuku instead focuses on the person in front of him. Nice to meet you Tamakawa-san. Please come in. Papa is in the kitchen. Izuku tells him, stepping aside to let the man into the front entryway. To Izuku's surprise, Tamakawa-san has presents with him. Are they for Dad and Papa? Or are they for him and Hitoshi like everyone else's? Who knows? Izuku turns around and leads the way into the apartment and to the kitchen. Papa? Izuku questions upon entering. What's up Izuku? Masa asks, looking up from the pot on the stove he is stirring. Tamakawa-san is here. He informs. Tamakawa-san chuckles, a slight trilling sound mixed in, just call me Sansa, Izuku. I've known your papa here long enough to warrant it. Oh. Okay Sansa-san. Izuku replies. Masa smiles and turns the burner down before walking over to them. He also makes sure to puck Penguin off the counter so the stupid cat doesn't fall into a cooking pot again. Hello Sansa. It's good to see you, I'm glad you could make it. He says to his friend. Sansa-san nods and takes Penguin from Naomasa's grasp. You know I wouldn't miss your Christmas cooking for anything Naomasa. I'm just glad we could still have the dinner with everything that's been going on. Izuku decides this isn't his conversation to be a part of, so he walks back out of the kitchen and into the family room. There you are fledgling. Hawks calls out, come on we gotta finish our game. Izuku smiles, I'm coming. He replies, hurrying over to the group sitting on the floor. Last to arrive were Hound Dog and Nedzu. Izuku was busy playing skip-bo with Hitoshi, Hawks and Stefan in the family room while Naomasa and Sansa were cooking in the kitchen. Shyuda tries not to be offended that Sansa is the only one allowed to help cook. The door this time was opened by Aizawa. Hello Shuda-kun. Merry Christmas. Nedzu says to him as they make their way into the front entryway. Hello Nedzu, Inui. Aizawa greets, as enthusiastic as ever. Is everyone else here already? Inui asks. Aizawa nods, they are. Most playing a card game in the family room right now. He tells them, now is busy working on dinner in the kitchen. He won't let any of us anywhere near the kitchen right now. Except for Sansa that is. Inui huffs a laugh. Well, that's not going to stop me from offering my assistance, he states, but first, where would you like us to put our gifts, he asks Aizawa. You can put them under the tree in family room. He tells them. Inui nods and makes his way into the family room. Izuku's cheery voice can be heard upon Inui's arrival. Then Shyuda eyes Nedzu. You only have one box. That's suspicious. He declares. Oh Shuda-kun, you know me so well. Nedzu replies, giggling, Inui-san has offered to get my gift for Izuku out of the car when the time comes to open it. It is a decent size and weight after all. Nedzu explains. That doesn't make me feel any better. Aizawa argues. Nedzu's grin widens. No, I don't suppose it would. He agrees, smile still in place. Shall we head to the family room to join the others? He then suggests. Aizawa sighs and shrugs. We shall, continuing to stand here would be illogical. Turning to lead the way. Nedzu chuckles lightly as he follows behind. Yes, and we all know how much you love your logic, Shuda-kun. He comments. This earns him a glare over his former student's shoulder. After many heated rounds of skippo, Naomasa eventually called them all into the dining room for dinner. Dinner was a rather lively affair. Izuku and Hitoshi managing to carry the various conversation topics that proceeded throughout dinner. Soon enough, everyone is sitting in various spots in the family room, with Izuku and Hitoshi situated beside each other on one of the couches. It's present opening time. Naomasa declares. This earns him excited cheers from both Izuku and Hitoshi. Smiling, Naomasa walks over to the tree. Which one shall they open first, he wonders aloud. Oh, mine first. Hawks calls out. All right then. Naomasa agrees easily. He then picks up the two gifts that are from Hawks and hands them to the two boys. The boys unwrap them to find jewelry boxes. Upon opening the jewelry boxes, they gasp at what's inside. Inside the box is a sturdy gold chain with a pendant on the end. The pendant on the end is in fact one of Hawks's smaller feathers. I figured if you two keep these close I can keep better track of you. You know, in case you ever need anything. Hawks explains. Izuku and Hitoshi unravel the chains and put them around each other's necks. Sounds like a certain bird is trying to take my job. Variant complains. Oh hush, he's just trying to help take care of us, Chance chides. Can I play with it? It looks fun. Random asks, coming up to paw at the necklace from where she sits on Izuku's lap. Thanks Hawks. They're awesome. Izuku chirps while grabbing Random's paw to stop her. Aw. You're no fun. Glad you think so fledgling. Hawks replies, and from now on, just call me Kigo, okay, he instructs. Both boys nod, although looking a bit unsure still. Mine next. Stefan then insists. Once again Hitoshi and Izuku are handed identically wrapped boxes. Once unwrapped they hold sturdy wooden boxes. Inside the boxes are butterfly knives, one each. They're just practice ones. Stefan insists before anyone can glare a hole through him. You couldn't have come up with anything else? Naomasa asks, looking nervous. Leave it to Stefan to come up with the best gift. I can't wait to try these out. Variant exclaims. Do you even know how to use them? Chance asks. Izuku has learned a few tricks, which means I know a few tricks. Variant informs him. After all, Variant can pull from all their skill sets in the name of keeping them safe. Then Izuku proceeds to spin the knife skillfully around in his hand a few times. It's clear to the others in the room that this is not the first time he had held a butterfly knife, whether for practice or otherwise is still unknown. Stefan gives Naomasa a knowing look. Naomasa just slumps his shoulders in defeat. Shyuda eyes the knife carefully. These are great. Thank you. Izuku says to him, Variant thanks you as well. He adds. And doesn't that send chills through the room for a brief moment? Yeah, thanks Stefan. Hitoshi echoes, you plan on teaching us how to use them, he then asks. Stefan looks a bit panicked at the question, but replies nonetheless, of course. If you want me to. He risks a glance at Shyuda, assuming Eraser is okay with it that is. He adds hastily. Shyuda gives an approving nod, so Stefan is going to assume he gets to keep his limbs today. How generous of him. I can go next. Inui then offers. Okay. Naomasa agrees, moving to grab the gifts Inui brought. Izuku's box is the smaller of the two. Even still he takes it eagerly and settles it on his lap, waiting for Hitoshi to get his before he opens the gift. Hitoshi is handed a rather heavy box. In fact the weight is rather familiar feeling. Go ahead and open them. Inui prompts. Not needing any further prompting, the boys set to opening their gifts. Izuku gets his open first, and is a bit confused by the variously colored pieces of fabric he has received. He looks to Inui for an explanation. Here, let me help you put one on. Inui tells him. He then helps Izuku slide his arm through one of what turns out to be a sleeve of some sort. It spans from his wrist to just below his shoulder. It's tight, but not enough to be suffocated, just enough to ground him. They're compression sleeves. Inui finally explains, the idea is for you to wear these instead of having to wear the bandages all the time. Izuku's eyes widen in understanding. Oh, he says, unsure what to say. Thank you. He settles for. Inui seems to recognize the strength of his gratitude despite Izuku struggling to put it into words. You're most welcome, Izuku. No more bandages. At least not without injuries to cover them, Chance says. We could also cover up the bandages when we do have reason to wear them. So no one can see them. Variant muses. Aizu loves them. They're awesome. Next is Hitoshi. He quickly unwraps the present and opens the box. Inside is a purple plaid blanket. Hitoshi lifts it up and out of the box to find it is, in fact, a weighted blanket. Just like the one he gave Izuku. I heard you have insomnia. Inui begins, and I thought that perhaps this would potentially help you with that. Hitoshi looks back down at the blanket. His first thought is, wow, this is as nice as Izuku claims. His next thought is how nice it was of Inui-san to get him one. Thank you, Inui-san. Hitoshi says, finally finding his words. Once again, the man seems to understand the underlying gratitude. You're very welcome, Hitoshi-kun. I hope it comes in handy. He says with a smile. Wonderful. Nedzu chimes in, Inui, do you think you could go and retrieve Izuku-kun's present from the car for me now, he requests of the hound hero. Inui huffs a laugh, but nods, of course Nedzu. I'll be right back. He tells him, before walking out of the room towards the front door. Izuku watches after him curiously, before turning his curious glance on Nedzu himself. You'll see soon enough, Izuku-kun. Nedzu assures him, however in the meantime, why don't you open your gift for me, Hitoshi-kun, he suggests. Hitoshi nods, I guess. He assents, before waiting for Naomasa to place the gift in his lap. Hitoshi opens it carefully, a bit nervous as to what his sensei could have possibly gotten him for Christmas. He finishes removing the paper to find himself holding a black metal case. He opens it with only a bit of hesitance, and then stares at the contents of the case. Hitoshi thinks he knows what this is. He had discussed the item with Nedzu many times before. But that was in theory. This is a tangible item. I trust you know what it is, Hitoshi-kun? Nedzu prompts. Hitoshi nods numbly, it's the Persona Cord support item we talked about. Except you actually managed to pull it off this time. He answers. This prompts both Izuku and Shyuda to attempt to get a closer look, so Hitoshi finally lifts the mask out of the padded case and starts to examine it, clearly a bit shocked. Nedzu's smile widens at the sight. I did. Although I can't take all the credit this time. I consulted an associate of mine at Hatsum Industries. Hana and her daughter May were really the ones who figured out how to bring this wonderful invention to life. May helped with your gift as well as Izuku-kun. I look forward to the day I get to introduce you both to her. Nedzu explains. Meanwhile, Shyuda is busy shuddering at the thought of his sons meeting Hana, Hatsum's daughter. Hana is the one who handles his support gear, having gone to school at the same time as Shyuda. They've known each other a long time. Long enough to know that Izuku plus any Hatsum equals chaos. Wow! Hitoshi utters, thanks Nedzu-sensei. I can't wait to start training with it. He says. I look forward to it as well. Do let me know what you plan to start using it. As I wish to be there to witness for myself how well it works in your hands. Nedzu replies. It's at this time that Inui arrives back at the apartment. Clutched firmly in his arms is a large square gift with rounded corners. Ah, and there's Inui with your gift, Izuku-kun. Nedzu chirps, excellent, please set it down over here, Inui. He requests. Inui nods and, with a grunt, sets the clearly heavy present down in the middle of the room. Izuku bounces excitedly in his seat in anticipation. Alright, Izuku-kun, go ahead and open it. Nedzu instructs. Izuku is up in an instant and quickly unwrapping the present. Once unwrapped, Izuku is staring at what looks to be a safe. Is this for his notebooks, he wonders? You'll find that safe to be virtually indestructible. Nedzu begins by telling him, we went through countless designs to ensure it will not only survive any impeding apocalyptic happenstance, but also that it has higher quality security than even that of UA. Suddenly everyone but Izuku is looking at the box with varying degrees of horror and fascination. It's for your notebooks, I might add. And any other document deemed necessary to be placed under such protection. Nedzu adds, for such knowledge needs to be properly protected. Especially in this world that we live in. He finishes. Think we can hide inside it? Variant wonders. It's for putting things into, not ourselves, Chance corrects. Okay, then what if we locked Bakugo in the safe? He'd ever get out to bother us. Izuku can hear Chance laughing, while not a bad idea, it is an illegal one, he points out. Like that is going to stop me. Variant counters. Izuku suppresses a giggle and examines the safe further. It really is a feat of engineering. And he loves it. Thus, is anyone really surprised at this point when Izuku insists on hugging Nezu? No, not really. What is surprising is the fact that Nezu not only allows it, but also seems to reciprocate the gesture. Interesting. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. Izuku murmurs. Nezu nods, of course, little one. He replies, only for Izuku's ears. Once they pull apart, Naomasa clears his throat. Last but not least, I believe Sansa has something to give both you boys. Sansa nods and hands his gifts to Naomasa to be given to the boys. Izuku and Hitoshi exchange glances with each other. They haven't met Sansa really, so they're not sure what to expect from the man. Catman? Ahem. Go ahead and open them, boys. I promise they won't hurt you. Sansa teases. This gains a few chuckles from the other adults in the room. And so the boys open their gifts. Once unwrapped, they hold 2 plaques. On them is the word family, and then under it is their names, Atsuchi Izuku, Atsuchi Hitoshi, and then under that the dates that the adoption certificates were finalized. The plaques are actually quite nice. Wow. It's like making it official all over again. I like this, even if it came from a Catman. This is nice. How thoughtful of him. Thank you, Sansa-san. Izuku says sincerely. Hitoshi nods in agreement, still wary of talking around someone he doesn't know well. You're very welcome. I did help your papa complete and file the paperwork after all. He tells them with a grin, certificates are nice and all, but I thought theses would be more meaningful. Do my eyes deceive me, or are those adoption plaques? Stefan interrupts, excitement clear in his voice. They are. Shyuda answers, we asked the boys about it this morning. And now they are officially Atsuchi Izuku and Atsuchi Hitoshi. He informs the room. That's awesome. Hawks exclaims, congrats fledglings, he cheers. The 2 boys blush a bit at the acknowledgement. That is great news. Congratulations, boys. Inui echoes. Thank you. Hitoshi mumbles, looking down with slightly pink cheeks. Now then. With this part of the festivities at an end, I say it's about time we go back to playing our games. Nezu proposes. Yes. Izuku and Hitoshi say at the same time. The other adults exchange wary glances. Games with this group are anything but normal. Then again, nothing really is where it comes to them. Especially not their holiday. Some anniversary art for us from Planta. When Naomasa wakes up, it's with Shyuda laying half on top of him with his head resting on Naomasa's chest, much like every other morning of the past 5 years of their marriage. And just the same, he takes a moment to just run his hand through Shyuda's hair and just enjoy his presence. Eventually, however, he does glance at the clock, and finds that he once again has woken up before his alarm. Working the same job for as long as he has will do that to a person. He thus decides to stay where he is until his alarm actually goes off. It's another 10 minutes later that Naomasa is struggling to reach his phone to turn the alarm off. Despite this, he does manage. Resigned to getting up, Naomasa reaches down and grabs the spare pillow he keeps resting against his side of the bed. He starts the process of sliding the pillow under Shyuda so that his husband is resting on it and not Naomasa. He then carefully wiggles his way out from under him and silently gets out of bed. Naomasa will admit that he is quite proud of the technique he has developed over the years. Shyuda is an extremely light sleeper, so moving him without waking him up is a feat in and of itself. Smiling fondly to himself, Naomasa remembers how mornings at the start of their marriage would play out. Naomasa would attempt to get out of bed, only for Shyuda to startle awake the moment Naomasa's hands were on him. He would then follow Naomasa into the kitchen instead of going back to bed, stubbornly insisting that trying to sleep now that he was wide awake was illogical. Only for Naomasa to end up carrying his husband back to bed once he was done eating breakfast because Shyuda always managed to fall asleep at the kitchen island. By the time Naomasa got the hang of not waking him up, Shyuda had started working at UA and as a result needed to get up at that time anyway. Mornings these days now include Naomasa walking through the family room to often find Hitoshi asleep on the couch with Fanta, his insomnia having kept him up late, or Izuku lounging on the rug with knife because he woke up early and was too anxious to go back to sleep. This morning, however, is one of the rare mornings where both boys are asleep in their beds still, as it should be. With practiced silence, Naomasa makes himself coffee and breakfast in the kitchen before he goes back to the bedroom to get dressed for work. Within the half hour he is putting on his coat and hat and heading out the door after one last glance around the apartment. When Shyuda wakes up, he's lying on top of the usual pillow while Loud Cloud is curled up somewhere near his legs. Upon noticing that Shyuda is now awake, the white cat makes his way over to sit in front of Shyuda's face and meow obnoxiously at him. This is Shyuda's version of an alarm. If he happens to sleep past the usual time, Loud Cloud will make sure Shyuda is up regardless. Shyuda sits up and brushes his hair out of his face and pets the cat as per his usual morning routine. Eventually Shyuda does get out of bed. And while normally he doesn't get dressed until he's had at least 2 cups of coffee, he has a meeting to call into today. The results of Bakugo's trial have been released and they will be going over them at the station today. Shyuda will be video calling in because someone still has to stay home with Izuku. Once dressed, Shyuda makes his way over to the kitchen to find Izuku sitting at the kitchen island writing in his notebook while simultaneously looking at something on his laptop. And of course, there's also the fresh pot of coffee his dear son always puts on for him when he gets up. Eventually Hitoshi meanders into the kitchen, looking half dead as he usually does in the mornings. Shyuda can totally relate. Taking pity on the boy, he pours a cup for Hitoshi and sets it down in front of the kid who now sits at the island beside Izuku, staring blankly at the notebook Izuku is writing in. Which is honestly hilarious given the fact that Izuku writes in code and Hitoshi couldn't read it even if he was fully conscious. Clutching the coffee given to him, Hitoshi gives Shyuda a grateful look for gulping down the life-giving drink. "Alright you two, I have a video meeting in the office this morning." Shyuda tells them, "Can I trust you two to entertain yourselves and not cause chaos?" he dares ask. "Where's the fun in that?" Hitoshi asks. Shyuda gives him an unimpressed look. Hitoshi sighs, "Fine, we won't cause too much chaos. For now at least." He concedes, "Enjoy your video call I guess." "Have fun Dad." Izuku chimes in, clearly not having listened to the majority of what was said. Shyuda shakes his head. "Ridiculous, the both of them. Hey Eraser, can you hear me?" Naomasa's voice can be heard through the headphones Shyuda is wearing. Shyuda adjusts the headset some. "Yeah, I can hear you, detective. Can you hear me?" "Loud and clear, I can see you too." Naomasa tells him. "I can also see the rest of you. I think we're good on setup." Shyuda confirms. Shyuda gets a genuine smile meant just for him before Naomasa sits back and the rest of the table comes properly into view. Sitting at the table is Naomasa, Nedzu, Hound Dog, Sansa, and Hawks. "Wonderful, shall we begin the meeting then?" Nedzu suggests. He is met with affirmatives all around, so the meeting begins. "To start off, we are here to discuss the sentencing of Bakugo Katsuki, as I'm sure you are all aware." Naomasa begins, "The overall verdict is he has been found guilty of all charges." This knowledge is a relief to all in the room, that much is clear. Shyuda himself can admit he was worried about how this trial would play out, regardless of how much the deck was stacked in their favor. "And what actions has the court ordered?" Shyuda asks. "Allow me to answer that." Nedzu cuts in. Bakugo-kun will be sentenced to 6 months to a year in a juvenile correctional facility, depending on behavior, and will be on a heavy probation PRD following his release. Starting during his time in the juvenile correctional facility and continuing after as needed, he will be attending court-ordered anger management therapy. Following this, should he still plan to attend high school, he will be limited to online and home schooling. Nedzu explains. "And blacklisted from hero courses, I would presume?" Hawks asks. Nedzu's ever-present smile sharpens. "Yes, I am seeing to that personally." He confirms, sending shivers down everyone's spines. "Sounds to me like we got the outcome we wanted then." Hound Dog comments. Naomasa nods, "We did. This definitely is a favorable outcome. There is also the matter of the restraining order I filed against Bakugo on Izuku's behalf." Nedzu tells them, "It was accepted and will not expire. Bakugo is not permitted near Izuku unless we wants to lengthen his sentencing." Shyuda watches as Naomasa's shoulders slump in relief. He knows his husband had been worrying about what would be stopping Bakugo from retaliating after he was eventually released. Personally, however, Shyuda thinks Variant has probably scared Bakugo off. The blonde looked rightfully terrified when Variant tried to attack him. Serves the kid right. Shyuda thinks. Not every heroic, but it's the truth. And now we move on to Izuku's case. Nedzu tells them. The mood in the room darkens. This is the topic that has been weighing heavily on their minds. Currently we are coming up on the next hearing for Izuku's plea of temporary insanity. Nedzu recaps, if he continues to plea as such much longer, he's going to be admitted to inpatient again. He informs. As such, we need to decide his state of legal competency. Legal competency? Hawks asks. Yes. Legal competency is the ability for an individual to be tried based in their capacity to understand the charges being brought against them and the potential consequences thereof. Naomasa explains, incompetency is often determined due to low IQ or, in Izuku's case, persistent mental illness. So what we need to do is decide if we can declare Izuku legally competent. Sansa finishes. Correct, Nedzu agrees. Which is really a question for Hound Dog. he proposes. All eyes turn to the Hound hero. Hound Dog clears his throat. I would say at this point all of the alters have a proper understanding of the situation they have found themselves in and the consequences they could be facing. He answers, even if a certain someone doesn't seem to care. The then adds a bit sarcastically. Yes, Variant doesn't see the fault in his still. So for the record, you deem him legally competent? Nedzu asks, confirming. I do. Hound Dog affirms. Nedzu nods, then now we decide how to proceed from here. Wait, Hawks interrupts, I thought that he wasn't going to be charged because it was a forced quirk manifestation incident. He questions. That. Nedzu replies, you see, it has to be proven in a court of law that it was in fact a quirk manifestation. Which given the nature of Variant as a quirk, is near impossible when it's based on speculation of physical enhancements. Naomasa continues for him, the signs that we noticed when going over the footage are the only evidence that we have, aside from the fact that Variant can be suppressed by erasure. And that fact doesn't serve to prove that Variant manifested as a quirk at the incident itself. Hawks hums, I guess that makes sense. It's unfortunate for Izuku though. It is, but that is why we are meeting here today. To discuss our plan of action for the upcoming trial. After a lengthy discussion it is decided that Izuku will plead insanity defense and quirk manifestation protocol, arguing that his psychotic break left him not responsible for his actions due to not being mentally sound and that the manifestation of his quirk was out of his control. In addition they present the circumstances of provocation and justifiable homicide, pointing out that Izuku had legitimate reason to fear for his own well-being, such as grievous bodily harm or death, and thus his resulting actions were justified in being irrational. While insanity defense most often ends in admission to a psychiatric facility, they plan to present Izuku's time spent in inpatient during his temporary insanity plea. It's a bit backwards, but provided they can prove with a psychiatric evaluation that he is no longer in need of being admitted to such a facility, then they should be fine. Now that we have that sorted out, I have to ask, what sort of consequences would Izuku be facing? Shyuda asks. He has a rough idea, but he'd rather just be told straight up than leave it to his own imagination. Worst case scenario, Izuku faces jail time or long-term inpatient care. Nedzu tells him. But generally speaking, he's looking at court-ordered therapy, requiring constant supervision. It can't say for sure whether or not they will continue his house arrest or not. That would probably depend on a psychiatric evaluation. Nedzu explains, but if they do allow him to go places he will most likely need to be accompanied by a member of a group of approved individuals. Until otherwise cleared. Shyuda nods, and what about school, he then asks. Nedzu pauses a moment to think, there is a high chance that he will not be allowed to attend school as a normal student. He admits, but if that's the case then I will gladly continue to teach him myself. So you needn't worry about that. Except for the fact that Izuku being taught by Nedzu is a cause for worry in itself. There is also a chance that the court will request a secondary psychiatric evaluation. Hound Dog tells them, in which case a court-ordered psychiatrist aside from myself will be required to perform an evaluation on Izuku. That's, Naomasa begins, is not ideal. However, entirely within the realm of possibility. We will have to make sure Izuku is prepared for such an outcome then. Shyuda decides, we can't simply spring this on him as a result of hoping it doesn't happen. Hound Dog nods, I agree. That is the advisable course of action. We shall discuss it with him at our next session. And hope Variant doesn't put up too much of a fight. Shyuda mutters. Meanwhile, Hitoshi and Izuku were in their shared room getting dressed. So what do you think Dad's meeting is about? Hitoshi asks Izuku. Izuku shrugs, I'm not really sure, but if I had to guess I would say it's about Bakugo's case. It's been 2 weeks already since the trial. He muses. That makes sense. I can't wait for that BSTRD to get what's coming to him. Hitoshi comments. Izuku stays quiet at the comment, causing Hitoshi to turn around and look at him. Aizu, he questions. You good? Izuku nods, yeah I'm fine. It's just I dunno. I'm worried about the results I guess. Why? From the sound of it they had a pretty good case set up against him. Hitoshi asks. They did, but Bakugo always wins. It's always been that way, so why should this time be any different? Izuku wonders, then there's the whole incident with Variant trying to attack him in the courtroom. He adds. Right, but wasn't it established that Bakugo provoked him? Hitoshi points out. It was, yes. But that doesn't stop me from worrying about it. Izuku tells him. Hitoshi walks over to where Izuku stands near the closet. Without a word he pulls his brother into a hug. And it's fine to worry. Just don't let that worry consume you, okay? And tell someone if it gets bad, yeah? Hitoshi says. Izuku nods into his shoulder, his grip around Hitoshi's waist tightening. Okay, Toshi. He agrees, voice slightly muffled by the fabric of Hitoshi's cat hoodie. They stay there in silence for a few moments before Hitoshi abruptly changes the subject. So, how about you tell me where you learned how to handle a butterfly knife? 'Cause I know you didn't learn that since we came here. Hitoshi says, pulling back from the hug to look Izuku in the eyes. Izuku smiles at the questions and pulls away to begin speaking. Oh yeah. No, I didn't learn it while I was here. He admits, I learned it while I was still attending Aldera. It was Variant's idea. While he talks, Izuku makes his way over to the drawer of his desk where he has been keeping the practice knife. Pulling it out he continues, though Variant did really talk back then. It was more like instinctual ideas or implanted suggestions. Izuku explains. Oh? So he didn't talk to you? Hitoshi responds. Izuku shakes his head. No, not at first. He started communicating, we can call it about a month before the incident. Izuku elaborates, starting to spin the knife in his hand absently. It wasn't until the week before the incident that I actually heard his voice. And that was when he told me he could make it stop. Make all the hurting stop. Hitoshi just stays quiet and listens, letting Izuku talk through what can't be pleasant memories. And at that point I was too far gone to rationally think about it. I listened without question because if it meant the pain would stop I'd do anything at that point. Izuku admits, and had I not, I honestly don't know how much longer I would have lasted at that point. At least until I sought out more permanent solutions. He finishes, tossing the knife up and catching it by the handle with ease. His hand stills and he just looks off into space for a long moment. Hitoshi knows that look, it's not one that ever leads to anything good. Well, you never know when a skill like that will come in handy. Hitoshi says a bit louder than necessary, startling Izuku out of his thoughts, and I know Stefan said he would teach us, but what do you say to giving me a bit of a head start? He suggests. Izuku's eyes light up. Sure. I can try to teach you a few things. It will definitely be useful for hero work later on. Over the course of their impromptu lessons, Hitoshi realizes that even without Variant, Izuku would have been a force to be reckoned with had he decided to fight back. If anything, Variant just helped give a reason for him not to go straight to jail. Hitoshi shakes those thoughts from his head for now and focuses back in on what Izuku is telling him. As soon as the call ends, Shyuda slumps back into his chair. It's barely lunchtime and he already needs a nap. Sure, he's been involved with the legal proceedings of previous cases he was assigned. It doesn't happen a lot, but often enough that he knows roughly how things play out. He can confidently say he's been able to make the necessary calls. That said, making said decisions when it's your own child's future hanging in the balance? That's a lot more exhausting and stressful. A loud meow startles Shyuda out of the light doze he managed to fall into. He looks down and glares at Loud Cloud, who is staring up at him from the floor. In response, the obnoxious creature jumps onto his lap, gets up in his face, and meows even louder. Why does he put up with this? Right, because he belongs to his cats, not the other way around. Stefan suppresses a sigh as he once again makes his way down the back streets to the bar. He knows the way well enough now that he doesn't need to have Jiren SCRT him there. Besides, it's not like the man makes for great company. He's constantly trying to pull information out of Stefan. It's annoying. Tamura called for him again and Stefan knows better than to make Tamura think he has to come to him. Because that never ends well for anyone. When Stefan walks through the door of the bar, he's surprised by the amount of patrons. It seems like the bar was gaining some notoriety. Which is good, it makes for a better cover business when you actually have business to speak of. Bow. Tamura's dry voice greets, you made it. Stefan nods, I did, as requested. Took you long enough. Tamura snaps, standing up, we can talk in the back room. He then tells him, leading the way through the door next to the bar counter. Once inside the lounge-like room, two settle onto opposite couches. So what did you want from me this time? Stefan asks, wanting to get straight to the point. I want to know why you haven't brought the kid to me yet. I've been waiting for months now. Tamura practically yells. Seriously? Is that how he expected this whole arrangement to go? Typical Tamura. I haven't brought him to you yet because that was never part of the deal. Stefan tells him. Not part of the deal? What do you mean not part of the deal? Tamura is yelling now, and it's grating on Stefan's ears, along with his patience. You requested information on the kid, and I have been providing it to you. Stefan answers, but I never said I would bring the kid to you. I said I would do some persuading, sure, but I'm not about to shove a traumatized child into a life of villainy. What do you take me for? It's his turn to be short-tempered. Then how else am I supposed to meet the kid? Tamura demands. That, my friend, is your problem. Not mine. Stefan replies, and remember what we agreed on when you do get to meet with him, he probes. Tamura makes a face, one that is mostly hidden by the disembodied hand clutching his face, that if he refuses to join us we leave him be. I know. He answers, I'm trying to gain allies not victims. That's Sensei's job. Stefan scoffs, and he does a great job at it. That's for sure. Tamura's shoulders slump. I just hope that if he does join our party, Sensei doesn't try to sink his teeth into him. He admits. If he does I will make sure he knows I have the underground hero community and Nedzu at my disposal. And I'm not afraid to use them. Stefan comments. You know it's not that simple to defeat a boss like All for One, Steve. Tamura replies. Stefan shrugs, I know, but it would be effective enough to deter him from drowning a child with his agenda. There's a reason he keeps himself a secret despite being so powerful. It's too much of a hassle to deal with heroes 24/7. Trust me, I know, I deal with them every DMN day. Are there at least some decent ones left? Tamura asks. Stefan nods, there are. There's plenty of good heroes and good people involved with them. The real problem is the HPSC. But you already know that, don't you? I do. And it's being looked into. Tamura replies. Stefan raises an eyebrow, really now? By who? Tamura laughs, Eren of course, she's our best rogue. Stefan smirks, true. Though I think Eren fancies herself an assassin more than a simple rogue. You're probably right. Regardless though she's great at her job. If not mildly terrifying. Tamura agrees. Stefan is quiet for a moment. You really think this is all gonna work? He asks softly. Tamura reaches up and removes the hand. He meets his friend's troubled gaze. It has to. Things have to change and the way Sensei envisions the world isn't any better than what we have now. As the victims ourselves I think we can do better. Stefan nods, and if this doesn't work? Then what? Tamura grins maniacally, we just burn it all to the ground and start over, he suggests. Stefan glares at him, no, that's what we don't do. Tamura gives him a disappointed look, then I say we cross that bridge when we get there. A year ago, if you asked Naomasa what his favorite part about coming home was, he would have to say finding out where in the house Shyuda had fallen asleep at this time. Now, being tackled by Izuku as soon as he walks through the door is definitely his new favorite. Papa. You're home. Naomasa hears along with the thudding of approaching footsteps. He manages to drop his briefcase just in time to catch the blur of green that is Izuku throwing himself at him. Yes, I'm home. He replies with a chuckle, lifting Izuku up onto his hip. He has to push the thoughts of Izuku being far too small for his age away. Aizu, you could at least let him come in the door first. His shoes are even still on. Hitoshi chides, appearing in the front entryway. He then sets to helping Naomasa take off his shoes despite his words. You say that like you're not just as excited to see him, Toshi. Izuku pouts. Hitoshi looks away to focus on picking up Naomasa's briefcase instead of responding, his cheeks noticeably pink. Naomasa leads the way down the hall and into the family room where Shyuda is sitting on the couch waiting for them. Izuku wiggles himself out of Naomasa's grip as Shyuda walks over to greet his husband himself. Welcome home now. Shyuda whispers, giving him a peck on the cheek. Naomasa smiles, what? No tackling me into a hug? I'm disappointed. He teases. Shyuda smacks his shoulder while giving him his signature, unimpressed look. Hitoshi, can you drop my briefcase off in my office? Naomasa requests, to which Hitoshi nods, I'm going to get changed and then start dinner. He then tells Shyuda. Shyuda nods his assent and turns his attention to Izuku, who has settled back on the floor with his notebook with knife and random loafing next to him. Naomasa makes his way over to the bedroom, snagging Penguin off the couch as he passes before the stupid cat manages to fall again. After he finishes dinner, they're going to sit down with Izuku and let him know the results of Bakugo's sentencing. Then they're going to have to tell him the plan for his own upcoming trial. It's going to be a long evening. Later that night, after dinner, Izuku is sat down with Zawa and Masa. Hitoshi is also here this time, because Izuku insisted they stop leaving Hitoshi out of all of this. Much to Hitoshi's relief. Now he can witness it firsthand instead of the two of them discussing it later when the adults aren't around. That said, Izuku decided it would be best if he let Chance handle this particular conversation. So you wanted to talk about Bakugo? Chance asks the adults that are sitting across from them at the dining room table. Nao-san nods, unfazed by the unannounced swap in altars. We did. Today we received the report on Bakugo's sentencing. He tells them. So he was actually punished then, right? Izuku says. How about you let them actually tell us before you go jumping to conclusions? Variant shushes him by saying. Hitoshi looks at Sho-san, that's what your call today was about, wasn't it? He asks. Sho-san nods, it was. Along with one other topic that we will get to in a little bit. So what happened with Bakugo? Variant is kinda demanding an answer. Chance cuts in. Hey! I am not. Izuku's the one who asked. Variant argues. Izuku can be heard giggling in the background. Shosan huffs a laugh, right, I'm sure he is. And just to start, Variant, you are to leave Bakugo alone. We have an indefinite restraining order against him, so he shouldn't be seeking you out ever. So don't go seeking him out. I make no promises, Eraser. Variant replies, but I'll try my best. He says with a smirk. Chance grimaces as they are shoved back to fronting. I can't make any promises with him either. It's not like I can really keep him from taking control. I can though. Random chimes in. Stand in my way and you're dead. Variant snaps. Variant, please don't kill Random, we don't know what would happen if you did. Save your murderous impulses for Bakugo, please. Izuku tries placating, and Random, he's not kidding. I vote we just let him do his thing. He knows better than to get caught this time around. Right, Variant? Variant hums, I have no plans on being stopped in the future. Chance sighs, I'm going to pretend you're not plotting a murder right in front of me. Plausible deniability and all that. Chance? You okay over there? Neo-san asks, startling Chance out of their inner dialogue. I'm fine, they're just a bit distracting sometimes. Chance assures him. Oi! I resent that statement. Variant barks. Then stop interrupting and proving him right. Just shhhhh. Yeah, Variant, shhhhhh. Random taunts. Variant stands up, why you little guys? Knock it off. Chance shouts, startling the room, Variant, get away from Random. Random, stop taunting him. And all of you stop talking so I can focus on this conversation. Silence. Chance looks at the startled faces of everyone at the table. You said that out loud, Chance. Izuku assists sheepishly. CRP. This can wait if you need a minute or two, Chance. Neo-san offers. Chance shakes their head, no. I'm fine. It's just a bit much managing them all talking and fronting at the same time, they admit. Apologies. We don't mean to be a burden. Sorry, Chance. Chance sighs, holding a finger up to the others to give them a moment, it's fine. I'm fine. We're fine. Just, try to behave, please. I guess we can behave. For now. You got it, Chance. Random appears on Chance's lap, curled up and starting to purr. I'll be here. Taking a deep breath, Chance buries their hands in Random's long fluffy fur. They then look up at the others sitting around them, we're good now. Please continue. Shosan and Neo-san exchange glances. Bakugo has been sentenced to 6 months to a year in prison and heavy probation after his release. Neo-san tells them, and like we said before, we have a restraining order in effect that he should follow unless he wants to go back to prison for an even longer sentence. How am I supposed to get revenge if we never see him again? Variant questions. I refuse to accept you complaining about us never seeing our abuser again, Variant. I refuse. Izuku snaps at him. Variant put his hands up in surrender, okay, I was just pondering is all. I don't really want to see him again either. He admits. Chance can't help but agree with him on that front. That's great news, isn't it, Chance? Hitoshi says, turning to look at them. Chance nods slowly, it is great news. It almost feels a bit too good to be true if I'm honest. He admits. And it does. All their life Bakugo had been untouchable, infallible. The perfect hero to be. Number 1. So now you're telling them that Bakugo has had his future torn from him and has been put in prison? Is actually being punished for all the harm he's done? Yeah. Definitely feels too good to be true. I can understand why you feel that way, Chance. But I assure you this is reality. Bakugo isn't getting away with anything he did to you boys. Neo-san assures them. I realize that. I guess I'm just in shock for the moment. Chance replies. Unlike the rest of them, who are very noisily celebrating back in the Mindscape. So much for not being a distraction, they mutter. Just because you're not excited doesn't mean I don't get to be. Let me have my moment. He's FING gone. Izuku cheers, dancing around the Mindscape. Oh, the baby swears. Better back off, Chance. Variant taunts while watching Izuku with an amused smile. Izuku glares at him, indignant. Chance chuckles, earning them a few looks from the other 3 at the table. The others are currently celebrating. Very noisily, I might add, they inform them, so while my reaction may be less than satisfying, I assure you that Izuku is running around screaming, they say with a smirk. Shosan snorts, I'm sure he is. Now then, with the good news out of the way, it's time to get to the meat of the conversation. Neo-san begins. Chance straightens in their chair, intrigued and ready to listen. Izuku's own trial is coming up very soon. And we will need to start preparing ourselves for it. Neo-san explains. Any and all excitement dies with his words. That doesn't sound good. Are we going to go to jail too? Izuku questions. Chance doesn't have an answer for him. They hate not having the answers. We know this puts a dampener on the excitement, but this can't be put off any longer. If you plea insanity much longer, then you boys will be readmitted to inpatient. And we can't guarantee you'd be let back out anytime soon. Neo-san continues. And you have made a lot of progress since the incident. You're no longer the terrified little boy I carried out of the school. Sho-san points out. You've adjusted well, all of you have. And what all should we be expecting? Chance asks. Neo-san frowns. We don't have a lot of information right now to work with. But we will let you know as soon as we do. He tells them. Chance nods. I guess that will have to do then. Naomasa was typing away at his desk when his work phone started ringing. Picking it up off the desk, he checks the caller ID. Tamakawa Sansa. What could Sansa possibly be calling about at this hour? Then again, it is Tuesday. He usually works night shift on Tuesdays. Pressing the green button, Naomasa holds his phone up to his ear. Sansa. To what do I owe the pleasure? He asks. There's a trilling laugh on the other end of the phone. Try not to sound too put out, Naomasa. I know you were still up working. You never really did adjust to working daylight shifts. Sansa replies. True as that may be, what do you need from me at this hour? Naomasa asks again. There's been a development with Izuku's case that just crossed my desk. Sansa informs him, sounding none too pleased with this. Naomasa wonders if he should brace himself. Is that so? What is it? The judge presiding over the case has ordered a second psychiatric evaluation of Izuku. Apparently he doesn't want a chance hound dog being biased due to his close relationship with Izuku. Sansa explains. Naomasa's stomach drops. Are you sure this isn't just a suggested course of action? He questions, holding out hope. There's a scratching sound that must be Sansa's fur rubbing against the phone as he shakes his head. I called the courthouse to confirm right before I called you. It's an official court order. His friend tells him. DMN it. This wasn't part of the plan. Although in hindsight they should have seen this coming. That's problematic. Naomasa acknowledges. Did it specify a doctor he needs to be seen by? No, it didn't. They just need to have the proper credentials that deems them a trusted neutral party. Sansa answers. Okay then. So at least we get to pick the doctor. However, our options are limited by who would have an opening in time for the SBMSN deadline. Was one provided? Naomasa continues. Yes. They seem to think this is something we can get done in 2 weeks. Sansa tells him, sounding unimpressed. Naomasa can't say he's too impressed either. That is a ridiculous expectation when it comes to psychiatric appointments. He states, let me make a call and depending on what I'm told we can move from there. He instructs. Sounds good, Naomasa. Just keep me posted. I'm in the office with you tomorrow morning, so just let me know then if you already have your answer. Sansa agrees. Thanks, Sansa, will do. Have a good night. Naomasa replies. I'll try my best. You're not here to entertain me tonight. Sansa teases, have a good night, Naomasa. The two hang up then and Naomasa puts his phone down. He takes a moment to just close his eyes and breathe. Well then. Time to make that phone call. Despite it approaching midnight, Naomasa is pretty confident that he'll get an answer when he presses talk. Sure enough, 4 rings later, the call picks up. Detective Tsukachi? I thought you worked daylight shift on Tuesdays, comes the question. I do work daylight shift. This isn't exactly work-related. But it is important. Do you have a few minutes? He asks. There's a brief silence, depends on exactly what this is about. There was a development with Izuku's case, Stefan. One I need your help with. Naomasa elaborates. Yeah, I have time. Just let me get to a more suitable spot. He replies. While Naomasa waits, he hears what he thinks are horns and voices in the background. He also hears the sound of Stefan running and jumping a few times. The hell? All right. Lay it on me. Stefan finally says. Naomasa takes a deep breath. The judge presiding over the case has put a court order in for a second, third-party psychiatric evaluation of Izuku. We have a 2-week deadline as well. He tells him. That's not good. But what does that have to do with me? I'm not a doctor. Stefan asks. I know that, but you have connections. I was wondering if you knew of anyone that would be suitable or would at least be able to fit him in on such short notice. Naomasa explains. Pause. Then a chuckle. As a matter of fact, I do know someone. A friend of mine has both his license in psychiatry and psychology. I could call in a favor and explain the situation to him for you, he offers. Naomasa's shoulders slump in relief. That would be excellent, Stefan. If you could do that, then get back to me. Bow, what the hell are you doing taking a phone call while perched on a 10-story building? An all too familiar voice interrupts. Is that? Eraser. What are you doing here? Stefan forces out, sounding panicked. He's talking to Shyuda? But Shyuda is on patrol. Oh no, don't tell him his suspicions about Stefan are actually correct. This specific building is always a stop on my patrol. What else would I be doing here in costume? Comes the annoyed reply, now who is so important that you are talking to them while out on your own patrol? Naomasa has to stifle a laugh when he hears Stefan's breathing picking up. Well. I'm talking to the detective. Stefan tells him. Say hello detective, you're on speaker. Stefan then chirps, sounding strained. Naomasa grins, for all that it goes unseen. Hello Eraserhead, how is your night going, he asks, a hint of teasing in his voice. Just fine until I ran into this guy. How about yours? Don't you work daylight now? Eraser asks. You have to give them some credit, how would they have been able to keep their relationship a secret if they didn't know how to put on a show? I do. I just received a late-night update on an important court case that I needed help with is all. I would have waited if he told me he was busy. Naomasa replies. Is that so? Well, did you get what you needed? Eraserhead checks. I did. We were about to say goodbye when you showed up. Naomasa replies. I see. Well, bow and I need to get back to work. Don't. We. Bow. Eraser stresses, sounding dangerous. Once again Naomasa has to try not to laugh. Oh of course. Talk to you later detective. I'll call you with that info once I have it. Stefan, or rather Bow, replies. Excellent. Don't go too hard on him Eraser. He teases. No promises. Comes the demonic reply, followed by a startled yelp before the line goes dead. Stefan sighs heavily as he shoves the window shut behind him. Thanks to Eraser he had one hell of a night. Typically Stefan heads home an hour or two earlier than Eraserhead given he starts an hour or two before the underground hero. But not tonight. After they got off the phone with the detective, Eraserhead ran him ragged. He dragged Stefan with him all across the district without stopping until it was time for the hero himself to head home for the night. Personally Stefan doesn't see what the big deal is about him taking a call while on patrol. After all, heroes have to call in their takedowns all the time, and get calls for incident locations as well. And it's not like he was making a social call. It was for a case and he was talking to a detective. It's not Stefan's fault that said detective just so happened to be Eraser's husband. You're home late. A voice startles him. Stefan spins around and drops into a combat stance, only to relax at the sight of Eren leaning against the wall across the room. Did you run into trouble? She asks with a knowing smirk. Stefan sighs, if by trouble you mean the wrath of Eraserhead, then yes, I ran into a lot of trouble tonight. He replies. Eren grimaces, knowing full well what it's like to deal with a vengeful Eraser. Not only was he her heroics teacher at UA, she also did her work studies and internships under him. She's arguably more well-versed with the underground hero than Stefan is. Not that it's something to be proud of. Eraserhead can be brutal when he wants to be. Is that so? What did you do this time? She asks, walking over to meet him in the middle of the living room. Given both of them patrol at night and both of them leave through the fire escape outside, they leave the associated window clear of anything that might get in the way. The result is a rather empty corner of their living room. Detective Tsukachi called me while I was on patrol. So naturally I answered the phone. I had every intention of telling him I'd call him back if it wasn't important. Stefan begins, taking off his quiver and bow in the process. Turns out he needed my help with something related to Izuku's case. Which is important. Eren states, agreeing. Exactly. Which, I'll need your help with getting a contact later. He tells her, causing her to look at him skeptically. Anyway. Tsukachi explained what he needed and I confirmed that I could in fact help. We were pretty much finished the conversation when Eraserhead ended up arriving on the same rooftop. You picked that one abandoned building in the commercial district didn't you? Eren predicts. Stefan's shoulders slouch, I did. And in hindsight, I should have remembered that he always stops at that building before I started doing anything he might not approve of. Yes, you should have. Eren agrees. Right. Well, he shows up, demands why I was taking a phone call on patrol, and effectively outs my vigilante status to the detective. Stefan tells her. Eren huffs a laugh, just your luck. Sounds like that secret's out now. Here's hoping he still trusts you with his sons. Stefan shrugs, I doubt it's going to change anything. If it would have, Eraser would have told him from the start. But he didn't. So it should be fine. If you say so? Eren replies, so after you got off the phone he put you through hell didn't he? He did. And it sucked. Stefan admits. I don't know how you put up with it all those years. Eren laughs, it wasn't so much as, put up with it, as it was doing everything I could just to survive it. He's a tough teacher. But he's a DMN good hero and I have him to thank for where I am today. That's fair. Stefan replies. With that out of the way, what was this about a contact? Eren asks. Oh. According to the detective, the judge presiding over Izuku's case ordered a secondary psychiatric evaluation. He called me to see if I knew anyone suitable that would be able to not only handle Izuku but also get him in within the 2-week time frame they were given. Stefan explains. 2 weeks? The hell? You'd be lucky to get into a court-certified psychiatrist in 2 months. What were they thinking? Eren demands. Hell if I know. But I figured we could call Fox and see about him performing the eval. Stefan tells her. Eren goes silent for a moment. You can try. He should agree to it. She tells him. You'll need to call his work number though. You know how he is about keeping work and his personal life separate. She reminds him. Stefan chuckles, that's under the assumption the man has a personal life. Which we both know isn't true. Eren sighs fondly, you have a point. But that's part of what makes him who he is. And you have to admit his attachment to work has saved our buttes countless times. It really has. Fingers crossed he doesn't take too much convincing. Stefan says hopefully. It shouldn't. He's taken quite an interest in the case. He just figured it was handled once he saw who all was involved. Eren tells him. Is that so? Well, we shall see when I call him tomorrow. Stefan says, are you headed to bed? What were you even doing up, he asks. Eren gives him an unimpressed look. I was up doing paperwork and figured I'd wait for you to get home. Then you didn't show up and I was worried so I ended up continuing to wait for you to get home. Sorry for worrying you. Stefan apologizes. Eren shakes her head, it's fine, we've done it to each other enough times that it's not worth making too big a deal about unless someone actually gets hurt. If you say so? Stefan replies, well I'm going to bed. Just text me the number if you don't think you'll but up in the morning. I promised Tsukachi I would call first thing. Will do. Eren replies, hugging him and pulling him in for a kiss, go get some sleep. See you tomorrow? Sure enough, when Stefan wakes up that morning he finds Fox's work number in his messages with Eren. Despite what he said last night, he's certain Fox will agree to take the case. Fox has a license in both psychology and psychiatry but he specializes in criminal behavior, psychology and analysis. He's worked closely with the police and heroes on cases for years, and that includes Stefan's father and Eren's parents when they were still alive. Fox was also the one to assume custody of Eren when her parents died. Fox would do anything for her, regardless of its legality. Somehow that ended up extending to Stefan somewhere along the way, given Fox hasn't reported him for vigilantism. Stefan pushes the call button and raises the phone to his ear. It rings for a bit before the call picks up. Foxivus Riley speaking, comes the monotone greeting. Hey Fox. How are you? Stefan says. Stefan, what did I tell you and Eren about calling my work phone? Fox replies lowly. That we shouldn't do it unless it's business related. Stefan recites cheerily, it's a good thing I'm calling about a case for you then. Stefan can hear a resigned sigh on the other end of the line, very well then, I'm listening. Fox tell him, sounding at least slightly intrigued. I take it you know about the Aldera shooting. Stefan begins. It's the most controversial case of the past 5 years. Of course I've heard of it. Fox deadpans. Right. Well I know the shooter personally. He was admitted to Heroes Retreat's psychiatric ward and I was assigned as his primary care nurse. I may have pulled a few strings after first meeting the kid in the ambulance. Stefan continues. That doesn't surprise me at all, knowing you. And it was probably for the best given the kid grew up quirkless. Fox admits. Probably. But anyway. I've been fully invested in Izuku since. He's a great kid. Stefan replies. But what does that have to do with me? I thought Hound Dog and Nedzu were handling his case. Fox asks. They are. But Detective Tsukachi called me last night with a new development. After Hound Dog submitted his report on Izuku's psychiatric condition, the judge presiding over the case ordered a second psychiatric evaluation by an accredited third party. And that's where you come in. Stefan explains, the detective called me asking if I knew anyone who would be suitable and could get it done within the 2-week deadline they were given. Fox sighs, 2 weeks is unrealistic at best, he comments, but that's the justice system for you. I have a surprisingly light caseload right now, so I can fit him in this week. I just need his guardians to call and coordinate with me. Fox tells him. Stefan grins. Excellent. It would need to be a house visit though. Izuku's on house arrest. Fox hums, that's fine, wouldn't be the first time and won't be the last. In your opinion, how well are his guardians handling all this? Am I going to need to work around ignorance, he asks. Stefan chuckles. Fox has never been one to beat around the bush. He's terribly blunt and yet somehow extremely polite at the same time. It baffles Stefan sometimes. Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead are handling the situation just fine. Stefan tells him. There's a long bit of silence in which Stefan can practically hear Fox processing. Good. This case needs all the competency it can get. Especially if they expect the child to avoid any major consequences. Fox says finally, seemingly unfazed, but Stefan knows better. Fox was still actively with the police when Eraserhead debuted and has worked with Tsukachi many times over the years. He's probably just as surprised as the rest of Field that has managed to find out the two have somehow acquired children. Then again, nothing really manages to ruffle Fox, so maybe not. Isn't that the truth? Stefan agrees. I can have Tsukachi call you if you'd like to work out the details, he offers. That sounds agreeable. Things will be more streamlined given he is also on the child's case. It will mean I don't need to consult two different people. Fox replies, is there anything else you needed from me? He then asks. Nope. That's it. You've already been a great help. Stefan says. Glad I could help. Make sure to tell Aaron hello for me. Fox replies, tone softer than before. Talk to you soon. Thanks Fox, bye. And with that the call ends. Shyuda and Naomasa didn't end up talking about the events of last night. They seemed to have somehow reached an unspoken agreement to just leave the topic alone. Naomasa can't say he really minded. That said, Stefan called Naomasa later the next morning, just as promised. Naomasa was definitely surprised that Stefan was personal friends with Foxivus Riley, one of the most well-known psychological and psychiatric experts in the law enforcement and hero world. The fact that he managed to get the man to agree to evaluating Izuku came as a shock. Then again, Naomasa had heard from Nedzu that Dr. Foxivus had expressed interest in the case, but ultimately agreed to let Hound Dog handle it. So perhaps it's not all that surprising. Naomasa wasted no time calling the doctor as soon as he got off the phone with Stefan. And, while serious, he found that Dr. Foxivus was easy to communicate with. He gave the man a general synopsis of what was going on and promised to have Inui send Izuku's files over to him. They scheduled the eval for a day that both Naomasa and Shyuda will be home as well. It was scheduled for Monday morning of next week. Hopefully that would give them enough time to prepare Izuku and the others for it. Although Naomasa isn't going to hold out hoping that this is going to go well. Not at all. What do you mean we have to see another doctor? Chance demands the moment the words are out of Naomasa's mouth. We mean just that. The court judge ordered a secondary evaluation, so that's what needs to be done. Our hands are tied on this one, Chance. Shyuda tells him. Chance is silent for a long moment. How much do we need to tell them? He asks. His job will be to determine if you boys are a threat to yourselves or others. If you are truly aware of what's going on around you and the situation you find yourselves in and are capable of acting appropriately. As such, he will need to speak with each of you. Naomasa tells him. Random meows from her place sitting on the table next to Chance. No, he doesn't need to speak to Random. If that's what she's asking. Shyuda replies with a smile. Chance huffs a bit in amusement. That is exactly what she was asking. He admits. Shyuda nods firmly. I figured. I'm learning. He states. You'll need to be honest with him. It's in all of your best interests to just cooperate. I know this isn't ideal, but you're going to need to work with us if you want this to play out in your favor. Keep in mind the precarious position you are in. Naomasa continues. Chance sighs heavily. We are well aware of all that. And we'll cooperate as much as is necessary. It's not worth the risk to be difficult. Naomasa can't help his surprise. He was sure it would take more convincing. That's it? You're just going to agree to it? He asks before he can stop himself. Chance gives him an unimpressed look. We don't really have a choice, and we can recognize that this is what needs to be done to keep us safe. That's really all there is to it. And if Stefan trusts this person, then we are willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. He explains. That's very mature of you boys. It shows how much you've improved. Shyuda says with a smile, we're proud of you. He tells them earnestly. Chance looks away, blushing heavily and mumbling something unintelligible under his breath. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Papa. Izuku chirps, bounding out of his seat to hug them both. Fox sat in pensive silence as he read over the file of Atsuchi Izuku. Nothing intrigued Fox like the human mind. It was so fragile, and yet capable of going to extensive lengths to protect itself. It was stubborn and unyielding while also being flexible and adaptable. It was capable of vast creativity and concise logic. It can be blissfully optimistic and critically realistic. The human mind is a fascinating thing, it's a creature all on its own. And Fox can never get enough of studying it. This child's mind is a prime example of this spectacular phenomenon. It broke under the weight of his treatment, leading to his initial lashing out, and yet went as far as to create a second person within it, and later a third and fourth. One that was capable of fiercely protecting itself from further harm, and one that cares for and supports itself. His mind focuses solely and stubbornly on safety, necessity, and survival, while still bending to adjust to their new situation and learn to be content with where they are. His mind created its own little world for them to live and thrive within itself, while still remaining aware of its needs and priorities. The alters display a vast range of emotions, each with their own thoughts, ideals, intents, and perspectives. Atsushi Izuku's mind is the pinnacle of the human brain's capabilities. That said, Fox's real job here is to determine if the child can be considered mentally sound and thus legally competent. He will also need to speak with each alter and decide if they are a threat to themselves or others, and thus does not need to be readmitted to a psychiatric facility. All while not coming off as a threat himself and hoping that they are honest with him. Fox would be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to this opportunity. Fox firmly knocks on the door to that apartment and waits for it to be answered. It is Monday morning and thus time for the anticipated meeting with Atsushi Izuku. Despite himself, Fox is a bit nervous. He wasn't exactly sure why, given he's met with dangerous and psychotic criminals countless times during his career, but he is. And perhaps that's why he's nervous. This isn't an adult that has no remorse for their actions. This isn't an adult that is mature enough to handle a clinical evaluation. This is a child, a terrified, traumatized child that Fox is trying to reach out to and help. In short, Fox is out of his depth. The door opens to reveal the man he spoke with on the phone, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Fox will admit he was surprised the man adopted not just one, but two children. Eraserhead he saw coming, in a way they all did, but the detective he figured would be a more difficult sell. But alas, he has been proven wrong. "Good morning, Dr. Riley." Tsukachi greets. "Just Fox of us is fine, Dr. Riley is too formal for this sort of visit." Fox tells him. He would much prefer it if they called him by his first name. He's never really liked the Japanese custom of using surnames. And given he's not Japanese, he can get away with such behavior, he has found. "Of course, Dr. Foxivus. Please come in." Tsukachi replies. It's an improvement, he supposes. Fox follows the detective into his home and closes the door behind himself. He removes his shoes, pets the white cat that squawks at him, and then picks his briefcase back up and following behind the man further into the apartment. Don't mind the cats. None of them are all that aggressive towards strangers. Loud Cloud, the white one, will just talk to you every chance he gets, and Knife will watch you from a distance at all times. The other two are probably hiding. You'll probably see Random at some point as well. Tsukachi tells him. Random is one of the alters, isn't she? Fox asks. Tsukachi nods. You're correct, seems you've done your homework. The man says with a smile. I always do my homework before walking into an evaluation. Especially one as delicate as this one. Fox replies. Understandable. Still, I think we both know not everyone in law enforcement is as sensible. Tsukachi jokes. Fox can't help but chuckle at the remark. No, in fact most are not these days, I find. He agrees. They arrive at the dining room and Tsukachi pulls a chair out for Fox. Have a seat. Is there anything you wanted to go over with us before you meet with Izuku? The detective asks. Fox shakes his head as he sets his briefcase on the table and opens it. Not unless there is anything off the record you think I need to know. He answers, sure, I read his file, but you and your husband know the boy far better than a stack of papers will ever hope to, and the last thing I want to do is step out of line. That said, it would be nice to know what I should avoid doing or saying. I don't want to make him uncomfortable or scare him off. Tsukachi ponders this for a moment. That's honestly more of a question for Shyuda than it is for me. He knows about Izuku's triggers better than I do. Let me go grab him. He says, before hastily leaving the room. Well, if there was any question of which parent Izuku favors, that certainly helps answer it. Though the file did mention that Izuku is trauma bonded to Eraserhead. So for the most part Fox had expected this. A few moments later Tsukachi returns with a familiar dark-haired man. Yes, Fox has worked with Eraserhead many times over the years. He finds the hero to be quite competent and excellent to have on cases. As the detective leaves, Fox thinks he catches sight of green hair peeking around the corner. Eraserhead. How are you? Foxivus asks in way of greeting. Eraserhead looks at him. I'm fine. How have you been, Foxivus? Keeping busy, he asks. I have been. Crime never rests after all, as I'm sure you're all too well aware. Fox replies, would you prefer I call you Aizawa? Aizawa nods, that would be preferable, I'm off duty after all. That, and it's only logical given you're in my apartment. He answers, Naomasa said you had questions about Izuku? I was just hoping to get a better gauge on how I should conduct myself while working with your son. I don't want to cross any lines after all. Fox explains. Aizawa sits down at the table across from Fox, logical and appreciated. Aizawa replies, I'll tell you what I can. That would be appreciated. Fox says. First you'll be meeting with Variant. He's the protector and extremely defensive. He's the only one you really need to worry about getting openly aggressive. Don't water things down though, give it to him straight. He doesn't like being treated like glass. If you get past him you'll talk to Chance. Prepare to be dissected and analyzed. Chance is the brains behind the operation and the one who has been handling everything with their case for the most part. Give him as much information as you can. But at the same time he is the one to ask all of the big questions. He has all of the answers. If you pass both their tests you'll get to talk to Izuku. He's the only one you really need to worry about scaring off or upsetting. He's skittish and shy, but determined and genuine. Soft tones and clear intentions work best with him. Aizawa informs. Fox takes a moment to process all of this information. He is once again reminded of the reality of the situation he has found himself in. He's not just meeting with a traumatized child. He's meeting with 3 extremely different children who will work together to protect themselves from him. He has 3 minds to analyze, not just one. And it's a welcome challenge. Excellent, thank you. I'm ready whenever they are. He tells him. Aizawa nods, I'll go get them then. Good luck. The man then gets up and slouches off out of the room and down the hall. Fox waits at the table patiently. He has a legal pad out and a pen at the ready. All he needs now is for the boy to arrive. He isn't kept waiting long. In walks a short boy with fluffy green hair and countless freckles. His eyes are toxic green, sharp as a blade and calculating. His shoulders are square and his head held high. He gives off an aura of confidence and strength. So this is Variant. Variant sits down at the table and a gray cat with bright spring green eyes jumps up onto the table to sit to his left. Variant glares at the cat and the cat glares back before the two settle their gazes on Fox. Hello. He greets, my name is Foxivis Riley. But you can just call me Fox. Both the cat and the child narrow their eyes at him for a moment, and Fox pushes the feeling of being in danger to the back of his mind. Variant relaxes and settles his threaded together hands on the table. Hello, doctor. I'm Variant and this is Random. You'll be talking with me first today. I hope that's not a problem. The child says coldly. Not at all. I'm here to speak with all of you today after all. Well, except Random. I apologize Random, but you are a cat. I hope my reasoning for not doing a psychiatric evaluation on a feline is understandable. Fox replies. The cat nods, which is a bit unnerving. It makes sense. The less time this all takes the better. Variant says. I assure you this won't take much time so long as you cooperate. Fox tells him. Variant gives him an unimpressed look. You're going to have to earn that cooperation, doctor. I am aware. Fox replies. So, how are you adjusting to living here with Eraserhead and the detective? He leads with. Variant is trying not to look confused. What does that matter? Aren't you here to gauge my threat level or whatever? He demands. I am. But there's more to that than just asking you if you plan to hurt yourself or others. Being a threat isn't always intentional, nor is it a constant state of yes or no. It's my job to decide if your current mental state has a low enough potential of being a threat to be considered safe. Fox explains. Variant looks a little caught off guard, but he hides it well. Unfortunately for the teen, Fox has 20 years' experience of seeing past the masks people put on when talking with him. Well, it's fine. Eraser is here and he keeps us safe. Though it's not great when he leaves, I can manage well enough given the fact that no one here is actively trying to hurt us. They don't let me around anything that could be used as a weapon, such as sharp objects, which is less than ideal, but I can make it work. Variant tells him. What the child doesn't realize is that he's also giving Fox a look into how Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi have handled having him in their care. Which is another thing the court will be taking into consideration. There is another child staying here with you, is there not? Do you two get along well? Fox continues. Variant nods. Hitoshi is amazing and having him here is great. Izuku thinks very highly of him. He's our brother. I see. Well, that's good then. Tell me, if you consider here to be safe, on what occasions do you feel threatened? Fox asks. Variant thinks a moment. On the nights when Eraser is gone on patrol I'm usually restless. When we have nightmares as well. Like I said, it's mostly safe here. Oftentimes I'm not needed. He sounds oddly conflicted about this fact. Are you worried about going back to the outside world then? Leaving the safety you found here? Fox inquires. Variant glares at him. First off, it's literally my job to worry. I will always worry for our well-being. But yes, I am worried for when we go back to the outside world. They don't treat the quirkless well. And apparently I'm not allowed to defend us or fight back. He answers. You are allowed to defend yourself, just within reason. A school shooting is not within reason. Fox argues, and you're not quirkless anymore. Variant chuckles humorously, sure I'm not quirkless. But Izuku and Chance still are. And Random is a cat. There's still plenty of threats to all of them out there. And it's my job to combat those threats whenever and wherever they appear. Fox hums, so then you would still resort to violence to defend yourself. He suggests. Variant shakes his head, I realize I went too far the first time. I know that now. In my defense I had no way of knowing that back then. All I knew was that violence was directed at us and used to hurt us while going unpunished. How, then, as a developing consciousness, was I supposed to know that violence was wrong when that's all I ever saw from our peers? He questions. I suppose you have a point. But that doesn't change the fact that you were the cause of all those deaths and injuries. Fox replies. No, it doesn't. And if there are less violent ways to solve the problem, then I know now to use them. I've been taught that. Variant agrees. And yet Fox can sense the silently implied, but I will if I have to. And therein lies the problem, keeping Variant from deeming violence necessary. Fox needs to decide if he will ever get to that point or not. Then you understand the situation you find yourselves in? He then asks. A blink and he gets his answer, of course we do. It's been explained to us many times. And we know how lucky we are that we weren't just thrown into a psyche ward and left to rot. Fox has to suppress a flinch at the sudden change in tone and demeanor. Teal eyes stare harshly into his. Where Variant's toxic green glare felt like a knife cutting into him, Chance's stare felt like he was being picked apart piece by piece. He now understands just what Eraserhead meant by being dissected. You must be Chance then. Pleasure to meet you. Fox greets. Teal eyes narrow and his hands separate to instead fold his arms on the table. It would look casual were it not for the weight of his gaze. The pleasure is ours. And yes, I am Chance. At this point I think we're past the questions that need to be directed at Variant. Understanding our current situation is my job, not his. Chance replies. Fox hums in understanding, I see. So then, you do understand the severity of your situation. He confirms. We understand that this trial is to determine if we are to be placed back in a psychiatric facility or if we can continue to live where we are, and if so what restrictions will be placed on us. They can't charge us for any of the damage we caused because it was during a Quirk manifestation, so we can't be held responsible. Chance recites. Fox nods, that's correct. And what are your expectations? We're preparing for the worst, of course, or well, trying to. But with the support system we have I can't help but be at least somewhat optimistic. Chance admits. And do you trust your support system to get you through this? Fox asks. Chance grimaces, trust is a strong word. Izuku trusts them, I'm not there yet and neither is Variant. Maybe that will change after this whole thing is over, but for now not quite. Trusting is hard, and we've been hurt so many times before. That said, we do have faith in them to get us through this. They have and will continue to fight for us, and for that we are grateful. Fox gives him a small smile, and that's fine. Like you said, trust is a big step and you needn't rush it. Let it form naturally. So long as you believe they will support you through this, that is enough for now. He assures him, why don't you tell me about this support system of yours? Chance smiles a bit at the thought, well, Sho-san and Neo-san are great dads. Sho-san is so gentle and patient with us, he always seems to know what we need. He never seems to mind when we are clingy. Neo-san is always there when we need him in a pinch, he always lets us crawl into bed with him if we get overwhelmed while Sho-san is gone on patrol. His cooking is great too. Hitoshi is the best brother ever, we love him. He's super supportive and gives the best cuddles. Don't tell Sho-san I said that though or he'll be up in arms over it. Stefan is a lot of fun and super nice. He's also quirkless so he understands what it's like. Netsu-sensei is an absolutely terrifying and chaotic being, we're just glad he's on our side. Hawks is awesome even though we don't get to see him too often. Inui-san is understanding and doesn't push us too far during sessions, which we appreciate. He also has an uncanny knack for getting us to talk, it's a bit unnerving at times. Chance pauses, must be a psychiatrist thing, 'cause you've gone and done it too, Dr. Fox. They point out. Fox chuckles, it's part of our job to talk to people, so it certainly helps to be good at it. I see your point. Chance agrees, and admittedly you haven't been too bad so far. Asking questions is your job and you haven't been pushy about it. Does that mean I get to talk to Izuku now? Fox dares ask. Chance gives him a long calculating look and Fox tries not to falter under his stare. I guess. But be nice, or I'll sick Variant on you, they threaten. Chance closes their eyes and when they open it's emerald green that looks at him. The boy's posture loses any and all stiffness and his gaze is bright and curious, if not a little nervous. "Hello, Fox. I'm Izuku," he chirps, "but you already knew that, didn't you?" he mumbles at the end. Again the difference in personality catches Fox off guard. He'll admit he's not used to the childlike cheer and innocence. He routinely deals with criminals after all. It's a nice change though. "Hello, Izuku. It's nice to meet you," Fox says in reply. "How are you?" Izuku tilts his head at the question, unconsciously bringing his hands together to fidget with and pick at. That is, until Random decides to sit herself on top of them with a meow. Izuku gives her what looks to be a sheepish yet grateful smile and instead buries his fingers in her fur. Random trills at him and Izuku's attention snaps back to Fox. "I'm okay. A bit nervous and overwhelmed at times. But I'm okay," he answers hesitantly. "That's understandable. It's a complex situation you've found yourselves in," Fox replies. Izuku nods, "But I have the others, so I should be okay. Variant will keep me safe and Chance always knows what to do." Random meows insistently. Izuku giggles, "And I have Random for support as well." "Are you not worried about Variant lashing out like he did at Bakugo's trial?" Fox asks. Izuku shakes his head. "I know he wouldn't do it without good reason. And they're not supposed to be openly threatening me in court, right? I trust Variant to keep me safe and Chance to handle any situation that arises. That's why I have them after all." "I understand. That's all I needed from you, Izuku. Thank you and thank the others for me," Fox says. "I will. I'll go get Dad and Papa for you," Izuku tells him, and then runs off. Quite the interesting child. Fox has a lot to think about. True to his word, Foxivus turned in his own psychiatric evaluation to the court within the time constraint. The court did accept it as valid confirmation of Izuku's legal competency and mental stability. They were then given an official court date to prepare for. Which brings them to now, Shyuda and Naomasa reviewing the details at the dining room table after the kids had already gone to bed. "They've given us a court date, it's about a week from now," Naomasa states. Shyuda nods, "It is, which means we need to meet with the others as soon as possible. We can probably set up a meeting for tomorrow afternoon. I'll start sending out the email to request one." Naomasa replies, navigating to his email on his computer. While he does that, Shyuda reads over the general information. One specific line catches his eye. "Now," he calls. Naomasa immediately looks up at the urgency in his tone. "What is it show?" he asks, concerned. "They want Izuku to wear Quirk suppressant cuffs while in the courtroom." Shyuda reads out. Before either of them are given a chance to react, they are interrupted by a tiny gasp from in the hall. "Sheet, Izuku's been eavesdropping, hasn't he? Come here, Izuku, I know you're out there," Shyuda calls. Sure enough, a head of green curls appears in the doorway to the hall. Shyuda gives him a soft smile. "Come sit, we can talk about this together instead of you panicking in your room," he instructs, motioning for Izuku to come closer. Izuku visibly hesitates before relenting and padding over to Shyuda, shoulders hunched and eyes wild with emotion. He doesn't even hesitate before inserting himself into Shyuda's lap. "What's going on in that head of yours, Izuku?" Shyuda asks. "I'm scared. I don't want to go," Izuku whines. Shyuda sighs, "I know you don't, but we don't have a choice. And once this is over you'll be free to do so much more. We just need to get past this," he reasons. "But if I wear the cuffs then Variant can't front if he's needed," Izuku argues. "No, but it also says that your chaperone is to accompany you, so I will be sitting with you the entire time," Shyuda tells him. Izuku looks up at him, a slight light of hope in his eyes. "Really?" he asks, "and it's a fragile thing." "Really? And with me there, I can keep you safe in Variant's place, okay?" Shyuda suggests. Izuku thinks a moment before shrugging. "I guess that works. Doesn't mean I'm not still scared," he admits. "And that's fine, you're allowed to be scared," Shyuda tells him, running a hand through Izuku's curls. His son leans shamelessly into the touch. "Now then, how about you sit out here with us while we go through this? That way you know exactly what to expect. Sound good?" Izuku nods. "Sounds good." Despite them going over every detail they currently had, the absence of Variant has all of the alters on edge later that night when they've been put back to bed. "Looks like we're going to need to figure out how to get that door open sooner rather than later," Chance says seriously. "Which means we need to learn to pick locks within the next week," Variant adds. "Didn't we say we were going to ask Stefan?" Izuku questions. The others nod. "We did, but when will we see him next? It'd be suspicious to ask for a meeting specifically for this," Variant replies. "Dad and Papa said they were going to the station to discuss the case with everyone. And that means Stefan will be watching us. So we can ask him then," Izuku tells him. Chance nods. That does sound like the most likely scenario. We also should talk to Hitoshi about it. If Hitoshi also wants to learn, it will put less suspicion on us. So we talk to Hitoshi in the morning. Awesome. We have a plan. Izuku cheers. The others can't help exchanging fond looks at his enthusiasm. So what do you boys want to do today? Stefan asks them as he drops himself down onto the floor in front of the couch they are sitting on. Izuku and Hitoshi share a long look. They had talked about their plan to ask Stefan that morning. Hitoshi was hesitant at first, but eventually gave in. Now that they're actually in front of him, this doesn't seem like such a great idea. Moment of truth. You better ask him, Zu. Variant says. I will. But if this goes badly, I'm blaming you, Variant. Izuku replies back. All right, out with it. Stefan interrupts, not unkindly, you two are up so something and I want in on it. They jolt, snapping their attention back to Stefan. Steve. Izuku begins, you know how to pick locks, right? He asks slowly. Stefan looks surprised, yeah I do. Why? Do you think you can teach us how to do it? Izuku then inquires. Stefan thinks on it a moment. I mean, I guess I can. But that just makes me wonder why you want to know. He replies. It's a useful skill to have? Hitoshi says, the statement sounding far too much like a question to be a believable cover-up. Stefan chuckles, it's a very useful skill to have. Especially for someone who wants to be an underground hero. He admits, giving Hitoshi a knowing look, but that doesn't explain why Izuku wants to know how to do it. He then points out. Izuku stiffens. Well, technically it's Variant that wants to know how to do it, not me. He tells him. Stefan smiles and shakes his head, that doesn't make me feel any better, you know that right? Izuku's shoulders slump. Of course it doesn't. He should have known that. You really should have. Variant teases. I'll make you a deal. Stefan speaks up, if you tell me what you need it for, then I will teach you how to do it. Otherwise I'm not showing you anything. I smell mischief and I don't want to be left out. Izuku straightens in surprise. He can feel Hitoshi giving him a concerned look. Well, do I tell him? Izuku questions. There's a brief silence. It doesn't look like he's going to teach us otherwise. And learning on our own would take too long, Chance says, sounding annoyed. And let's face it. It's not as though he can come into the Mindscape and stop us. Variant points out. That is true. So I guess it won't hurt to tell him, Chance agrees. Izuku? You good there, buddy? Stefan asks, sounding concerned. Izuku switches his focus back to the world outside of his head. Yeah, I'm fine. I just had to ask the others what they thought. He tells him. Oh, okay. Stefan replies, and what did they say? That you can't actually stop us even if you wanted to, so it's fine to tell you what we plan to do with the skill. Izuku recites. Stefan huffs out a laugh, is that so? Well then I'm all ears. Izuku takes a deep breath. So you know how Variant can be kept from fronting by erasure or Quirk suppressants? He begins. Stefan nods. When that happens, the door that lets him out of the Mindscape is locked so that he can't get out of it to take control. Izuku explains, and we recently figured out that if we can get the door unlocked, then Variant can front. Stefan thinks a moment, so you want me to teach you how to pick locks so that Variant can no longer be suppressed. Is that it? He questions. Izuku nods hesitantly. Does this have anything to do with your trial coming up? Stefan then asks. Izuku nods, it does. They're making us wear Quirk suppressant cuffs while in the courtroom. That leaves us vulnerable without Variant being about to take control to protect us. Then why ask me? Wouldn't it make more sense to learn without anyone knowing so you can make better use of this skill by keeping under the radar? Stefan presses. It would take too much time to learn by ourselves and reach a sufficient level of skill to pull off our plan. So we need someone to teach us. Seeing as how Aizawa would never agree to it, we decided to ask you. Izuku tells him. Stefan hums thoughtfully, I'll help, but I have conditions. He states, don't use this skill if you intend to harm someone. And don't tell anyone you learned it from me. Can he really stop me if I use it with intent to harm? Where does he get off making such a condition? Variant scoffs. This is less about restricting you and more about trust. You know, the thing you complain no one has in you, Chance points out, this is your chance to earn some. Variant sighs, heavy and world-weary. Alright Stefan, I accept your conditions. Variant tells Stefan himself. But you can't blame us if someone figures out you're the one who taught us how to pick locks. Stefan's grin widens, of course. At that point it's on me to deal with. He agrees, now then, shall we get started? It definitely feels like déjà vu sitting on Zawa's lap in one of the court waiting rooms. All of the adults around them are having a last-minute discussion. At least this time Izuku has the slightest idea of what to expect. Except for the fact that he's now the one on trial instead of just watching. But they have a plan. Are we sure this is going to work? Izuku asks, panic simmering in his thoughts. It will work. The doors are the key to leaving the Mindscape. If we can get the door open, then Variant can front. Random assures him. Here's hoping the lock on the door isn't terribly complicated. It would be a shame if we can't get it open even after all the instructions Stefan gave us, Chance muses. Izuku doesn't like thinking about what could go wrong. Relax, Zu, it'll be fine. We'll get the door open when the time comes. Variant cuts in before Izuku can spiral too far. A hand squeezing his pulls him from his thoughts. Izuku peeks his eyes open to look over at Hitoshi, who sits beside him, and Aizawa. Hitoshi had insisted on coming along this time, and Izuku agreed that he should be allowed to attend the court session. As of now, Izuku couldn't be more grateful for his brother's presence. You need to breathe, Izu. You're going to be fine. Hitoshi tells him in a voice just for them. Izuku tries his best to believe in what both Toshi and the other alters are saying. But it's so hard. It's so difficult to not be afraid all the time. Not when there are so many things that could do him harm. He just wants to hide away from it all. We can't hide forever, Zu. Eventually we have to learn to support ourselves again, Chance tells him. I know that. But that doesn't make it any easier to not be afraid. Izuku argues. That's what I'm here for. To keep you safe. So try to have some faith in my ability to do so. Variant says. Izuku takes a deep shuddering breath, causing Zawa's arms around him to rise then fall, drawing the man's attention. You okay there, Izuku? That was a pretty big sigh. Dad says to him. I'm okay. As okay as I can be at least. Izuku assures him. Dad smiles softly at him. Good, let me know if that changes, okay? Izuku nods an affirmative before laying his head back down on the man's shoulder and closing his eyes. Maybe if he keeps them closed he can pretend to be somewhere else for a bit longer. There's a firm knock on the door that pulls Izuku from his half-disassociated state. Instead of looking up to see who is entering the room, Izuku turns to completely bury himself in Zawa's chest. What can we do for you, officer? Nedzu's voice can be heard asking. The court session will be starting soon. I have been sent to SCRT the defendant to the courtroom. A deep voice answers. Izuku stiffens, tightening his grip on Zawa's suit jacket. Of course. Izuku-kun is sitting right over there with his chaperone, Aizawa Shyuda. Masa tells the man. Izuku, Dad whispers in his ear, I need you to sit up now. Izuku firmly shakes his head. Come on, Izuku, don't make this difficult. You said you'd be okay. Dad tries again. And we will be okay. You gotta sit up, Zu, Chance urges. The sooner we get the cuffs on, the sooner I can start picking the lock. Remember, we have a plan this time. Variant adds. With that reminder, Izuku reluctantly sits up, whining into Zawa's shoulder, earning him a hand combing through his hair briefly. When Izuku is sat up, he finds himself facing a man with what looks to be a bear mutation quirk. He's large, but somehow not overbearing. 2 round ears stick up out of his brown hair. His teeth are sharp when he smiles, but his eyes are soft. Hello, my name is Kuma Kodiaku, I'm the officer that will be escorting you to the courthouse and keeping watch over you. It's nice to meet you, Atsuchi-kun. You can just call me Kuma, the man greets him. Despite his size, Izuku doesn't find himself afraid of the man. Hello, Kuma-san. Izuku stutters out. He's like a giant teddy bear. Random says in awe, I bet he would give great cuddles. Izuku has to suppress a giggle at that observation. He can feel Hitoshi eyeing him for it, somehow knowing what's going on inside his head. I do need to put these on for me, please. Kuma-san requests, holding up the quirk suppressant cuffs. They're not too uncomfortable, so long as I don't put them on too tight. You be sure to let me know if I do, okay? Izuku nods hesitantly. Oh, okay. IW will. Izuku agrees in a soft voice. Slowly, Izuku reaches out his shaky hands to give the man access to his wrists. Gently, Kuma-san fastens the cuffs around his wrists, and once they are on, the effects are immediate. They can all hear the audible clack of the lock on Variant's door sliding into place. Well then, time to put what we learned to the test. Variant cheers, sounding much too excited for the circumstances. Just leave the lock to us, Zu. You focus on what's going on out there. Random instructs. What do you mean, us? You're not doing a thing given you don't have any hands. He mocks. I bet I could pick that lock faster than you. I was there at the lesson too, you know. Random snaps back. Enough, you two. Now is not the time, Chance chides. Izuku, you there, kiddo? Dad's voice cuts in. Izuku startles a bit, attention snapping to focus on his dad. I'm here. Izuku tells him. It's time to walk to the courtroom. So you need to get up now. Dad instructs. Oh, is it really time to go already? Izuku doesn't say anything as he lets Zawa guide him off of his lap. Once on the floor, Izuku latches onto the man's hand with a death grip. Is it okay if I hold his hand? Zawa asks Kuma-san. Kuma-san nods. You are his chaperone, whatever you need to do to keep him calm is fine, within reason. He answers. Zawa gives him a grateful smile, adjusting his hand in Izuku's tight grip. With his dad beside him, Izuku lets himself be led down the hall to the courtroom. There weren't nearly as many people in the courtroom as there were at Bakugo's trial. And for that, Izuku is grateful. Zawa had said there would be less people because this trial wasn't open to the public for attendance. Anyone who is here is a licensed professional with a reason to be here. This is a landmark case after all. Izuku is led to the left side of the courtroom and is instructed to sit down behind the table. Kuma-san stands to his right and Zawa sits on his left. Izuku can feel the eyes on him and he hates it. He presses himself into Zawa's side a bit more. Zawa squeezes his hand but doesn't put his arm around Izuku like he would at home. Izuku mourns the loss of the comforting weight. A few minutes pass and the others join them. On their side of the courtroom, Izuku is given a few encouraging smiles as they pass him, but it does little to calm his nerves. How much progress have you made, Variant? Izuku asks. Not much, this is one hefty lock. Variant admits, I'll get it eventually, but it's going to take some time. You'll have to keep your cool until then. Sorry, Zu. Izuku sighs shakily and peeks up at Zawa. He has his dad beside him, he should be fine for now. Izuku tried his best to pay attention once the trial had started. But he was finding it very difficult to focus on the words being spoken. He knows that both Fox and Inui were called up to speak about his mental state and trauma. Honestly, that's not something he really wants to listen to in the first place. So he just chose to tune it all out. If you're not going to pay attention, then I will at least. Some of this might be important to know for later, Chance tells him. Izuku doesn't answer, simply giving off a vague feeling of acknowledgement. It's enough of a response for Chance at least. The defense would like to call Aizawa Shyuda to the stands as a witness. Nedzu tells the court. Izuku's body goes cold. Zawa is leaving him? But Variant hasn't unlocked the door yet. Zawa can't leave. That means Izuku is going to be called up next. That's what Nedzu told him was the plan. I'm almost there, Izuku. Just hang on a little bit longer. You can do it. Variant tries assuring. But Izuku isn't the one that keeps them safe. Variant and Zawa are the ones that keep them safe. What could he possibly do? You just need to stay where you are. You don't need to do anything. Just sit there and focus on your breathing. Variant is almost done, Chance instructs calmly. Sit and breathe, sit and breathe. Izuku can do that. Right? Shyuda feels Izuku's body go rigid as soon as he is called to the stands. This was the part he was afraid of. Will Izuku be able to keep calm while Shyuda is up at the stands? Shyuda looks down at Izuku. The kid's eyes have that vacant look they get when he's talking to the other alters. He's not entirely present, but Shyuda knows that's been the case the entire session. Shyuda looks up and catches the judge's eye. The man nods, effectively giving him a minute to make sure Izuku is okay. He kneels down in front of Izuku. Izuku, I'm going to go up now. You can just sit here, okay? He says softly. Izuku startles, blinking a few times before settling his full attention on Shyuda. You're coming back, right? Izuku asks quietly. Shyuda nods, I'll be back in a few minutes. You'll be able to see me the whole time too. You just need to sit here by yourself for a bit. Can you do that for me? Izuku nods slowly, I think so. He answers. Shyuda squeezes his hand reassuringly, good boy, I'll be right back. Then, Shyuda stands and walks away. Please state your name for the record. Nedzu instructs once Shyuda is seated. Aizawa Shyuda, Pro Hero Eraserhead. Shyuda responds with evenly. He watches all the confused faces appear upon hearing the unfamiliar hero name. And what is your relationship to the defendant? Nedzu then asks. I am Izuku's appointed chaperone and his adoptive father. I was also the one to first make contact with Izuku after the initial incident and his psychotic break. There are whispers around the courtroom. I see. Can you tell us what happened during that initial meeting with Atsuchi-kun? Nedzu requests. As if Shyuda could ever forget what happened that day. I can. Shyuda replies, I was called in to help handle the incident. After I arrived, it was decided that I would be the one to approach him in the classroom with Hawks as my backup. When I entered the classroom, there were still students inside and the body of the teacher he had killed. Hawks helped evacuate the students while I continued to talk to Izuku. I talked him down and managed to disarm him. He told me he was making the hurting stop and didn't seem to understand the fact that I wanted to help him. Eventually I convinced him to let me carry him out. From there I took him to the waiting ambulance and accompanied him as he was taken to Hero's Retreat. Once admitted, he was treated there for 6 weeks. Defense would like to present Atsuchi-kun's admission and discharge paperwork to support this. Nedzu speaks up, handing over the paperwork to the judge. Now that Atsuchi has been discharged and sent home, would you say that was the correct decision? Is it safe to have him at home? Nedzu asks. Shyuda glances briefly at Izuku, but Izuku's looking down at his hands, shoulders tense. Probably sensing his gaze, Izuku looks up, and Shyuda catches the quick flicker in his eyes from emerald green to toxic green, then back. What is he up to? Chance does his best to split his focus between Variant picking the lock and what Izuku is hearing and seeing outside the Mindscape. Right now Sho-san is being questioned at the stands, but the questions seem fairly standard. Suddenly, there's a near-silent click and Variant's door swings open. Finally. I got it. Variant cheers, I'm coming Zu. He announces, then bounds through the door. Moments later, Izuku is joining Chance and Random in the Mindscape. Chance pulls Izuku into a hug, you did good Zu. Now we can let Variant handle it. He says to him. Random comes to rub up against Izuku's legs, purring. Izuku shakes his head. I still need to be the one to answer the questions. If Variant talks like he did it and was aware of his actions, then it's going to send the wrong message. He explains, so once we get up there I'll have to SWCH back. Chance hates that he's right. He hates it. So I only get to stay here till we get called to the stands? Variant asks from the front. Unfortunately Izuku is correct. You'll have to SWCH back and let Izuku answer the questions. Chance agrees. Variant sighs, this feels a little pointless then. He complains. It's not pointless. Now we know that you can pick the lock and get past someone trying to suppress you. That said, how do you feel? Chance asks. A little off kilter, but it's nothing drastic. My vision is a bit spotty at times. I can feel it fighting to pull me back, Variant explains. What about your quirk? Chance then questions. Considering I don't really have a grasp on using it to begin with, I couldn't tell you. Variant admits. Then that's something we are going to have to work on then. Chance replies. And how do you plan to do that? They barely trust me to front as it is. Variant demands. That's not true, you've gained a lot of their trust, at least at home. Izuku argues. We'll just have to wait and see if the chance comes up. Chance nods, he's right. For now we focus on keeping their trust. We can also try using your quirk in here to get a feel for it. He suggests. I like that idea. It's worth trying. Variant relents. Eraser just gave me a weird look when we made eye contact. I think he's noticed I'm fronting. It should be fine, so long as Izuku is still the one fronting when we are questioned, then I don't see the issue. They never said you couldn't front at all, they only said that Izuku had to front when we are at the stands. So technically we have done nothing wrong. Chance muses. If you say so. I just don't want to get in trouble again for just doing my job. Variant says, sounding skeptical. Last time you got in trouble for attacking Bakugo, not for fronting in general. Chance reminds him. But I wasn't the one who lunged over the wall. That was someone else. Variant exclaims. And we told them that, but you still took control with aggressive intent. They don't like that. Chance elaborates. They're just scared of me. Which I guess I've given them plenty of reason to be. Variant says, sounding a mixture of frustrated and proud. You have. But it better lets you do your job. Don't let it beat you up inside. Just keep doing your best. Chance soothes. Sure, whatever you say. Eraser is coming back. Gotta focus. Variant tells him. Alright, I'll stop distracting you. Chance replies with a smile, making Izuku giggle a bit. Shyuda forces his attention back to Nedzu, who still awaits an answer. I do think it was the correct decision. He has made a tremendous amount of progress since his psychotic break, and any further progress required him to be removed from the hospital setting and back to something more normal. He is doing well. He still has episodes, meltdowns and panic attacks, but we have systems and methods established to handle them and they work. Defense submits Atsuchi's treatment plan and crisis plan to support this. Nedzu says, once again handing the documents over. And there are no further questions, Your Honor, he finishes. Prosecution, are there any questions? The judge asks. No sir, there are not. The prosecutor answers. Upon hearing that, Shyuda stands and makes his way back over to the bench where he and Izuku were sitting. Izuku looks up and smiles at him, eyes flickering yet again. You okay, kid? Shyuda asks, now unsure of who is even fronting. A silent nod is all he gets. Prosecution would like to call Atsuchi Izuku to the stand. The woman's voice rings out. Surprisingly, Izuku doesn't stiffen beside him. He instead just sits up straight and watches as the bailiffs make their way over to them. Shyuda has to hold back from glaring at the crowd as the whispers and chatter in the room rise. This isn't a show, they shouldn't be action like it is one. Shyuda gives Izuku's hand one final squeeze before letting go so his son can be led up to the stand by the bailiffs, one of which is Kuma-san. The squeeze he received back wasn't the gentle flex of fingers that he usually gets and the hesitancy to let go. It was a firm grip on his hand before letting go first. Immediately Shyuda's suspicions are raised. He watches as the kid walks between the two bailiffs. His posture is an odd mix of slumped but alert, stiff but smooth. Shyuda watches a look of confusion and concern form on Naomasa's face as their son walks past. Netsu's ever-present smile sharpens to something dangerous. Fox looks contemplative and surprised. Stefan looks far too pleased with himself. What is going on? Then, his son sits on the bench and faces the courtroom. All it takes is one glimpse of the boy's eyes. That's not Izuku. That is Variant. However, no sooner than everyone familiar with the boy registers that Variant is the one now fronting, his eyes flicker back to emerald green and hesitancy bleeds into his form. Izuku has returned to fronting sooner than Shyuda can comprehend what's happening. It seems Izuku has accepted that he has to be the one to answer the questions. That's good, or they would have been in trouble. Izuku tries his best to stamp down his panic as he sits looking out at the rest of the courtroom. There's so many people. Too many people. He hates it. He hates this woman for calling him up. Just focus on answering the questions, ignore everyone else. You can do this, Zu, Chance says. Please state your name for the record. The woman instructs. Atsuchi Izuku, Izuku states. Thank you. Atsuchi-kun, can you please tell the court the events leading up to and during the Aldera shooting? She instructs. Izuku gives a shaky nod. I was being bullied and hurt at school a lot and it was getting to be too much. That's when I started hearing the voice. He would tell me things to help me better protect myself or avoid confrontation. Then one day he said he could make the hurting stop. I didn't know what he was going to do, just that it meant I would stop being in pain. So I let him do it, anything to stop the hurting. He was the one who told me to take the gun and get the knife, it was his idea so I went along with it. I thought that since it meant the hurting would stop there must be a good reason. The day of the shooting was when he took control. My head was all fuzzy and floaty as we walked into the building. Then, as he pulled the gun out, I wasn't the one doing things anymore. All I could do was watch as he shot people and cut people. It wasn't what I had wanted to happen. But if they were gone then they couldn't hurt me. He said that if they can get away with hurting me all the time then I should be able to get away with hurting them. It was only fair and that was all we'd ever known. To us it made sense. We understand now that's not how it works. When I was back in control I was seated on the floor in the classroom, covered in blood. I wanted to shoot myself too, but the voice wouldn't let me. Not long after Eraserhead showed up and saved us. Izuku finally concludes. The courtroom is silent as everyone listens to the unsettling tale. Even the prosecutor looks a bit shaken at what she has heard. To clarify, leading up to the shooting, you did not know that was the solution this voice was intended to use? She clarifies. Izuku shakes his head, I didn't know, or I would have tried to stop him. Killing is wrong, even if they hurt me. Izuku answers. And this voice, do we know where it came from? She asks. Izuku nods, his name is Variant, and he's one of the alters inside my head. He keeps me safe. He tells her. And how does he keep you safe now, is he violent still? She presses. Variant is learning that not every threat needs to be met with violence, that here are other ways to defend ourselves. Inui-san is helping teach him that. Izuku explains. If you knew killing was wrong, then why didn't Variant? Isn't he a part of you, comes the question. The way he explained it was that he learned from me experiences. And in my experience, people would hurt me and then not get punished. So from his perspective, it would make sense that the same would go for if we did it. And since I didn't know what he planned to do, I had no chance to tell him it was wrong and shouldn't be done. Izuku elaborates. The woman thinks to herself for a second then says, there are no more questions, Your Honor. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. He then stands and lets Kuma-san guide him back to where he was sitting with Zawa. Waiting in their recess room was hell. As if the stress of being in the courtroom wasn't enough, they get to sit there in suspense while the jury comes to a verdict. Izuku sits curled into Zawa's side with Hitoshi leaning against him on his other. It's comfortable, it's safe, it's probably the best he's going to get until they are called back and hear the official verdict. Everyone else just sits in comfortable silence, entertaining themselves in whatever way suits them. Izuku can't quite see what manga Stefan is reading and he's too comfortable where he is to sit up and ask. He content to just watch Hitoshi play some random game on his phone that Izuku doesn't really understand what's happening. But that's okay. Izuku doesn't really feel like that level of thinking right now. You did a great job, Zu. I'm proud of you, Chance tells him. You did excellently, couldn't have done it better myself. Variant agrees. Izuku can't help the smile that crosses his face, thanks guys. It was terrifying and I'm glad that it's finally over. Don't forget that we also figured out how to get Variant past suppressants, Chance reminds him. Which is awesome and all, but everyone that knows us noticed and we are definitely going to get interrogated about it. And this time I don't think we can lie and half-truth our way out of it. Variant says. That's true. But when has lying to them really ever worked out? It's probably for the best. And it's not like we plan to use it inappropriately. It's just when we absolutely need it, chance reasons. Do you really think they are going to just take us at our word on that one? 'Cause I doubt it. Variant argues. Probably not, but all we can do is give them a reason to trust us, Chance tells him. Variant huffs, fine. You win, your majesty. Izuku fails to hold back a giggle, causing a few soft looks to be sent his way. His lightened mood is interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. Nedzu calls out. The door opens slowly to reveal Kuma-san. I was sent to escort you all back to the courtroom. The jury has reached a verdict. He tells them in his deep baritone. Izuku's anxiety picks up again and he latches a hand onto Zawa's. Zawa squeezes his hand and ushers him to stand up so that they can follow the bear man. Izuku shifts his hand so that he's holding Zawa's with both of his. He's found that this is the most comfortable way to do things while having the cuffs around his wrists. He lets Zawa pull him along in their following of Kuma-san, the others not far behind them. Once in the courtroom, all eyes are on him again and he tries not to shrink too much under their weight. They sit down and await the jury's arrival. The jury arrives, the judge hammers his gavel and the courtroom falls silent. The judge is handed a stack of papers and the man reads them. The jury has come to a verdict. He begins, the ruling is that at the time of the act, the defendant, Atsushi Izuku, is found to have been legally insane, therefore cannot be charged for his actions. However, the court rules to still place required actions and restrictions on the defendant until certain conditions are met by said defendant. Here we go. What's gonna happen to us now that we're not going to jail? Variant wonders. Chance shushes him as the judge resumes speaking. The defendant is hereby court-ordered to continue outpatient psychiatric treatment until otherwise clear, for which the court will have to convene again. Along with this, the Atsushi is to attend individual schooling, is to be accompanied where leaving the house by one of a cleared group of individuals, is not to be left unattended when in public, and is to complete an action of community service that must be approved by the court. For the removal of these restrictions, the court must reconvene and review Atsushi's progress. The courtroom is silent for a moment before hushed whispers break out. Zawa puts his arm over Izuku's shoulder and pulls him in close. They did it, he's free. A lot has happened since the conclusion of Izuku's trial. Of course, there was a celebratory dinner that night with everyone involved. After that, there was the wait for all the paperwork to finalize and the process of determining who was cleared to be one of Izuku's chaperones. In the end, Shyuda, Naomasa, Stefan, Nedzu, Hound Dog and even Hawks were all cleared. Later on, Nedzu pulled some strings and got Hitoshi trained and cleared as well. Which then led them to the next major step in Izuku's recovery, going out and being in large groups of people. The first place Izuku wanted to go was to visit Rei. It seemed like a good place to start. The hospital wasn't too crowded so long as you took certain hallways. Izuku still clung to Shyuda's arm as they followed behind Stefan during the entire walk to the psychiatric ward, looking every which way for potential threats. Upon their arrival, all the staff were happy to see Izuku, greeting him with smiles and waves. And Rei was delighted to see Izuku. They had been keeping in touch via email, but seeing each other in person was much better. They played several rounds of Skip-Bo while chatting about different things. As for Izuku's chosen community service, Izuku had suggested cleaning Takoba Beach. Hitoshi supported him in this idea. The adults weren't too keen on the idea at first, but Izuku was persistent. He argued it would be good strength training for them both, and after promising to be careful, the adults eventually gave in, so long as they did so under proper supervision. Now that Shyuda had a bit more free time on his hands, he deemed it time to start teaching Hitoshi how to use a capture weapon. Hitoshi was ecstatic. Izuku often tagged along to watch them train, receiving his own small self-defense lessons from Shyuda or Stefan as well, much to Variant's delight. Izuku was improving bit by bit. He still had episodes and bad days, but they were starting to become less frequent. He was getting more comfortable with being away from Shyuda, so long as he knew where Shyuda was going. Izuku tended to worry for his family's safety as well as his own. He continued to have sessions with Inui to work on things. All in all, it has been a productive last month, and now everyone is shifting their focus to the UA entrance exams coming up soon. Izuku sighs and curls up into a tighter ball where he sits in his nook. Zawa isn't here, again. With the entrance exams fast approaching, Zawa needs to go into UA to prepare for them. He also needs to prepare for the upcoming school year. Which means he's gone into UA for the past 3 days. Izuku was fine the first day. He was a bit restless the second day. The third day he was anxious and pacing the house. Now it's day 4 and Izuku doesn't know how much longer he can keep doing this. Masa is home with him, but he's in his office working on cases. He would be at the station, but someone has to stay home with Izuku. Izuku feels somewhat guilty about getting in the way of Masa's work. Hitoshi is out training with Zashi-san. The recommendation exam is in less than a month and he wants to be prepared. Izuku totally understands that, but it also means he's not home to help distract Izuku from his growing anxiety. So for now, the alters all sit in their nook with each other for company. And when all of them are anxious, distracting one another is only so effective. Izuku startles as a paw gently swats at his hand. Izuku looks down to find Random beside him, having stopped Izuku's hand from continuing the idle scratching he hadn't even realized he was doing. You need to be gentle with yourself, Zu, Chance chides. Sorry, I didn't realize. Izuku apologizes. It's fine, you didn't mean to. Why not go grab the compression sleeves Hound Dog gave us? They always help. Variant suggests. And I bet if you asked, Neo-san would gladly help you put them on, Chance adds on. Izuku thinks on it a moment before giving in. It would probably be a good idea to go see Masa, being alone doesn't sound too great right now. He stands and walks over to one of the half drawers on the top row of his dresser. He opens it and picks out a pair of sleeves with green galaxy pattern on them. Izuku then heads out the door and down the hall to the office. Naomasa looks up at the sound of a knock at the office door. Papa, comes the soft voice. Can I come in? You can come in, Izuku. He permits. The door to the office opens slowly and a head of green curls peeks in. Naomasa smiles at his son as the boy comes all the way into the room and shuts the door behind him. What's up, Izuku? What's the matter? He asks while looking Izuku over. Naomasa has to admit the kid looks miserable. While Izuku has been improving with being away from Shyuda, he's having a hard time adjusting to him going gone all day for several days in a row. Not to mention Shyuda still left for patrol some of those nights. Izuku pads over to Naomasa and holds something out to him. Can you put these on, please? Izuku asks. Looking at the compression sleeves, Naomasa suppresses a sigh. So it's gotten to this point, has it? Of course, he replies, taking them from Izuku. Go ahead and hold out your arms. Izuku does as instructed and holds both arms straight out in front of him. With practiced ease, Naomasa slides both sleeves onto and up Izuku's arms. He can see some of the tension drain out of Izuku at the grounding pressure. Izuku loves these things, and has thanked Inui probably every session for them. They're all done. Naomasa says. Izuku just presses himself closer to Naomasa, burying himself in the man's chest. Naomasa wraps his arms around his son and holds him close, one around his back and the other with a hand resting on the back of his head. I want Dad to come home. He keeps leaving. Izuku murmurs, voice sounding watery. I know, Zuku, he'll be home tonight, okay? He always comes back. You know that. Naomasa assures. Oh, how he wishes his presence was enough to comfort Izuku. But he knows he's not Shyuda, and that the preference is no fault of his own. Even if the fact he can't support his son as he'd like to pains him. I miss him. He needs to come back, Papa. Izuku whines, hands coming up to grip Naomasa's shirt. Naomasa can feel tears starting to soak his shirt. Taking a deep breath, Naomasa lifts Izuku up and into his lap. Izuku goes willingly, easily settling himself against the man's chest. With one arm rubbing soothing circles into Izuku's back, Naomasa picks up his phone from the desk to find Shyuda's contact. Shyuda. Naomasa, I know you're busy but Izuku's having a meltdown. I need you home early. Shyuda, okay, I'll finish up here as soon as I can. Do I need to pick anything up? Naomasa, no, I have everything I need for dinner. We just need you here. Shyuda, I'll be home as soon as I can. Putting his phone down, Naomasa returns his focus to his son in his lap. Izuku? Do you want to sit on your bean bag in here with me, he offers. No response. Naomasa leans down to get a better look at Izuku's face. He's fast asleep. Good. Naomasa was worried he would spiral further. It does make him wonder if Izuku has been getting enough sleep. Carefully Naomasa adjusts his position so he can still reach his mouse and keyboard. He doesn't mind working around Izuku if that's what it takes to keep him calm. Shyuda sighs to himself as he packs up his things into the messenger bag he's used since he started teaching. He got it to replace his old one he used for school given that one was worn out. Admittedly, this one is starting to wear out as well. Leaving already, Aizawa? Inui asks, usually you stay at least an hour or so later than this. Shyuda nods, normally I would, but now texted me a little bit ago and Izuku isn't having a good day, so I need to head home earlier than usual. He explains. He's probably having a hard time adjusting to you being gone every day. And with Hitoshi training for the entrance exam and Tsukachi working, he has a lot of time to himself to worry. Inui tells him. I know that, but I have little choice. I have to go back to work now. I can't stay home forever. Shyuda replies. As much as it pains him, it's just the truth. He's been absent for far too long as it is. You could bring him here, a familiar voice chirps. Unlike the rest of the faculty in the room, Shyuda doesn't startle at Nedzu's sudden appearance in the middle of the room. Here? While I'm working? Shyuda asks. Certainly. He can surely find some way to entertain himself while he's here. He can stay with me, or or he can follow you around. Regardless, if he's going to be my personal student here, then it's probably best he get acquainted with the school before it's filled with students. Nedzu elaborates. Shyuda thinks on it a moment. I'll ask Izuku and talk it over with Nao. It would also mean Nao can work at the station instead of from home. Stefan isn't available to watch Izuku this week or next because he's on day shift rotation. Nedzu's smile sharpens. Wonderful, just let me know what you all decide. He's welcome to come in with you tomorrow if that's what you want to do. He tells Shyuda. The rat then turns and walks away, off to cause chaos somewhere else. When Shyuda gets home he is tackled as soon as he walks through the door. Dad! Izuku exclaims, wrapping himself bodily around Shyuda. Hey problem child, I'm home. He replies, a soft smile on his lips. He lifts his son up into his arms and settles him on his hip. As he looks his son over he can see the red-rimmed eyes and dried tear tracks. He's been crying no doubt. It makes Shyuda's heart clench. Welcome home Sho. Naomasa greets once he's entered the kitchen. Now pulls him into a half hug and presses a kiss to his forehead. Thanks for coming home a bit early. Shyuda shrugs, it's fine to do for one day. He assures him, that said, Nedzu made an interesting offer today before I left. Oh? And what could he want from you this time? Nao asks, intrigued and a bit amused. It's only funny when you're not on the receiving end of the rat schemes. He suggested I start bringing Izuku into UA with me. That way there's someone to watch him and I'm nearby if he needs me. It would also mean you can go into the station to get things done. Shyuda explains. Naomasa thinks it over while Izuku bounces a bit in Shyuda's grip. Can I really go to UA with you Dad? Izuku asks, disbelief in his voice. He likes the idea. Good. You'd have to take Hitoshi with you too then, so he's not here alone. Hizashi won't always be training him. But then if he went in he'd have access to UA's facilities anyway. Naomasa points out. I'm sure Nedzu wouldn't mind if I brought Hitoshi as well. Knowing him, he probably will want to help Hitoshi prepare for the entrance exams anyhow. Shyuda replies. Naomasa nods, it sounds like we have a plan then. We'll have to tell Hitoshi when he gets home. Which should be soon. Of course. Do you need help with dinner? Shyuda asks. Naomasa gives him a scathing look, no Sho, I don't. You and Izuku go find something to occupy yourselves. Izuku giggles at Shyuda's indignant look. You'd think Dad would have learned by now that Papa doesn't let him into the kitchen. They informed Hitoshi of the plan when he got home an hour later. Hitoshi thought it was a great idea. He liked that it meant his final preparations for the exam won't be dependent on Hizashi's availability during the busiest time of the year for UA staff. Izuku was excited to finally see the school that Nedzu-sensei is so fond of and committed to. The rat had been talking about how Izuku will be spending his time with him when everyone else is in regular classes. Izuku doesn't mind that he can't go to class like Hitoshi. He's never had the best experiences with classroom settings. He's content to just do whatever Nedzu-sensei has in mind. Nedzu-sensei's schemes are always fun. Naomasa is glad he can go into the station now. He loves being at home with Izuku, but it makes working on cases and such much more difficult when he's not there with everyone else. Shyuda is a bit miffed he didn't come up with the idea himself. But he supposes that's why Nedzu is the all-knowing genius and not him. He likes the idea of having Izuku close by when something goes wrong. He is, however, unsure of how Izuku and Hitoshi meeting the rest of the UA staff will play out. Aside from Hizashi, no one really knows why he was gone for so long aside from that he was working a case. Not even Namuri. Shyuda hasn't exactly been the most forthcoming with information when people have asked where he has been. For one, it's really none of their business. And two, he doesn't need Namuri coming storming in to meet his new sons. Knowing her she wouldn't listen when he tells her she can't come right now. Regardless, taking the boys into UA with him is probably for the best. Izuku and Hitoshi going to UA with Shyuda meant that they had to be up and ready to leave with him as well. With his new sleeping medication, Hitoshi is even less of a morning person than he already was. They're still working out exact dosages, so for now Naomasa has to physically drag him out of bed. Izuku is always sleepy and dazed until he's taken his meds for the morning and they've actually taken effect. Hitoshi sits at the island nursing a cup of coffee while Izuku follows Shyuda around, one hand tangled in the hem of his shirt and the other rubbing tiredly at his eyes. The two adults gently guide their sons through getting ready and packing up their things. Soon enough Shyuda is carrying a clingy Izuku down to the car with a more awake Hitoshi following with his, Izuku's and Shyuda's bags. Normally Shyuda takes the train and lets Naomasa have the car, but they talked it over and decided it would be best to drive Izuku to UA and avoid the overcrowded morning subways. Sansa had offered to pick Naomasa up since it was along the way of his own commute. Izuku whines at being set down into the back seat, but eventually settles for curling into Hitoshi's side instead. Hitoshi simply runs a hand through his brother's hair as Shyuda gets into the front seat and starts the car. Izuku startles at the sudden noise, but then flops back down into Hitoshi. Izuku gradually wakes up during the car ride to UA. By the time they pull into the underground staff parking lot he's sat up and looking out the window. Once parked, Shyuda turns around in his seat to address his two sons. "Alright boys, first we're going to go see Nedzu so we can get you 2 your UA passes. These will give you access to everything Nedzu deems appropriate on campus. Then I will introduce you to the other faculty. After that it's really up to you what you do. You can hang out in my office or the faculty room. Or you can go find Nedzu or Inui. So long as you don't get yourselves into trouble you pretty much have free reign since there's no classes to disrupt." Yes, he is aware of how dangerous telling them that is. But at the same time, it will also be fun to see the chaos they cause. And any damages are the rat's problem, not his. "Okay," the two boys say in unison. Shyuda nods, "Good. Now let's get going." The walk to Nedzu's office consists of a lot of gawking by the two boys. Shyuda leads them down the halls with practiced familiarity. Izuku stays glued to his side the entire way, looking around. That said, he doesn't seem to be as on edge as he normally is when in a new place. Shyuda has a feeling it has to do with the fact that this is Nedzu's domain, and Izuku trusts Nedzu deeply. They reach Nedzu's office and the door swings open as they arrive, Shyuda not even bothering with the formality of attempting to knock on said door. "Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you." Nedzu's cheery voice calls out, "Come take a seat and we shall get things sorted out quickly." He instructs. The tension Izuku held himself with for the duration of the walk dissolves as he releases Shyuda's hand to sit down in one of the chairs in front of Nedzu's desk. "Hello Nedzu-sensei." Izuku chirps. "Hello Izuku. How is my chaos child?" Nedzu greets. "His what?" Shyuda must make a face because he can hear Hitoshi snickering beside him. Shyuda gives him a half-hearted glare before taking his own seat. Once everyone is settled, Nedzu produces 2 ID cards handing on lanyards from his desk drawer. He sets them on the opposite edge of the desk for the boys to take. "These will be your IDs and access cards for UA and all its facilities. You are cleared for most things on campus, but the scanner will let you know if you don't have clearance." Nedzu tells them, "Hitoshi, once you become a student here you can choose to keep this and your student ID separate or have them merged into one card. I figure that will depend on if you decide to be open about your relation to Shudakuin." He turns his attention to Izuku. "Izuku, this will be your ID and access card for as long as you are at UA, so take good care of it." With 2 enthusiastic nods the boys take their respective cards and hang the lanyards around their necks. "Wonderful." Nedzu chirps, "Other than that I expect you boys to be respectful of school grounds and property. And if you require any assistance or the like feel free to approach anyone on staff as you see fit. You boys have also been added to a few of the chat rooms we use around campus. You can access it through the same phone app and computer program I had you boys download for accessing the map. Any questions?" The boys shake their heads. "Excellent, if you find you do have any questions later on do not hesitate to ask. Now I think it's time you head to the faculty room to meet the others on staff. Shall we get going?" Nedzu suggests. The 4 of them all make their way to the faculty office teacher's lounge. As it happens it is just down the hall from Nedzu's office. Nedzu and Izuku walk side by side, chatting away about a quirk Izuku had seen on the news the night before. Shyuda and Hitoshi follow behind, content to just listen to Izuku's excited ramblings. "Here we are. The faculty office." Nedzu chirps with far too much enthusiasm. Izuku takes Shyuda's hand as Nedzu opens the door. "Good morning everyone, we have some new arrivals to introduce to you all," Nedzu announces. With that declaration all eyes turn to them causing Izuku to squeak and hide behind Shyuda. Hitoshi, while also uncomfortable, only shifts nervously in place. If there's one thing that Namuri hates, it's being kept in the dark. Unfortunately, her dear friend Shyuda has a habit of doing just that. After 15 years of friendship, she has learned to just live with it. Then Shyuda up and disappears for several months without a word. When Nedzu had initially informed them of Shyuda's absence, he told them Shyuda was working on a case that required most of his time. Okay, sure, it was believable. While Shyuda never misses work, he is a hero and heroes get sudden cases. Then a month passed with no sign of Shyuda, not even on patrols. He hadn't so much as texted her about where he was. When she texted him, he told her he was fine, and that he was working a case. There it was again, that case. What case requires his constant attention for a month? Namuri was starting to suspect something more was happening here. Somewhere along the way, Hizashi started training a boy named Hitoshi. They didn't see the kid too often, but sometimes she would still be around when Hizashi was with him on campus. When she asked about the kid, Hizashi told her that Shyuda had asked him to train Hitoshi because he was tied up with a case. Again, a case. Namuri was getting sick of being in the dark. Then, suddenly, Shyuda shows up for entrance exam prep. As relieved as she was to see him, she also demanded answers. He told her that a lot has happened and that he and Naomasa are still adjusting after finishing the cases. Whatever that's supposed to mean. It's cases now? Shyuda left early yesterday, and Namuri overheard something about an Izuku. But nothing she could build any conclusions from. Which brings us to now. Her madman of a boss throwing the door open and announcing there's new people they need to meet. And there, in the doorway, is Shyuda. The Hitoshi kid Hizashi has been training stands nervously beside her friend. But behind him. Behind Shyuda, clutching his hand like a lifeline, is a shaking green-eyed boy that is looking at all of them with fear. And who might this be? Shyuda guides both boys further into the staff room so the door can be closed. All attention in the room is focused on them. These are two students of mine and Dash. They are my sons. Hitoshi and Izuku. Shyuda cuts Nedzu off. Few can get away with such an act so casually. The purple one, Hitoshi, gives them a casual wave. Izuku nervously peeks out from behind Shyuda. Namuri catches frantic squeezes of Shyuda's hand, which has her friend turning and kneeling down in front of the boy. She just barely catches what he says to him, "You're okay. They're all heroes, remember? And me, Hitoshi and Nedzu are all here to keep you safe. They just need to meet you, then I can show you my office. It's a great place to hide. And I bet if you want you could meet with them one-on-one to talk about their quirks later, okay? But only when you're ready." Shyuda says in a soft voice, softer than Namuri has ever heard. And oh, does that answer so many questions? Her dear friend Shyuda found a family to take care of. The terrified boy nods his head, sniffling a bit before letting Shyuda stand up. Hello. I am Izuku. He stutters out. Namuri smiles. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. And you too, Hitoshi. She greets them. Izuku lights up upon seeing her. You're Midnight. Your quirk, somnambulist, is so cool, he chirps out. Namuri beams. That's me. Do you like quirks? She asks him. I do. Nedzu-sensei helps me with my quirk analysis notebooks all the time. He answers, some nervousness dissolving at what Namuri would assume is a safe topic. Quirk analysis? Power loader questions. Are you the one who wrote those analysis papers Nedzu passed out to everyone? Izuku startles at his voice but recovers. Yep. Those were my notes. Did you like them? He asks. Shocked for a brief moment, all of the faculty voice their approval of the notes. Namuri can see Izuku starting to vibrate at what she thinks is excitement. Izuku is an excellent quirk analyst. Nedzu chimes in, you all can look forward to a session with him sometime in the future. He tells them. Oh boy, Nedzu has a protege. They're all doomed. At least he's cute. The others in the room eventually return their focus to what they were doing before the arrival of Shyuda and his sons, and isn't that a crazy thing to say? Namuri does not. She instead makes her way over to where Shyuda is settling the two boys on his favorite couch. So this is where you've been, Shyuda? Acquiring children? Namuri demands. Shyuda sighs, in my defense Hitoshi was Nao's fault not mine. Hey! Hitoshi protests. Namuri giggles, I'm not sure how much of a defense that is, given how little you've managed to communicate over the past few months. Shyuda frowns, I was a bit tied up, Namuri. It's complicated, I'll have to tell you later. He explains. Namuri relents, fine. So you have sons now? Green and purple? Yes. Is Green always so scared? She then asks. Shyuda huffs, that was calm compared to when I first met him. Namuri isn't sure what to do with the information, okay. And you brought him here, why? Because he can't be left at home alone and doesn't do well away from me for long periods of time. That and now needed to go back to working at the station. Shyuda explains quickly. I see. Namuri turns her attention to the two boys on the couch. Hello boys, it's nice to meet you. I'm Kayama Namuri, but you can just call me Auntie Nem. She says to them. Izuku and Hitoshi look at her before Izuku speaks. Auntie? Why? Because I've been friends with your dad here for a long time, so I get to be the aunt. Hitoshi shrugs, if you say so. Izuku smiles, okay Auntie Nem. Namuri coos, aren't you just the cutest? Izuku blushes a little. If you get to be the aunt, I want to be the uncle. A new voice declares loudly. Hitoshi and Shyuda both sigh heavily. Namuri suppresses a snort. Zashi, you kinda missed the boat on that one. Hitoshi tells the blonde. Hizashi pouts. Don't say that, little listener. It's never too late to find family, he cheers. Shyuda face palms. You're ridiculous. Thanks, Sho. Now then, from now on you boys can call my Uncle Zashi. Sure, Uncle Zashi. Izuku replies. Fine. Hitoshi concedes. Awesome. Hizashi cheers, a bit of quirk mixed in. Shyuda flashes his quirk while giving Hizashi a death glare. Enough. He growls. Hizashi holds his hands up in surrender, pleading with his eyes to have his voice back. Izuku tugs on Shyuda's sleeve. Shyuda turns from Hizashi and kneels down. What's up, kiddo? See, can we go to your office and now? Comes the stuttered question. Shyuda nods. Sure, problem, child. Grab your stuff. You coming, Hitoshi? He asks. Hitoshi nods. Don't leave me with Zashi. Please. Hey. You enjoy my company and you know it. Hizashi protests. Not when you're this hyper, I don't. It's too early for loud blondes. Hitoshi replies. Namuri laughs while Hizashi crosses his arms over his chest and pouts. I like you. Namuri praises. I think we can get along nicely. And we both have purple hair. It was meant to be. It's nowhere near the same shade. Shyuda argues. Shut up, Sho, it's purple. Namuri all but whines. Yeah, Dad, it's purple. Hitoshi echoes. Shyuda groans. We're leaving before you all give me headache. He declares, guiding Izuku to the door with Hitoshi following. Bye. Namuri calls. See you later, listeners. Hizashi says with finger guns. My Auntie Nem. By Uncle Zashi. Izuku replies back, then the door shuts behind him. Namuri and Hizashi share a look. This is going to be fun. Nedzu sighs as he finishes reading over the latest email from the HPSC president. With Takami having almost finished his teaching certification and license, Nedzu was going through and taking care of the last of what needed to be done to officially hire him. Unfortunately, the commission is putting up a pretty big fight over this. Nedzu proposed that Takami work for him as a teacher but still take assignments from the commission. Of course, his initial offer was immediately rejected. But Nedzu was undeterred. He has enough on the commission to make a persuasive argument. There was a lot of back and forth over the finer details of the agreement. Most of it was working in Nedzu's favor. Except for one condition they won't budge on. If Nedzu hires Hawks, he must also hire All Might. Now, Nedzu isn't stupid, he knows full well why they would want to force All Might into UA. In fact, All Might himself has approached Nedzu with the request. Nedzu wasn't overfly fond of the idea to begin with, but after what happened between Izuku and All Might, he told Toshinori no. And from the looks of it, the man has decided to get the HPSC involved. And given the fact he is the #1 hero, it goes without saying that the commission would readily oblige him. All Might doesn't have a teaching license. Nor any teaching experience. The man has proven less than prepared to properly address today's youth. Even if it's just one occasion that fully demonstrated this, after extensive discussion with Toshinori, Nedzu has determined it wasn't just a moment of weakness. That said, he can easily use his lack of a license as justification for not letting him teach the hero course by himself. Nedzu can still give that position to Takami and have Toshinori merely assist him. And then there's the matter of the man's quirk. One for all is a troublesome thing with an even more troublesome legacy. Given the so-called nemesis that comes with inheriting the quirk, Nedzu isn't all too keen about one of his students receiving said quirk. But at the same time, it would be safest for that person were they one of his students. They would have all the connections and resources that come with being under Nedzu's care. It proposes quite the predicament. One that Nedzu has been trying to solve for weeks now. That said, he's most concerned about Izuku once again coming into contact with All Might. It's quite clear that the events that transpired between them have traumatized Izuku somewhat, and Nedzu doesn't want to risk reversing any of the progress they have made with Izuku's mental health. So ultimately, Nedzu will have to discuss it with Izuku before he makes any final decisions. Cleaning Takoba Beach ended up being a lot more complicated than Izuku expected. Which in hindsight, is pretty dumb on his part. He suspects these complications are why the adults were so against the project to begin with. Why they couldn't just explain that reasoning is beyond Izuku. The biggest problem was where they were going to dispose of all the trash, which wasn't just normal household waste, but scrap metal and other dangerous items. Turns out having a father who is on the force made things much easier. That, and when they submitted it as Izuku's chosen community service project, they were given a few special permissions that actually made the whole endeavor possible. That didn't mean it was easy by any means. The place was one big safety hazard with a huge learning curve when it came to navigating the mountains of trash. Hitoshi being the only one of the two with any muscle mass also complicated things. They decided that Hitoshi would handle most of the heavy lifting until Izuku got stronger. Izuku would sort through all the tiny items that needed to be put in bags. All of it was loaded up into a truck that Naomasa borrowed from his family that lives out in the country. Family that Izuku and Hitoshi have yet to meet. Distant family aside, things were going decently well. With each passing week it was becoming more and more apparent how long this was going to take. Even so, they were determined to get it done. How long that determination would last is another story. Izuku was staring at some questionable materials he found when it happened. Don't touch that. It's hazardous waste. You need a special kit to dispose of it properly. A voice declares rather loudly. Izuku yelps at the new arrival, stumbling back and landing in the sand. Who the hell? Variant demands. Want me to handle this, Zoo? Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. The girl exclaims, here, let me help you up. She offers, reaching down for Izuku's arm. Izuku flinches away, please don't touch me. He stutters out. The girl freezes, okay. I won't touch you then. She says hesitantly. Just be careful when placing your hands to push yourself up, tons of sharp objects like to bury themselves in the sand, she tells him. I don't think she means any harm. Let Izuku take care of this one. He needs to learn, Chance tells Variant. Izuku looks down at where he was going to place his hands, and sure enough, a piece of shrapnel was sticking menacingly up out of the sand. He blinks, then puts his hand somewhere else. Thanks for the warning. I was a bit too startled to think about that. Izuku admits. She scared all of us. Even Variant. Random adds. What the hell is that supposed to mean, cat? Variant snaps. Enough you two, Chance interjects. No problem, the girl exclaims, making Izuku jump again. The girl's smile dims. You're a jumpy one, aren't you, she says teasingly. Why yeah. I worry if things are safe. Izuku mumbles, hands pulling at each other. And there's nothing wrong with that, Chance assures. The girl looks at him for a moment. Well, I won't hurt you. Everything else here might, but I don't plan to. She tells him. Izuku's eyes widen a bit as he looks around the beach. She's not wrong. Why hasn't he thought about the risks before? Is it really okay to? Izuku? Who are you talking to? Toshi's voice calls out, dragging him from his spiral. Oh good, Hitoshi is here. Toshi, he squeaks, stumbling over to his brother who has just appeared. I met this girl. She kept me from touching what was apparently hazardous waste. Izuku explains. Hitoshi narrows his eyes at the girl. Does the girl have a name? He asks, a bit too harshly. The girl's smile falters slightly, right? I'm Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Nice to meet you. Izuku takes a step close to Hitoshi at the wild waving of hands. The declaration is accompanied by. She's going to kill someone doing that. Variant grumbles. I think that might be a bit overdramatic, Variant, Chance replies. Hatsum? That sounds familiar. What are you doing here, Hatsum? Izuku asks her from his place beside Hitoshi. Oh. This is where I get scrap metal and spare parts for my babies. She tells him. Her what? Babies? Hitoshi questions, flustered. Yeah. I make tons of support babies and other cool things. I'm an inventor. Hatsum declares. Izuku is starting to realize she's just a very emphatic person. She doesn't seem to mean any harm. I told you. I have an eye for these things, Chance says. Sure. Forgive me for being concerned when someone appears out of thin air. Variant argues. You're just too high-strung. Random tells him. I'll string you up, cat. Variant snaps. Like support equipment, for heroes and such? Izuku asks, ignoring them. Exactly. And other cool gadgets and gizmos to help people out. I'll make anything. Hatsum declares, throwing her hands out. Izuku startles, but can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. That's so cool. Izuku exclaims. Yeah, real cool. Hitoshi says flatly, sounding less than enthused. See? Hitoshi gets it. Izuku just thinks Hitoshi doesn't like having a new person suddenly appearing. Well, neither do I. So what are you guys doing? Oh, are you guys the ones cleaning the beach? She demands. Izuku nods. We are, he chirps. Really? Awesome. I was wondering when I'd run into you guys. She replies. Why? Hitoshi asks. To ask if I can help you. Cleaning sounds like a great way to find lots of useful things for my babies. And that way I can make sure you don't throw out anything that can still be used. She tells him. You want to help us? Hitoshi asks incredulously. I do. So can I? She asks. You'd have to ask our dads, they're the ones supervising us. Izuku tells her. Okay. Just take me to them. Hatsum agrees easily. Hitoshi sighs, alright. This way then. He concedes. Woo! Hatsum cheers, pumping a fist into the air. Izuku giggles at her antics. He kinda likes her. She's so happy. I like her. Random agrees. She has far too much energy, but seems to mean well, Chance agrees. Hitoshi leads the way as the three make their way through the mountains of trash to get to the stairs to head up to the sidewalk. Once within their line of sight, Zawa focuses on them. There you are. I was wondering where you two disappeared to. He says. Dad. We met someone new. Izuku declares. Why are you so excited about that? Hi Aizawa-san. Hatsum cheers. Izuku blinks. Hatsum knows Zawa? May. Zawa greets evenly. Does your mother know you are here? He asks. Yep. I come here all the time. She doesn't mind so long as I'm careful. Hatsum assures him. Zawa sighs. Alright then. I see you've met my sons. He then says. Wait. These two are your sons? Then that means they're the ones I helped make babies for. She shouts. Izuku tenses, grabbing hold of Hitoshi's arm at the sudden increase in volume. That's going to take some getting used to. You mean you helped make my persona cords? Hitoshi asks, slightly awed. I did. It was fun. Have you tried them yet? Do they work okay? She demands. Hitoshi nods. They work great. I'm still figuring them out, but so far I have no complaints. He tells her. That's awesome. You'll have to show me sometime. Hatsum insists. Sure. If we can. Hitoshi agrees. No Hitoshi, not you too. Variant bemoans. Dramatic much? Awesome. Hatsum cheers. Weren't you going to ask Dad something, Hatuzum? Izuku reminds her. Oh yeah. I was. She agrees. Zawa looks concerned. And what would that be? I want to help clean the beach. Can I help you guys? Hatsum asks. Shyuda thinks on it a moment. I don't see a problem with it, he says, but, he adds, cutting off their celebration, I need permission from your mother first. Hatsum deflates, but she's back at the shop working. She whines, then she perks up again. We could go visit the shop. We can ask her then and take some of the usable scrap to the shop for reuse. She suggests. Shyuda sighs, let me call her then. He concedes. Shyuda had expected a lot of things to go wrong when he and now agreed to let the boys clean the beach. Lacerations, blunt force trauma, being crushed, rust poisoning, radiation poisoning, concussion, and even just sunburn. As such, he had a relative plan to deal with most of these as they come. What he was not prepared for was for Hatsum May to show up at the beach and force her way into the project. Don't get him wrong, she's a great kid, if not far too energetic and intelligent. The girl is a mechanics genius and never fails to impress Shyuda with her inventions. Just like her mother. He had been planning to introduce Hitoshi and Izuku to May at some point. In a controlled environment and having given Izuku plenty of warning. Not like this. That said, what's done is done. Now it's time for damage control. Shyuda pulls out his phone. Shyuda. To what do I owe the pleasure of my guinea pig calling? A female voice asks upon answering. Shyuda suppresses a sigh at the age-old nickname. I found your daughter at Takoba Beach. My boys are cleaning it up for a project and strength training. May wants to help. Hatsum Hana hums in thought, I don't mind it. So long as you bring what's salvageable here for us to make use of. You know we're always looking for spare parts and scrap. You and Naomasa are supervising, I would assume. We are. Naomasa got the track from his family, so we also have the means to transport this stuff. Shyuda tells her. Great. Then you can start by bringing what you have already here. I can show your boys around the place while we're at it. Hatsum Industries was a well-known support company based out of Japan. It wasn't a large-scale distributor, however. HI focused on special orders, difficult cases, and an unheard of technology. It was essentially Japan's localized version of I-Island and run primarily by the Hatsum family at large. The campus had testing grounds, supply warehouses, manufacturing facilities, research labs, general labs, business center, residential compound, and the administrative building. That said, it's surprisingly easy to navigate with several specialized entrances for employees, heroes, civilians, and shipments. Having gone to school with Hana, the current CEO and May's mother, Shyuda is more than familiar with the campus. He's here often enough as well, as Hana is the inventor of his capture weapon and the only person he will let perform maintenance on it. He's also still one of Hana's go-to people to test out equipment, hence the nickname. He'd never admit it, but he does get some enjoyment out of testing the equipment for her. Even if she's almost as crazy as Nedzu. Shyuda pulls up to the gate and pulls out his hero license to hand to the gatekeeper. Hey there Shyuda, I didn't recognize you in the truck. The gatekeeper, Hatsum Takayuki, says with a wide grin. Naomasa borrowed it from the family Yuki. The boys have started a project cleaning Takoba Beach. Shyuda tells him. Boys? What haven't you told me, Shyuda? Takayuki asks with narrowed eyes. The man is Hana's cousin, and was in general studies with Shyuda in his first year. Shyuda turns around to face Izuku. You okay if I roll down the window? He asks. Is he safe? Izuku counters. Shyuda shrugs, he's an old friend, and definitely harmless. Aside from the physical requirements of being a security guard. The man is built, but wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless that fly tried to get into Hatsum Industries without proper clearance. Then that fly is in for it. Okay. It's fine then. Izuku replies. Shyuda turns back to Takayuki, who has since left the stand and is standing nearby. I'll roll down the window. He tells the man, these are my sons, and well, Mei. Hey Uncle Yuki. Mei chirps. The man chuckles, hello Mei. And hello to you too as well. The name's Hatsum Takayuki, I run the hero entrance gate. I'm Izuku. Izuku says softly. Hitoshi. Hitoshi echoes. Nice to meet you both. Be sure to keep Shyuda on his toes alright. I'm not around to anymore. Takayuki teases. The two nod, don't worry, we will. Hitoshi agrees with a smirk in Shyuda's direction. Shyuda rolls his eyes, stop corrupting my kids. Sure. I won't keep you. Head on in. Takayuki replies. He then climbs back into the kiosk and opens the large, probably indestructible, gate. The hectic atmosphere inside is one that never gets old. Just the amount of different modes of transportation keeps you busy for a while. Cars, carts, moving platforms, hoverboards, various enhanced footwear, that random guy with the jetpack Shyuda always sees, you name it. A quick glance behind him shows the boys are fascinated. Shyuda is once again stopped at the roadway entrance near the laboratories. State your business. The stoic woman orders. I'm here to see Hana, she's expecting us. Shyuda tells her. Mei pokes her head out the window, hi Yori-san. The woman's stoic mask cracks slightly, hello Mei. She replies, then turns to Shyuda, you're good to go. Please be mindful of your surroundings. Shyuda nods and continues driving around to the back of the building. Sure enough, Hana stands by one of the receiving bays, magenta hair tied up on her head. She waves them over, hey Shyuda. Over here. Shyuda drives over and backs the truck up close to the doors. Awesome. I'll get some bots to start unloading this stuff. Hana says. Shyuda helps Izuku out of the car, worried about him getting overwhelmed. Instead he has an awestruck ball of energy to contain with. Mom. Mei shouts, running over and hugging the woman, I found the beach cleaners, she announces. Hana chuckles before peeling her daughter off of her, I see that. And a few friends. Hello Hana. Shyuda greets. Evenly, bracing himself for what's to come. And sure enough, Shyuda gets roughly forced into a hug. Shyuda. It's good to see you, guinea pig. How have you been? I haven't seen you in months, she exclaims. Shyuda does his best to extract himself from the woman. I've been busy. He tells her. I see that. You have 2 sons now. She observes, hello boys, my name is Hatsum Hana. But you can just call me Hana. There's too many Hatsums around this place. She greets. And you can call me Mei? Mei chimes in. Hello Hana-san. Izuku says softly. Hello. Hitoshi echoes. Hana's smile somehow widens, cute kid Shyuda. She says, nudging him with her elbow. I'm aware. Shyuda replies, lowering his smile into his capture weapon. Alright. Time for a tour. Hana announces, turning on her heel and pointing forward, follow me. Izuku can barely contain his excitement. They're inside the Hatsum Industries. It's awesome. Sure, he's still a little shaky from Mei's sudden appearance, but most of those nerves are being overshadowed by excitement and fascination. Not saying this is a trap, but there's countless ways you could end up hurt in a support lab of all places. Variant tells him. Oh hush, let him have his fun. You have to admit this place is really cool, Chant says to Variant. Variant huffs, fine. It is pretty cool. Variant concedes. Izuku still keeps himself next to Zawa as they follow Hana-san down the many hallways and corridors of the laboratory building. She points things out as she goes, with Mei chiming in, and introduces them to a few people who pass by them. Eventually they reach Hana-san's lab proper. Don't mind the mess. Even though I do try to keep it as clean as possible, it's a bit difficult when this place is in constant use. Hana says to them as she leads them in. My lab is the next door down. I'll have to show you it after we're done here, Izuku-en. Mei says. Izuku-en? The hell? Oh okay. Izuku stutters out, caught off guard by the sudden nickname. It's okay that I call you that, right? I can stop if you don't like it. Mei offers in a more subdued tone. And no, it's fine. I just wasn't expecting it is all. Izuku tells her, you can definitely call me that Mei-chan. He tells her. Mei lets out an excited squeak, great. What about you Hito-kun, she asks, turning her attention to Hitoshi. Call me whatever Mei. Hitoshi tells her, I don't mind. Hana clears her throat. With that out of the way. Let me show you around the lab. She says, most of the equipment here you boys probably don't know what to do with, and that's fine. This door back here however, she motions to the study metal door at the back of the room, is for lab testing equipment. Oh. I have a baby that needs testing. Mei declares, let me go get it. And with that she bolts out of the room, door slamming shut behind her. Hana sighs fondly, in all my years I have yet to see someone as passionate about this field as Mei. She really is something. Mei said she was going to be the future CEO. Is that true? Izuku asks hesitantly. Hana huffs a laugh. She's certainly determined to be. Thing is, she has to compete for that spot with every other handsome in her generation. That includes families that married in and may not share our last name. So she's got her work cut out for her. She explains. Back in high school you didn't even want to be the CEO, did you, Hana? Aizawa says. Hana shakes her head, no I didn't. But I took issue with how the others were planning on running the company. And if you want something fixed you should do it yourself. She explains. The door to the lab bursts open causing Izuku to jump and clings onto Hitoshi. I'm back. And I brought my baby. Mei announces. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief as he releases his grip on Hitoshi. Hitoshi gives him a concerned look, but says nothing. Great. But before we do that, I want to know who's using the persona cords. Hana says. Hitoshi stiffens ever so slightly, that would be me. He tells her. Excellent. How well do they work? Is the volume control okay? Any of the sliders feel stiff? Nothing clanking or catching? Hana questions rapidly. Hitoshi stares at her wide-eyed. Everything seems okay. I'm still figuring out how to use it but the mechanics work really well. And it's surprisingly comfortable to wear. Hitoshi tells her. Good to hear. Last thing I wanted was to give you a muzzle. She comments. Hitoshi flinches. Hana spins her attention to Izuku. Then that means you're Nedzu's chaos child, she declares loudly. Izuku takes a step back. That's me. He told you about me, he asks, nervous. Of course he did. Nedzu loves bragging about his new protege. Personally I think he just enjoys terrifying people with the idea of Nedzu's second coming. Shyuda snorts, but I gotta say, your analysis is excellent. I had a blast reading some of those support gear ideas. Hana tells him. Wait. Greenie is the one who did those analyses. Mei practically screeches. Why yes? Izuku answers, shoulders up to his ears. That's awesome. You gotta help me design babies sometime Izuku-kun. Do you have an intelligence quirk or something? Izuku pales. Sheet. You can tell her Zu, it'll be fine. And no. I am quirkless. He admits quietly. Mei squeals, running up to Izuku and, thankfully, stopping just short of grabbing him. That's awesome Izuku-kun. I can make so many babies for you, she exclaims, right up in his face. Izuku leans back a bit. You think so? He asks, odd. He's never had someone excited about him being quirkless. Of course. You're like a blank slate, a white canvas, an empty plot of land. The possibilities are endless. No drawbacks I have to worry about, or mutations to work around, or abilities that have to be utilized. I can do anything. Mei rambles excitedly. Izuku gives her a beaming smile. That sounds great Mei-chan, he says, getting hyped himself. We're all gonna die now aren't we? Hitoshi says to the room. Izuku and Mei look at him with simultaneous, maybe? Yes. Hitoshi looks at them in horror. Hana laughs, now you two, I know you're excited but let's focus on just the one experiment for today, okay, she urges. Okay. Izuku chirps, what baby did you bring Mei, he asks her. He misses the various looks he gets for adopting Mei's phrasing. It's a capture baby. It's nothing too original but I wanted to try making it. You throw it at something and it secures itself then wraps them in capture wire. She explains. So all we gotta do is throw it at something? Izuku asks. Yep. Mei confirms. Sounds reasonable. Hana cuts in, to the testing room. Izuku is excited as they all stand in the testing room, safety glasses over their eyes. There's a dummy set up in the middle of the room which is what Mei plans to throw the capture ball at. Ready? Mei asks everyone, and is answered with a chorus of affirmations. So she throws the ball. The ball sails across the room, hitting the dummy somewhere in the chest area. A light blinks on the ball, and small openings appear for the wire to come out. Then, boom! The instant the explosion sounds Variant takes control, the force of the blast knocking him back and onto the floor. Variant quickly scrambles himself along the floor until his back hits a wall. He curls up defensively and looks out before him. In the clearing smoke he doesn't see family and friends. No, he sees Bakugo stalking towards him, hands popping and crackling with small explosions and a look on his face that screams murder. He must have finally come to finish the job. Just when they thought they were safe. Variant realizes then that he doesn't have anything to defend himself with. Only his own body. As his fight or flight instincts war with each other, the smoke continues to clear. And Bakugo disappears. Instead, crouched in front of him, is a familiar dark-clad figure. Black hair, gray eyes, pale skin, and they're speaking. What are they saying? Variant can't make it out past the roaring of blood in his ears and the confused exclamations of the others in the Mindscape. Iant. Come on K-do. Varai breathe with me. Breathe? Variant can't breathe. Which just sends him back into panicking. The K. Again. Again? Variant tries again, listening to the deep soothing voice that is achingly familiar. Eventually, he is breathing evenly, if a little fast. His pulse is no longer drumming in his ears and his vision has cleared mostly. Good job, kiddo. Can you hear me? The figure asks. Variant nods hesitantly. That's good. It's just you and me in here. You and Eraser. The figure, no, Eraser tells him. Eraser? Variant stutters out, relief flooding him. That's right. Can I touch you, kid? Eraser asks. Variant thinks on it a moment. Does he want to be touched? No. But Eraser always makes things better, so. Variant nods, and two hands take his own from where they are gripping tightly to his knees. He looks up at the now clear figure of Eraser, a concerned look on the man's face. You back with me, Variant? Eraser asks. Why yeah. Variant answers, but Bakugo. He isn't here. He went to jail, remember. The explosion was caused by Mei's invention and triggered a flashback. That's all. It's just you and me in here. It's 4:34 p.m. on Tuesday. We're at Hatsum Industries in Hana's lab. He tells him slowly. Right. The lab. With Mei and Hitoshi and Hana. Hitoshi? Variant asks. Eraser's lips tilt up, he's outside the door. The others are giving us space until you calm down. Okay. Okay. Variant repeats, Can I have a hug? He asks then. Eraser smiles fully and reaches for him, movements telegraphed, and pulls him into a hug. Variant buries his face into his capture scarf and breathes in the scent of Coffee Cat's home safe and lets himself slump fully into Eraserhead. He's safe. Everything is fine. They're safe. Mei has seen a lot of reactions to her explosions. Some of the others are just as excited as her, mostly kids her age. Some are exasperated but have long since accepted that it's just what happens. Some try and get her to stop, unsuccessfully. Izuku though, his reaction is like nothing Mei has ever seen. She's seen people startled or scared by her explosions. But this was something trauma-related and it was something serious. Izuku stumbled back and fell onto the floor, which is typical for a first-timer. But then he started shaking, his eyes glazed over, his breathing picked up and he backed himself into a wall as fast as he could, taking up a defensive position. It was clear he was utterly terrified. But when Mei tried to go to her new friend, to help, to apologize, Hitoshi grabbed her arm. She looks back at him and he shakes his head at her, instead motioning for her to follow her mother out the door. A quick glance back at Izuku shows Aizawa-san slowly approaching and crouching down, as if he were handling a scared feral cat, not his ball of energy son. It's odd to her. Even so, she's sure Hitoshi knows what's going on better than she does, so she follows him out. They all stand outside the room, watching Aizawa-san handle Izuku with care on the TV monitor that displays the camera feeds for the room. Except he's not calling Izuku. He keeps calling him Variant, and Mei doesn't understand why. So she asks Hitoshi, and he hesitates. That's because. He takes a deep breath, debating something with himself. Izuku has been through a lot. And his mind has changed because of that. He has alternate personalities in his head, called alters. Variant is the one that shows up to protect Izuku. He's very protective of him. Hitoshi explains. Mei doesn't quite understand, but a glance back at her mother tells her that she does and that now isn't the time to ask more questions. It's probably something Izuku doesn't want to go telling just anyone. And Mei can respect that. Eventually Aizawa leads Izuku, Variant, to the door and out of the room. The kid keeps close to his side and still trembles slightly. Izuku, are you alright? Mei asks, unable to contain her concern. Izuku flinches back, I'm not Dash. Mei. Aizawa-san cut in calmly, this is Variant. Variant, this is Mei. She's friends with Izuku, as I'm sure you know. He says. Variant nods, composing himself a bit. Then he holds out a hand, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mei. he says, in a tone that sounds nothing like Izuku's excited and nervous stuttering. It's more formal, confident. It's then that she notices his eyes are a different shade of green, this one a toxic glow opposed to shining emerald. May find she likes whoever this is too. She firmly takes his hand. It's nice to meet you, Variant. Variant smirks at her, retracting his hand. Are you okay, kiddo? Her mother asks. I should have warned you, May is notorious for blowing things up. In hindsight, she's right, they really should have. I'm okay now. I just have had bad experiences with explosions in the past and don't react well to them. Variant tells her. Well, I apologize for the stress we caused. You need anything, water or tea or the like? Mom asks. Variant shakes his head. No thank you. I'm still a bit nauseous. He admits. All right then, let me know if that changes. Mom replies. They are then interrupted by Aizawa's phone ringing. The man looks at the caller ID and winces. He answers and puts the phone to his ear. Hey now. Aizawa says, you're home already? A bit early, isn't it? Okay, that's fine then. Where are we? Oh. Long story short, we're at Hatsum Industries. Yeah, I know, I'll explain later. We'll head home pretty soon if you want to make dinner. Alright. See you soon. Bye. He hangs up. Was that Papa? Hitoshi asks. Aizawa nods. It was. He got home early for work and was wondering where we disappeared to. Normally we're home by this time. Are you going to head out then? Mom asks. We can talk later over the phone about the details of May helping clean the beach. She offers. That sounds fine. We'll be leaving then. Aizawa agrees. Let us walk you out then. May insists. Mom chuckles. Of course, don't want you getting lost. She teases. I'm here all the time, Hannah. I know where I'm going. Aizawa protests. Mom shrugs. Sure, but we're still going to walk you out. She insists. Aizawa groans, but reluctantly agrees. They make quick work of walking out and soon enough are back at the loading bay where Shyuda parked the truck. The bed of the truck is now completely empty, the company assist bot probably having unloaded everything. They say their goodbyes, Hana insisting that he bring Izuku and Hitoshi back with him at some point. May even manages to get a hug from Variant. Shyuda isn't surprised when both boys fall asleep during the drive home. Izuku isn't really sure what to think when Nedzu asks to talk privately with him in his office. Dad didn't seem to know what to make of it either, but he let Izuku follow the chimera without a fuss. They all trust Nedzu, so they're more worried about what the rat has to tell them than what Nedzu will do to them. It can't be that bad, right? Nedzu doesn't seem all that worried. Variant tries to assure. Nedzu is never worried, Variant, Chance reminds. The door shuts softly behind them as they enter Nedzu's office. Take a seat anywhere you like, Izuku-kun. Make yourself comfortable. Nedzu chirps. Izuku nods silently and settles into his usual seat directly facing Nedzu's desk. Thank you for joining me, Izuku-kun. I have something very important to discuss with you. Nedzu begins. With just me? Not with Dad too? Izuku asks. Your father is next on the list for this discussion. But seeing as the subject matter most greatly affect you, I decided to talk it over with you first and foremost. He explains. Okay. What is it you want to talk about, sensei? Izuku asks hesitantly. To start, I need to make you aware that I have been working with the commission to hire Hawks as our newest fundamental heroics teacher. Nedzu tells him. Izuku's eyes widen. Really? Indeed, though I must say, working with is a bit generous of a way to describe our interactions. Izuku giggles, but in the end they did agree to let me hire and employ him as a teacher. Nedzu continues. Izuku tilts his head in thought. There's a catch, isn't there? He says, and it's not a question. Nedzu nods solemnly. There is, I'm afraid. The only condition I can't get them to budge on is that if I hire Hawks, I must hire All Might as well. He tells him. Izuku stiffens, posture straightening and eyes going wide. All Might, he stutters out. Like hell the BSTRD comes near us again. What a horrible idea. That man should not be trusted with children. EW. That is correct. However, All Might doesn't have any teaching credentials nor any relevant experience to fall back on. So to be frank, he can't actually teach regardless of if they force him into our school. Nedzu adds. Izuku's form relaxes a bit as he thinks it over. Without the proper clearances and credentials he can't be left to run a classroom on his own. His status as a hero gives him the clearances to work with children, as ill-suited as he is to it, but they don't give him the authority over a classroom. Izuku muses, then what do you plan to do with him, sensei? He then asks, looks up at the principal. Well, that depends on a few things. Most importantly, if you decide to allow me to hire him. Nedzu answers. Me? Allow you? I don't tell you what to do. Izuku exclaims. If only. Variant chuckles. Hush. Normally no, but we are both well aware of what happened that day on the rooftop. If you decide he's not to be hired as a result, then I won't hire him. Nedzu replies. But then that means no Hawks. Izuku points out. Nedzu nods, it does unfortunately. I can't push any harder without jeopardizing the plan. Izuku nods in understanding, giggling a bit at the reminder of their precious plan. Let's say you do hire him. He begins, what are your plans for his role at the school? Izuku asks. I'm so glad you asked Izuku-kun. I plan to have him assist the other teachers. His main goal when forcing his way into our school was to teach the heroics classes. I'm sure you are aware of why, yes? Nedzu inquires with a sharp grin. I am, and he's an idiot if he thinks it's safe to pass that legacy on. Izuku replies sharply. I concur, however there is little to be done about that, seeing as how the man doesn't often listen to reason. Nedzu agrees, but that doesn't mean we can't start to influence him once he is within our grasp. Please tell me I'm not the only one noticing the we's and ours instead of the typical I's and my's chance questions. Oh, I noticed, I just haven't figured out why the change. Though it's not the first time he has called it our school instead of my school, Variant replies. Izuku ignores them for now in favor of listening to Nedzu. He wants a successor, but if it's going to be one of our students, he gets to play by our rules. Izuku states. Precisely. Very good Izuku-kun. Nedzu praises. Izuku flushes at the praise. Now then, we could have him assist Hawks in teaching heroics. We both know Hawks will not take kindly to his nonsense. Nedzu suggests. Agreed. And it does seem like keeping him close is the best way to keep tabs on him. Izuku replies, and you know Dad will be watching his every move, especially around his precious hero students. Nedzu nods, but of course, I expect nothing less of Shyuda. But that still begs the question. Will you be alright Izuku, he stresses. Izuku hesitates. Right. This wasn't about everyone else and All Might now was it? This was about Izuku and All Might. Will we be alright? Izuku asks the group. It might be a bit dicey at the beginning but I think we'll manage. It's not like we'd be left alone with him. And we're not going to be in his classes either given we're not a true student, chance reasons. We know his weakness if he does threaten us. And at that point it's on him for provoking someone of our mental status. We have to wear the identifier band after all. Izuku takes a deep breath. I think we'll be okay sensei. But no promises on good behavior if we feel threatened. Nedzu grins, Izuku, if you feel threatened by anyone while on school grounds, do as you must. Just don't tell your father I said that till it becomes necessary. Izuku blinks, surprised, but echoes Nedzu's grin all the same. Toshi. Toshi. Toshi wake up. Izuku shouts from where his chin is tucked over his hands that grip Hitoshi's bedrail. The rest of Izuku is just dangling from the upper bunk as a result of his lack of height. Hitoshi groans but otherwise doesn't react. He remains buried under his weighted blanket. Izuku pouts. Hitoshi you gotta get up. It's the recommendation exam today. Izuku reminds him, as if Hitoshi could have possibly forgotten. Hitoshi's eyes snap open. The day? Hitoshi asks. Well, tries to. Yes. Now get up. 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 Izuku exclaims, kicking his feet in excitement and making the whole bed frame rock and shake. Hitoshi, a deeper voice beckons, don't make me wake you up myself. Hitoshi then bolts straight up as Naomasa makes his way over and pull Izuku down from the bed. Zuku, what have I said about hanging off the bed frame? He asks as he sets Izuku down on the floor. Izuku looks away sheepishly, to not to. He mumbles. But today is special. He tries to insist. Naomasa smiles, it is, but it won't be anymore if you fall and hurt yourself. I can handle keeping us safe just fine Tsuka. Variant argues. Oh I'm well aware, just humor me would you? Naomasa urges. Variant huffs, but doesn't protest. Once everyone is up and dressed they all convene in living room kitchen area. Everyone ready to go? Shyuda asks. The boys nod excitedly. Have your backpack Zuku? Naomasa asks, and your sleeping bag? Yep. Izuku chirps, bouncing on his toes. Hitoshi, you have your athletic clothes and shoes? Shyuda questions Hitoshi. Yes Dad, I do. Hitoshi replies, rolling his eyes. The two adults exchange glances then Shyuda sighs, alright, then say goodbye to your papa and we'll head to UA. See the problem with your dad being a teacher is that you have to show up early with him since he's your ride. Izuku doesn't really see this as a problem. However Hitoshi is high on anxiety and just sitting around waiting isn't helping. I want to go see Nedzu. Izuku declares. Hitoshi shakes his head, Nedzu-sensei is probably busy with exam preparations. I think it'd be best if we leave him alone for today. He tells Izuku. But he said I could watch the exams with him. Izuku protests. Then you can head to the viewing room with the rest of the staff when the time comes. You can stay here for now. Hitoshi instructs. You just don't want me to leave you by yourself. Izuku accuses. While you're not wrong, my point still stands. Hitoshi half admits. Izuku bounces in his seat on the couch. Then what are we gonna do? Izuku questions. Sit here and wait, I guess? Hitoshi suggests. Izuku shakes his head and bounces to his feet. I'm going to go look around. There's go to be something to do around here. Izuku declares. Hitoshi sighs. Fine, I'll come with you then. He concedes. The two end up making their way to where the other examinees are gathering. That's when Izuku spots him. Hitoshi. Izuku excitedly whispers, shaking his brother's arm, it's Shoto. Hitoshi follows Izuku's gaze until he too sees the red and white-haired boy. I see him. And Endeavor doesn't seem to be around at the moment either. Hitoshi mutters back. Let's go say hi then. Izuku insists, dragging Hitoshi along without waiting for an answer. Are you sure this is a good idea? Variant questions. I'm with Variant on this one. We don't actually know Shoto, despite hearing all about him from Rei-san, Chance replies. I promised Rei I would save Shoto. And that start of that plan is actually meeting him. Izuku tells them. Shoto looks up upon their approach. He looks at them suspiciously, seeing as everyone else seems to be avoiding the stoic young man. Hello Shoto. I'm Izuku. Izuku greets right away. Shoto startles at the first name address. Do I know you? He questions, sounding skeptical. But Izuku can pick up on the nervous caution that underlies his tone. Nope. But I know you. Izuku declares, making Hitoshi facepalm. Oh? And how's that? My father I assume. He says bitterly, if you're here for the recommendation exam then you must be legacy kids. He accuses. Actually. Izuku trails off, stepping into Shoto's space to speak softly, I'm friends with your mother, Rei. He tells him. Shoto lets out a faint gasp and turns to fully face Izuku. You know my mother? He asks urgently. There's clear desperation in his eyes. I do. It's a long story but we spent time in the hospital together. That's where she told me about you. And how you probably need a friend or two. Among other things. Izuku replies, much more serious this time. Shoto studies him for a long moment. You know the truth then. He says, and it's not a question. Izuku nods. Does Endeavor let you have a phone? He asks, changing the topic slightly. Shoto tilts his head. He does. He confirms. Then here, put your number in mine. Izuku instructs, handing him his own cell phone. We can discuss this more later. This isn't really a great place to talk about it. Not to mention the exam will be starting for you guys soon. Shoto hesitantly takes the phone and puts his number in, then hands it back. Perfect. Izuku smiles, we can more later then. You really think it's a good idea to get involved? Shoto asks, sounding resigned. Izuku shrugs, as of right now I am simply extending the offer to be your friend. I don't see anything wrong with that. Endeavor says friends are a waste of time. Shoto replies. Well, Endeavor is a waste of air. Hitoshi cuts in, making Shoto huff a laugh. I'm Hitoshi by the way. Izuku's brother and the one actually taking the exam with you. Shoto nods, nice to meet you. Then turns to Izuku, you're not taking the exam? He asks. No, I'm not. But our dad teaches here and I'm Nedzu's personal student. So you'll see me around regardless once school starts. Izuku tells him. There's an announcement over the loudspeaker that makes everyone jump. Hey listeners. It's time for the written portion of the exam. Present mixed voice echoes through the room, please follow the signs and make your way to the auditorium. As the examinees start to flood that direction, Izuku quickly hugs Hitoshi. Good luck Toshi. You too Shoto. I'll see you after the exam. And with that Izuku runs off in a different direction. After a bit of wandering, Izuku makes his way into the observation room. A quick look around shows an off the teacher here and... Hey fledgling. Good to see you, a familiar voice calls out in greeting. Kigo. Izuku exclaims, rushing over to hug the winged man. Kigo readily accepts the hug and scoops Izuku up and spins him around. Izuku giggles wildly as he is spun then set back on the ground. Careful Hawks. Last thing we need is Izuku getting hurt. Variant chides. Kigo blinks at the transition but otherwise rolls with it. Variant I take it, a nod, a well loosen up. It's okay to have a bit of fun sometimes. He tells the altar. Variant sighs but Izuku takes control before he can argue any further. Are you here to watch the exams Kigo? Izuku asks. Of course I am. I have to see all my potential new students now don't I? He replies. Just remember you only get so much say in picking them, Hawks. Aizawa chimes in. Kigo visibly deflates, but he recovers quickly. What is a child doing here? Shouldn't he be taking the exam? A new voice questions. Izuku freezes up at the sound of All Might's voice. He doesn't have much time to panic as Aizawa makes his way over to him and takes his hand, guiding him to where they are going to be seated next to Nezu. Yagi, this is Atsuchi Izuku, Aizawa's son and my personal student. I expect you to treat him well. Nezu tells the man. Yagi nods, tensing under Aizawa's intense glare. He hastily looks away and refocuses back on his phone. Izuku carefully crawls into Aizawa's lap, in an attempt to feel more comfortable in the room with the man who hurt him so much. Here you go Izuku-kun. Nezu's voice cuts into his reeling thoughts. Izuku takes the notebooks and writing utensils from the chimera. What are these for? He asks. Why to take notes of the applicants of course. Nezu replies, be sure to make note of everything important. I will be reviewing them for quality and that staff and I will be using them as reference when reviewing applicants and deciding who passes. So do be thorough. He instructs. Fear of Yagi instantly forgotten in favor of this new assignment, Izuku beams, okay Nezu-sensei. Nezu grins right back. Watching the exam was a lot of fun. Izuku took as many notes as he could. There were a lot of interesting quirks. But he had to stay focused and not go off on a quirk tangent. He soon realized that focusing on the examinees and not solely on their quirks was part of the test the Nezu was so clearly giving him. He knows that he was mumbling the whole time, if the startled and odd looks the staff were giving him were any indication. He just hopes no one found his muttering creepy like people used to. I'm sure Eraser and Nezu will handle anyone who says anything negative Zu. Variant assures. Izuku is sure of it too, which is part of why he wasn't overly concerned about suppressing his rambling all that much. He was far too focused on the exam and the task in front of him. Now though, the exam was over and the staff now needed to review everything and decide on who passed. Izuku wasn't allowed to be there for that. Nezu said maybe in the future, when he's been further trained but not this time. Aizawa told him to go find Hitoshi and Shoto. So he hugged Kigo and waved goodbye to everyone else then made his way out into the halls. Sadly Shoto had been dragged out by Endeavor as soon as the exam was over. But Hitoshi was waiting by the school entrance just like the text he sent Izuku said he would be. Where are we going Toshi? Izuku asks. Dad gave me permission to take you to a nearby cat cafe that we've been going to after training. It's not too far from here. He said either he would meet us there when he was done, or Papa would show up to take us home. Whoever finishes first. Hitoshi explains. Okay. Let's go. Izuku cheers. Are we almost there Toshi? Izuku asks again. Hitoshi chuckles, almost there Izu. It'll be worth the walk I promise. He assures. See that sign over there, the one with the cat on it? It's right over dash. His words are cut off by him being dragged roughly by the arm into a nearby alleyway. Hitoshi. Izuku cries. Let me handle this Zu. Variant shouts. Izuku easily gives up control, just in time for Variant to knock away the arm reaching for him as well. The man reaching for him takes a step back and Variant gets a proper view of what he's dealing with. One thug stands holding Hitoshi tightly with his arms pulled behind his back. Another stands beside him with what looks like a baseball bat. The third is closest to Variant and is the one that tried to grab him. Variant meets Hitoshi's eyes. Hey what do you dash? Hitoshi tries asking, only to get hit in the side of the head. Quiet brat. The man growls, putting a hand over Hitoshi's mouth. Hitoshi bites down hard, drawing blood and causing the man to rear back a bit, giving him the opportunity to pull himself free. Variant takes the distraction as his cue to advance on the one closest to him, dodging under a punch to land one of his own in the man's gut, then spin to kick him in the head. One down. Hitoshi seems to be handling his thug just fine, slamming his heel down to shatter what looked to be extended nails. In his inattention, Variant almost doesn't notice the knife thrown at him. Almost. The knife hits the wall behind him and Variant quickly picks it up. Finally, a weapon. You brats really think you can win? The man that threw it demands. Probably. You don't seem all that skilled. Variant quips, lunging in close. He swipes at the man's arm, cutting a long gash in his forearm. Just cause he can't kill them doesn't mean he can't do some damage, right? He lands another quick slash to the man's chest before backing off to avoid a stab aimed for his chest. Careful there, you could hurt someone. Variant snarks. The man growls, but smiles. But you can't hurt me kid. That's when Variant notices the cuts he made aren't bleeding anymore. In fact they're mostly gone. Variant. Hitoshi cries out, running up beside him now that he's finished with his own opponent. He's got a regeneration quirk Hitoshi. We're gonna have to knock him out and hope he doesn't get back up. Hitoshi nods. At once, the two run in opposite directions to flank the man. Variant continues to cut the man in all manner of places, just to keep him distracted and maybe even wear down his stamina. It kinda works. The man finches at the various wounds, but keeps his main focus on Hitoshi, who exchanges blows with him easily. Eventually Hitoshi grabs hold of the hand with the knife and the two grapple. Variant takes the chance launch himself onto the man's back and slam the hilt of the knife hard into his temple. Their opponent drops like a stone. It's silent for a moment as they catch their breath. We did it. Hitoshi breathes. We did. I think. Variant agrees. We need to call Dad and Papa. Hitoshi declares, walking over to where he had dropped his bag. Variant follows him, searching for his own phone. I'll call Eraser, you call Tsuka, he suggests. Sounds like a plan. Hitoshi agrees, scrolling through his phone and turning his back to the alleyway. That is their mistake. Before Variant can even react, Hitoshi is grabbed by the throat and thrown into the wall. He slumps to the ground, unconscious. Variant spins to find the man with the regeneration quirk standing over him. He dodges to the side as the man grabs for him. I'll admit you brats put up a good fight. But you didn't account for my quirk healing concussions now did you? He snarls with a nasty grin on his face. We were sent to get you boys and told only one of you had combat experience. Guess the boss was wrong. Variant takes a few steps back as the man keeps getting closer. This was a targeted attack? By who? Chance questions. Not now Chance. Kinda busy. Variant runs through his options as he dodges another swing. He could run, but that would leave Hitoshi. He could knock him out again then run with Hitoshi. Or, he could injure the man in such a way he can't come back from it. In other words he could kill him. You can't. We'll get in serious trouble. Izuku insists. It's not like I want to kill him. But I don't think I have much of a choice here Zu. The man lands a punch to his gut, sending him flying back into the wall. Ow. Variant's hands shake as they reach for the knife that had fallen from his grasp. This isn't Bakugo. Can he justify killing someone that's not Bakugo? Fing hell, just let me do it. A new voice shouts. Then Variant is being shoved back into the Mindscape. Red eyes stare the man down as he stands. You messed with the wrong kids you bstrd. He spits. The man pauses at the change in his voice. That's all he needs. Green sparks like lightning crackle around him as he body checks the man out of the way. The man chokes as the air is forced out of his lungs and stumbles back. With inhuman speed, he dashes behind him and rips a pipe off the wall. He slams the pipe into the back of the man's knees, causing him to fall forward. Before he can recover, red sneakers land on the man's shoulders, forcing him fully onto the ground. Then with strength never before possessed, he swings the pipe down onto the back of the man's head, once, twice, 3 times, before he's sure the man is dead. Satisfied, he nods, then steps off the man and looks around the alleyway. Hitoshi still sits slumped against the wall, the other 2 thugs are still down for the count. You killed him. Izuku exclaims. We all know I didn't have a choice. He replies easily. Tell that to our criminal record you just expanded. There's a reason I hesitated. Variant argues. The consequences aren't going to be pretty, Chance agrees. We're dead. Random size. It was well done though. Was that a strength enhancement quirk? Variant asks. Not now Variant, Chance chides. It was, yes. An improved version of yours. Far more effective as you can see. He answers, and given we just gained a new quirk, can't we just blame our actions on mine and the quirk's manifestation? That's what saved us last time isn't it? There's a long pause. I guess. Shosan will still be very disappointed in us, Chance points out. Izuku whines. Do I care? Yes you do. Eraser is very important to us. How dare you? Variant snaps. Alright. Calm down. I was just joking. DMN. Break attempts to reason. Now is not the time for jokes, Chance corrects. A groan interrupts any further scolding. Looking down, it seems Hitoshi is coming to. Ugh, he groans again. Variant? Is that you? Hitoshi asks. Red eyes meet purple as the new alter shakes their head. Not quite. The names break. It's nice to meet you. Hitoshi stares at the new alter, dumbfounded. Hi? He says dumbly. Break chuckles. Hey. I know this is a lot but you need to get your sheet together. We're surrounded by bodies in a bloody alleyway. That just shorts out Hitoshi's brain even further. I may be able to help with that. A new voice says. Break spins and drops into a ready stance. At the other end of the alley, and on the other side of the bodies, is a man in a hoodie and jeans. He looks skinny, gangly even, and has his hood up. Though the black fabric contrasts with the pastel blue hair that peeks out the top. His most defining feature is the severed hand gripping his face. The hell? And you are? Break prompts. Call me Shigaraki. The short explanation is I was passing by and noticed a struggle. The long explanation is I have known you two were a target and have been trying to track you down. The raspy voice tells them. Target? For who? Hitoshi asks, seeming coming to his senses. A dangerous boss. And not an enemy we should discuss here. After I dispose of the evidence you can come with me back to my hideout of sorts. We can get in contact with who you need to from there. Shigaraki tells him. Break doesn't look convinced. Then someone drops from the roof of the building, startling them all. I know you're skeptical but you can trust him. The figure says. And they know that voice. Stefan? Hitoshi questions. The blonde directs a smile at him, it's bow when I'm in uniform. He corrects, which is when they notice he does in fact have the look of a vigilante about him. You can trust Shigi here. You have my word. And we need to go now. Break raises an eyebrow, and how do we know we can trust you? Seeing as you seem to be in league with him. Bao shrugs, I suppose you don't. But would you rather explain this to the police, he asks. Break hesitates, and it's Hitoshi who speaks up. We should go with him. Stefan has done nothing but help us. He says, and I'm not seeing another way out that doesn't end in being arrested. He then tacks on. Break lets out a harsh breath, fine. Lead the way. Gladly. Shigaraki says, but first. He then removes his hands from his hoodie pocket and lays an open palm on the nearest thug's shoulder. They watch in fascination and horror as the body slowly turns gray and gradually disintegrates into dust. Before either can protest, the process is repeated on the other two lying in the alleyway. Soon all that is left is blood and dust. Now then, let's move. By the time they reach their destination, Variant has convinced Break to let him retake control. While not thrilled by the idea, Break can admit that Variant is more suited to the inevitable plotting that is about to take place. Chance would be even better, but they all agree it's best to have a protector fronting for the time being. Hitoshi hesitates at the doorway. A bar? Really? He asks. Stefan nods, it's not open for business, just a front at the moment. You have nothing to worry about, I promise. He tells him. Hitoshi gives him a skeptical look, about the bar maybe. There's still plenty of other things about this situation that are a cause for concern. He argues. Stefan shrugs, there is, yeah. But it's best to just roll with it for right now. We are trying to help you, believe it or not. He assures once again. I hope you realize it's only the trust we have in you that's convinced us to go along with any of this. Variant tells him as Shigaraki opens the door, you will regret it if you break that trust. I'll keep that in mind. Although I don't intend to. The blonde replies. Kurogyri. We have guests. Shigaraki calls out. I see, shall I prepare tea? A deep voice asks. Do what you want. Please. Come the conflicting responses from Shigaraki and Stefan. Variant can't help but huff a laugh, earning him a look from Hitoshi. Looking around the room he can see that it is fully furnished and ready to be opened. Which makes him wonder why it isn't yet. They follow the blue-haired man to the back of the room where there is a half-circle of couches and chairs surrounding a television. Hooked up to said TV is every game console you could think of. Take a seat. Giri will be around with drinks or whatever soon. Shigaraki instructs. As if on cue, a man made of purple mist rises from a portal in floor to stand on the rug in front of the TV. He is holding a tray with a kettle and several teacups. Variant jumps at the arrival and Hitoshi takes a startled step back. Greetings, apologies for startling you. The man says, I am Kurogyri. It's a pleasure to meet you. Variant isn't subtle about looking the man up and down. Hello. He says. Hitoshi simply nods and hums in acknowledgement. Kurogyri takes it in stride, setting the tea tray down on the coffee table. If you require anything else you need, simply ask. Then, he disappears into the floor again. Show off. Shigaraki mutters, making Stefan laugh. If I had a warp quirk I'd be flaunting it too. He admits. A warp quirk? That's so cool. Izuku gushes. Now isn't the time, Zoo, Chance chides. Let the kid have his fun. It's better than panicking right now. Break points out. While Variant agrees, he doesn't want to incur Chance's wrath by voicing said opinion. So, do you want the summary now or to just wait until your dad gets here? Stefan asks. Dad is coming? You called him? Hitoshi demands, incredulous. I haven't done anything yet, but I do plan to contact him and have him meet us here. We are going to need his help to sort this out. Stefan explains. Just Eraser? Not Tsuka? Variant asks. Stefan nods, at least one of them should have plausible deniability and Eraser is more of the morally gray type. If anything, Papa would be the better choice for deniability. Hitoshi tells him, people seem to think that just because he came to detect lies, it means he doesn't tell any of his own. Funny how that works. Variant muses. It's Shigaraki that speaks up this time. It's not just the police and heroes we have to fool, I have people on my side that need convinced too. He tells them, and an underground hero bending the rules is more likely than a police detective. What do you mean by people on your side? Variant asks. Shigaraki shifts uncomfortably. You two know how Stefan here is a vigilante, he asks instead of answering. The two nod in response. Well, I'm closer to the villain end of the spectrum, depending on who you ask. He tells them, but keeps talking before they can react further than widened eyes. The man who took me in is a supervillain, to put it simply, and expects me to inherit his empire. And really? I have little choice but to go along with it. But our goal is to use those resources for real change. Changes that just aren't possible when on the right side of the law. Stefan continues for him. The two boys are silent as they think about what was said. I don't really care that you're a villain, to be honest. Variant tells him, we might as well be for what we've done. What matters now is that you seem to plan on helping us. And that's enough for me. For now. Hitoshi nods. If you've got Variant's vote, then you've got mine. The real challenge will be convincing Dad. The two wince at the reminder. More or less kidnapping his sons probably isn't the best first impression. Variant teases. Shigaraki snorts, I saved your buttes and you know it. I'm sure Eraser will understand once we've explained the situation. He's a reasonable man. Stefan cuts in before Variant starts a fight. Except when it comes to the safety of his family. Hitoshi says. Well, it's a good thing we're protecting you then, isn't it? Stefan replies. The boys give him confused looks. Which brings us back to the original question. Do you want the short version now and the full one when Eraser gets here, or do you just want to wait until your dad arrives? Stefan repeats the earlier question. The two boys exchange glances. I think we'll wait till Eraser gets here. Variant answers for the two of them. Stefan grins, excellent. Then I'll go get in contact with him. And with that he walks off, leaving the two boys with Shigaraki. They both look at him. What? Has asks, sounding put out by the sudden attention. Now what? Variant asks. There's a long pause as Shigaraki thinks. Mario Kart? The first thing Shyuda realizes when he arrives at the location Stefan sent him is that it's a bar. Before he can get too worked up over this fact, however, he notices that it looks largely abandoned. Even so, his instincts are telling him that this place is bad news. It's only his immense trust in Stefan and his concern for his sons that convinces Shyuda to enter the bar. Whatever Shyuda had expected upon entering, it wasn't the well-furnished and well-kept room that he walked into. Despite its outward appearance, the interior of the bar looks fully operational and ready for customers. Welcome. A deep voice greets, you must be here for the MSDR's guests. You'll find them in the lounge at the back. The source informs him. Behind the bar counter stands a tall humanoid form made out of dark smoky purple mist. He is paused from polishing the wooden bar top as he looks at Shyuda with his glowing yellow eyes. Swallowing his hesitation, Shyuda nods, thank you. And you are, he can't resist asking. He's going to need names if this goes south and turns into a rescue mission. You may call me Kurojairi. The bartender tells him with a slight bow. Thank you, Kurojairi, I will go find them then. Shyuda replies. He then makes his way farther into the room, towards the back where he can see couches and a flickering light that could be from a TV. As he gets closer he can hear voices. How did you do that? That's cheating, a rough voice exclaims. All I did was drift around the corner and shoot a shell at you. It wasn't anything spectacular. A smooth voice responds. That's Hitoshi's voice. Shyuda arrives at the back couches to find Izuku sitting on Stefan's lap on one couch, and Hitoshi sitting next to a pastel blue-haired teen which they frantically race each other in what looks like Mario Kart. Unsurprisingly, it's Izuku that notices him first. Dad, he exclaims, jumping up from his place on Stefan and dashing over to Shyuda. Shyuda readily catches his son and scoops him up into his arms, settling him on his hip with the familiar mess of emotions that comes with being able to do so. No 14-year-old should be this small. Hey problem child. He greets, what trouble have you gotten yourself into this time, he asks, only partially teasing. The fact that Izuku buries his face in Shyuda's capture weapon doesn't bode well for the answer. Hi Dad. Hitoshi says, drawing his attention to his other son who still sits on the couch with a stranger, who has a severed hand on their face. What the hell? Hitoshi, good to see you're okay. Shyuda replies. Hitoshi looks away, making Shyuda's heart drop. I need an explanation and one of you boys is going to give it to me. Shyuda says in his stern, no-nonsense tone. Hizashi calls it his teaching voice. Now that he knows they're okay, it's time to get serious. Izuku pulls his head up and wiggles to be set down. Shyuda obliges easily. We were walking back from UA when someone grabbed Hitoshi's arm and dragged him into an alleyway. Variant and Hitoshi then started to fight them. Izuku begins. Judging by what they were saying to each other, they were trying to kidnap us. Hitoshi chimes in. There were 3 of them, and 2 of them were easy enough to fight off. The third had a regeneration quirk. So he was a bit more complicated. We thought we knocked him out, but he trails off. He got back up when we were getting our phones out to call you. He grabbed Hitoshi and threw him into a wall, knocking him out. So Variant ended up fighting him alone. Except he wouldn't go down. So the only way to get him to stop was, Izuku mutters, looking down. So they killed him. How is Variant holding up after killing him? Shyuda asks, moving past the issue for now. Oh, it wasn't Variant that killed him. Variant didn't want to. Izuku tells him. Shyuda finds that a bit hard to believe with how violent Variant always is. So Break killed him. Quite gruesomely. Izuku finishes. Who? Who is Break? Shyuda looks to the guy on the couch, who puts his hands up. Don't look at me. I just disposed of the evidence. That's something to come back to for sure. Who is Break Izuku? Shyuda asks. He's a new alter. He's very aggressive. Izuku tells him. More aggressive than Variant? Shyuda suppresses a sigh. So Izuku developed a new alter. Just one more thing to add on to this cluster F-. Can I talk to Break? He asks. Izuku nods and closes his eyes. When he opens them, his eyes are a deep crimson. Good to meet you, Aizawa. I'm Break. Arguably the one responsible for this whole mess. A new voice greets. This voice is smooth like Variant's, but deeper. It sounds almost unbothered, disinterested and yet judgmental. Where Variant was manipulative, this voice is direct. He doesn't need to smooth talk you, you'll do what he wants whether you want to or not. Hello Break. It's nice to meet you. Shyuda replies. Break scoffs, don't lie to me. I know you're not exactly thrilled about Zu manifesting a new alter. It's years of experience that keep Shyuda from faltering at the statement. So long as Izuku's safe, we can figure the rest out. And it sounds like we have you to thank for that. Break gives him a skeptical look. You do. I killed the guy because that was the only way to keep us safe. I won't apologize, it was absolutely necessary. I don't doubt that. I just need all of the information so we can properly move forward. Hence why I asked for you to join the discussion instead of Izuku relaying it second-hand. Shyuda tells him. A good idea, I must admit. Break concedes. Now then, what incriminating evidence do we need to deal with? You mentioned something about disposing of evidence? Shyuda asks the still unnamed teen on the couch. My quirk is called decay. Anything I touch with all 5 fingers disintegrates into dust. The teen tells him, I'm Shigaraki Tamura. I'm a longtime friend of Stefan's and the one who found out your sons were a target. A target? Shyuda demands. We'll get to that, Stefan interrupts. For now we need to know that Izuku, or Break rather, isn't going to get charged with murder. There's nothing left but blood stains. When I found them, Hitoshi was just waking up, the 2 were still in shock. So I decided to step in. I decayed all 3 bodies and brought them here after informing Stefan that I had found them. Shyuda directs an unimpressed look at his sons. And you just went with the man without question? He questions. Hitoshi rapidly shakes his head while Break scoffs. No, Stefan was there to convince us. And we trust Stefan with our lives. The alter says, leaning against the armrest of an armchair. Stefan seems to straighten at the praise. And it is high praise indeed. Shyuda doesn't feel the need to add that he also trusts Stefan a good deal. He's sure the young man knows this, or he wouldn't have pulled this stunt to begin with. At least he hopes not. Although it sounds like they had a good reason. Fine then. Shyuda says, you said something about them being targets? He asks, moving the conversation along. Shigaraki nods. My benefactor is a man we call Sensei. He is a very powerful man. A very powerful villain. Originally he was intrigued by Izuku's case. Such a landmark case was bound to catch his interest. He was mostly interested to see if Izuku could be convinced to join his cause. He seems to have a thing for collecting lost souls and preying on their tragic pasts. Sensei probably saw Izuku as no different. The outcome wasn't what he wanted, so he lost interest. Then why am I a target now? Izuku asks, sounding nervous. Your analysis. Shigaraki says simply, I'm not sure if he knows that it's coming from the same person as the trial. He probably does, since Sensei tends to be all-knowing. He caught wind of your analysis that was circling the hero industry and has decided you would be instrumental to his plans. Izuku stiffens but doesn't say anything. And what about me? Hitoshi asks. Your quirk. I'm not trying to stereotype you or label you, but you have to admit it'd be useful to a villain. Shigaraki tells him simply. Hitoshi flinches. Trust me, I'm aware. He says sardonically. Does this sensei of yours have a villain name? Shyuda asks. And he has to admit, even he is unsettled by the explanation. You're underground, Eraserhead. I'm sure you've heard of All for One. Shigaraki says simply. His heart stops. Of course Shyuda knows who All for One is. The villain was after him too at one point, before Nezu stepped in and put him under his protection. And the Chimera seems to be one of the few people the symbol of evil doesn't want to cross just yet. Which is why he's not sure how to feel about the fact that Nezu is partially to blame for the target on Izuku's back because he spread around his analysis. Shyuda will have to talk to the rat about getting protections on Izuku and Hitoshi then. Yes, I've heard of him. Shyuda says, cutting off his own spiraling thoughts, and you said he is your benefactor? He then asks. Shigaraki shrugs, he took me in when I was an abandoned child and raised me to be his successor. I would call that a benefactor to put it nicely. Then why help my sons? Shyuda follows up with, because I plan to use this power to change society. And I figured having you guys in my party would be a lot more beneficial than the two kids being in Sensei's iron grasp. That and Sensei doesn't ask nicely. Me on the other hand, I am willing to bargain. Bargain. Shyuda isn't sure how he feels about that word choice. Take what you can get more like. Stefan says with a chuckle. And what exactly do you want from us? Shyuda asks. This is getting complicated fast. Which is why he's glad the boys are staying quiet and letting him handle this mess. For now, I want to help protect your sons from Sensei. Sensei is a boss we're not prepared to fight yet. Shigaraki tells him. And how does bringing them here help with that? Won't he know that you've had contact with them? Sensei doesn't monitor this location much. Aside from Kurogyri, he's left this place in my hands. We plan to open it as a neutral zone in an attempt to gather more allies. Shigaraki tells him. And you want my backing for that? Shyuda asks. Whether he likes to admit it or not, he holds a decent amount of clout in the underworld. Having his support would be a major factor in making this idea of theirs take off. Shigaraki shrugs, it would certainly help. But there's something else I want. And what's that? Shyuda dares ask. I want a meeting with Nezu. Shyuda can't help it. He laughs. Shigaraki doesn't seem to like that. You think this is a joke? He demands. Shaking his head, Shyuda pulls himself together. No, I know you're serious. However, you are obviously new to the game if you think it will be that easy. He looks to Stefan, you didn't think to tell him this? You know firsthand the rat's antics when it comes to this stuff. Stefan sighs, I tried telling him, but he insisted on asking anyway. Thanks for proving me right. He says with a smirk. Well, he's got guts at least. Look, I can't get you a meeting, not yet. You need to keep in mind that Nezu is like the opposite side of the coin to All for One. You meeting with him personally would never end well. Neither would approve and would probably start a war over it. Shyuda explains. But we can at least talk to him ourselves, right? Izuku asks. Shyuda looks at his son. Judging by the look in his eye, he already has a plan. We can. See what Nezu thinks of this whole mess and go from there. Stefan, you can come too if that makes you both feel better. Stefan gives him a deer in the headlights look. I think I'll pass on that one, thanks. Stefan, you're the only one other than me with all the information. You have to go. Shigaraki tells him. There's a long pause. Fine. He drawls out. I'll go. But I want tiger lilies at my funeral. Shigaraki snorts, I'm sure we'll all remember given how many times you've said that exact phrase. Don't worry, Steve. We'll be there too. Izuku tries to assure the man. Shigaraki raises an eyebrow at the nickname but Stefan brushes him off. Shyuda clears his throat. Well, if that's settled, I'm going to take my sons home. It's been a long day for both of them. The two men nod, you can contact Stefan if you need anything from me. He knows how to get a hold of me. Shigaraki tells him. I'll keep that in mind. Come on boys, let's go. Shyuda instructs. But we didn't get to finish our race. Hitoshi complains. One look from Shyuda has him quickly closing his mouth. Bye Steve. Bye Shiggy. Izuku says his farewells. Shigaraki chokes while Stefan gets a sheet-eating grin on his face. See you later, Aizu. The ride home is a quiet one. And not a good kind of quiet. It's the type that has all sides tense and hesitant to break it. Finally, Izuku speaks up. Dad, he asks hesitantly. Yes, Izuku? Zawa asks. And Izuku doesn't like that tone. That's the, I'm so tired I'm overwhelmed tone. Are you mad at us? He asks, bracing for a response. Zawa lets out a long breath. No Izuku, I'm not mad at you. Never you. Or Hitoshi. I'm still processing is all. Am I frustrated? Yes, at the situation. Am I dumbfounded? Absolutely, you boys are absolute trouble magnets. Problem children through and through. Oi, breaks the one who killed a man. Hitoshi cuts in. And there's that too, of course. Shyuda agrees, I just want you kids safe. And anything involving the boogeyman of the underworld is decidedly not safe. For anyone involved. And just like that, the silence is back. Are we really going to talk to Nedzu? Hitoshi asks. Shyuda sighs again. He really does sound exhausted. The kind of bone-deep tired no amount of sleep can wake you up from. Yes. As much as I wish we could forget this never happened, it needs to be addressed. And soon. He pauses. Izuku, am I right in saying you have a plan? He asks. Izuku jolts at the direct address. I have a few theoreticals, but nothing concrete until I talk it over with Nedzu-sensei. He tells his dad. Good, I'll call Nedzu when we get home and we'll all go see him tomorrow. Your papa included. Shyuda replies. What about plausible deniability? Hitoshi asks, only half serious. Your papa would kill me if I left him out of this. Or worse, divorce me. Now and I are a lot of things, but mainly we are a team. We make decisions together, as a team. And deciding how to keep our sons out of the clutches of the symbol of evil is a pretty big decision. He says with a chuckle. The boys relax at the sound. If their dad can find humor in the situation, then they're going to be all right.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.